General Knight, the god of war, has been accused of treason, crippled, and his entire family exiled to the wilderness? Mu Mianmian woke up in pain. Looking down, she saw herself dressed in a bright red wedding gown, and strange memories flooded her mind. Today was supposed to be the wedding day of Mu Jiaojiao, the prime minister's daughter, and Yi Siming, the powerful prince of Great Wei. But instead of joy, disaster struck. The mighty war god, Prince Yi, had fallen from grace. The Mu family, unwilling to sacrifice their beloved daughter, forced a lesser-born girl to take her place. The original bride refused, so they knocked her out and sent her to the wedding in her stead. Mu Mianmian, once the chief medical officer of the Sky Battle Bureau in the 24th century, had collapsed from exhaustion after a long surgery on a wounded comrade. When she opened her eyes again, she had become this unfortunate substitute bride. Now, the wedding hall had turned into a place of mourning. Soldiers had stormed into the prince's mansion. Men, women, and children were driven into the courtyard, ordered to remove their outer garments and hand over anything valuable. Even she, the substitute bride who hadn't yet completed the ceremony, was being forced to give up her wedding clothes. "Stop!" A weak voice came from the main hall. "She hasn't officially married me. She's not part of the Yi family. Let her go." Yi Siming's face was pale, his lower body covered in blood. Dressed in his red wedding robe, he lay in a pool of it, his strength nearly gone. "Ha! Look at this. Once the great war god of Great Wei, now nothing but a broken man. If you want us to spare your little bride, crawl over here and beg for mercy. Otherwise, we'll humiliate her right in front of you." Laughter filled the air. Once, these men had feared the mighty war god. Now that he had fallen, they couldn't wait to trample on his pride and insult his family. Yi Siming, gravely wounded, looked at Mu Mianmian with bloodshot eyes and whispered, "Go. Quickly." Then he coughed up blood and lost consciousness. "Ahye, ahye," cried a beautiful woman kneeling nearby, his mother, though she seemed a little confused and distraught. On a stretcher beside her lay an older man, motionless, likely her father-in-law, though it was unclear if he was still alive. There was also a little boy just over 3 years old and a young girl of about 13 or 14. Both were crying loudly, trembling as they looked at the soldiers. Everyone else was too busy to help. When Yi Siming fainted, the soldiers became even more arrogant. "The bride looks so pretty. I heard she's not the main daughter of the Mu family, but the third young lady. Who would send their most important daughter here to suffer? Haha, who would have thought the mighty Princey would be tricked like this? Since she's not valued by her family, maybe we should." A few soldiers looked at Mu Mianmian with greedy eyes, clearly thinking of taking advantage of her. "You can't. She's Yi's wife." The elderly lady wiped her tears and rushed forward to protect Mu Mianmian. "Bad people. Go away. When Yi wakes up, he'll punish you. Don't hurt Mianmian." The soldiers laughed loudly. "The lady of the house is quite a beauty too. What a pity she's not in her right mind, huh?" One of them reached out toward her. Hearing the lady's childlike voice, Mu Mianmian frowned and stepped forward, grabbing the soldier and throwing him aside. "If you don't want to die, get out." Her body was weak, so the throw wasn't very strong, nothing like the strength she had in her previous life. You. Even so, everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected her to be so fierce. The Yi family was full of the old, the young, the injured, and the helpless. The prince's bride was a substitute, abandoned by her own family. The soldiers thought she would be easy to bully, but Mu Mianmian was no pushover. "What are you staring at? You're only here to confiscate property and escort us away. Do your job and leave. If you dare harm anyone from the Yi family, I'll make you regret it." Mu Mianmian grabbed one soldier's wrist and pressed down hard, making him cry out in pain. She had once been the top commander of the mecha forces in the 24th century's Sky Battle Bureau, as well as a renowned doctor known as the Divine Healer. Even though this body was weak and untrained, a few low-ranking soldiers were no match for her. She knew the body's pressure points, and with a few quick moves, 2 soldiers were soon crying in pain. "Stop! Are you trying to rebel?" The officer shouted angrily. "So what if I am?" Mu Mianmian said coldly. The Yi family had already been accused of treason. Who would care whether she rebelled or not? Seeing that she remained completely unmoved, the leader of the soldiers was at a loss. He didn't want to cause more trouble, so he spoke gently. Miss Mu, since you never officially married Prince Yi, you are not his wife. We can let you go. Please leave at once. Mind your own business.
Just your job.
As the former chief commander and chief medical officer of a mech army of over 1 million, Mu Mianmian carried an overwhelming presence that ordinary people could hardly bear. The soldiers were stunned. How could a young woman have such a powerful aura? Even Prince Yi at his peak was no stronger than this. It was unbelievable, almost as if she were possessed by him. Forget it. Let's just get to work. Searching the house is more important. Once they leave the capital, there will be plenty of people to deal with them, one soldier said darkly. Now that Yi Siming was injured and powerless, the Yi family had lost its strength. They would soon be at the mercy of others. There was no need to rush. Hearing this, several soldiers nodded and quickly began searching the house. Mu Mianmian realized that this body was weak and couldn't fight head-on. She was thinking of a way to escape when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist and a wave of dizziness. A moment later, a silver bracelet appeared on her pale wrist. It was the same spatial bracelet she had used in her previous life. That space could hold an enormous amount of supplies. In her past life, she had lived in a world torn by endless wars, floods, storms, and disasters, a new world born at the end of the 24th century after humanity had nearly gone extinct. To survive, technology had advanced rapidly, giving rise to a new era, the age of mechs and supernatural abilities. In that era, powerful humans developed special powers. Her ability was spatial teleportation, allowing her to move through and connect with any space. The bracelet itself was just a storage device. She had loved collecting all kinds of equipment: explosives, cannons, fighter jets, tanks, mechs, robots, and medical tools. Because food was scarce in that world, she had also stored vast amounts of supplies: rice, water, oil, salt, and her space maintained a constant temperature all year round. It could even support living creatures like cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, though she had never tried raising them. She never expected that after traveling through time, all these things would finally become useful. Mu Mianmian glanced at the soldiers carrying out boxes of belongings. Her cold eyes narrowed slightly. Those things belonged to the Yi family, so why should others take them? She decided to find a way to move everything into her own space later. No, those are our family's things. You can't take them. Old Madame Yi cried out as she saw the gold she had treasured for years being taken away. She threw herself in front of the boxes, weeping bitterly. Get out of the way. Everything now belongs to the court. One of the soldiers said greedily, pushing her aside. Take her away, another ordered. The members of the Yi family's second and third branches didn't dare offend the soldiers. They quickly helped the old lady up. Mother, please, your life is more important. It's all your fault. You from the main branch bring bad luck. The old lady shouted angrily, pointing at Madame Yi. It's your son's fault. He brought disaster on us all. Mu Mianmian frowned, feeling uneasy. As a soldier herself, she knew well the sacrifices soldiers made to protect their country. She didn't believe that a true soldier would betray his nation. Besides, Yi Siming had just tried to protect her, not wanting to drag her into trouble. He earned honor and glory for the Yi family. When you were enjoying wealth and comfort, did you ever complain then? She said coldly. Old Madame Yi snapped. What business is it of yours? You're not part of our family. Mu Mianmian looked at the beautiful, tearful woman who had just defended her. Yi Siming had fainted earlier while trying to protect her, and before that, he had said she wasn't part of the Yi family only to keep her safe. Yi Siming was in his 20s, handsome and upright, with a strong sense of justice. It was impossible that such a man would betray his country. As soldiers, they were comrades in arms, comrades who stood together no matter the time or place. Since her comrade was in trouble, she had to help. She had somehow ended up here and couldn't return for now, so she needed to survive first. Mu Mianmian was resourceful and quick to adapt to new situations. I've entered the Yi family's home, so I am Yi Siming's wife. His matters are my responsibility now, she said firmly. The beautiful woman looked deeply moved, her eyes glistening with tears as she held onto Mu Mianmian's sleeve. Mianmian, are you really not leaving? When she first entered the mansion and saw that Yi had become disabled, she wanted to leave right away. No, don't go, Mu Mianmian said gently, patting her head. Such a beautiful girl, but sadly not very bright. Her mind was like that of a 5-year-old. She probably didn't even understand what confiscation and exile meant. Mu Mianmian stepped forward to check the prints of Ye's leg. It was broken, but still could be treated. What's all the noise? Change into plain clothes and get ready to leave, the soldier shouted. Officer, please have mercy. Let us rest for one night. It's too late to travel now, the second wife, Madame Shen, pleaded. The second and third wives both had powerful families in the capital. Their relatives would not abandon them. They needed time to delay, hoping their families could send supplies. Otherwise, they would starve on the road. The soldiers, seeing the situation, accepted the Shen family's quiet bribe and said nothing more. They emptied the prince of Ye's mansion, making sure nothing valuable was hidden. Once that was done, their orders were fulfilled. Besides, if the family had hidden anything, it would only benefit the soldiers later during the journey. They couldn't take everything from the confiscation anyway. After thinking for a moment, the officer said, fine. But hurry up. You have 1 hour before dawn. Once the sun rises, we leave. The mansion was now empty. There wasn't even a wooden bed left. They could only sleep on the floor. Soldiers guarded the outside, so escape was impossible. As soon as the soldiers left, the people from the second and third branches began contacting their families, taking away whatever food and supplies they could find. The first wife, Madame Yi, was simple-minded. Her name, Mainyang, had been given by the old master himself. She had no family of her own. It was said that the old master had found her during a battle and brought her home as his wife. Mu Mianmian had been married in as a substitute bride, so she had no reason to care about Mainyang's fate. The first branch had nothing left. The old lady of the Yi family was not the original wife, but a stepmother. The second and third branches were her children. The first branch came from the original wife. Everyone in the Yi family resented Yi Siming. Even if they had food, they would never share it with the first branch. 3-year-old Yi Sijin, the youngest uncle, cried loudly from hunger, his big eyes full of tears. Mother, I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Mainyang held her son helplessly, trying to comfort him clumsily. Be good, Ajin. Don't cry. When brother Ayu wakes up, we'll be saved. The young sister-in-law, Yi Siyun, curled up silently in a corner. Both of the family's main supporters were unconscious. Now, all that was left were the injured, the weak, the foolish, and the young. Mu Mianmian looked at the scene before her. If she left, none of them would survive. She had to find a way to keep them alive first. Mother, you all rest for a while. I'll go find something to eat. But there are people outside who won't let us out, Madame Yi said anxiously, grabbing her hand. They're all bad people. Don't go out. When Ayi wakes up, he'll protect us. She was also afraid that Mu Mianmian wouldn't come back. I'll be quick. Don't make any noise, all right? I also need to find some medicine for Ayi. Seeing her son covered in blood, Madame Yi could only nod and trust her. Mianmian, please don't leave us, she said helplessly. I won't. Mu Mianmian stood up and glanced at the silent Yi Siyun. Take care of mother and Ajin. Okay, but how will you get out? Yi Siyun asked, her voice trembling. I'm not going outside. I'll go to the kitchen. Without saying more, Mu Mianmian quietly climbed out the window to avoid trouble. The room was empty, cold, and dark. The moment she left, the family was filled with fear and despair. They thought she would surely run away and abandon them. With their family in such a state, who would be foolish enough to stay and suffer with them? The mother and her 2 children held each other and cried softly. Yi Siyun sobbed, Father, brother, please wake up soon. We're so scared. Mu Mianmian used her teleportation ability and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the Great Wei Treasury. Most of the items confiscated from the royal mansion had been stored there, still freshly delivered. With a wave of her hand, Mu Mianmian moved everything from the treasury into her personal space. Then she teleported to the imperial kitchen and emptied it as well. Next, she went to the imperial pharmacy, the tool room, and the embroidery room, taking everything while the night was still quiet. After that, she made a trip to the Mu family home. That unlucky prince almost got us killed. Luckily, father and mother were smart, or I'd be in big trouble. Mu Jiaojiao said proudly. Her dowry had never been given to Mu Mianmian, who had been sent alone into the Yi family. That's because you're blessed, miss, while Mu Mianmian brings misfortune. You're right. All those betrothal gifts from the Night King are mine now. 100,000 taels of silver. That fool Yi Siming, rich but stupid. He only knows how to fight. Doesn't he realize that being too powerful makes the emperor uneasy? What's the use of his skills now? He's already been injured. Ha! A man like that still wants to marry me? That's like a toad dreaming of marrying a swan. The young lady and her maid laughed happily. Mu Mianmian's eyes darkened. Silently, she went to the Mu family storeroom and took away all the dowry and betrothal gifts. After leaving the Mu residence, she thought about the soldiers she had seen earlier. Their behavior clearly showed they were following someone's orders. She had overheard a conversation in Master Mu's study and guessed that the crown prince was behind it, along with some officials from the Ministry of War. Whether that was true or not, she decided to take everything from the crown prince's and those officials' mansions first. She moved through several grand estates, one after another. It didn't matter who they were, anyone who wanted Yi Siming dead couldn't be a good person. It was late at night, everyone was asleep, and the storerooms were rarely opened, so no one noticed anything. Mu Mianmian soon returned in an instant. In the night, her red dress shimmered faintly with silver light, like starlight descending, graceful and divine. From inside the house came the sound of quiet sobbing. It seemed no one had slept all night. Mianmian, you're back. Seeing her, Mei Nyang's eyes lit up with joy. Holding her young son, she hurried over. Mianmian, I thought you'd never come back. She cried helplessly, then smiled through her tears, relieved that Mianmian hadn't abandoned them. Mu Mianmian gently covered her mouth. Sure, don't cry. Then she took out some food she had brought from the imperial kitchen, a roasted chicken. You must be hungry. Eat something. Mianmian, you're amazing, Mei Nyang said, holding her son in one arm and a chicken leg in the other, her eyes full of admiration. You're just as capable as eat up. Finding her adorable, Mu Mianmian smiled and divided the food, giving large portions to everyone. The chicken legs went to her mother-in-law and younger brother-in-law. She tore off a chicken wing for her sister-in-law. Thank you. Yi Xiyun's stomach had long been empty. She hadn't expected Mianmian to return, and as she ate, tears of gratitude filled her eyes. Thank you, sister-in-law. How did you find chicken? There's no food left in our kitchen. The grandmother and the others took everything. They won't even let us have a sip of water. There wasn't much left in the kitchen, only some leftovers. Today was the Night King's wedding, so there had been plenty of food and wine, but the soldiers had taken the wine away, and most of the dishes were untouched. However, the people from the second and third branches of the family refused to share, saying they needed the food for their journey. With her older brother and father both injured, her mother unable to do much, and her little brother still needing care, she was the only one who could manage anything. But even when she went to ask for food, no one gave her any. If it weren't for Mu Mianmian, they would have gone hungry that night. The more Yi Xiyun thought about it, the more she cried. You want to ask them for food? Mu Mianmian handed her a water pouch. Mei Nyang and Xiao Jin were eating chicken. They were starving, so having food made them happy. Yi Xiyun wiped her tears and said, Yes, we were so hungry. Xiao Jin kept crying. If you're hungry, eat quickly, Mu Mianmian said, not explaining where the food came from. They didn't notice I was gone, did they? Yi Xiyun shook her head. No. Everyone else was busy hiding food and money, too worried about themselves to notice her. With guards outside, no one would have guessed she could sneak out. Good. Eat and rest for a while. Dawn is coming soon, and we'll need our strength. The road ahead would not be easy. The three of them shared a roast chicken and drank some water. Once full, they huddled together and quickly fell asleep. They were completely exhausted. Mu Mianmian didn't rest. She needed to treat Yi Siming's injured leg. Just as she was about to apply medicine, he opened his eyes. You, don't move. You're hurt. Let me clean your wound first. Before she could continue, loud voices came from outside. Everyone up. Gather and get ready to leave. The soldiers were already shouting for them to move. Yi Siming woke up but soon fainted again from the pain. Before losing consciousness, he gripped her wrist tightly. Please, take care of Mother and the others. If I survive, I'll repay you with all I have. All right, she said softly. Yi Seun woke up from the noise. Seeing her father and brother in such a state, she grew anxious and turned to Mu Mianmian. Sister-in-law, they're both hurt. How can we travel like this? Go find 2 people to help us, Mu Mianmian said, taking off a pair of earrings and handing them to her. This is the only dowry my sister-in-law has left. Yi Seun's eyes turned red, and she almost cried. It's fine, there will be more in the future. Mianmian wasn't sad. She had already stored the dowry safely away.
Yi Seun vipet her tirs.
When my brother gets better, he'll treat you well. She went out to ask the soldiers for help, offering them a pair of earrings. While she was gone, Mianmian quickly treated Yi Siming's injured leg. Seun had stopped the bleeding the night before, but no medicine had been used. When Seun returned, she said, Sister-in-law, they agreed to give us 2 stretchers and help carry my brother and father, but they want payment. Money wasn't the problem, showing it now would cause trouble. Mianmian thought for a moment. Go find 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle. There are grown men in their families, they can help carry them. Both uncles had several sons, the oldest already 20. Seun obediently ran to call them. Soon, everyone gathered in the courtyard. You want us to carry them? Fine, but you'll have to wash our clothes and cook for us. You'll be our servants. They were being exiled. Life was no longer like before, with servants everywhere. Seun's heart turned cold. 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle. How can you say that? Why not? Don't forget, it's your family's fault we're suffering too. We haven't blamed you, and now you want us to do the hard work? No way. If you want them carried, do it yourselves. Old Madam Yi snapped. Forget it if they don't want to. They have money to hire people anyway. Come here and carry them, Mianmian said coldly. Without another word, she stepped forward, grabbed the arms of the 2 uncles, and twisted hard. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't use these arms again. The 2 men cried out in pain. Mianmian, how dare you? The old lady shouted angrily. Mianmian's voice was icy. Why wouldn't I dare? The Yi family's fortune was built by my husband, Yi Siming. You've enjoyed years of comfort because of him. Shouldn't you repay that now? We're part of the Yi family too. The estate belongs to all of us, the old lady argued, furious. If it weren't for Yi Siming, we wouldn't be suffering like this. That's right. The estate was built by our ancestors. Why should it belong only to your branch of the family? Yi Seun glared at the shameless people before her. She had never realized how ugly their true faces were. The Yi family was built by my father and elder brother. Of course, it belongs to our branch. What's wrong with that? You've always taken advantage of us, living off my brother's hard work, and now you dare to say such things? Are you even human? You insolent girl. Are you trying to rebel? The old madam, Yi snapped angrily. The 2nd wife, Madam Shen, spoke in a mocking tone. Seun, watch your mouth. You're the ones asking for our help now. Look at Mianmian's attitude. How can you expect us to help? If your brother had married my niece Jija back then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I think Mianmian brings bad luck. Everyone says she's a jinx. See, ever since she entered the family, nothing good has happened. Miss Xinjia had once admired Yi Siming, but he had refused her because he was already engaged. Later, Xinjia married the 2nd young master, Yi Silan. Now, seeing Yi Siming in such a miserable state, she secretly felt pleased. Sister-in-law, your husband is now helpless. If you say a few kind words to grandmother, she might let Ceylon and the others help carry him. Mu Mianmian looked at them coldly, holding tightly onto Yi Lao San's arm. Since you refuse to help, then let's divide the family right now. From this moment on, our branch has nothing to do with you. Fine, you said it yourself. Don't regret it later. The old madam, Yi had long wanted to drive them out. Now that Yi Siming was useless, keeping them around only meant more mouths to feed. What's all this noise? Get ready to move. The Yi family is the only one left. Hurry up. The officer in charge of the exile, Commander Liu, arrived with his men, shouting impatiently. What's wrong with you people? Two need to be carried. Get them up and move. Don't waste my time, or you'll regret it. When Commander Liu raised his whip, his fierce eyes made even the arrogant old madam Yi shrink back. The whip spared no one. Just yesterday, they had been beaten for fighting over gold, and the pain still lingered. Commander Liu pointed at Yi Lao San and the others. Move quickly. He didn't care about the Yi family's quarrels. He just wanted to finish his duty. Yi Lao Heir, Yi Lao San, and the two young masters, Yi Ceylon and Yi Sifei, reluctantly lifted the two injured people and started down the road. After leaving the Night King's mansion, they stepped onto the street, where a crowd hurled rotten eggs and wilted vegetables at them.
Ha!
A war hero? More like a traitor. Down with the traitor. The angry townspeople shouted furiously. Yi Siyun secretly cried, feeling sorry for her brother. Mainyang held her young son, and wept as well. When Yi Siming woke up again and heard their words, he gave a cold, bitter smile. His face turned dark and icy. He finally saw the truth. These were the very people he had risked his life to protect. The rest of the Yi family looked lifeless. Once so glorious, now they were utterly defeated. It is hard for anyone to accept such a dark moment. Mu Mianmian, however, felt little emotion. When someone threw a rotten egg at her, she punched it away easily, her eyes sweeping coldly over the ignorant crowd. Frightened, they all froze. What's going on? Isn't that the unlucky girl from the Mu family? Why is she so fierce? Of course she's fierce. She's a bringer of bad luck. A cursed girl and a traitor make a perfect pair. Mu Mianmian clenched her fists, her gaze sharp and cold. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to throw anything more. They walked through the streets until they reached the city gate. Many prisoners were already there. The Yi family was not the only one being exiled. Others who had committed different crimes were also waiting. Outside the city, several carriages stood ready. The Shun and Zhou families had come to send off their daughters, bringing them large bundles of supplies. Eldest sister-in-law, why didn't anyone from the Mu family come to see you off? Shun Jia asked proudly, holding her large bundle. She had married into the Yi family 3 months before Mu Mianmian. They're here, Mu Mianmian replied calmly. Just then, a Mu family servant arrived with a small package. Third miss, the master and madam asked me to deliver this to you. So small? Let's see what's inside, Shinjia said, glancing at her own large bundle. Lady Shen, who was Shinjia's aunt, also held 2 large bundles. Both women looked at Mu Mianmian's small package with mocking smiles. Curious about what her family was up to, Mu Mianmian opened it. Inside was a silk box containing a single letter, a letter of severance. The others burst into laughter. The Mu family actually sent her a letter cutting ties. Of course. She's a bringer of bad luck. It's only right to end all relations with her as soon as possible. The Shun family laughed mockingly. Seeing that Mu Mianmian was in an even worse situation than they were made them feel better. Mainyang said with concern, Mianmian, it's all right. From now on, we'll be one family. Sister-in-law, don't be sad. We'll be your family from now on, Yi Xian added, feeling sorry for her. How could parents treat their child like that? Her young brother-in-law, Yi Sijin, also looked worried. Sister-in-law, I'll protect you from now on. Yi Siming fainted again from anger caused by the townspeople. Mu Mianmian put away the letter of severance. All right, let's go. She couldn't wait to cut ties with the Mu family. When she had the chance, She also planned to drive out the second and third branches of the Yi family so that her own household could live peacefully. "Mother, let me carry little Jean," Mu Mianmian said, reaching out to pick up her 3-year-old brother-in-law. The little boy's cheeks were soft and round, his features delicate and lovely. Even in rough clothes, his charm couldn't be hidden. "Thank you, sister-in-law," he said sweetly and politely. Mu Mianmian truly liked this family. In her previous life, she had never had such warmth. They continued on foot, and the weather grew hotter and hotter. "I can't carry it anymore. I'm so tired." Before long, Yi Silon and the others, who were carrying Yi Siming and the elder, began to complain. They were young masters used to luxury, and after only a few steps, they were already exhausted. "Hurry up! What are you standing there for? Move!" The soldiers in front shouted, raising their whips to drive them forward. "Officer, we really can't go on. Can we stop carrying my brother and uncle?" Yi Silon said, looking at his blistered hands with a pitiful expression. "Yes, it's too hard." Third young master Yi Sifei added, nearly in tears. "Why did they have to do the carrying?" The soldier sneered. "If you don't carry them, who will? If your Yi family won't do it, then pay someone else to. Just don't slow us down." The heat made the soldiers irritable. They raised their whips, ready to strike. "Please don't hit me. Grandmother, I don't want to carry anymore. Big brother is too heavy." Yi Silon and Yi Sifei cried out. Old Madame Yi, distressed for her sons and grandsons, said, "Mu Mianmian, they are your father-in-law and husband. You carry them yourself. Don't make us suffer for it. Grandmother, we are all one family. My mother, Ayun, and I are all weak women, and little Ajin is still a baby. How could we possibly carry both my husband and father-in-law?" Mu Mianmian's eyes dimmed slightly, and when she looked up, she appeared like a fragile, mistreated young wife. Old Madame Yi was furious and cursed her silently. Back at the royal residence, this woman had been fierce. How could she pretend to be weak now? "Stop pretending. Grandmother, we are one family. There's nothing we can do about my elder brother's condition. Otherwise, we wouldn't trouble second and third uncle." Yi Xian began to cry as well, imitating Mu Mianmian. "Please, grandmother. Yunar will bow to you." Maignan blinked and quickly leaned over her husband and son. My dear husband, how unlucky you both are." Her tone was childish and sounded rather funny, not fitting the situation at all. But she could cry. Her tears fell like rain, full of sorrow and pain. Her crying moved those who heard it. How heartless the Yi family is. The main branch is in such trouble, and they still refuse to help. It's just carrying someone. How hard can that be? And they call themselves family. They share wealth but not hardship. When Lord Yi was still healthy, no one dared treat them like this. People around whispered quietly. The Yi family's affairs were no secret in the capital. They were once a noble house, now fallen from grace. When someone's no longer useful, they just kick them aside. No wonder they're facing misfortune with that kind of attitude. When the royal residence was at its peak, many had envied and resented them. Now they took the chance to mock and add insult to injury. Mu Mianmian didn't care about being laughed at, but the rest of the Yi family valued their pride and feared public shame. Old Madame Ye's face burned with anger. "Second, third, hurry up and carry your elder brother and the others. Let's move." There was no choice. She was still the head of the family, and everyone had to obey. Yi Silon and the others got up and continued carrying the stretchers. No one's allowed to stop again. "If anyone dares to complain, I'll use my whip," the officer shouted after taking a sip of water. "Officer, please have mercy. Give us a little water." The weather along the road grew unbearably hot. They were heading toward a desolate region, said to be one of the harshest places in the land. The farther they walked, the lonelier the road became. The weather was hot, and they needed water. Water and food were in the soldiers' hands. If the soldiers were willing, they would give a little. If not, people could only suffer from thirst. Mu Mianmian had some water hidden in her space, and she secretly gave it to her mother-in-law and the others to drink. They wouldn't die of thirst for now, but Yi Siming and the men carrying him hadn't had any water. She needed to find a way to give them some too. Sir, please let us rest for a while. My husband is injured, and I want to find some herbs for him, Mu Mian said to Captain Liu. Captain Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the half-conscious Prince Yi. He frowned, unsure if the man was still alive. The heat was unbearable, and they had only walked half a day. They would have to travel at night when it was cooler. Rest here, he ordered. Then he glared at Mu Mian. You can look for herbs, but don't run. If you try to escape, you'll regret it. Siyun, stay here and take care of mother. I'll be back soon. Yi Siyun, only a little younger than Mu Mian, looked worried. She wanted to go with her, but was afraid their mother might be bullied if left alone. Eldest sister-in-law, maybe second sister-in-law should go with you. It's safer with two people. Second sister-in-law, what do you think? We all need to find some water, anyway. Yi Siyun spoke gently, trying to please Xinjia. Humph, I don't want to go with her. We don't need to look for herbs. If you want to go by yourself, Xinjia said coldly. She took a few fruits from her bag and handed one to the old lady. Grandmother, please have some fruit to ease your thirst. The old lady smiled. Jia is such a thoughtful child. Then she gave Mu Mian a sharp look. Not like some people who bring bad luck to our family. Yi Siyun grew angry and wanted to argue, but Mu Mian stopped her. Don't waste your breath on people who only know how to bark. They won't understand. I'll be fine on my own, she added. The old lady and the others were furious. Stop right there. Who are you calling names? Yes, sister-in-law. How can you be so rude to grandmother? Xinjia said smugly, waiting to see Mu Mian get into trouble. Seeing a few people making things difficult for Mian, Mainyang immediately said, You were the ones who scolded Mian first. You're in the wrong. Fool. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe I won't hit you? Madame Shun glared at Mainyang's beautiful face, jealousy flashing in her eyes as she spoke angrily. Before, because Mainyang was Yi Siming's mother, everyone was afraid of the Night King's family and dared not call her a fool. But now, things were different. As she spoke, she raised her hand, ready to slap Mainyang. She had long wanted to ruin that charming face. Frightened, Mainyang held her son tightly and hid behind Mu Mian. Mu Mian was about to kick Madame Shin away when, What are you doing? Do you think I'm dead? At that moment, the man lying on the stretcher suddenly opened his eyes. His cold, sharp voice sent chills through everyone. Even in his weakened state, the Night King's commanding presence remained undiminished. Brother! Ahye! Yi Siyun and Mainyang hurried over, tears of joy in their eyes. Brother, you're finally awake. When Madame Shin saw Yi Siming awake and staring at her, her scalp tingled with fear. She quickly backed away to stand beside the second master, muttering, You're already injured. If it weren't for your second uncle and Ceylon carrying you all the way, you wouldn't have survived. How dare he glare at her? Yi Siming's lips were pale and cracked, his body aching all over. He didn't want to waste words on her. Instead, he turned his sharp gaze toward the second master and the others. Second uncle, thank you for your effort. If you don't wish to help, I won't force you. The second master smiled. Siming, we never said we didn't want to help. It's just that everyone's tired from the journey. Your wife sometimes speaks harshly, so don't blame us for saying a few things. The third master agreed. They were upset but couldn't bully the weak or the injured, so they vented their anger on Mu Mian instead. If he didn't appreciate their help, why should they carry him? Yi Siming gave a cold laugh, understanding everything. Then let's divide the family. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Mu Mian's eyes lit up. She was glad he thought the same as she did. She stepped forward to check his wounds. Don't move around yet.
You.
Yi Siming looked at her in confusion. He didn't understand why she hadn't left. Now that he was like this, what benefit could she get from staying? We're talking about dividing the family, Mu Mian said softly, holding his hand gently. Her original voice wasn't like this, but this body belonged to a delicate young girl, so she couldn't help sounding soft and sweet when she spoke.
Ye Siming nodded.
Now wasn't the time to talk about that. If he didn't pull himself together soon, his wife and mother would be bullied. Second uncle, third uncle, grandmother, what do you think? If you think our branch of the family is a burden, then let's separate. If we separate, who will carry you and your father? Don't expect us to help you, Yi Silon said impatiently. He had long disliked his cousin, who was better than him in every way. Do you expect your little princess and Siyun to carry you? The old lady and the others said nothing, but their silence showed they agreed. They clearly wanted to take advantage of them. Yi Siming's eyes darkened as he glared coldly at them, about to speak, when Mu Mianmian said, after we separate, we won't be one family anymore, so we won't trouble you to help my husband and father-in-law. After the separation, everything that belongs to our branch will have nothing to do with yours.
Ye Siming frowned.
He didn't understand where her confidence came from. He and his father were both in poor condition. His mother and younger brother couldn't help much, and Siyun was still a child. Their whole family seemed helpless. Could she really handle it? She looked soft and gentle, but why did he feel a quiet strength coming from her? Mu Mianmian held his hand. Don't worry, I have a plan. Let's separate first. She had no intention of sharing the supplies she had worked so hard to bring with these unpleasant people. Being told don't worry by a woman felt strange to Yi Siming. But in his current state, he really did need her support. When he looked up and met her calm yet gentle eyes, he couldn't help but believe her. All right, I'll listen to you. He didn't expect them to agree to the separation so easily. Could there be a trick? The people from the second and third branches looked at each other, suspicious that they were hiding something valuable. But the couple only had 2 small bundles, wearing plain clothes with nothing of worth, not even food. Big brother, sister-in-law, what will we do after the separation? Yi Xian asked worriedly, far less optimistic than they were. Mu Mianmian said softly, we'll find a way. Mainyang and her brother-in-law sat quietly to the side, having nothing to add. Yi Siming had just woken up and, after saying a few words, felt weak and could no longer speak. Finally, Mu Mianmian made the decision. Trust me, we have our own hands and feet. We don't need to be afraid. Otherwise, we'll always have to depend on others to survive. Do you really want to live like that? Yi Xian fell silent. General Liu, please be our witness. From today, the Yi family will separate. Here are 3 copies of the agreement. Each of us will sign, and that will make it official. The Yi family had nothing left, bare walls and empty rooms. There was really nothing to divide. In truth, it was just a document declaring their independence. General Liu didn't mind. All right, the old Madame Yi and the others were furious. Fine, but don't come begging us later. Everyone sign your names. The second and third sons of the Yi family signed and pressed their fingerprints without hesitation. Finally, Yi Siming did the same. Each kept a copy, and General Liu held one for safekeeping. And so, the family was divided. Mu Mianmian felt relieved. Siyun, you all wait here. I'll go find some food and herbs. Okay, sister-in-law, be careful, Siyun said. Yi Siming, weakly, added, Siyun, go with her. No need, I can manage, Mu Mianmian replied, standing up and walking toward the forest. Everyone stayed to rest. The weather was hot and no one wanted to move. Let's see what she can find, Xinjia muttered from under a tree, watching Mu Mianmian disappear into the woods with disdain. This place is so barren. There's nothing to eat. I heard there's a famine around here. Not even a shadow of a person. How could she find food? Xinjia took out a piece of pastry from her bag. Ajin, do you want some? The 3-year-old boy's mouth watered, but he turned his head away. I don't want it. Fine, then stay hungry, Yi Silon said, taking a big bite of the pastry and a gulp of water. They had brought plenty of food and water, having taken all the remaining supplies from the prince's residence. They wouldn't go hungry, but they didn't share any with the others. Yi Siyun and his family could only watch them eat. Mother, when will Andy come back? Little Ajin asked, his stomach growling. Only when his aunt returned would there be something to eat. Xinjia said, she's been gone for so long and hasn't come back. Could she have run away? If she did, will it get us into trouble? Hearing this, old Madame Yi became anxious. Then hurry and tell General Lu. If that girl dares to cause us trouble, bring her back and teach her a lesson. The Yi family went to report it. When General Lu heard that Mu Mianmian had run away, he immediately came with his soldiers. Mu Mianmian ran away? No, my sister-in-law just went out to find food. She told you before she left, Yi Xian quickly explained, startled by their reaction. A soldier said, the Yi family already confessed that Mu Mianmian ran away. Still trying to deny it? Tell us where she went. The whip cracked in the air, and Yi Xian turned pale with fear. Shen Jia and the others watched proudly. If you hide the truth, you'll be punished. Xian, you'd better tell the truth. Be honest and tell General Lu where Mu Mianmian went. How could Mu Mianmian willingly follow your brother? She must have planned to separate from your family and escape, not caring what happened to you. My sister-in-law wouldn't run away, Yi Xian said, trembling as she clung to her mother. Yi Siming was so angry he tried to get up. The soldiers grew nervous. If the prisoner had escaped, they would be held responsible. If she really ran, I'll make you all pay. Stop. At that moment, Mu Mianmian slowly walked out from the edge of the forest. Who said I ran away? She was holding 2 rabbits in her hands and carrying a new bamboo basket on her back, filled with fresh herbs. Everyone was stunned.
She
actually found food? Sister-in-law. Mother, sister-in-law caught 2 big rabbits. The 3-year-old little brother's eyes sparkled as he ran toward her, full of excitement. What big rabbits? Sister-in-law, let me help you carry them. Mu Mianmian handed him one and smiled. Good boy, Ajin. Little Ajin hugged the rabbit happily and ran back. Big brother, we have rabbits. We can eat rabbit tonight. Yi Siming looked at her in surprise, just like everyone else. He had thought she had run away. He never expected her to come back. In a situation like this, anyone else would have fled. She had been decisive and brave when they divided the family. Someone like her couldn't be foolish. Yet she came back? A shadow flashed in Yi Siming's eyes. A woman's voice sounded. General Lu, I was only gathering herbs and happened to catch 2 rabbits. My husband and the others are here. I couldn't possibly run away. General Lu glanced at the new bamboo basket behind her and understood that she had taken some time to weave it, which was why she returned late. Good. As long as you didn't try to escape. He wasn't worried about them running away. Even if they did, they couldn't escape a nationwide search. Besides, Yi Siming had a golden mark on his face. Even if he fled, that mark would identify him, and the authorities would soon capture him again. There was nowhere to hide. This rabbit is for you, General Lu, Mu Mianmian said generously, handing it to him. General Lu narrowed his eyes. He was tall and strong, with tan skin and sharp, handsome features. A scar at the corner of his eye made him look intimidating. He glanced at the rabbit she offered and didn't refuse. He signaled a soldier to take it. All right, behave yourselves. Don't cause trouble. If anyone dares to lie again, my whip won't show mercy. As he left, he swung his whip toward the Yi family's side, striking Yi Xilan. That's for trying to fool me. They had wanted to use him against the main branch of the Yi family. How bold of them. Lu Tao was not someone to be used by others.
Ah!
Yi Xilan cried out in pain. General Lu, please forgive me. Madame Shen quickly knelt and begged for mercy. The others huddled together in fear. After giving Yi Xilan a beating as a warning, Lu Tao finally left, satisfied. Mu Mianmian, you bring bad luck. I'll tear you apart. Madame Shen shouted angrily when she saw her son covered in bruises and rushed toward Mu Mianmian.
Mu Mianmian smiled calmly.
Second aunt, General Lu is still watching. You. Yi Lauer hurried to pull his wife back.
Stop shouting.
Do you want another beating? Now that Mu Mianmian could find food and had even given a rabbit to General Lu, arguing with her would only make him take her side. Shen Jia glared at Mu Mianmian's basket, fuming. I don't know what kind of luck she has. Mother, let's go to the forest too, and see if we can catch some rabbits. Everyone was astonished that Mu Mianmian could find prey so easily after just one trip to the woods. Jealousy and envy filled their hearts. They all wanted to go see the forest, but it was already night, so they couldn't. Mu Mian ignored them and took a water pouch and some fruit from the bamboo basket. Have some water. Yi Siming drank a few sips and finally felt better. With some strength back, he asked, "Where did you get these things?" "From a forest." Yi Siming didn't believe her. Did she really think he was that easy to fool? "Why did you stay here? What's your purpose?" She had married in someone else's place, so she must have felt wronged. Yet she didn't leave, even found food for them and stayed by his side. It was hard not to be suspicious. Could she be a spy sent by the emperor? Mu Mian frowned, surprised by his words. But he wasn't wrong. Her actions did seem suspicious. "What do you think, Your Highness?" Yi Siming stayed silent, already convinced she had some hidden motive. "I'll stay because I want to. Right now, you all need my help."
You don't really have a choice.
"Even if you dislike me, Your Highness, there's nothing you can do, unless you can rise again." Yi Siming's expression changed slightly. He had only met one daughter of the Mu family before, Mu Jiaojiao. That woman always blushed and stayed quiet around him. When she heard he was injured, her attitude changed immediately. All the women in the capital were the same, pretending to be kind. He never expected Mu Mian to be so sharp-tongued. Now that he was a cripple, he didn't believe she stayed for his sake. Yi Siming's eyes darkened as he stared at the stars. His voice was cold. "If you think you can get something from me, you'd better give up that idea."
All right.
She knew talking to him was useless. She was no longer the same Mu Mian as before. "Let me clean your wound first." Her voice was soft and gentle, yet calm and steady. She worked quickly, nothing like a delicate young lady. Yi Siming couldn't move, so he had no choice but to let her help. He remembered when she first arrived at the Yi household. Seeing his injured state, she had been so frightened that she knelt and begged him to spare her, saying she had been forced to marry in his place.
But now,
Yi Siming couldn't understand. How had she changed so suddenly? Was she just pretending all along? Was everything she did in the palace just an act? While thinking, Mu Mian had already finished treating his wound. "I'll go cook," she said calmly, her face expressionless, her actions neat and steady. For a moment, Yi Siming didn't know how to get along with her. She went to prepare the rabbit, then borrowed a pot from the soldiers, since they didn't have any cooking tools. They also had no rice, oil, or even water, so she had to buy or trade for them. Borrowing wasn't likely, so she decided to trade. Without money, Mu Mian offered some fruit in exchange. At first, they didn't want to give her anything, but since Commander Liu had just eaten some of her rabbit and found it delicious, he reluctantly agreed. After all, pots and bowls weren't worth much. The fruit she gave them was especially juicy and sweet, so it was a good deal. One of the soldiers asked curiously, "Where did you catch the rabbit and pick the fruit?" "In the forest. I guess I was lucky and ran into 2 rabbits as soon as I went in," Mu Mian replied casually. After borrowing the pot, she went back to start a fire and stew the rabbit. Secretly, she took out some seasonings from her hidden supply. The braised rabbit soon filled the air with a mouth-watering aroma. "It smells amazing. Big brother, mother, sister, sister-in-law's cooking smells so good. We're having meat. I'm so happy." The 3-year-old little brother sat nearby, staring at the pot with wide eyes, drooling as he watched. Their mother, still with a childlike heart, sat beside him, both of them smiling at the sight of the food. Yi Xian used the little water left from cooking to wipe their father's body. "Big brother, do you want me to help you too?" "No need." Yi Siming shook his head. It wasn't convenient for him. His sister was still an unmarried girl after all.
Yesun similet.
"Then maybe later, sister-in-law can help you." Yi Siming glanced at Mu Mian, who was busy not far away, his expression turning a bit strange. "Brother, you should treat sister-in-law better. We've really relied on her along the way. Without her, I wouldn't know what to do. Sister-in-law is 100 times better than Mu Jiaojiao. Don't think about that selfish woman anymore." Yi Siming was speechless. Silly sister. Mu Jiaojiao wasn't a good person, but Mu Mian was also from the Mu family. Her actions were even more suspicious. None of them were truly trustworthy. Still, for now, they had no choice but to depend on Mu Mianmian. Yes, I understand, he said quietly.
For now, he would just wait and see.
Ah Yi, the braised rabbit is ready. It smells so good. Mian Mian said you should have the first bite. Mei Nyang ran over happily with a bowl of meat. But before she could take 2 steps, her foot slipped, and the bowl flew into the air. The meat spilled everywhere. Mother! Little Jean quickly got up and ran over on his short legs to help her. Oh no, I'm so clumsy. The meat is all dirty now. Mei Nyang got up quickly, picking up the pieces while crying. There's so much sand. You can't eat this.
Ha ha.
You're such a fool. Useless. Don't eat that meat. You don't deserve it. A boy of about 10 came over and stomped on the spilled meat. If I don't get any meat, neither do you. He was the son of the 3rd branch of the Yi family, Yi Siken, the family troublemaker. Stop. Don't step on my meat. Little Jin's eyes turned red with anger. He ran over and bumped into Yi Siken.
Ah!
You little brat, how dare you hit me? I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Siken kicked him hard. Jean was small and weak. He fell to the ground and started crying loudly. Jean! Mei Nyang rushed over and pushed Yi Siken away. How dare you touch my son? You'll pay for this. The 3rd madam of the Yi family, Madame Zhou, came over and grabbed Mei Nyang by the hair. Hand over the meat, or I'll make you regret it. Hearing the noise, Mu Mianmian came over. Stop. She grabbed Madame Zhou's wrist and twisted it, freeing Mei Nyang. Madame Zhou screamed in pain. The rest of the Yi family rushed over. Mu Mianmian, what are you doing? Grandmother, that foolish woman hurt me.
Yesishan Karid.
Yi Laosan was furious. You dare to hurt my son. You'll pay for this. Oh, my poor grandson. You foolish woman, you hurt him. You must make it up to him. The old lady of the Yi family hugged her grandson and scolded, Give your meat to my grandson to make up for it. It was him. He hit Jean first and threw a stone at me, which made me fall. Mei Nyang said angrily, holding the bowl of meat behind her. This meat is for Yi. You can't have it. Mu Mianmian looked at the boy. Did you throw a stone at Mei Nyang? Her voice was soft but carried an unexpected sense of authority. Yi Siken was still a child and instinctively hid in his mother's arms, crying. I didn't do it. Madame Zhou said angrily, My little Chun is the most well-behaved child. How could he throw stones at anyone? It was clearly your foolish son who fell on his own, and now he's hurt my boy. You'd better pay for it. But they had no money to pay. Everyone knew the main family was so poor that they could barely get by. The only thing they had was some meat. The other families stared at the pot of meat, their eyes shining with greed, wishing they could take it right away. Hurry up and hand over the meat, Yi Sifei said harshly as he came forward to grab it. You hurt my brother, so you must make it right. Mei Nyang instinctively hid behind Mu Mianmian. Yi Sifei wasn't afraid of her. Mu Mianmian was small and delicate, no match for a grown man like him. But then, He tried to push her, but she caught his wrist and twisted his arms so he couldn't move.
Mu Mianmian.
Let go of me. You also hurt my mother-in-law, Mu Mianmian said coldly, glancing at Madame Zhou and the others. If you want to fight, I'm not afraid. But if you want to steal our food, forget it. Being exposed in front of everyone made Madame Zhou and the others blush with embarrassment. Bad luck. What nonsense are you talking about? Who's stealing your food? If you hadn't hurt my son, we wouldn't be here. Your whole family brings misfortune. Madame Zhou shouted loudly, trying to cover her guilt. Shun Jia helped the old lady and said, Sister-in-law, don't say that. It's not like we don't have food. Who cares about your little bit of meat? But since you have meat, shouldn't you show some respect to grandmother? Keeping it all to yourselves is unfilial. Madame Zhou's eyes lit up. Yes, Jia is right. You're being selfish and not showing respect to the old lady. That's unfilial. The old lady lifted her chin proudly, as if expecting them to bring the meat to her right away.
Mu Mianmian puset Yesifei aside.
We've already separated from the family. The old lady isn't my father-in-law's real mother. Whoever's mother she is should be the one to care for her. You. The old lady was furious. Mu Mian, your family truly has no manners. If you're so unfilial, then we can cast you out. This matter is not for you to decide, came a calm but powerful voice. At that moment, Yi Siming's voice came, full of authority. Second uncle, third uncle, since we've already divided the family, can't you take good care of the old lady yourselves? If you want meat, go find it on your own. How can you take food from a woman's hands? Aren't you ashamed? The family's reputation had been completely ruined by them. Yi Siming found their behavior disgraceful and didn't want to look at them anymore. The second and third uncles were left speechless. A few women were about to speak, but the soldiers nearby shouted, "What's all the noise? We'll be leaving in an hour. If you keep me from sleeping, I'll make you regret it." The soldiers were fierce, and the women quickly quieted down, returning to sit together in silence. Yi Sikhen called out, "Mother, I want to eat meat." The meat cooked by the main family smelled so good that he could hardly stand it. They had been eating only dry food and fruit along the way, with no oil or fat at all. Even the adults were struggling, let alone the children. "Be good, Chinner. Tomorrow your father will go hunting, and we'll have meat too." Madame Zhou comforted him softly. "The meat is dirty now, let's not eat it," Mu Mian said when she saw that her mother-in-law's portion had fallen and couldn't be eaten. She picked it up, planning to throw it away. Don't throw it away. We haven't had any meat for so long. You worked so hard to catch it," the old lady said tearfully, unwilling to let go. "It's all right. I can catch more tomorrow. There's still some in the pot. Enough for us to eat now," Mu Mian said gently, coaxing her. Only then did the old lady hand over the bowl. Mu Mian threw away the dirty meat and came back to eat with everyone. Finally, they could enjoy a warm, fragrant meal. Everyone was satisfied, their faces glowing with happiness. Even Yi Siming felt that having a bite of meat was a blessing. Mu Mian also prepared some porridge to feed her father-in-law, who was still unconscious. Though he hadn't woken up, he was alive and needed food to survive. "Sister-in-law, let me feed father. Could you help my brother clean up a bit?" Yi Siyun offered, taking the bowl from her hands after washing the dishes. Her eldest brother liked to stay clean. Ever since they left the capital, he had still been wearing his wedding clothes. Yi Siyun felt sorry for him. "All right," Mu Mian said, glancing at the man without refusing. Hearing this, Yi Siming's ears turned red, and he quickly said no need. In the past, he was always served by guards, but now a gentle young wife had suddenly appeared. They hadn't even had their wedding night yet, and they were still on the road to exile. Being this close to someone made him uneasy, especially since his legs were injured. "Wiping your body will make you feel better," the woman said as she carried over a wooden basin. The water had been freshly changed. It was cool spring water that Mu Mian had secretly taken from her hidden space. She came over to help him change, her fair and delicate hands reaching out. Yi Siming stared at her, his face full of resistance. "I don't need it. Go help Xiao Jin instead."
Mu Mian frowned.
"But if you don't clean up, you'll smell bad. It's unpleasant." She didn't even dare to get close enough to apply medicine to him. Yi Siming fell silent. Smell bad? Was she saying he stank? He said nothing more, but his face turned pale, showing both pain and frustration. Thinking he was uncomfortable, Mu Mian didn't hesitate. She stepped forward and quickly untied his belt, helping him out of his clothes. Yi Siming's body went stiff. He didn't dare move. What about his trousers? The lower part was already torn from when she had applied medicine earlier. His legs were in casts, completely immobile. I can do it myself," Yi Siming said, taking a deep breath and grabbing at his clothes, afraid she would take everything off. Didn't this woman understand the difference between men and women? He almost shouted, "Your trousers are torn. I'll help you change into a new pair so you'll be more comfortable," she said. That wasn't the point. Yi Siming's ears turned red. He couldn't help but ask, "How old are you?" She looked so young, surely not very old. He knew nothing about her. 15, Mu Mian replied, puzzled by his question. Only 15. Still a child, really. She probably didn't understand such things. Yi Siming froze, feeling awkward. He didn't know who to ask for help, his mother or his sister. That would be even more embarrassing. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll do it myself. There's no time. We have to leave soon, Mu Mianmian said, wanting to finish quickly so he could rest. No matter what he said, she reached out to help him anyway. The moment she did, she immediately regretted it. Seeing her staring blankly, Yi Siming's face darkened with anger. Turn around, he ordered coldly.
Huh?
Mu Mianmian only felt unprepared and said, Wait a moment. She took out a set of clothes from her storage space. They were clothes he had worn before, fitting him well. She quickly helped him change into a clean outfit. However, he refused to change his underclothes, holding onto them stubbornly. Finally, he snapped, Mu Mianmian, don't touch me.
Fine then.
Mu Mianmian didn't want to force him. All right, do you feel any better now? Yi Siming felt miserable. He had been framed, betrayed, injured, and lost everything, yet none of that had made him feel as awful as he did now. Be quiet. His eyes were cold and filled with anger as he turned away from her. Mu Mianmian, however, remained calm. She had seen many patients with bad tempers before. Considering he had once been a proud and powerful man, it was normal for him to feel upset after losing everything. Well then, I'll rest for a bit. You should rest too. She was truly tired, so she leaned against a tree stump and closed her eyes. Nearby, Mei Nyang, little Ajin, and Yi Siyun also fell asleep. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and everyone else was asleep, so no one saw the once proud Night King being helped into clean clothes. Otherwise, Yi Siming would have been mortified. The woman fell asleep quickly, but he couldn't. He turned his head to look at her peaceful face, feeling more and more puzzled. An hour passed quickly. The soldiers woke up right on time to get everyone moving. Get up. Time to travel. It was the middle of the night, the best time to sleep, yet they were forced awake. Everyone looked tired and unwilling to move, but the soldiers didn't care. They had to travel at night because the daytime heat was unbearable. There were over 100 exiled people in total. Since the second and third branches of the family had separated, they refused to help carry Yi Siming and the old master. Sister-in-law, what should we do now? Yi Siyun asked anxiously, almost in tears, ready to beg the others for help.
Mu Mianmian stayed calm.
Don't panic. I'll find someone. General Lu. Lu Tao raised an eyebrow, glancing at the soft-spoken young woman. He already guessed her purpose but still asked, What is it? I'd like to borrow your grain cart. He had expected her to ask for men, not a cart. You have an empty grain cart. Why not lend it to me? When we reach the exile village, I'll pay you for it. Late at night, the young woman's soft voice sounded especially charming. Lu Tao didn't know what she wanted to do, but somehow he agreed. You can borrow the grain cart, but I have no one to push it for you, and you can't use the horses. He waited for her to beg him, but Mu Mianmian didn't. That's fine. I only need the cart. Lu Tao. Boss, why did you give her the grain cart? One of the soldiers asked, suspicious that the boss might be interested in her. These days, the Night King was like that too, such a lovely woman, and no one could even show her kindness. If she had nowhere to go and came to ask Lu Tao for help, and if she agreed willingly, it wouldn't be a problem. Lu Tao did have that thought, but the young lady didn't play along. Somehow, she had tricked him. He hadn't planned to give her the cart at all.
But
he had already done it before realizing. This woman is real trouble. Lu Tao cursed under his breath. Next time, I won't let her confuse me again. Mu Mianmian had already pulled the grain cart over and carefully placed the Night King and Lord Yi onto it. The grain cart had 2 wheels and a large wooden board built on top. It wasn't very big, but it could barely hold the 2 men. Sister-in-law, are we really going to push them like this? Yi Xian looked helpless. He could never guess what she was thinking. How could someone so delicate move such a heavy load? It's fine. I can pull it myself. Mu Mianmian hung the pots and bowls on the side and patted the wooden board to test its strength. Sister-in-law, are you sure you can pull it? Yi Siyun was stunned.
Huh?
She must be out of her mind. She thinks she can pull 2 grown men by herself? Yi Silan and Yi Sifei couldn't help mocking her. She's definitely lost it. Who would think of something like that? The Shun and Zhou women also sneered, waiting to see Mu Mianmian fail and come crying to them for help. Lu Tao quietly watched, amused. Everyone's eyes were on her. Mu Mianmian looked so delicate, fair skin, slender arms and legs. How could she possibly pull two grown men?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Yi Siyun and Yi Siming both thought the same and tried several times to persuade her otherwise. At worst, they would just say a few kind words to calm her down and ask her not to make such a fuss. If she couldn't pull it off, she would only make herself feel worse. Sister-in-law, please don't be like this. If it comes to that, I'll go and beg second uncle, Yi Siyun said, her eyes red with tears. Mainyang held her little son, looking lost and helpless, but still worried about her.
Mian.
Under everyone's gaze, Mu Mianmian had already tied a rope to both ends of the cart handle, slung it over her shoulders, and gripped the handles tightly, ready to pull. I can do it. Don't worry. As she spoke, she easily started pulling the cart with two grown men on it. General Liu, let's go. We won't slow anyone down. Everyone stared in shock.
She
actually did it? Even Yi Siming couldn't believe it. Could it be that she knew martial arts? But she was clearly just a delicate young woman. And now she was pulling two men weighing over 300 pounds as if it were nothing. Could she really be a secret agent sent by the emperor? Otherwise, how could this be possible?
Wow.
Mian is amazing. Sister-in-law, you're the best. Mainyang and little Ajin clapped their hands happily, cheering for her. Yi Siyun cried tears of joy, deeply admiring Mu Mianmian. She wiped her tears and hurried to follow, wanting to help push the cart. But she soon realized she couldn't help at all. Feeling useless, she looked at Mu Mianmian with teary eyes, full of guilt. Sister-in-law, I'm useless. It's fine. Just take care of Mother and Ajin. I can handle this myself. Mu Mianmian's body had recovered, and her strength was returning. In her previous life, she had been a mech warrior, so this kind of physical work was nothing to her. With her ability to move things through space, she didn't even need to use much strength. She could secretly shift the cart forward bit by bit. The people from the Yi family's second and third branches were furious as they watched. That Mu Mianmian. How can someone so unlucky have such strength? She must have done hard labor in the Mu family before. That's the only reason she's so strong. Otherwise, how could she almost twist Yi Silan's arm off so easily? What bad luck. That girl only knows how to attract attention from men. Shen Jia was extremely jealous. Mu Mianmian was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had a soft, sweet voice. Even Lu Tao was completely charmed by her and lent her the grain cart after just a few words. She's so shameless. They muttered in private, jealous, but unable to do anything except speak ill of Mu Mianmian behind her back. They traveled through the night, exhausted and sleepy. Most people could no longer walk and sat down on the ground, too tired to move. The soldiers whipped them to make them stand, but many couldn't get up. Sir, what should we do now? They really can't go on. We need to rest here. They had little food left, and after walking all night without proper rest, many were at their limit. If this continued, some would die on the road. Lu Tao was frustrated. Their supplies were running low, and if they kept wasting time, they would all starve. Rest here for now. Sister-in-law, take a break. I'll go find something to eat, Yi Xian said, wiping the sweat from her forehead.
Don't go.
I have some fruit in my basket. Let's eat a little and rest first. I'll look for food later, Mu Mianmian said, stopping her. They had no real food left, not even a piece of dry bread. The rabbit they caught yesterday was already eaten. Only a few herbs and some fruit remained, 5 in total. Each person ate one to ease their hunger a little. Give father some water, Mu Mianmian said, handing her a water pouch. Everyone else was also exhausted, sitting limply on the ground. It was morning, so at least it wasn't too hot yet. After resting for a while, Mu Mianmian decided to look for food. General Liu, I'd like to go out and find something to eat. I'll be quick. Please allow it. Lu Tao raised his scarred brow slightly. Aren't you tired? She had walked all night, pulling 2 grown men along, yet hadn't complained once. Even he, riding a horse, felt ready to collapse.
I'm fine, she said.
Of course, she was tired, but if she didn't keep going, the weak and elderly behind her would soon cry from hunger. Lu Tao frowned slightly, his gaze lingering briefly on her pale neck. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Su, go with her. The two young soldiers immediately stepped forward. Be quick. We'll move again in an hour. Mu Mianmian lowered her eyes and said nothing, allowing them to follow. Is she even human? Someone whispered. The two young soldiers followed him, feeling completely exhausted. Mu Mianmian, however, moved lightly and quickly, carrying a bamboo basket as she climbed up and down like a nimble monkey.
There's a water source here, she said.
Everyone can rest for a while and cook something to eat. We need to be full before we continue.
She stopped by a small stream.
The two soldiers looked around and realized it was indeed a good place to rest. Xiao Su, go tell the captain.
Got it.
Mu Mianmian took out a small pouch of herbs and handed it to him. Officer, this is a herbal sachet that helps relieve heat. It smells fresh and cool, and it can also help you stay alert. Really? Xiao Zhang looked a bit cautious, but couldn't resist his curiosity. He took it, smelled it, and immediately felt refreshed. Wow, it really works. Amazing.
Mu Mianmian smiled.
Officer, could you please have my husband and the others brought over? Xiao Zhang held the sachet awkwardly, unsure whether to keep it or not.
All right.
But just this once. Mu Mianmian smiled again. Thank you, officer. After he left, Mu Mianmian quietly took out some supplies from her hidden space, especially a group of rabbits. When Lu Tao arrived with his men, he saw the petite woman happily catching rabbits in the grass. What on earth, a whole group of rabbits? Mu Mianmian picked them up one by one and tossed them into her basket as if she were collecting treasures. Mianmian. Mainyang came overexcitedly, holding her son. So many rabbits. Rabbits. We can have meat tonight. Little Ajin wiped his mouth and grinned at the sight. Mu Mianmian put all the rabbits into the basket, then carried 2 of them to Lu Tao. Captain Lu, thank you for helping me bring my husband and the others here. Please accept these 2 rabbits as a small gift. Lu Tao. He turned to glare at the 2 soldiers. Wasn't I the one who told you to keep an eye on her? She managed to catch a whole group of rabbits, and you 2 did nothing. Lu Tao was furious. He had suspected the woman was unusual, which was why he had ordered them to watch her, but clearly, they were useless. Miss Mu, you're really lucky, he said. Mu Mianmian handed him the rabbits with a calm smile. Yes, just lucky, that's all. Since Lu Tao was the leader of the group, it was important to stay on good terms with him. Watching his younger siblings happily holding the snow-white rabbits, Yi Siming's expression grew complicated. Do you want to take a bath? He asked quietly. At this moment, the woman approached softly and gently, with bright, clear eyes that sparkled like autumn water, fixed on him and captivating his heart. Yi Siming felt uncomfortable under her gaze. He remembered last night when she had pulled off his clothes. Now, was she addicted to doing that? Not convenient, he said as straightforwardly and politely as he could. Mu Mianmian looked around and realized it truly was not suitable. There were so many people during the day, bathing by the creek was inappropriate, and his leg was injured, so he needed someone to help him wash. All right, I'll help you wash later tonight, she replied softly. Yi Siming's face stiffened slightly. Knowing resistance was useless, he said nothing. Did you catch so many rabbits right away? A whole nest of rabbits, all fat and large, just right for butchering, about 8 or 9 in total. He easily gathered a big bunch of rabbits, which was quite surprising. Mu Mianmian smiled and said, Maybe I'm lucky. I found a nest of rabbits here. Do you want them braised or steamed? Her voice was sweet and gentle, and her smile brightened even more. Yi Siming's eyes darkened slightly. After glancing at her, he quickly looked away. Either way is fine. You've worked hard lately. Yes, I'll check your leg. I heard you treated my leg. Do you know medical skills? Mu Mianmian smiled and said, A little. My mother knows some. I learned a bit from her, recognizing herbs, acupuncture, and some diagnosis techniques. Is that all she knows? Yi Siming frowned slightly. Mu Mianmian's mother was a low-ranking lady of the Mu family, and no one knew whether she truly understood medicine. She was raised in the inner chambers, and she claimed to recognize herbs and speak about them fluently. Will my leg get better? He asked. Whether she knew medicine or not, after using her medicine, he felt no pain in his leg for now. Mu Mianmian examined his injury. It's healing well. It can recover, but injuries to muscles and bones take about 100 days. Without 3 or 4 months, it won't fully heal. Be patient. Hearing that it could heal, Yi Siming felt a bit more relaxed, regardless of whether it was true. Thank you, older sister-in-law. At this moment, Shin Jiejun and others came over. You have so many rabbits. Can you give us 2? Looking at the large house filled with a nest of pure white, round rabbits, I felt very jealous. Mu Mianmian's expression turned cold. If you want to eat meat, go find it yourself. Big sister-in-law, you can't do that. We have 2 rabbits to show respect to our grandmother. No matter what, she is the lady of the Knight family. Old Master was young and lost his mother, but grandmother raised him. Although they are not biologically related, she still raised him with love. Old Master should be filial to her. The elder Shin and Zhou women spoke confidently. If you are so unfilial, you are betraying Old Master. Mu Mianmian coldly said. Father is in the Knight family. He has been well cared for since childhood, with servants and maids. He eats and uses things from the Knight family. How could the old lady have raised him with love? You. Mu Mianmian, how dare you? You're really a troublemaker. Such poor manners make you a disobedient child. If you dare to talk back again, I will discipline you. Old lady Yi scolded angrily, wishing she could tear her mouth apart. Mu Mianmian grew impatient. We have already separated our family. Now, with father like this, if you want him to be filial, you should wait until he wakes up to talk. As a new daughter-in-law, how dare she ask her to lead filial duties? If you want to eat meat, go find it yourself. These rabbits are caught by me, enough for our big house. If you want to eat, pay for them or give us half of what you have. You have quilts, but we don't. If you give the quilts to father, I will give you 1 rabbit. Old lady immediately became unhappy. Why should we share our things with you? Then why do you want to eat my rabbits? Mu Mianmian looked expressionless, her eyes cold. Old lady Yi was furious and raised her cane to hit her. I'll beat you, the bad luck charm. If it weren't for you, our Knight family wouldn't have fallen so low. Stop arguing. The soldiers also came over. Officer, Mu Mianmian hit my grandmother and mistreated the elderly. Shinjia quickly stood up, pointing at Mu Mianmian with righteous anger. Old lady Yi sat there grumbling. Officer, please do justice for us. Lu Tao looked at these women and felt annoyed. Mu Mianmian, did you hit someone? No, it was old lady Yi who wanted my rabbit first. I refused, so she hit me. Commander Lu, we have all separated our families. I am taking care of my family alone. The 2nd and 3rd branches of the Yi family refused to help carry my husband and others on the road, so we split up. Now they want us to be filial to the old lady. Do you think that's right? Why don't we all judge this fairly? Mu Mianmian was calm. She straightened her small body and clearly explained the whole story in just a few words. She didn't cry, shout, or cause trouble. Seeing the young woman, Lu Tao's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He smiled and said, Indeed, it's not right. But this is your Yi family's matter. Making a scene here affects us, and that's your fault, seeing that Lu Tao didn't seem to want to protect Mu Mianmian. Shun Jia secretly felt happy. Commander Lu is right. Sister-in-law, no matter what, as a younger person, your disrespect to your grandmother is wrong. If you wanted my rabbit and I didn't give it and you just took it by force, is that right? Mu Mianmian retorted coldly. We've already split up. We are independent now. We should each live our own lives. If you want to eat meat, your family has hands and feet. There are many men. Do you expect us women to throw tantrums and fight to steal food just to survive? The 2 older brothers from the 2nd and 3rd branches immediately looked unhappy. Who said we're stealing your meat? Mu Mianmian, stop talking nonsense. We don't care about your 2 pieces of rabbit meat. 2nd and 3rd old lords hurried over, cursing and helping the old lady up. Mother, we're leaving. Later, we'll take Lonner and Fair to the mountains to hunt for you. We'll catch a wild pig and bring it back to honor you. They were filled with righteous anger and made firm promises. Old lady Yi nodded happily, saying it was good. The family finally calmed down. Lu Tao looked at Mu Mianmian, raised his eyebrows, and glanced at her charming face. He lazily said, "Mu girl, you should avoid causing trouble. I don't have so much time to settle family disputes for you on this journey." "Yes, thank you, Commander Lu." The woman didn't say much and turned around to cook. At this time, many people went out to find food, and the soldiers followed. After wandering nearby, they returned empty-handed. Soon, they smelled the aroma of meat, braised rabbit, and steamed dishes. Everyone's mouths watered as they took out their dry food and took big bites. "It's so strange. Isn't she supposed to be a troublemaker? Why does she keep having good luck? We haven't had such good fortune." Mu Mianmian went into the woods, gathered a rabbit, herbs, and fresh mushrooms, and came back. The wild vegetables she picked were even fresher than theirs. "Big brother, mother isn't feeling well. Maybe we should buy a rabbit from the Yi family to help her get better," suggested a family from exile, the Chun family, with 5 members. They were noble officials from the capital, but after angering the emperor, Mr. Chun died, and Mrs. Chun, along with her weak family, was exiled. The eldest son, 16, named Chun Liang. The younger son, 15, named Chun Shan. Both are young and inexperienced. After discussing, the brothers came to find Mu Mianmian. "Miss Mu, can we buy one of your rabbits?" They had a bunch of rabbits. 2 were killed and 7 or 8 remained. Little Ah Jin and Mei Nyang played in the grass, holding each other. Fat Mei's rabbit looked so tempting that it made people drool. Mu Mianmian said, "Yes," but she didn't know how to sell the rabbit, so she looked at Yi Siming. "There are so many rabbits. We can't eat them all, and we need to carry some with us. It's not very convenient. Selling them can earn some money. With money, we can buy things at the market." She had money in her space, but she needed a reason to use it. Things like firewood, rice, oil, and salt couldn't be taken out easily. Being poor and having nothing, having food and drink suddenly would raise suspicion. Borrowing from soldiers or buying things wasn't a good idea. Using the money from selling rabbits and having these supplies would prevent others from doubting them. Yi Siming frowned slightly. "Can't you ask them to help carry me and my father on the road?" He thought it was too hard for her, a weak girl, to pull them. She could exchange rabbits for 2 workers. "I can pull us myself. I don't need them," Mu Mianmian said, but she really wanted to earn money. "How much does a rabbit usually cost per jean?" That's what she wanted to ask. Yi Siming's expression stiffened. He didn't know either. That's right. He spends all his time fighting and is a noble prince, so he doesn't understand household chores like cooking and cleaning. Yesi Yun, being the eldest daughter, also doesn't understand these things. Neither does Mother Ai nor Ah Jin. No need to ask them. Mu Mianmian thought for a moment. "You can name your price." The Chun brothers looked at each other and took out a small bag of money. "We only have 300 coins. Do you think that's enough? Also, we want you to send us some herbs." If the money isn't enough, the 2 brothers can help carry the Night King and others on their journey. Both brothers are strong-looking and seem hardworking. They probably know some fighting skills too. Mu Mianmian liked their strength and thought this was a good deal. "All right, bring your mother here. I'll check what illness she has and prescribe some medicine. Do you know medical skills?" Chun was surprised. "A little. I can identify herbs and understand a bit about medicine," Mu Mianmian said modestly. "Good, then thank you, Miss Mu." The brothers happily brought their mother over. Mu Mianmian and her group were just finishing their meal. "Sit down and eat together." No, that wouldn't be right." Mrs. Chun, in her 40s, looked kind and proper. She seemed gentle but was pale and thin, looking very sick. She had to be carried by her eldest son to get here. Seeing this, she quickly shook her head, feeling embarrassed. "We'll come back later." The Chun family had 2 younger sons, about 7 or 8 years old. They had no daughters, only sons. They looked at the meat in the pot and didn't want to leave. They were very hungry. In just a few days, the originally chubby and cute little ones looked dizzy and very thin. "Give the children some. We made too much and can't finish it." "There's also some porridge," Mu Mianmian said without much explanation, serving 2 bowls of meat to the children. But the children looked at their mother and older brother, afraid to eat. Seeing how weak the children were and not wanting them to go hungry, Mrs. Chen's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you, Miss Mu." Thank you, Sister Moo. The children finally smiled and took the food. Yesi Yun served porridge to Chun and the brothers. Everyone ate the warm food and suddenly felt alive again. The soldiers also cooked porridge, and everyone could have a bowl. But it wasn't as tasty as Moo Mian Mian's. Their porridge was just rice with some broth. The large pot of porridge made by the soldiers was actually just rice water, not real porridge. It was a bowl full of rice soup, with no solid rice, so it couldn't fill anyone up. It was only enough to keep them alive. After eating, the brothers from the Chen family took over washing the dishes. Moo Mian Mian checked Mrs. Chen's pulse and said, "She has caught a cold and is lacking energy and blood. She needs some medicine and time to recover. Lack of energy and weakness are caused by poor eating and not enough rest. Under exile conditions, recovery is difficult and can't happen quickly. The first step is to treat the cold." She took some herbs and gave them to Chen Liang, saying, "Boil this medicine, put it in a water bag, and give it to your mother 3 times a day after meals." Chen Liang quickly thanked her and went to prepare the medicine. "Big Sister Moo, can I help with anything?" Chen Shan felt that since they ate her food, it wouldn't be right to do nothing. They had no extra money, so they could only exchange labor. "Yes, help my father turn over and wipe his body and change his clothes, okay?" Moo Mian Mian considered their situation. Not having a man who could work was really troublesome, so she decided to help the Chin family. This way, they could help each other. The Chin brothers are good people. "Okay, I'll do it right away," Chin Shan said without hesitation and went to help. Night Si Yin could finally rest. "Sister-in-law, you should rest too. Si Yin, come here for a moment." Shen Jia and her daughter, Yi Xiying, approached her. "Second sister-in-law, is there something you need?" Yi Xiying stood up and approached her. Shen Jia smiled and said, "Si Yin, you need to be careful. Now that big brother is disabled, Moo Mian Mian is flirting around. If you're not careful, it might embarrass big brother and the Yi family." Yi Xiying, who was born a month after Yi Xiyun, held Shen Jia's arm and said angrily, "Yes, big sister. Our family split because of Moo Mian Mian. She's a troublemaker. If it weren't for her stirring things up, we wouldn't have split and our family wouldn't be in such a bad state." "Shut up. Don't speak badly of my sister-in-law." Hearing them call her brother a cripple and a troublemaker made Yi Xiyun furious. She almost lost her temper and wanted to shout at them. "My sister-in-law is not a troublemaker. You are. Yi Xiyun, don't be ungrateful. Forget it. Let's not pay attention to her. There will be a time to cry later." The two of them were startled, but seeing she was not easily influenced, they quickly left, cursing under their breath. Yesi Yun returned home angrily. "What happened?" Moo Mian Mian thought she had been bullied. "Nothing much." Seeing her concern, Yesi Ming's mood gradually calmed. He didn't want to tell her brothers and others as it might upset them. He wasn't stupid. The things they did on the way here were truly outrageous. If it weren't for Moo Mian Mian, he wouldn't know what to do. He had long secretly promised to treat his sister-in-law well and would never believe their slander. "Sister-in-law, you should rest now." Chun Shan helped Lord Yi wipe his body and change clothes. "Miss Moo, I wanted to help Lord Yi wipe down too, but he wouldn't let me." Lord Yi was very fierce. Even lying there doing nothing made people feel scared because of his strong presence. He shot a cold glance, and Chun Shan didn't dare come closer. "It's okay, you should go back and rest first." Moo Mian Mian took the wooden basin from his hand and went to the man. "I'll help you wipe." It was very hot now, and sweating was easy. Yesi Ming had been lying down, and his back was soaked, making him uncomfortable. Chun Shan could help wipe him, but he wasn't used to being touched by others. Anyway, Moo Mian Mian had already undressed him, so it was better if she did it. In the open air, with many people around, he didn't take off his clothes completely. Moo Mian Mian wrung out a towel and slipped it into his collar. She leaned in close, and their posture was quite intimate. Yesi Ming looked up and saw her fair neck. She was so close that he could smell her youthful fragrance. She was sweating too, but she smelled nice. "Just help me sit up." Yesi Ming's eyes darkened, feeling uncomfortable. He tightly grasped the edge of the stretcher, his ears turning red without realizing it. Moo Mian Mian stopped and said, that's more convenient." He sat up and still took off his outer coat, leaving only a pure white inner shirt. His body was clean and neat, no longer looking messy like before. Ye Ming got up and took off his outer garment himself, his long fingers pulling at the collar with elegant movements. At this moment, Mu Mianmian carefully looked at him and thought he was very handsome. His features were fair and handsome, with a painting-like face, a cold and noble aura, very much like her fiancé from her past life.
But there was a tattoo under his eye.
Scarlet tattoos, as a mark on the prisoner, can never be washed away. Although it doesn't affect his appearance, it looks unsightly. What does it mean to be a traitor? Mu Mianmian continued to help him wash his body, thinking she would remove the mark later. Let me do it myself. Ye Siming felt he could move now and didn't want to trouble others, especially a delicate girl like her. Can't reach her back. Let me do it, Mu Mianmian said, noticing he looked like her late fiancé and wanting to help more. Her late fiancé died because of her. Although he isn't him, she hopes to fill the gap in her heart. I said I don't need help. Ye Siming grabbed her soft wrist. Suddenly, with a tug, she fell into his arms. With warmth and softness in his embrace, Ye Siming's mind suddenly went blank. Instinctively, he pushed her away. This was his first time holding a woman. Sorry. Mu Mianmian fell and sat on the grass, looking up to see the man's reddened ears, which looked shy in the sunlight. But his face was cold and calm, showing no emotion. His thin lips pressed together, and his cold eyes looked at her without any change. This scene reminded her of her late fiancé, making her feel a bit dazed. He really looks like him, she whispered softly. It's okay. Miss Mu, we need to talk to you. Come over here. A soldier called her. Mu Mianmian stood up. I'll go see what they want. Lu Tao isn't a good person, Ye Siming said, glancing at the man in the distance with a dark expression. He was also watching her. Lu Tao was close to the crown prince. Mu Mianmian had been close to him, and he was especially kind to her. Thinking of this, Ye Siming's handsome face darkened. He thought they were working together, and the uneasy feeling from earlier disappeared instantly. Seeing he looked unhappy, Mu Mianmian explained, I know, but we shouldn't confront him directly now. This team listens to him. They couldn't escape with their families. Running away wasn't a solution. Better to go to the southern wilderness and see if they could find a chance to rise again. After saying this, she didn't say more and turned to leave. Ye Siming watched her small figure, lost in thought. General Liu, you called me. Lu Tao leaned against a tree stump, looking at the delicate woman. He smiled and asked, I heard Miss Mu knows some medicine. Yes, I know a little, Mu Mianmian replied cautiously. Can you cure the Night King's leg? Mu Mianmian's expression darkened slightly. No, I'm not a doctor. I can't heal his leg. His leg bones are shattered, and it's been a long time. I only gave him some basic painkillers. When we reach the exile village, it might be too late. Lu Tao chuckled softly, seeming to see right through her. Miss Mu, don't worry. I'm not interested in dealing with a fallen, disabled prince. I know. General Liu is a good person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken such care of us on this journey. Her voice was soft and charming, making her very appealing. Lu Tao smiled. You're the first to say I'm a good person. He's not really a good person.
Mu Mianmian clenched her fists.
Is there anything else, General Liu? We need to use the grain transport cart. We can't lend it to you anymore. Is he trying to find fault? Mu Mianmian's heart sank. All right, when do we leave? Lu Tao didn't know what she was planning. It's too hot now. We can only set out in the afternoon. He instinctively asked, what are you planning to do? I want to go into the woods and cut some trees to make a cart myself. Lu Tao thought he must have heard wrong. Haha. The soldiers couldn't help but laugh mockingly at her. She says she'll make a cart? In just half a day? That's impossible. A delicate woman like her. How can she make a cart alone? Is she crazy? The soldiers all thought she was dreaming. Young lady, making a cart is complicated. It's not as simple as you think. You have no tools. Can you do it with your bare hands? Don't be unrealistic. An older soldier advised, you'd be better off asking our leader.
He's soft-hearted.
If you ask him nicely and bring him some good food, he might help you. Maybe he'll help you. The young lady was too naive. Lu Tao was clearly doing this on purpose. just to make her come to him willingly. After all, Lu Tao was the third son of the Lu family. He was not just an ordinary soldier in charge of escorting prisoners. He was from a noble family with a high status. The Lu family is the maternal family of the crown prince's wife, and they have strong influence in the capital. Although Lu Tao is an illegitimate son, he is highly valued by the crown prince. This time, he was sent to escort the exiled person, which also had a purpose. The veteran looked at Lu Tao, then came over and whispered, "Miss Mu, the Night King has no future now. He's just a useless person. You should find a backup plan for yourself soon. We are the best choice. The people above won't let the Night King survive to reach the southern wilderness. When the Night King dies, the Night family will split again. They will be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, especially Mu Mian, a delicate young girl. Even if she goes to the exile village, life won't be easy for her. She is destined to become a man's plaything. It's better to join Lu Tao now. At least he can give her a safe place to stay." "Thank you, Commander Lu, for your kindness," Mu Mian said coldly, glancing at Lu Tao without saying anything, then turned and walked away. "Hey!" The veteran thought she was ungrateful and turned to Lu Tao, saying, "Boss, should we teach her a lesson? She's just a young girl." Lu Tao, wanting her, has plenty of ways to force her. But Lu Tao, born into nobility, has a natural sense of pride. He wouldn't force a woman who doesn't want to be with him. He prefers to conquer women with strong personalities. Lu Tao chuckled lazily. "I want to see how she plans to make a cart in just half a day." "Exactly," the soldiers agreed. "If she can't do it, she'll be desperate and will probably give in. Nobody is allowed to help her, and she can't go far," Lu Tao thought, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He wouldn't give her a chance. He issued the order, and the Chun brothers didn't dare to help her carry the exiled person on the road. Lu Tao also took back the grain cart. He was pushing her into a corner, forcing her to come back and beg him. "It's okay." Mu Mian remained calm and composed. "Huh, she's crazy. Without axe, let's see how she cuts the tree." Knight's second and third households all sat under the big tree to cool off, eating fruit and watching the show, without any intention of helping. Mian. Everyone gathered around to watch. Mainyang held her young son, feeling a bit confused and unsure of what to do. Yesin said, "Sister-in-law, why are you cutting down the trees? We don't have any knives." Not to mention making a cart, just cutting the trees was already a problem. She also thought it was a far-fetched idea. Mu Mian walked up to Yesiming and asked, "Prince, how is your inner strength? Even if she had a knife, she couldn't cut so many big trees all at once." Yesiming understood what she wanted to do, and thought she was clever. Help this king up. It was time for them to see clearly. Even if he couldn't move, he was not someone they could bully at will. Mu Mian helped him up and used a stick as a crutch to support his body. Everyone watched them and burst into laughter. "Haha, a useless person. What can he do? Maybe he's crazy, planning to hit the trees with his head and break them." But in the next second, Yewang suddenly exerted strength, slapping a large tree with his palm. Immediately, a row of big trees behind him fell down, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to tremble.
Wow.
Is this even possible? Everyone's eyes widened, and then they felt a chill down their spines.
Yewang.
Isn't he useless? His legs are broken, but his inner strength is still there. Liu Tao's expression darkened. He was careless. Those people hadn't been cautious enough. Since they planned to break his legs, why hadn't they also destroyed his martial arts skills? Now, it's different. Killing him won't be so easy. However, Yesiming used a little of his martial arts and suddenly spat blood, showing he was still badly injured internally. "Are you okay?" Mu Mian hurriedly helped him sit down.
I am fine.
"This king can only do so much," Yesiming said, feeling pain in his chest. He couldn't use his martial arts now. Leave the rest to me." Yesiming looked at the fallen trees and was curious. "What are you going to do?" "Making a cart isn't easy." He thought she might be able to make a stretcher. "To make a cart. Otherwise, how can I carry both of you alone? Liu Tao won't let anyone help us." Night. Ji Ming's eyes suddenly turned dark. He glanced at Liu Tao and said, "If we don't move, they can't leave us behind. That means we have to ask him for help, but I don't want to. I'll find a way." Don't worry. The woman remained calm and steady. Although she looked delicate and soft, she exuded a strong and composed aura. Night, Ji-ming watched her with a distracted look, wondering who she really was. Was she an enemy or a friend? While lost in thought, Mu Mian quickly went to deal with the wood. Under the hot sun, most people couldn't stand it. Many were close to heatstroke. Sitting under a big tree, watching her, a gentle breeze blew, carrying a floral scent. Everyone gradually started to doze off. Mu Mian looked back at those who had fallen asleep, a small smile on her lips. Seizing the moment, she quickly used her tools to process the wooden planks. There was already a carriage in the space, but bringing it out would raise suspicion. So, she had to make one herself. Without any tools, the wheels were all wooden, joined with mortise and tenon joints. Inside the wooden wheels, she secretly embedded iron pieces. Look, quickly! After the medicine took effect, many people woke up. Lu Tao shook his head, looked up, and saw Mu Mian assembling a carriage and wheelchair. She really made it. Everyone was stunned, speechless, unsure how to mock her. Did no one help her? It seems everyone is asleep now. Lu Tao had already said no one should help. Who dared to help her? Unless they wanted to risk their lives. So Mu Mian made it all by herself.
Wow.
Sister-in-law is amazing. Mu Mian is so awesome. Xiao Jin and Mei Nyang woke up and saw the beautiful big carriage, jumping around it happily. Night, Ji Yun and Night, Ji Ming were both shocked speechless. Brother, sister-in-law is truly a genius, Ji Ming. If no one helped her secretly, then she was indeed very talented. But why would such a person want to follow him? Unless she had some purpose. Shunjia, seeing this, was angry and jealous. How is that possible? She had no tools, so how could she make it? Mu Mian can actually make a carriage. A disaster star. How could she be better than her? She wouldn't allow it. She doesn't have tools. She stole our tools. Shinjia's eyes lit up, and she hurried over. Commander Lu, Mu Mian, is very bold. She sneaked in while we were sleeping and used her tools to make a cart. We must teach her a lesson. I didn't steal them. I only planned to borrow. Since Commander Lu was asleep, I didn't want to disturb him, Mu Mian said, returning a sickle. Lu Tao rubbed his forehead, annoyed that he had fallen asleep. Commander Lu wouldn't be so petty as not to lend a sickle, would he? Mu Mian looked at Xinjia with a cold voice. I hope there won't be a next time, Lu Tao said, unhappy. He looked at the finished wooden cart. It was well made, but he wasn't sure if it was sturdy. You have a cart, but no horse. How will you go? My lord's horse won't be lent to you. Mu Mian returned the item. Thanks for the sickle. You don't need to worry about the rest. The cart was large enough for 2 people to lie down, with a bench nearby that could seat 4. Yi Siming and his father helped them onto the cart and lay down. Si Yun, you and your sister should come up and sit too. Yi Xian looked worried. Sister-in-law wants to take us on the road. Yes. Mei Nyang and Xiao Jin immediately shook their heads. We'd rather walk. Sister-in-law is working hard. Yes, we can't let Mian tire herself out. We'll help push the cart. Mu Mian smiled. It's okay. I have strong muscles. I can pull it. With wheels, it moves fast and won't be too tiring. This cart is made of wood. If it's too light, it won't be easy to travel. So everyone needs to sit on it. With some weight, it will be more stable. After persuading them for a while, they finally got on. They loaded their belongings onto the cart, and Mu Mian pulled it herself, which made things much easier. Yi Siming sat up and looked at the small woman pulling their family along. His feelings were complicated.
Do you
want to rest for a while? Mu Mian turned back and smiled at him. No need, I'm not tired. Her smile was bright and dazzling. Yi Siming said, when we reach the town, let's buy some horses. Lu Tao rode his horse over to her, watching her move effortlessly, feeling quite annoyed. Next to them were the people from the second branch of the Yi family. They moved slowly and were whipped several times by the soldiers, crying out loudly. Stop! I can't walk anymore. At this moment, old Lady Yi collapsed to the ground. Xinjia helped her and said to Mu Mian, Big sister-in-law, You should let Grandma get into the carriage. It's full, no seats left, Mu Mian Mian said calmly and indifferently.
무면면.
Don't be like this. Let Grandma ride in your carriage. We can help pull them along. Is that okay? Old second and old third of the Yi family said one after another. Although we have separated, our bones are still connected. We are still one family. When we reach the wilderness, we can help each other, Mu Mian Mian replied. She paused and said, then you should see if you can pull the carriage. Hearing this, old third of the Yi family smiled and asked, can you pull it? Then let the old lady sit in the carriage. Mu Mian Mian replied softly, yes. The two men from the Yi family looked at each other and smiled. Old second said, Lanner, Fair, come over. The second and third branches had many strong young men, plus a few young wives, totaling over 30 people. With so many people, they didn't believe they couldn't pull a broken-down carriage. Yi Silan and Yi Sifei stepped forward first, one pulling and one pushing. They used all their strength, but only managed to move the carriage a short distance. Soon, they couldn't continue. I'm done.
Dad, it's too heavy.
We can't pull it, one of them said.
Yeah.
It's so heavy, we can't push it at all, the other added. Yi Silan and Yi Sifei were both exhausted and panting, sitting on the ground and shouting to stop pulling the carriage. This isn't work for humans. Since you can't pull it, forget it. I can only pull for my husband and them. If someone else gets on, I can't do it, Mu Mian Mian said lightly with a smile. Old Lady Yi, who had been pampered all her life, was plump and weighed over 140 jin, about 70 kilograms. If she sat in the carriage, it might collapse. Mu Mian Mian, you can't do this. Grandma is old and really can't walk. Let her ride in the carriage. Whatever the cost, just tell us and we'll pay you. Yi Silan suddenly became angry and embarrassed, feeling ashamed that they had lost face trying to compete with a woman. If you want to be filial to Grandma, then carry her yourself and set out. Old Lady Yi is not my real grandmother, so I don't have to show her respect. Mu Mian Mian didn't care about their strange family and continued on the road, pulling the carriage. Yi Silan was furious, panicking in place, then picked up a stone by the roadside and threw it at the carriage. I'll smash you to death, you bad omen. The stone hit the carriage, startling Mainyang and Xiao Jin. Yi Silan, are you tired of living? Yi Siming pulled aside the curtain, glaring at him with sharp, angry eyes. Yi Silan was so scared he softened, dropping another stone that hit his own foot. Ah, he screamed and hopped on the ground, clutching his foot. Everyone kept moving forward, but they were slow. Lu Tao was feeling very annoyed, full of anger with nowhere to vent. He rode his horse over and started hitting. Hurry up and move. If you delay again, I'll beat you. Behind him, there were loud cries and screams. Mu Mian Mian hummed a little tune happily. Older sister-in-law, drink some water. Yi Xian offered her a water pouch. There's also some fruit. I cut a small piece, just a little. I'll feed you. The younger sister-in-law was gentle and caring. Mu Mian Mian ate a piece of fruit and felt even better. You all should eat too. Don't let anyone see the fruit knife. Having a carriage made it easier to hide things. Yi Siming nodded quickly and shared with his mother and younger brother. Brother, you should eat some too. Yi Siming took a piece and put it in his mouth, then looked at his lying father. Hey, Dad, drink some water. Yes, I just fed him, someone replied. After walking for a while, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, indicating a heavy rain was coming.
Ugh.
Just a few days ago, the sun was blazing hot, and now it's pouring rain. We need to stop. It's dark now, and with this heavy rain, we can't see the road. We can't go any further. Everyone was tired and needed rest, but unfortunately, the heavy rain started suddenly. There were no villages ahead or shops behind. They could only endure the exposure and cold. Lu Tao sat on his horse, wiped the rain from his face, feeling irritable. The scar at the corner of his eye trembled.
Ugh.
Rest here. No. Luckily we have the carriage, said Yi Xian with a smile, as she took a towel to wipe her face. Sister-in-law, your clothes are wet. Please change into something else. Little Ajin was asleep, and Grandpa was unconscious. Mainyang and Siyun are women. Only Yi Siming is a man. Mu Mian held a towel and looked at the man. I want to change clothes, but you… Yes, go ahead and change. Yi Siming quickly closed his eyes. Yi Siyun kindly handed her a piece of cloth to cover herself. Thank you, I've finished changing. She had prepared simple rough clothes, and there were better clothes in the space, but they were hard to take out and wear. Yi Siming sighed in relief and opened his eyes. The woman sat opposite him, drying her hair. Her long black hair was wet, highlighting her bright eyes, white teeth, and clear skin. It was hard to imagine that such a delicate girl could endure so much hardship. He glanced at her hands and saw they were red and sore. It must be tiring to pull them along on the journey. Thinking of this, he felt uncomfortable and owed her a lot. Noticing the man staring at her, Mu Mian looked up and smiled at him softly. Are you hungry? Yi Siming's heart tightened. It's okay. If you're tired, rest. I'm fine. He had been seriously injured a few days ago and couldn't move while lying down. Now he felt much better. If his leg had healed, he would have liked to pull the carriage himself and not let her suffer so much. Yes, it's raining now, so we can't cook. But I brought some dried food. We can eat that first. After eating, we can sleep for a while. This rain will last all night. Mu Mian took a package from the bamboo basket filled with her homemade meat pies. They would taste better if heated, but now there was no way, so they had to make do. Everyone ate a little, and then went to sleep. Mu Mian was tired and quickly fell asleep leaning on Yi Siyun's arms. Brother, you should hold sister-in-law and sleep, Yi Siyun said with a smile as he looked at his brother. Yi Siming didn't reply. They hadn't officially married, so they weren't really husband and wife. Plus, he didn't fully understand Mu Mian's identity and purpose, so he didn't want to get too close to her. I'm very tired alone. My small body can't carry much, Yi Siyun muttered. My sister complained that Yi Siming couldn't do anything, so she handed over the little girl in her arms. When she was held, I realized she was very small, delicate, soft, thin, and light. Suddenly, there was knocking on their carriage outside. What's going on? Who is it? Outside, Shenjia cried out. Prince, let us go inside to hide from the rain. It's cold and wet outside, and we can't sleep. Her arrival woke up the little girl in his arms. Mu Mian opened her eyes. She looked into his eyes. Yi Siming instinctively swallowed and looked at her, saying, Our carriage is almost full. You should find someone else. Big brother, why don't you let Grandma go inside and rest for the night? Yi Siyun suggested. Outside, the second and third branches of the Yi family had become drenched. They gathered around the carriage, trying to hide from the rain. There's no room, Yi Siming told the people outside while holding the little woman. Then he whispered to her, You're asleep. Siyun said she's tired, so, yes, I understand. Mu Mian smiled softly. She didn't mind being held. She felt quite comfortable in his arms. If it weren't so noisy outside, she would sleep peacefully. After trying to persuade them without success, suddenly, Yi Lao Er's angry voice rang out. Yi Siming, you heartless traitor, unfilial son, ingrate. Get down here. Since they refused, they decided to take the carriage by force. The second and third branches of the Yi family, without hesitation, ignored everything. The elders, the weak, the sick, and the children in the main house. With so many people, they weren't afraid of fighting for the carriage. I'll go down and see, Mu Mian said, getting out of his arms. Yi Siming looked at her. Don't be stubborn. Help me get down. You won't get wet in your legs. It's fine. I can handle it, Mu Mian said, and jumped down from the carriage. Mu Mian, hand over the carriage, said Yi Lao San. Why should I? I made this carriage myself. What does it have to do with you? Mu Mian's eyes darkened and sharpened. She held a wooden stick in her hand. If you want to take my things, you'd better have the courage to live. In the dark night, standing in the rain and surrounded by many people, she looked very small and fragile. But her tiny body radiated a strong aura that made others afraid to act rashly. What do you mean by her things? Since you married into our Yi family, you are now one of us. Whether it is you or your belongings, they all belong to our Yi family. Right now, I am the head of the Yi family. I order you to hand over the carriage, and you must do so. Old Yi's second son said coldly. They all had red eyes, staring at her and the carriage behind him. Dad, don't waste time arguing with her. She is a troublemaker. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be in this situation. Exactly, beat her. Beat her. A group of people raised sticks and shouted loudly. No, don't bully Mian Mian. At this moment, Mainyang and Yi Xian ran down. Uncle Heir, how can you be so shameless? The carriage was made with my sister-in-law's hard work. We asked for your help before, but you refused. Now you want to take our carriage. Doing this will bring you bad luck. Yi Xian angrily accused them. Mainyang held a stick, standing in front of Mu Mian Mian, gesturing, Don't hurt Mian Mian. Xian, go ask General Lu to come here, whispered Yi Siming to his sister. Yi Xian was a bit panicked, but she knew she had to find Lu Tao, or they wouldn't be able to stop them. She wanted to go find someone but was stopped by Xinjia and others. No, you can't go. There's no way to send a message. Xinjia pushed her hard. Yi Xian fell to the ground, covered in mud, looking very embarrassed. A Yun! Mainyang hurried over to help her daughter. Mu Mian Mian's expression darkened. She stepped forward and kicked Xinjia in the stomach. If you dare to hurt a Yun again, I will cut you. Mu Mian Mian, you dare to hit me, I won't let you go. Xinjia crawled out of the mud, glaring fiercely at her, rushing forward. Yi Xilang and others rushed to help. Beat the troublemaker to death. Quick, hold her down. They each tried to approach her, but she kicked them away with a swift kick, and her stick kept swinging, hitting and kicking. She was small and didn't use traditional martial arts, but her quick kicks and strikes made the group of men fall back, crying out loudly.
Damn.
I will kill this bratty woman. Several men, angered, became furious. Mu Mian Mian couldn't handle them alone, and was soon pressed down. She was pushed into the mud. Her face was submerged in the water. General Lu, I beg you, please save us. Yi Xian took the opportunity to run and ask Lu Tao for help. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. Many soldiers looked at the once noble young lady Yi kneeling before them. Some felt sympathy, others sneered. No one spoke. Only the sound of rain falling could be heard. Lu Tao leaned against a big tree, lazily watching the young lady, and said with a light smile, Young lady Yi, you should get up now. It's not that I won't help you, but this is your family matter. I can help once, but I can't do it forever. Yi Xian cried loudly, continuously kowtowing to him. Please, I beg you. My second uncle and others have gone crazy. They want to kill my sister-in-law. If you don't help us, we will all die. I beg you. She kept pleading painfully, her head bleeding as she kowtowed. Drown her. Mu Mian Mian was held down tightly, struggling in the water. Let go of Mian Mian. A woman cried as she rushed forward to pull her, but was slapped away. She struggled for a long time, but couldn't move. Soon, she got up again, ran over, and bit Yi Lao San's arm, shouting, Let go of Mian Mian. Ah, stupid fool. You bit me. I'll beat you to death. Yi Lao San, furious and ashamed, grabbed the woman. Her face instantly turned purple. Her eyes blacked out, and she fainted. Stop. At this moment, Yi Siming couldn't bear it anymore. Sitting in the carriage, he took something and threw it forcefully at the men holding Mu Mian Mian. It was a stone thrown by Yi Xilang, smashing into their arms as a hidden weapon. It hit each target accurately, piercing their arms with stones. They cried out in pain, releasing Mu Mian Mian. They all fell to the ground, clutching their arms and thighs, rolling and howling loudly. Cough, cough. Only then did Mu Mian Mian manage to escape. She quickly got up and ran over to check on the unconscious woman.
How are you?
Are you all okay? Yi Siming's voice was very urgent. I'm fine. Mu Mian Mian felt okay, but the woman was injured, her face swollen, covered in wounds, and there were shocking marks on her neck. Stop it. What are you all doing? At this moment, Yi Xian arrived with Lu Tao and others. Yi Xian's forehead was bleeding as she finally found everyone. Older sister-in-law mother Mu Mian Mian saw her forehead bleeding heavily and her blood flowing non-stop. Her expression darkened.
I've fine.
You two, get on the carriage first. The two helped the unconscious mother onto the carriage. Yi Siming looked at the few disheveled women, feeling both angry and upset. He wished he could punish those responsible. Lu Tao saw the blood on the ground and thought someone might have died. Mu Mian, he called out toward the carriage, worried that the woman might be dead. Commander Liu, do you have any orders? Mu Mian wiped away the water droplets and responded coldly. Let me be clear, I didn't start trouble. They tried to kill me, steal my carriage, and even hurt my mother-in-law. Lu Tao was speechless. I understand. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. If it wasn't for their provocation, I would handle it fairly. The rest I will take care of. You should rest now. Seeing her covered in mud and dirt, with her face smeared, Lu Tao felt annoyed. He said nothing and turned to the men from the Yi family's second and third branches, whipping them harshly. Calm down. Please, officer, have mercy. Shin Shi, Zhou Shi, and the elderly Yi lady hurried over, kneeling and begging for mercy. Several members of the Yi family, including Yi Xilon, had been injured by Yi Siming. If they were beaten again, they might not survive. They kept crying and kowtowing. Lu Tao found it irritating. Everyone, behave yourselves. Step aside. The soldiers arrived with people, and the situation was finally resolved. The members of the second and third branches finally calmed down. Mu Mian and the others could breathe again and went onto the carriage to tend to their wounds. Older sister-in-law, I'm fine. Let's treat mother first, Yi Xiyun said worriedly. Okay, it's fine. Mother will be okay. I've applied medicine, Mu Mian replied. She treated her mother-in-law's forehead wound. Your wound needs to be taken care of, or it will leave a scar. Silly girl, don't ever ask someone like Lu Tao for help again. That man only wanted to see them suffer and be bullied to death. There was no point in asking him. With such a big commotion, Lu Tao must have known. He simply chose not to help. Yi Xiyun, crying from the pain, nodded. After finishing their treatment, Mu Mian turned her head and saw that the man's legs seemed to be bleeding. Didn't I tell you not to move around? She said with a frown, displeased. Knight Master Ming's face still looked unhappy. It's nothing. Seeing his family being bullied, how could he stay calm? He was holding onto his leg tightly. Luckily, he found a piece of stone. Tomorrow, let's put some small stones in the cart. Mu Mian smiled and said, You're really amazing. You can even defeat enemies like that. One stone managed to break through people's arms and thighs, like a bullet. Knight Master Ming wanted to say, You're the real hero, but he replied, That's not impressive at all. If he hadn't become like this, they wouldn't have suffered. It's his fault that they are in trouble. It rained all night, and only stopped by noon the next day. Miss Mu, the Chun brothers came over. Are you both okay? There was a mountain landslide last night. They were lucky enough to find a cave to hide in last night, not knowing that the second and third families of the Knight family had also fought over the cart. When they heard about it this morning, they came to check. Mu Mian jumped down from the cart. We're fine. Did anyone die in the landslide? No, we hid in a safe cave last night. We wanted to call you all together, but then the second and third families of the Knight family came running, and they crowded into the cave. Qinshan was a bit angry. We looked for a cave for a long time, but when they found one, they refused to help us. Once they found a cave, they hurried to get inside. It's really shameless. Chun Liang looked at the people in the cart and asked, I heard they stole your carts last night. Are you all right? My mother-in-law and Ah Yun were injured, but I have some herbs and have already treated them. They're okay. Thank you for your concern. Madam Chen, did you sleep well last night? The brothers shook their heads. They knew it wasn't good, but they didn't want to trouble her. After all, they were afraid of offending Lu Tao, and they didn't help when making the carts. I have some herbs here. You can take them. They're for cold relief. Last night, it rained heavily, and the weather suddenly turned cold. You should brew some herbal soup and drink it, just in case. Chen Liang felt a bit embarrassed, but these herbs were life-saving. He didn't dare joke about it. Thank you, Miss Mu. We helped the old master wipe his body and gave him a massage. I heard massages can help unconscious people. That's good. Thank you all very much. Right now, they are all injured and cannot take care of their grandfather, who is in a coma. The Chin brothers were able to help, which eased a big problem. They moved quickly to avoid being seen by the soldiers. They hurriedly carried the person down from the carriage. To their surprise, they found that no one was wet. Miss Mu, your carriage is very sturdy. Is it waterproof? Chen Liang looked at the carriage in surprise. It was made entirely of wood, with no waterproof cover on the roof. They stayed inside the carriage all night and were completely dry. Well, it's okay, Mu Mianmian said briefly. She had added a hidden waterproof layer inside, which wasn't visible from the outside. They carefully carried the old master down to a dry, less damp spot, placed him on the ground, and started to clean his body. Can you do massages? Mu Mianmian asked. A little, Chen Liang replied. My grandfather used to be in similar condition. Our family always hired a professional masseur to help him. Although their grandfather eventually passed away, massages to help at the time, making him look healthier. Seeing their quick and careful movements, Mu Mianmian thought their massage skills were decent, even if a bit rough, so she didn't interfere. Little Ajin woke up and saw his mother lying there with injuries, and he started crying. Yesi Ming held him and comforted him. Mu Mianmian came over and said, You should rest inside the carriage. The ground is wet and slippery. I'll go cook, Yesian offered. No need, I'll help you, Yesi Ming said. You should rest since you're injured, Mu Mianmian insisted. Looking back, the Chun brothers had already taken care of their grandfather. Miss Mu, we finished helping, they said. Thank you so much, Mu Mianmian replied. The brothers helped carry the grandfather back up. Before leaving, Mu Mianmian gave them a rabbit. Don't, we just need the medicine. The brothers quickly shook their heads. But I want you to help again next time. Without Lu Tao and the others noticing, Mu Mianmian said, handing them the rabbit. She also needed their help. Later, just say you caught it in the mountains. Mrs. Chun is weak and should rest properly. We can't be careless. They agreed to help her secretly. Thank you, Miss Mu. The two of them secretly returned, carrying a rabbit and some wild mushrooms. Everyone was very curious. Chun Liang, did you go find Mu Mianmian again to help her father clean himself and get some food? That person was from the Zhong family. When he saw the rabbit, he shouted loudly. Chun Liang's face changed slightly. Afraid that Lu Tao and the others would find out, he quickly smiled and said, Old Lady Zhong, we caught these in the mountains. Please don't spread rumors. Yes, Miss Mu and the others have their own rabbits to eat. They don't have so many to share with us, Chen Shan quickly added. Old Lady Zhong's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Caught in the mountains? Really? Then we want to go catch some too. Old man, get up quickly. We're going to the mountains to catch rabbits. The Chun brothers caught a fat one, and there are wild mushrooms too, she shouted, and everyone who was sleeping immediately woke up.
Who wouldn't want to eat meat?
On the way into exile, they had no food, only surviving on the small bowls of porridge given by the soldiers. If they could catch prey themselves, their meals could improve. Everyone listened and quickly got up to go look for food. But they were stopped by the soldiers. What are you all trying to do? Are you planning to rebel? Officer, we just want to go find some food. Mu Mianmian and the Chin brothers are allowed to go, so why can't we? Xiao Zhang swung his whip. That doesn't mean everyone can go. Wait and see what the head says. The head. Now everyone wants to follow Mu Mianmian and go find food. With so many people running out, we can't all go. What if someone runs away? Mu Mianmian was safe because her family was still in the soldiers' hands, and she was a weak woman who couldn't go far. They didn't need to worry about her. But if all these big men ran out and they wanted to escape, it would be a problem. Lu Tao had just woken up and washed his face. Then let everyone wear shackles. Only one person from each family can go out. Everyone else must stay put. No one dares to move without my order. They will be whipped if they do. Hearing this, everyone was unhappy. Why does Mu Mianmian not have to wear shackles? The loudest protests came from the second household of the Yi family and the third household. Lu Tao raised his scarred eyebrows and looked coldly at them. Then everyone will wear them. Equal treatment for all. Mu Mianmian was cooking when Lu Tao arrived with his people. They were about to put handcuffs on everyone. Because you've gone out many times, everyone thinks I treat you specially. Now, everyone, put on the handcuffs. I hope Miss Mu cooperates, Lu Tao said with a slight smile. He brought a pair of handcuffs and personally put them on her. Mu Mianmian. Little Jean, you're so small, do you need to wear them too? Yi Siming, Yi Siyun, Mommy, and even the comatose old man have been put in these restraints. Little Jean hid in his brother's arms, looking a bit scared. He's only 3 years old, a tiny little bundle, white and soft like a little steamed bun. Tears in his eyes, looking at the person. A child's innocence is so adorable. Lu Tao glanced and said, he doesn't need to wear them. There's no suitable reason. What are you cooking? She was simmering soup in the pot and steaming a few meat buns. He shouldn't see the meat buns. Mu Mianmian hurried over to stop him. It's nothing, just rabbit meat. The petite woman stood in front of his tall figure, looking very fragile. Seeing she didn't want to show him, Lu Tao didn't look anymore. Since she refused to bribe him with the rabbit, his attitude grew colder. He was quite petty. Feeling uncomfortable, he took his people and left, frowning. We leave in half an hour. Don't waste time. If you do, don't blame me for being unkind. Mu Mianmian secretly relaxed when they left. She took out all the steamed buns. Eat them while hot. Yi Siming held a bun. Where did these come from? Biting into one, it tasted just like the meat buns from the imperial kitchen. He thought he had eaten something wrong. I hid them. That night, during the house search, she sneaked into the palace and emptied the kitchen supplies. These buns were still in the steamer from that day. Her space was temperature-controlled, so things inside wouldn't spoil or go bad, no matter how long they stayed. When taken out, they were fresh. Her sister had told her she had sneaked out that day. She said she hid the buns. Yi Siming didn't suspect anything, but he wondered where she had hidden them. He wanted to ask, but at that moment, the woman turned and ran away. Knight Commander Ming looked thoughtfully at the bun in his hand. Yes, it's delicious. Little Jean, cuddled in his arms, ate happily, looking very happy. Sister-in-law is amazing. Jean likes her very much. Following sister-in-law, there's meat and buns to eat. From now on, Jean will always follow her. He bit into the bun, cheeks puffed out, with a gentle smile, looking like a cute little hamster. Knight Commander Ming slightly curved his lips and wiped his mouth, saying, Little foodie, big brother, aren't you going to eat? Jean looked up at his brother's bun, still wanting to eat more. Knight Commander Ming had only taken 2 bites from his bun. Seeing Jin's desire, he took another one from the plate and handed it to him. Eat slowly. Considering that his younger brother was growing, Mu Mianmian had been making soup with added milk during this time. She was cooking tofu fish head soup. Drink some soup, Jean. Mu Mianmian had already eaten enough and prepared a bowl for everyone. As Mother Mian had just woken up and was injured, she needed to recover her strength. Knight Commander Ming tasted the soup and asked, Fish and milk soup? Where did you get the fish and milk? I hid them. Mu Mianmian replied calmly, her expression very composed. She only said these 3 words and refused to speak further. Knight Commander Ming was speechless. Hurry up and eat.
We need to set out soon, he said.
In this situation, having something to eat was already good. Seeing that his sister, mother, and brother were all happily eating, he didn't have any more concerns. Mu Mianmian got into the carriage, fed the old man some soup. After a while, the soldiers arrived to call everyone for roll call and to depart. Last night, there was a heavy rain. Due to special circumstances, everyone found their own places to hide from the rain, so they all separated. Captain, those who went out to find food haven't come back yet. Lu Tao frowned slightly. Send someone to find them immediately. Tell them to come back now. We can't delay. We need to leave. Help. Help. At this moment, a few people ran back hurriedly. The son of the Zhong family was carrying his father, rushing back. They were followed by several others, all going out to find food. They were wearing foot warmers and ran very slowly. Everyone looked anxious. They went out once and didn't catch even a rabbit's fur. They almost lost their lives and were still trembling with fear. Commander Lu, when my father went out to find food, he accidentally slipped on a wet ground and fell. Please, Commander Lu, save my father. The eldest son of the Zhong family knelt down and begged. The women of the Zhong family immediately ran over, crying loudly. Everyone knelt down, begging Lu Tao to save the person. Lu Tao became angry. I'm not a doctor. Why did you all run out to find food? If you fall and get hurt, that's your own fault. Don't blame me. He was very fierce when angry, scaring the women of the Zhong family so much that their faces turned pale and they dared not cry while staring at the whip in his hand. What should we do now? Old Lady Zhong cried loudly, holding her husband. Old Master Zhong was in his 50s. He used to be a civil official and had never suffered hardships before. Now he had fallen, bleeding from his head, unconscious, with a dark face. It seemed he might not make it. Mu Mian has medicine. Maybe she can give us some, someone shouted. The Zhong family members immediately came to ask Mu Mian. Miss Mu, please, I beg you, give us some herbs to save my husband. Old Lady Zhong knelt in front of her, tears and snot streaming down her face. Mu Mian looked at Old Master Zhong. She couldn't reveal her medical skills, or Lu Tao would tell people in the capital. If they found out she could heal Yi Siming's leg, they would never let her and Lu Tao live to reach the southern wilderness. Yes, I can help, but I won't give the herbs for free.
You have to pay.
I will sell them to you. On the way into exile, no one was better off than anyone else. She needed money and couldn't help them for free. Old Lady Zhong looked hesitant. How much does it cost? I have hemostatic medicine and herbs to reduce pain and swelling. Mu Mian took out the herbs for them to choose. One herb costs 20 coins. 20 coins could buy a gene of pork. Herbs are very expensive these days, especially when lives are at stake. Offering a fair price is already good. We'll take all these herbs, Old Lady Zhong said without hesitation. She paid her 120 coins and took the herbs. The Zhong family was not short of money. They had saved some, and their women's families had sent silver to help. They were well off, unlike the Yi family, who were in trouble. 120 coins was a small amount for them. They crushed the herbs and used them on Old Master Zhong. Before long, the bleeding stopped, and he woke up. He's awake. He's awake. That's wonderful. The Zhong family all cried with joy. However, Old Master Zhong's injuries were not only to his head but also to his ribs, which were broken. He couldn't walk and had to be carried. The Zhong family had several sons, so that was not a problem. Softly, seeing this, the young and old Shin family members, along with the Zhou family, came over to find her. What's the matter? Mu Mian looked at them with a cold expression. She didn't want to talk to them. Do you have any herbs? Could you give us some? Your second uncle and the others are injured, the older Shin woman said bravely. The men at home were hurt by Yi Siming and had difficulty walking. If they didn't get treatment soon, they might not survive or could become disabled. I already sold them to the Zhong family. They're gone, Mu Mian said, brushing dust off her clothes, ready to get on her cart and leave. How can they be gone? I see you still have many herbs in your basket, someone argued. Please be kind and give us some herbs, another begged. Yes, Mian, about last night, it's our fault. We bow to you, okay? The women knelt and pleaded. Mu Mian remained cold. Those aren't the medicines for stopping bleeding or pain. Mu Mian, you're just a heartless person who refuses to save others, they accused. Fine, since you're so heartless, don't ask us for help in the future, she replied. Seeing she wouldn't give the herbs, the women got angry and decided not to ask again. They stormed off in frustration. The old lady asked, Did you bring back the herbs? No, Mu Mian, that little brat, refused to give us any, Shin said angrily. What should we do? Lan and the others are hurt. If we don't treat them, they might die, the old lady cried, worried for her son and grandson. Night 3 was the worst. His arm and leg had holes from stones. He bled heavily last night and almost died. Now he was lying there, unable to move. The others had minor injuries to their arms. But Mu Mian won't give us the herbs, they complained. Maybe we should ask the Zhong family for some, Zhou suggested. Seeing, you go ask. Talk to their third son. I think he likes you. Night Seeing looked unhappy. She glanced at Zhong family's third son. He was dark and fat. She found him disgusting and didn't want to flatter such a man. I'm not going. Everyone get up. "We're leaving now," a soldier called out. The old lady suddenly pushed Night Seeing. "Hurry up and go. If you don't get the herbs, don't expect to eat." Tears in her eyes, Night Seeing had no choice but to go. It had just stopped raining, and the ground was slippery. The road was very difficult to walk, and everyone moved slowly. Mu Mianmian was pulling the cart but was not very steady. Her feet were covered in yellow mud, full of holes and bumps. When the cart went into a hole, it would sink, but she could use her space teleportation to move it out. Still, it was very hard to walk. Mu Mianmian just wanted to reach a town quickly and get a horse. At this moment, a soldier who was scouting ahead returned and reported, "Sir, there is a small town ahead, Mingxi Town. We asked around, and they said the town was flooded. It's now a disaster zone. This is a main road, and it said that Mingxi Town is still flooded and hasn't receded. We might not be able to set out for a while. Let's go into the town first." At the foot of the mountain was Mingxi Town. Looking around, it was a scene of chaos. The river was overflowing, causing a flood, and many people had lost their homes. It was heartbreaking. There was still a lot of water on the streets. Many villagers had climbed to the mountaintop to escape the flood. Old people, children, and women sat together, hungry and wet. When they saw this group of people with food, their eyes lit up.
Food.
They have food. The flood victims, who had been hungry for days, saw carts loaded with supplies and rushed to grab the food. "Are you looking for trouble?" Lu Tao sat on his horse, angry, and whipped them harshly. "Get them." There were many of them, soldiers armed with weapons. After catching and beating a few who tried to steal food, the others, seeing Lu Tao's fierce look, instinctively stepped back and then knelt down. "Officer, please be kind. Give us some food. We've been hungry for days." Lu Tao was annoyed. They didn't have much food either, having eaten sparingly on the way. "We don't have any food. The court will send people to help with the disaster relief. I am only responsible for escorting the exiles. These supplies can't be given to you." But the flood victims didn't listen. They were starving and waiting for the court's aid, which might never come. Desperate for survival, they blocked the road, refusing to let anyone pass. Lu Tao raised an eyebrow irritably. "Send someone to find the local magistrate to come see me." Soon, the magistrate of Mingxi Town arrived with people to chase the flood victims away, clearing the road. "Commander Liu, I apologize for not greeting you properly. I was negligent." Knowing he was from the Liu family in the capital, everyone dared not show any disrespect. Lu Tao sat on his horse and asked, "When will the road be open? I need to escort the prisoners to the southern wilderness." The magistrate smiled and said, "It might take some time. I just received news that there is an order for these prisoners to help with flood control at Mingxi Town." Everyone looked unhappy. They hadn't even reached the southern wilderness, and now they had to do hard labor. Flood control basically means sending these people to the front line to carry sandbags and block the floodwaters. If a flood occurs, they might drown. Many strong men in the area had already gone to block the flood. Now, a group of prisoners arrived, so they would be used first. After all, prisoners' lives are not valued highly. If they die, it's considered their punishment. Since it was an order from above, Lu Tao couldn't disobey and had to stop, telling everyone to come out and follow the magistrate's people. All men, step forward. Every household must send at least one person. This was a rule. When they arrived at the exile city in the southern wilderness, they would all do hard labor. Mu Mianmian's family had no strong men. They were mostly old, weak, sick, or disabled, and they had a small baby. Only Mu Mianmian and Yi Xiyun could help. Mainyang was injured and couldn't go. "Sister-in-law, I will go," Yi Xiyun said. "Can you carry sandbags?" Mu Mianmian looked at her thin arms and legs, worried she might be swept away by the flood. Moreover, she was an unmarried girl. In such a place, men and women mix together, and she might easily suffer. "What should I do then?" "If you leave, I can't take care of my older brother and the others alone," Yi Xiyun said anxiously, tears welling up. "Don't worry, there will be a way." "I am going, but I won't go and never come back," Mu Mianmian said. She stood on the hilltop, watching the situation below. "It probably won't take long for the flood to recede. It's difficult unless we immediately build a dam. The current situation is that the dam of the Mingxi town reservoir was washed away, causing the water to flood into the town. Yi Siming sat in the carriage, knowing most of the situation without seeing it firsthand. Mu Mianmian, who is coming from your family? At this time, soldiers were registering and urging them. Mu Mianmian said, I'll go. You stay here. There are dried food and water in the bamboo basket. Don't let anyone see the rabbit. Nearby, there are disaster victims. Who knows if they will come to steal food? There are stones here, which can be used as hidden weapons. Also, wooden sticks for self-defense. Everyone was arranged, and Mu Mianmian changed into men's clothes and tied up her hair into a bun before going to the gathering. Out of more than 100 people, excluding the injured and the elderly, about 60 were selected. Every household sent someone, but there was not a single woman among them. The other women were well protected. Only Mu Mianmian was the only woman. Seeing her small figure, many people showed sympathy. The Chun brothers came over. Miss Mu, wait a moment and follow us. We will look out for you. Mu Mianmian replied. Okay, thank you. The magistrate and the exiled soldiers all came out, leading them down the mountain. Everyone had to carry a big bag of sand on the way. Can this block the flood? Mu Mianmian looked at the deep water that people had just gone into. With her small body, she would probably drown if she went down. She didn't dare to carry the sandbag and go. Stop hesitating. Hurry up and go down, cross the river, and put the sandbags on the other side to block the flood, the soldiers impatiently urged. Officer, the water is too deep. We'll go first, then come back to get her, Chen Liang quickly said. The two brothers went over and then ran back to help carry the sandbags from Mu Mianmian's hands. They cooperated, and the soldiers didn't say anything.
I'm exhausted.
I can't do it anymore. After carrying several bags back and forth, many people started to struggle. They sat on the bank, unable to move. Get to work. Hurry up, the soldiers saw this and started beating them harshly. Knight Ceylon and others shouted loudly. These people fought even harder than the exiled soldiers. They were all scared and dared not stop. They quickly ran to carry the sandbags, not daring to rest for a moment. Lunch is ready. At noon, someone brought over food. Chun was happy. Great, there's food. A few of them went to grab some steamed buns. After taking a couple of bites, they spat them out. Cough, cough. Why does it smell bad? Having something to eat is good enough. Don't complain. All along, they drank plain water and ate porridge. Being alive was the most important. Mu Mianmian really couldn't stomach it, so she decided to go back for a while. We're about to start working soon, you can't leave. They didn't even give her a break. Eat your fill, and then work. Will she die from exhaustion? Everyone looked worried. Mu Mianmian thought that this was not the way to solve the problem. Officer, blocking it like this won't work. No matter how we block, the water from upstream keeps coming down. The soldiers looked at her. That's obvious. We asked you to work, so just do it. I think we can dig a channel to divert the water from upstream to another place, Mu Mianmian said coldly. The soldiers looked at her with suspicion. Where did you learn that? We have our own ways. Just do your work. If you keep talking, I'll punish you. Mu Mianmian quickly grabbed his wrist. Her eyes were cold. Take me to see your superior. Who do you think you are? Trying to rebel. Huh. The soldier was surprised by her boldness and looked angry. Beat her. Mu Mianmian squeezed his wrist harder. Ah, he cried out in pain. Let me go. His face turned pale, and cold sweat appeared. Someone take her away, the soldier ordered. Mu Mianmian said, I want to see your boss. Or let us go back and rest for an hour. Stop. A middle-aged man in official uniform came over when he heard someone causing trouble. The soldier grimaced in pain and said, Captain Yang, this girl doesn't want to work and keeps causing trouble. Take her away. Captain Yang looked at Mu Mianmian carefully. She was small but had a strong presence. Although she was dressed like a man, her skin was fair, lips red, teeth white. Obviously a woman. He frowned. What's your name? Why are you causing trouble? It's the rule. If you don't want to work, you don't have to. I didn't say I wouldn't work, but your actions will only make things worse. Using this method to control the water will cause more casualties, Mu Mianmian said, pushing away the soldiers. I suggest opening a water channel on the left side to divert the water from the reservoir, which could help protect the town. Haha, Mu Mian, that crazy woman, is talking nonsense again. Hearing this, Yi Silon and others started laughing and mocking her along with the soldiers. Captain Yang, don't listen to her. She's just a troublemaker. Maybe the flood is caused by her. Knight Commander Yi Silon glared at her with a vicious look. She is a troublemaker. Mu Mian turned around. Shut up. If you say one more word, I'll cut out your tongue. You bastard. Stop causing trouble. Go to the hot water tank yourself. Don't drag us all to die together. Yi Silon gritted his teeth, wishing he could strangle her. Wherever she was, bad luck followed. She's like a bad omen.
Exactly.
You go yourself. The hot water tank will be opened, and when the floodwaters come rushing down, we'll all be the ones to die. The crowd all disagreed. Mu Mian calmly said, the floodwaters are rising quickly. In no time, the whole town will be submerged. No matter what, it's us who will go to our deaths. Otherwise, why are we the only ones trying to block the flood? The others have already left. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. Even Captain Yang's expression shifted. It was true. Most civilians had already evacuated. They didn't want to sacrifice innocent people. Rumor had it that some exiled prisoners had been brought in. The local governor thought of using these prisoners as pawns. After all, they were criminals. Their lives were not worth much. In half an hour, these people would all leave. They brought a pot of cold, spoiled food. Probably their last meal. This group of people was too naive to see through it, but a weak woman easily saw what was happening. Captain Yang sensed trouble. He couldn't let these people cause chaos, so he immediately raised his whip and shouted, "Shut up!" A whip cracked down, binding Mu Mian's arm, preventing her from moving. It was clear he was skilled in martial arts. Brothers Chun hurried over to plead. Captain Yang, calm down. Miss Mu isn't causing trouble. She's making a valid point. We don't want the town to flood. We had no choice but to take this drastic step. Now, Miss Mu's suggestion might save the entire town. Why not report to the governor and ask him to send someone to try? These people were all exiles from the capital, once noble. Not all of them were fools. The Chun brothers saw the situation was serious and quickly tried to persuade him. Their words hit the mark. Captain Yang looked at them, hesitating. After all, this was his hometown. Who would want to see their home destroyed? Seeing that he was starting to loosen up, Chen Liang quickly smiled and said, if this plan works and the water is controlled, the emperor will surely reward the magistrate and you. Although it sounded nice, the other side was not moved. Coachman Yang narrowed his eyes and said, who will open the water tank? Our people have already retreated. At this point, he no longer hid his intentions. He wanted to use them as stepping stones. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned ugly, and they immediately started cursing. But after being beaten by soldiers, no one dared to resist anymore. Everyone was brought in handcuffs and leg irons, with no way to fight back. We will go, but you need to provide tools, Mu Mian quickly said. Stop arguing. If you want to live, follow my orders. Her soft voice carried a sharp, commanding tone. Everyone instinctively straightened their backs and fell silent. Now, they had no choice but to listen to her, or they would all die. No one wanted to die. Seeing the flood rise again, Coachman Yang quickly threw down the tools and led his people to retreat back to the mountaintop. The officials have already handled it. Lu Tao looked down at the mountain and frowned. Sir Magistrate, what does this mean? The magistrate smiled and said, it's what the higher-ups want. I heard that the Night King has a capable young wife, and today I saw that she is indeed very skilled. Lu Tao's expression darkened. The magistrate's information is very accurate. He figured out that others had been sent to watch the Night King's every move. They noticed he was living comfortably lately and felt uncomfortable about it. That's why they wanted to kill Mu Mian. Controlling the water and causing his death was a good reason. Lu Tao's gaze shifted to a quiet carriage in the woods, and his expression darkened. Miss Mu, how are we going to get up there? Chen Liang, Chen Shan, and a few young men from the Zhong family followed her to the left side of the dam. Mu Mian looked at the terrain and found a spot that was not yet flooded. No need to go up. We'll dig a hole at the bottom. We need to do it quickly before the water rises too much. Once the water rushes in, it will be impossible. This is a dam wall, very strong, made of stones inside and very thick. It's not easy to make a hole quickly, said young Master Zhong Dingming. The officials understood that they had to give up because they couldn't do it themselves. So, they thought she was dreaming too big. They simply didn't understand. A few men felt restless inside. They all regretted following her. Instead of wasting time and energy, they should have run away. The exits are blocked. If we don't do this, we can't escape. Even if you are skilled fighters and can protect yourselves and run away, what about your families? They are in the hands of the soldiers, old, weak, sick, and disabled. If we escape, they will have to die. Mu Mianyan clearly understood what they were thinking. At this moment, everyone just wanted to escape. Zhong Dingming's eyes turned red. Thinking of his mother, sister, and father still on the mountain, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll dig. Don't be impatient." Recently, there have been floods. These walls look old and weathered, not very strong. If we open a hole and build a water channel to divert the water, the reservoir won't overflow. Then they would be saved. Mu Mianyan calmed down and reassured them. Hearing this, everyone gained some motivation. About 50 or 60 people worked together, exerting their strength. A dozen people started making a hole from above, while the rest dug a water channel below. Everyone was working hard. Mu Mianyan was responsible for watching the water level. "Sir, in half an hour, another flood will come. At that time, the entire town will be submerged," the soldiers reported. The magistrate nodded. "Have those prisoners escaped?" "No. They are digging the water channel, trying to break through the dam wall and divert the flood to save themselves." The magistrate couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, that's just wishful thinking. If this method worked, we would have used it long ago. It looks like these people won't survive. Commander Liu, there's no need to wait. Let's take the remaining people and leave first. Following this mountain path also bypasses Mingxi town, so we can leave." Hearing that their families couldn't return, the remaining people started causing trouble and refused to leave. "We won't leave. Our families haven't come back yet. Commander Liu, please send someone to save them. The main pillars of our families are gone. What will we do in the southern wilderness?" Many family members knelt on the ground, crying and wailing. The remaining people were mostly the old, weak, sick, women, and children. If the men at home cannot return, don't even think about going to the southern wilderness. The journey is long, and whether these people can survive until they reach the exile land in the south is uncertain. Lu Tao looked expressionless, with a scar twitching at the corner of his eye. "It's the rule. You're all criminals. When faced with such situations, you have no choice but to accept it. Crying or howling won't help. If you want to save someone, do it yourself." Seeing the floodwaters at the foot of the mountain rising a bit more, everyone looked worried and scared to go down and rescue others. Seeing this, Lu Tao snorted softly. "Either behave yourself, or I'll whip you into submission." Everyone's faces fell with despair, only able to watch helplessly as their loved ones lost their lives. "Brother, what do we do? My sister-in-law hasn't come back, and they've blocked all the exits." Yi Xian was so anxious her eyes turned red, almost crying. She wanted to go help, but she knew it wouldn't do any good. Yi Siming looked at his leg, also feeling worried. "Brother, you have to think of a way, or I'll go ask Lu Tao." Yi Xian wiped her tears. Seeing her older brother like this, she knew there was no way to save anyone now. "Come back," Yi Siming sighed. "Help me to see Lu Tao." At this point, they could only rely on him. The flood seems to have stopped. The water is slowly flowing out. Just then, someone cheered loudly. The magistrate and others looked carefully and saw that, indeed, the floodwaters were gradually receding and not rising anymore. "What's going on?" Head coach Yang led some people to investigate and quickly returned to report. "Sir, they succeeded. They broke through a hole on the left side of the reservoir and dug a channel, diverting the water away. Now they are still digging more holes." They hadn't expected the effort to succeed, and he felt a bit stunned. Lu Tao approached and said, "Master Cheng, this is an opportunity. If His Majesty finds out you abandoned the city, he might get angry. If the entire town were flooded, the loss would be huge." This responsibility was too much for the magistrate to bear. But Master Cheng was feeling restless. He had received orders from above to secretly eliminate the people around the Night King. The Night King once held military power and had a tiger talisman, which they hadn't obtained. It was said to have been lost. They suspected it was in Yi Siming's possession. When the Yi family was searched, they found nothing. To protect the tiger talisman, they spared him. Some noble people do not want to see the Night King live comfortably, so they plan to remove his little wife. She is old, weak, sick, foolish, small, and fragile. The Night King has no choice but to beg them like a dog, sacrificing his dignity. They want to see Night Siming trampled underfoot, but secretly, they notice that his little wife is very capable and takes good care of him, making him comfortable. These noble people are naturally unhappy. Now is not the time. If so many prisoners die, I will have a hard time explaining, since the emperor hasn't ordered their execution. They are all once powerful officials of Dawei. Maybe one day, the emperor will remember them and want to recall them, but they will be gone. What then? Sacrificing so many people just to eliminate Mu Mianmian may not be a good idea. Besides, this concerns the safety of Meng Temple Town. We must weigh the importance carefully. Lord Chung, think it over. Lord Chung considered it and said, the young master is right. Let's send people to help. Later, they will find a chance to remove Mu Mianmian, but not immediately. The soldiers are here to help. That's great. Seeing help arrive, Zhong Dingming and others couldn't help but cheer. Captain Yang, General Liu, we are here. Lu Tao led his men over, glanced at them, but didn't see the small figure and immediately asked, where's Mu Mianmian? Miss Mu went ahead to check the water level, Chen Shan worriedly said. She's alone. We should find someone to help her quickly. Lu Tao ordered his men to assist, and went to the front to look for someone. From afar, he saw a small figure standing on the bank, water reaching her waist. She remained calm and still, as if measuring the water level. Mu Mianmian, you've won. Come back quickly. Lu Tao couldn't help but say this. Mu Mianmian turned to look at him with a cold gaze. Dig 2 more water channels, and the water will go down in a day. She stepped forward, and when she saw the officials arrive, she knew they were saved. How did you come up with this idea? Lu Tao asked curiously. It didn't seem like something a young lady from a noble family would think of. You all could think of this method, but you just didn't want to do it. We were forced to make this choice. If we had other options, no one would use such a foolish method. This plan has only a 20% chance of success. If it fails, everyone will die. Lu Tao remained silent, unable to argue. Mu Mianmian ignored him, climbed ashore, and returned to the mountain top first. Everyone else was tired after digging all day and night. When the soldiers came to help, they all went back to rest. Older sister-in-law, Night Siyun, and the others ran over to hug her when they saw her. I'm fine. Mu Mianmian hugged them back. Come up and change your clothes, said Yi Siming. Okay. After a day and night, the floodwaters receded. Should we keep going or rest for a while? Lu Tao thought about his limited supplies. Let's wait for the relief team to arrive. We need to stock up on food or we won't reach the southern wilderness. Let's rest for a few days. Yes, the soldiers went down to count the people. Mu Mianmian changed clothes, sat in the carriage, and used a towel to dry her hair, smiling. Tomorrow I'll go to the town to see if there are horses. Yi Siming nodded. Yes, and let Xian go with you. He then handed her a jade pendant. If there's a pawn shop, sell it. The money should be enough to buy a horse. If there's extra, you can buy some things. Mu Mianmian was surprised. She didn't expect him to hide things too. This is your personal jade pendant, right? It looked very valuable with a dragon pattern, simple but elegant, though not very pretty. But the jade was high-quality ink jade. Yes, it's not important. It's just an external thing. You've been tired all day. Rest for a while, said Yi Siming, wanting her to recover quickly, but his leg still wasn't fully healed. Okay, let's eat something first. I'll go cook. Mu Mianmian tidied up and caught a rabbit to improve their meal. Older sister-in-law, I'll help you, said Xiao Ajin, rushing over to hold the rabbit and go down from the carriage with her. Night Xian also said, older sister-in-law, let me do it. You should rest. But can you kill a rabbit? Mu Mianmian hesitated. She was a pampered young princess. Washing dishes and clothes was already good enough. She probably couldn't handle slaughtering a rabbit. The girl looks like a little white rabbit. Yesi Yun's face turned pale. She really couldn't do it.
Well,
Sister-in-law, please handle it. Give it to me and I will cook the meat. She doesn't know how to cook either. Otherwise, the ingredients would be wasted. Mu Mianmian smiled and said, "It's okay. Let me do it." She carried the rabbit out. The water at the foot of the mountain is nearby, which is convenient. She can wash it with clean water when she gets back. There's a rabbit. She actually has a rabbit. At this moment, many disaster victims immediately focused on her. They still have rabbits in their carts. Someone shouted. Shun Jia stood behind a tree, deliberately shouting this way at Mu Mianmian. Her eyes showed jealousy and malice. She couldn't believe the flood didn't drown her. What a bad luck charm. Seeing her living better than herself, Shun Jia wished she would just disappear. Mu Mianmian's expression darkened. She coldly looked at Shun Jia. We only have one rabbit now.
No extras.
This rabbit was caught by me. Our family is hurt, disabled, and weak, but we still need to eat. If you want meat, you can go find it yourself in the woods. Everyone's eyes showed greed as they stared at the rabbit in her hand. They wouldn't just ignore it and let others take it. But when they heard there were more rabbits in the cart, they all looked toward the cart. They saw Ye Siming sitting inside, with sharp, cold eyes. Instinctively, people felt he was not someone to mess with. But for survival, they didn't care. One by one, their eyes turned fierce as they surrounded the cart. Hand over the rabbit. Give it up. They were all starving mad. They didn't expect to have a rabbit to eat. The second and third families of the household watched this scene with secret pride. Serves you right for greed. This is your punishment. Haha. Mian Mian, if you ask us, we might help. Shinjia crossed her arms, looking proud and arrogant. A group of disaster victims surrounded the cart. They were all starving and wanted to eat. Mainyang, Yesiyun, and little Ajin were all scared. Seeing this, Mu Mianmian hurried over. Stop. Who dares to come and snatch? She stepped forward and struck a man hard with a wooden stick. How dare you hit us? Everyone, rush forward. Beat this troublemaker. I heard she's a disaster bringer. Since she came to Mengsi town, we've had floods. She caused us so much suffering. Why do they get to eat meat while we don't? The men cheered together, and everyone shouted to beat her. Mu Mianmian, come here. Yi Siming's cold voice came from the carriage. As soon as he spoke, stones flew out and hit those people. They all fell to the ground, crying out loudly. Beat them to death. Yi Siyun and Mainyang immediately grabbed sticks and started hitting. The refugees ran while covering their heads. If you dare to steal our meat again, I'll beat you to death, Mainyang snarled fiercely. The whole family worked together, knowing they were tough opponents. Everyone was scared. Seeing those hit and with big holes in their arms, they felt anxious, worried that the others might get hurt badly. Damn it. I didn't expect the people in the carriage to be so powerful. Rumor has it they are traitors. No wonder they are so strong, someone said. So, they are traitors?
No wonder.
They should be punished. But they are too strong. A few suspicious-looking men, one looking very energetic, hid in the shadows and stared at the carriage. One of them suggested, if we want to eat meat, we have to kill the people inside the carriage. Killing, they didn't dare to do that. Don't be afraid. He's a traitor. If you kill him, you'll be heroes. The court won't blame you. The man continued to encourage. And there are a few young women in the carriage. Don't you want them? Let's act tonight. Most people still didn't dare to steal food. Only a few led by others deliberately targeted Yi Siming. When they couldn't get food, some went into the woods to dig wild vegetables. When there were no vegetables, they peeled bark from trees, anything edible. Mu Mianmian finished preparing the rabbit and went back to cook. This time, she roasted it. The aroma wafted through the air, making many people drool. She hurried to finish, and Foam brought the food to her family to eat quickly. After eating their fill, they rested for a while. Soon night fell. A few sneaky people, acting secretly, approached their carriage. Later, kill the man. The woman stays, a lecherous man said with a sly smile. They had long been watching the people in that carriage, especially the women, each more beautiful and lively than the last. After killing the man, they planned to capture the women, enjoy themselves, and then kill them. The group instantly became excited. All right, let's do it. They disappeared and released some smoke into the carriage. After a while, they climbed up. But before they could get fully inside, they sensed something was wrong.
Boss.
I feel so much pain all over. As he spoke, one of the younger brothers suddenly collapsed and died, blood flowing from his 7 orifices.
Ah.
Someone's been killed. Help! Someone's been murdered. The group was made up of small-time troublemakers from the town. Seeing their comrade dead, they panicked and shouted in fear. What happened? Their shouting attracted the attention of the guards. Lu Tao quickly brought people over to see the dead man and called for Mu Mianmian and others. What's going on? Mu Mianmian rubbed her eyes and stepped down from the carriage. Are we about to set off? It was her. He killed Sanguzi. The group pointed at Mu Mianmian. Mu Mianmian looked at the corpse on the ground, her eyes narrowing slightly. Don't talk nonsense. I was sleeping inside the carriage the whole time and never came out. But what are you big men doing near our carriage? We just went out to pee, said Li Diju, a notorious lazy troublemaker from Yingxi town. No one expected Senguzi to suddenly faint and die after touching your carriage. It must be you who cursed him because you're a bad omen. The other 3 young troublemakers nodded with pale faces.
Mu Mianmian smiled coldly.
Commander Lu, what do you think? Someone has died. Only the authorities can investigate and find out what really happened, Lu Tao replied. He's just an ordinary citizen. You're the family of the accused. If you go to the authorities, it might not be good for you. So, you're saying I didn't kill him? Mu Mianmian sneered. Lu Tao said nothing, clearly implying agreement. Mu Mianmian coldly said, if that's the case, where's the law? I remember I am just a family member, not a criminal. If someone tries to harm me, I have the right to defend myself. The troublemakers looked a bit frightened. We didn't do anything. Is that so? He only touched my carriage and now you're suspecting me of murder? Isn't that ridiculous? Are we supposed to be exiled and unfairly blamed for something we didn't do? Those exiled people felt it was related to their own interests and couldn't help but speak up. Exactly. Why are they accusing us without any proof? A few sneaky people ran out, and we don't even know if they mean harm. We must find out the truth. Lu Tao thought this was difficult and said, please, Lord Chung, have the coroner examine the body first. Let's find out the cause of death. He didn't believe she was capable of killing anyone. There must be some trick involved. Soon, officials arrived and examined the body. The coroner said he was poisoned. It seems he ate some poisonous mushrooms and wild plants, which caused the poisoning. Everyone was alarmed. We've all been eating wild vegetables and mushrooms recently. Could that have caused death from poisoning? People became very worried. Lord Chung glanced at Mu Mianmian and asked the coroner, are you sure it was food poisoning? The coroner replied, yes, your lordship. He first ate mushrooms, then wild vegetables. The mixture of different foods led to the poisoning and his death. If it's food poisoning, then it's not my fault, Mu Mianmian said, glancing at Li Diju. Everyone looked upset. They didn't understand what was happening, but they had indeed eaten mushrooms and wild vegetables. Suddenly, they were all terrified. Your lordship, we all ate wild vegetables and mushrooms. Could we also be poisoned? The coroner checked them and said, there are signs of poisoning. If we induce vomiting quickly, there might still be hope. Please, Lord Coroner, save us, they begged, kneeling. All right, the floodwaters have receded. The villagers should hurry back home. Don't stay mixed with these people. If anyone dies, no one will know how it happened, someone said impatiently. Without catching Mu Mianmian in any wrongdoing, Lord Chen looked unhappy and left. During the day, it was mainly a few of them who started stealing our things. I think they did it on purpose. Knight Master Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing. All right, since there's no problem, you don't need to worry. Come up and rest. Tomorrow, we can go to the town. The floodwaters receded, and Lu Tao didn't plan to leave immediately, so everyone could take a break. The next morning, everyone got up early. They all went down the mountain. The town was still very empty. The roads were wet and difficult to walk on. The town had just been flooded, but the people's belongings were still there. The houses were still standing, which was good. Now they just needed time to recover. The town's recovery was going well, especially the restaurants and inns, which were quickly cleaned up. Wealthy families had probably left early, but once they saw the floodwaters recede, they rushed back to reopen their businesses. After the flood, the most profitable items were food, rice, flower shops, and other stores, which raised their prices sharply. Only strong businesses could open immediately. There weren't many refugees, so as shops reopened, life gradually returned to normal. "Commander Liu, can we go out for a walk?" Many people wanted to buy some things. Lu Tao said, each household can only send 2 people to buy supplies. That was the rule. No one objected. A large group couldn't stay in inns, so they had to find a broken temple to stay in. After the flood, everyone shared the hardships. They all developed a good impression of Mu Mianmian, especially the brothers from the Zhong and Qin families. The 4 of them came together and said, "Miss Mu, we're going to the town to buy some things. Would you like to come with us?" "Yes." Mu Mianmian greeted Knight Master Ming. "I'm going to the town with them. You all wait here for me." "Big sister, I want to go with you," Knight Master Yin said worriedly. "Since the situation in the town is still unclear, it's safer for you to stay here." Mu Mianmian thought about the refugees. If they suddenly went crazy, it would be very dangerous. Going with them might not be safe. "When we get to other towns, we can go shopping together." Knight Master Yin nodded obediently. "All right. Be careful." Zhong Dingming smiled and said, "Miss Mu, don't worry. My mother and the others will help take care of you." Having survived the disaster, he became much more cheerful and confident, as if he had stepped out of the shadow of exile and house arrest. "Yes, what do you want to buy?" Mu Mianmian and the others don't need to worry about safety issues. Zhong Dingming looked worried and said, "My mother asked me to buy some herbs, food, and daily items. I'll buy them when the time comes, but after the flood, I don't know if I can find anything. Prices are probably very high now. If you want to buy herbs, buy from me. I can give you a better price," Mu Mianmian said, knowing he was buying medicine for his father. She already had those herbs, so she quickly tried to help. Zhong Dingming asked curiously, "Do you still have herbs?" "Yes. If you trust me, I can prepare medicine for your father. Later, I'll charge you less for the consultation and medicine. In our situation, saving money is important. Seeing a town doctor will definitely be expensive." Zhong Dingming thought this made sense. Things aren't like before. They had some savings, but they are a big family with no other income. Now, in the southern wilderness exile village, that money isn't enough. "All right, thank you, Miss Mu." Mu Mianmian smiled and said, "You're welcome." They discussed where to go first. When they reached the town, they bought what they could. Once inside the city, they saw that all the grain shops were crowded with people, and the prices were very high. It's too expensive. In the capital, old white rice costs only 75 coins per bushel, but now it's 200 coins. Brown rice costs 30 coins per bushel, but normally only 5 coins. Everyone looked worried. They didn't need to check the polished rice. It was obviously expensive and beyond their means. Chun Shandao said, "Let's buy brown rice. It's a bit cheaper. We need to buy some. I heard the soldiers don't have much grain either. If we don't stock up, the journey will become more and more desolate. If the soldiers run out of food, we'll have nothing to eat." Everyone shook their heads silently and then looked up at Mu Mianmian. "Miss Mu, do you want to buy some? We can help you buy some." With so many people pushing and shoving, it wasn't very convenient for a girl like her. Mu Mianmian gave Qin Shansen 30 coins and said, "Yes, please buy me a bushel of brown rice." She didn't want to sell her own food, but to take out supplies from her space. She needed a source. "I also want to buy a horse." Zhong Dingming's younger brother, Zhong Dingsheng, suddenly exploded and said, "Horses are very expensive, and there may not be any available. Right now, only the government has horses. Do you have money too?" Mu Mianmian held the jade pendant given by Yi Siming. She didn't want to pawn it, but suddenly having money to buy a horse didn't seem right. I have something I can pawn. I'll go to Jejia pawn shop. You guys buy rice, and we can meet at the city gate later." "How about that? You're alone. That's too dangerous." "Let Aishan go with you," Chun Liang suggested. Mu Mianmian wanted to say she didn't need help, but considering it was better for someone to see her, she nodded. Okay. They split into 2 groups. The 3 of them went to buy rice. The other 2 went to find a pawn shop. They found one that had just opened. Mu Mian said, "I'll go in and ask. Wait for me at the door." She took something out of her space, an elegant gold hairpin, to pawn. The shopkeeper didn't even lift his eyes, acting superior, fiddling with an abacus. 800 coins, and I'll take it as a dead pawn. A pure gold hairpin, beautifully crafted, and only worth that much? Mu Mian knew the shopkeeper was trying to cheat her. 2 taels of silver, no need to count. Hearing this, the shopkeeper looked up, inspecting her from head to toe, then glanced at the hairpin. The hairpin is good, but it's not worth that much. At most, 1 tael of silver.
If you want to pawn it, fine.
If not, go to another shop. Since they were the only pawn shop open nearby, he dared to ask for such a high price. "Shopkeeper, this hairpin is the only keepsake my mother left me. If I didn't need money, I wouldn't pawn it. I don't want to pawn it. It's made of pure gold, finely crafted. It could fetch a high price later." Mu Mian tried to bargain. "I bought this hairpin for over 100 taels when I got it." The shopkeeper naturally saw it was a good item, but wanted to take advantage. 1 tael of silver, no bargaining. Seeing her plain clothes and rough appearance, he deliberately tried to cheat her. Mu Mian thought for a moment. Then forget it. She didn't expect her to give up so easily. The shopkeeper felt it was a pity and hurriedly said, all right. 2 taels of silver. Consider it my good deed. Here you go." Usually she wouldn't get such a good deal. He was just taking the opportunity to do business. Mu Mian narrowed her eyes, handed him the hairpin, took the 2 taels of silver, and left. "Let's go, okay? How much did you pawn it for? I just want to ask passers-by about it." There are no horses for sale in the city, because horses are only owned by officials and nobles. Ordinary people cannot use them. Chun Shan and the others all knew this rule, but they still helped her ask around. Horses are very important for the country's strategy. The government controls all horse buying, breeding, and management. Especially good military horses are almost unavailable to common people. They usually use ox carts or donkeys. The only way for ordinary people to get horses is to buy them outside the city walls. Horses are very expensive. A normal horse costs about 70 to 80 silver coins, which only wealthy merchants can afford. Mu Mian suddenly felt overwhelmed. She didn't expect it to be so hard to get a horse here. After thinking, she decided to choose a cheaper way to travel. "Are there any oxen?" Chun Shan said, "Yes, there are oxen and ox carts." "Okay, let's go see and find a good ox." Donkeys are too slow, and since there are no horses, she chose an ox instead. At the market, the oxen were not strong. Many looked thin, tired, and sickly, as if they might die after walking a little. They were also very expensive. Usually, 2 silver coins could buy an ox, but now it costs 5 silver coins. "Miss Mu, these oxen are too expensive. I think we shouldn't buy one. We can help you pull the cart later," Chun Shan said, thinking these oxen weren't worth much. Mu Mian said, "I'll buy one anyway. I pawned some things and have exactly 5 silver coins, enough to buy an ox. They probably haven't eaten enough. I'll buy one and take care of it for a few days." Seeing she was determined, Chun Shan didn't try to persuade her anymore. They chose a relatively good water buffalo and brought it back. The ox was very thin. When the others saw it, they couldn't help but look down on it. "You bought this ox? You might as well not buy one. You'll lose money. It's better if we help you pull the cart." Why didn't they try to talk her out of it? Mu Mian, a young girl, didn't understand. "Don't you understand either?" Chun Liang glared at his younger brother. "I decided to buy it myself." "It's okay," Mu Mian said, leading the ox over. "Have we bought everything?" Zhong Dingming replied, "Yes, we've bought everything. But it's not much. The supplies are limited and expensive. We only managed to get some coarse rice. We couldn't even buy some old white rice, and they also wanted to buy some meat, but there was none available. There was very little stuff. We bought 5 measures of coarse rice together, and everyone shared it. Then we all went back to the broken temple. We didn't buy a horse, only a cow." Yesi Ming looked at the skinny, ugly cow behind her, frowning slightly. "How much did it cost?" 2.5 silver coins. Mu Mian told him honestly without hiding anything. "Just pawn 2.5 silver coins? Where did you pawn it?" Yesi Ming frowned slightly. It couldn't be only 2.5 silver coins. Mu Mianmian didn't pawn his jade pendant because she didn't want him to know. That jade must be very important to him. I don't remember. These days, there's a famine outside and many people can't get food. The pawn shops are taking advantage of the situation and lowering prices. It's okay. I chose a stronger cow, and after raising it for a while it will be fine. It's not really about the cow. Yesi Ming felt a bit headache, but didn't want to scold her. Alright, let's raise it for a few days first. You rest a bit. I made some porridge. You can cook. Yes, I made a little. His mother and sister are women who don't usually cook. Letting them cook would waste food. So, only he can do it. He only knows how to roast meat and make porridge, nothing else. Mu Mianmian sat down. Alright, I want to try it. The porridge tasted pretty good. I didn't expect him to know how to cook. She looked at his fingers, knobby and long, like jade. They didn't look like hands used for fighting with swords. Yesi Ming sat on a nearby stone. His leg still wasn't fully healed. Eat more if it's good. Big brother, what are you all eating? At this moment, Yesi Lan and others came over, smiling proudly, obviously having gained a lot from their trip to the city. They bought many things. They had money and bought some old white rice. Coarse rice porridge. Yesi Ming looked indifferent and said softly, "That probably doesn't taste very good. We bought some old white rice, and the porridge will definitely be fragrant, sweet, and sticky." Yesi Lan was very happy. They finally had something to eat. They would make everyone jealous. Jia, go and cook. Shin Jia doesn't know how to cook, so she can only let the little maidservant do it. Knight Lord Heir and his family all have small wives because they have children. They all brought them along. The small wives are considered lower in status, so they do the rough work. Mrs. Zhou looked at the cows and some coarse rice they bought and couldn't help feeling surprised. Where did they get the money to buy cows? It should be borrowed, Mrs. Shin said. That little fox spirit Mu Mianmian only knows how to seduce men. Didn't you see her coming back with people from the Chern and Zhong families? Otherwise, how could she have money? Maybe she slept with someone and got the money. The women were talking loudly and arguing. Chen Shan, Chen Liang, Zhong Dingming, and Zhong Dingxing heard and looked very upset. What are you talking about? If you keep gossiping, I won't forgive you, Aunt Zhong said angrily, crossing her arms. She was very loud and didn't like others talking badly about her son. Mrs. Shun's face changed slightly and she didn't dare to speak anymore. Little brat. How dare you throw stones? Are you tired of living? Watch me beat you to death. Mrs. Shun was furious, grabbing a wooden stick from the ground and chasing after little Jean to hit him. Seeing this, little Jean quickly ran into his brother's arms. Big brother, the mean auntie is going to hit me. Yi Siming held his brother and looked coldly at Mrs. Shen. Don't be afraid. She doesn't dare. He sat there with a serious, intimidating aura. Mrs. Shun raised her stick and stopped. Humph. Who told him to throw stones at me? He's so young and doesn't know the rules. He's disrespectful to elders. Isn't your brother supposed to discipline him? Second aunt, why are you angry with the children? Little Jean doesn't know the rules, so you curse him as a little brat. Is that good behavior? Yi Siming's expression was cold, and his voice was icy but calm. It didn't sound loud, but it made people feel intimidated. Everyone looked at her quietly and whispered among themselves. Mrs. Shun's face alternated between red and pale. She used to be a noble lady, but now she looked like a shrew, constantly using rude words. It was really embarrassing. Knight Lord Heir, feeling annoyed, patted her on the head. Shut up. Don't embarrass us. Mrs. Shun was hit by a man but didn't dare to speak out. She was still a little afraid of him, so she quietly hid nearby, holding her daughter and crying. Second brother Ye's eyes darkened as he turned around and smiled. Siming, don't be angry. Your second aunt was just upset and acted impulsively. We bought some rice, you can take some home. No need, thank you, second uncle. Yi Siming ignored him. Mu Mianmian sat quietly eating porridge nearby, secretly hiding away. They weren't eating rough rice porridge but soft, sweet, fragrant rice porridge with meat added. She didn't want him to see. If he did, he would definitely be jealous and try to take some. She knew these people well. During the last world's great famine, she saw many twisted human behaviors. Second brother Yi glanced at their steaming pot, covered with a lid. Though he couldn't see inside, he could smell the delicious meat aroma. They had rabbits, so they didn't think much about it. He initially wanted to use this chance to mend relationships and then use them to find food. But seeing they didn't appreciate it, he decided to leave. After Mu Mian finished eating, she looked at the man and asked, "Do you want to take a bath?" Why does she keep wanting to give him a bath? She probably doesn't really like him, but his appearance. Yi Siming lowered his eyes, looking at his own legs, and thought it was impossible. It's not very convenient now, being outside. We're living so many people together. Just wipe your body, it's enough. Yes, I know, just wipe your body? I can help you. It's been several days since you last did. Mu Mian liked how clean he looked, handsome, like a fairy descending from the heavens. The woman's bright, watery eyes looked at him, making Yi Siming unable to refuse. Getting into the carriage, it was fine to block the view. His father didn't need to get down. Mu Mian went to fetch water, heated it, and then prepared to help him. When she tried to help him take off his clothes, Yi Siming quickly grabbed her wrist. "I can do it myself. If I take everything off, there are no outsiders here, so it's okay. I'll just wipe you down, and I need to massage you because sitting so long hurts your muscles. It's good to loosen your blood flow and muscles." Mu Mian added a few drops of medicine to the water. "Your internal injury isn't healed yet. I'll give you acupuncture and wash your hair." Taking off his clothes? Knight Commander Ming felt very uncomfortable. He looked up at her calm face and said such words, thinking that maybe because she was a doctor, doctors don't see gender differences. So he took off his clothes, but only his upper body. He washed his hair, dried his body, and she also gave him acupuncture. Knight Commander Ming felt very comfortable, especially when she helped him wash his hair. He felt much refreshed. "Thank you. You're welcome." Mu Mian wiped her hands and looked up at his strong chest. That's when she suddenly realized something. Her ears turned slightly red. "I'm going to feed the cows. You rest for a while." The man had a great figure, with 8-pack abs. He was strong, muscular, but not bulky. His skin was fair. Thinking about how she had touched his body just now, Mu Mian felt embarrassed. She thought she wouldn't feel anything. She didn't expect her face to turn red too. Knight Commander Ming stared at her blushing face and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mu Mian jumped down from the cart and poured out the water. Xiao Ajin and Mainyang gathered around the cows, feeding them grass. "Mian, the little cow isn't eating." "Has it already eaten?" Mu Mian took a deep breath. Once outside, she didn't feel so hot. She put down the wooden basin and said, probably. I'll go pick some medicinal herbs and see if I can help it get better. Right now, the soldiers are guarding the area, so it seems we can't go out," said Knight Commander Yun. Everyone could only stay near the broken temple. "Okay, I'll check again later." Lu Tao wasn't here, and since the soldiers couldn't make decisions, they wouldn't let them go out. "Miss Mu, could you come and check my father's injury?" Zhong Dingming came over to ask. They wanted to take old Zhong to see the injury, but they couldn't go out now, so they could only try asking her. Mu Mian said, "Okay." She took a bamboo basket and followed him. Old Zhong lay on the ground. Without a bed, he used a patch of grass as a mat to lie on. He was over 50 years old, pale and thin, very lean. His condition worsened after falling, and he looked close to death. Madame Zhong secretly wiped her tears. "Miss Mu, I heard you know a little about medicine. Please, I beg you to save my husband. If the pillar of the family was gone, they wouldn't know how to survive in the southern wilderness." "Old Madame Zhong, I don't know much about medicine. I only know some herbs. I'll check first." Mu Mian didn't want others to know she could heal, so she secretly treated Lord Zhong. Lord Zhong broke his ribs. "With some medicine and rest for a few months, he'll recover. Don't worry, I have some medicine here that can help him," Mu Mian said as she took some herbs, crushed them, and applied them to Lord Zhong. After finishing, she gave him more herbal medicine. This is to promote blood flow, reduce swelling, and dispel cold. "I think Lord Zhong caught a cold from the heavy rain a while ago. That's why he can't eat much, and with his injuries, it became worse." Madame Zhong didn't care if it was effective. She just thought Mu Mian's words made sense. Yes, it must be the cold from the rain. My husband is weak and has old cold legs. Thank you, Miss Mu." She took the medicine to boil, and once ready, she hurried to feed Lord Zhong. First, give him some porridge before giving him the medicine, Mu Mianmian advised. Madame Zhong's eyes reddened. I want to give him some porridge, but the rice we bought is coarse rice, and he can't eat it when it's cooked. Coarse rice still has husks. It's almost like bran with very little rice inside. The porridge cooked from it was hard to swallow. Zhong Dingming immediately thought of something and ordered his chubby younger brother. The second family of the Yi household has some old white rice. Third brother, go ask them for some. Last time, they wanted herbs and we gave them some. Okay, Zhong Dinglu hurried to find Yi Xiying. After explaining, Yi Xiying's face immediately darkened. We don't have much rice either. If you want to buy it, you'll have to pay. Otherwise, I can't give you any. But Zhong Dingshao's cheeks flushed. My older brother said you took herbs last time for my father. Now my father is sick, and we need some white rice to make porridge and help him recover. Everything is what your older brother said. Don't you have any opinion? We don't have any food either. If you have money, go buy it yourself. Yi Xiying was annoyed and turned to leave. Zhong Dingshao was turned away and returned home, lowering his head, afraid to face his family. What is this? Why didn't she say she would pay when she asked us for herbs? Zhong Dingshao was furious. I'm going to find them. Big brother, don't scare Xiying. This has nothing to do with her. She can't make decisions. Seeing Big Brother about to storm to the Yi family with a fierce look, Zhong Dinglu quickly stopped him. Zhong Dingming snorted softly. I know, I won't look for Yi Xiying. The second and third branches of the Yi family are not trustworthy. When they needed medicinal herbs to save lives, they sent a young girl, Yi Xiying, to ask for help. If it weren't for their brother liking this girl, and the fact that she was of marriageable age, and because of exile, they hoped the two could marry in the southern wilderness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given her the herbs. Since they are so unkind, it's no surprise they are also unfaithful. Third brother, do you really like Yi Xiying? Zhong Dinglu blushed and nodded. Yes. All right, Big Brother will go ask them to give you Yi Xiying's family. Zhong Dingming sneered inwardly. His younger brother was honest and easy to bully, but that didn't mean he was so easy to persuade. Mu Mianmian touched her nose and watched the scene happily. Zhong Dingming took his second and fourth brothers to find the elders of the second branch of the Yi family to discuss the medicinal herbs. Old Master Yi, you were injured before, and you needed medicinal herbs to save your life. We lent you the herbs that were meant for my father. Now that you have money to buy rice, you should settle the bill for the herbs. Our herbs didn't come free, after all. Old Master Yi looked at the aggressive Zhong brothers, his smile stiffening. Those herbs were borrowed by Xiying and your third brother. Well, we didn't know. We thought the two children liked each other and were helping each other. That's a matter of kindness, and everyone should help each other along the way. But family members should settle accounts honestly. Now my father is sick, and we've spent a lot on herbs. We don't have the money right now. We kindly ask Old Master Yi to pay us back for the herbs. We're also facing difficulties now, isn't that right? Zhong Dingming, who was about the same age as Yi Xilan and also married, was sharp and didn't fall for their tricks. We bought a single herb for 30 coins. Just pay us the price. The Yi family members' faces turned from green to dark, with a hint of anger. Dear nephew, it's just a little old rice. Why are you so aggressive? Old Master Ye's face darkened, and he quickly ordered, bring him a bushel of rice. His tone sounded like he was shooing away a beggar. Zhong Dingming clenched his teeth secretly. Young Master Yi, you have misunderstood. We don't want your things. Just return the herbs to me. It doesn't matter if you don't pay. My father is seriously ill and needs the herbs for treatment. Life-saving medicine can't be measured by a few bushels of rice. We would rather starve than let our father stay sick without medicine just for a little rice. Are they mocking us as ungrateful? Earlier, Old Master Zhong was badly injured and nearly died. Yi Xiying came to ask for herbs. We didn't refuse to help. We lent them the herbs that could save his life. Now, they're just borrowing a little rice, but they are insulting us like this. Zhong Dingming couldn't swallow this insult. His eyes turned cold and dark, with a hint of cruelty. The people of the Yi family were startled. Unlike Old Master Zhong, who was a scholar, the Zhong brothers looked more like rough men. If they angered them, they might get beaten. Madame de Shen couldn't help but say, But we don't have any herbs. If you don't have herbs, then pay us. 1 herb costs 100 coins. Zhong Dingming sneered. Madame de Shen was furious and almost jumped up, her eyes red with anger. Didn't you say 30 coins earlier? Their family didn't have much money. They had already spent it on rice. They didn't want to pay even 30 coins, let alone 100. If they paid, they would still have to travel a long way. What would their family eat? That was the friend's price. Now it's the market price, Zhong Dingming said with a smile. If you don't believe it, go to the city and ask how much herbs cost now. Zhong Dingming, are you trying to extort money? Don't be too greedy. Yi Xian's sons, Yi Xilan and Yi Sihui, clenched their fists, ready to fight. We don't have money. Get out of here. You were the ones who wanted to give us the herbs in the first place. Now the herbs are all used up. We want more, but it's impossible. They looked stubborn, planning to hold out to the end. Yi Xiying said that when we reached the southern wilderness they would settle the bill, but we can't wait for the southern wilderness now. Since you won't give us money or return the herbs, when General Liu comes back, we will ask him to help us get justice. If you don't let us see the magistrate, we will complain. In short, they won't let the Yi family get away with this easily. The other side's faces changed slightly after hearing this. Yi Xilan was scared and hid behind his parents, not daring to shout anymore. After all, they are people with charges against them. Being exiled to the southern wilderness is meant to reform them. If they behave well, they can be spared from punishment. If they acquire another charge, their punishment might become worse. When they arrive in the southern wilderness, they will likely be assigned the hardest labor and face whipping as punishment. Young nephew, Lord Yi thought carefully and decided not to confront directly. He quickly put on a smile and tried to flatter them, saying, "It's all a misunderstanding. When we get to the southern wilderness, we will definitely pay you. We don't want to wait until then. We want the money now. I'll give you 1 day. If you don't pay or give the herbs, we will ask General Liu for justice." Zhong Dingming's expression remained calm, and he refused to be swayed. Unable to do anything, the Yi family could only discuss privately. Paying isn't possible. We don't have the money. Maybe we can have Xing marry the third son of the Zhong family. She might get some benefits from them later. The Zhong family is rich. Xing overheard this and got angry. I don't want to. If you marry me to that silly, fat guy, I'll pretend to be dead right in front of you. Her daughter cried and refused to marry. Old Lady Da Shen felt sorry for her daughter. Then she won't marry. The Zhong family's silly son isn't good enough for my daughter. Master, maybe we should ask Mu Mianmian. The Zhong family needs herbs and we can give them herbs. Mu Mianmian doesn't have herbs that don't require payment. Just let her hand them over. Mu Mianmian watched the scene for a while. After the two families left, she returned to her small base near her carriage. What do you want to eat for lunch? She asked the man when she got back. Yasiming was lost in thought and didn't hear her. Husband. Mu Mianmian climbed up and called him again. She knelt in front of him, and as she did, Yasiming looked up and saw her charming face. And her soft voice calling him, husband, made him suddenly come to his senses. What did you call me? Husband. Mu Mianmian blinked innocently, her eyes pure and innocent. Is there a problem? Yasiming looked at her with some suspicion. We haven't even had a formal wedding. Does that mean he doesn't acknowledge her as his wife? Mu Mianmian's eyes flickered slightly. She thought he might be angry and start crying. Knight Commander Ming didn't know how to tell her. With the way I am now, you won't find happiness following me. He didn't understand why she was following him. When we reach the southern wilderness, I will find a way to get you out of there. This was his way of repaying her. Mu Mianmian looked at his legs. But I said I could heal your legs. If your legs are healed, why can't you give me happiness? Knight Commander Ming's mind instinctively thought of something, and he blushed. How can a young lady like you always think about such things? Like what? Mu Mianmian felt confused. She just wanted to be a normal wife with him. In her past life, life was much harder than now, full of wars, natural disasters, and calamities. Humans were almost wiped out, and love was never considered. Even though she had a fiancé, they never married and had no time to be together. She didn't understand men and women's matters, nor did she understand romantic feelings. All she had was a heart longing for a better life. to make up for her past regrets. Knight Commander Ming frowned and said, "What I mean is, the shame and accusations I carry will cause you a lot of trouble. I don't want to start a family." His handsome face darkened with a gloomy expression, filled with hatred. He wanted revenge, to clear the false charges placed on him. Mu Mianmian lowered her eyes and remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. "Yes, I understand. But we are in the same boat now," she said. Knight Commander Ming replied, "Yes, I understand. So, rest assured, you help me heal my legs and take care of my family first. When we reach the southern wilderness and I recover, I will keep my promise to repay you." He would do everything except marry her, if that was what she wanted. And, of course, only if she wasn't a spy sent by that person. They should have sat down and talked clearly long ago, but they had delayed until now. Knight Commander Ming wasn't sure if it was too late. "Yes, okay," she replied. The young girl lowered her head, said nothing more, not even crying or fussing, just responded with, "Okay, I'll go cook. There's a rabbit. I'll make it steamed," Mu Mianmian said as she crawled in to grab a small rabbit. She was so quiet that Yi Siming felt uneasy. "Okay, but," he didn't know what to say. "Mianmian, are you cooking?" At this moment, Mrs. Shun and Mrs. Zhou came over, both smiling kindly. Mu Mianmian gave them a cold look. "What is it?" Seeing her straightforwardness, they stopped pretending. "Mianmian, we saw you deliver medicine to old Master Zhong earlier. Do you have any more herbal medicine? Can you give us some? The old lady is sick and needs herbs to get better. Just think of it as helping your eldest uncle show respect to the old lady. Please, just a little to save her." They spoke with tears in their eyes, their voices trembling, as if old Lady Zhong was close to death, drawing everyone's attention.
Mu Mianmian understood.
When the Zhong brothers caused trouble, their plan was to take advantage of her. "It's not that I won't give you any. I sold everything to the Zhong family. There are no herbs left," she thought to herself with a cold smile. She said it nicely on the surface, but she wouldn't let them smear her father-in-law's reputation. Inside, she decided she wouldn't give them any. Old Mrs. Shin cried and said, "Mianmian, I know you're upset with us for not helping Siming and the eldest uncle earlier. It was our fault. Can we apologize? You are a big-hearted girl. Don't mind us. At that time, we couldn't accept the exile, so we took our anger out on the main family." Mrs. Zhou added, "Yes, we've realized our mistake now. We're all family. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be bullied in the southern wilderness. With Siming and the eldest uncle unable to take care of themselves, the eldest sister-in-law is simple-minded, Xiaojin is still young, and Siyun is a delicate girl. You're the only one holding up the whole family. Things might be okay on the road, but once we get to the southern wilderness, it'll be a different story. That place is like hell on earth. As a young girl, you can't carry the whole family alone. We will need to help you then." They spoke kindly but also secretly threatened. Did they think she was stupid? Mu Mianmian looked at them coldly. She picked up a rabbit from the hot water, quickly plucked its fur, then slashed it fiercely with a knife. Blood splattered everywhere. Two women watched the scene, trembling with fear and hugging each other. They found her terrifying, a delicate young lady who dared to kill a rabbit without blinking. "We have separated our family. When we split, we agreed not to interfere with each other. When we go to the southern wilderness, whether we live or die, we won't trouble you. We really have no more herbs. Please find someone else. If there's nothing else, you two can leave. I need to cook." She started a fire and thick smoke billowed out. Mrs. Shun and Mrs. Zhou were coughing badly, their faces covered in soot as they ran out. "Cough, cough. Mu Mianmian, that little brat. No matter how much we begged, she wouldn't give us any herbs." They cursed angrily. Last time she said there were no herbs, but now she's selling some to old man Zhong. It's clear she just doesn't want to give us any. Jia Shin sat beside Yi Xiying. "If that's the case, does that mean Xiying will have to marry the fool from the Zhong family? I don't want to." Yi Xiying burst into tears. "If you force me, I'll die to show you." Mrs. Shen, who loved her beautiful daughter dearly, shook her head. "Xiying, don't cry. I won't let you marry that fool. Marrying him would ruin her. What should we do? Mu Mianmian refuses to give herbs, and the Zhong family is pressuring us." Yi Xiying sobbed. "Pay money? The old lady wouldn't agree. If the Zhong family comes back asking for more money, they might sell her. Jia Shun hugged her arm. Don't worry yet. Only General Liu can save you now. What do you mean? Yi Xiying's eyes filled with tears, her face red and swollen from crying. Think about it. Marrying that fool from Zhong isn't better than marrying General Liu. If you can win his favor and take good care of him, he might help our family, he wouldn't help Mu Mianmian, and we could use General Liu to teach that woman a lesson. Mrs. Shun's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Xiying, come here. I'll dress you up. When General Liu returns, you can bring him porridge and win his heart. Lu Tao returned from the government office at dusk. Suddenly, a woman ran out from the woods, her voice sweet and unsettling, making people get goosebumps. Big Brother Liu, Mu Mianmian, and the others were eating. Suddenly, a scream came from the woods. Yi Xijing, with messy hair and disheveled clothes, ran out crying. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Shun's heart jumped to her throat. She hurried over to check her daughter and saw the injury on her neck. Her heart almost stopped. Lu Tao hurt you, Yi Xijing gasped between tears, her voice hoarse. Mother, I don't want to live anymore. Mrs. Shin quickly hugged her daughter. Yi Shengcheng, your daughter has been bullied. Hurry and come here, Mrs. Shin shouted angrily. Lu Tao, you bastard. How dare you bully my daughter? I'm going to fight you. Old Master Yi and his son, along with others, rushed over immediately. Lu Tao strolled out of the woods slowly, flanked by 2 soldiers. Why are you all shouting? The soldiers raised their whips and struck the ground hard, leaving deep marks. The crack of the whip made everyone tense up. General Liu, you know very well what you've done to my daughter. Even if you're escorting officials, you can't bully people like this. Yi Xingchen looked at the whip, his tone softening a bit. But since his daughter was bullied, he couldn't just stand by. Lu Tao sneered. What do you think I did to her? Yi Xijing was curled up in her mother's arms, too afraid to look at him. He didn't do anything serious, but he almost strangled her. He originally wanted to bring porridge to seduce her, but he didn't expect him to be different from that fool Zhong. He didn't fall for her coquettish tricks or sweet talk. While they were chatting comfortably, for some reason, he suddenly got angry and grabbed her by the neck. Her disheveled clothes were caused by her struggling. Lord Yi, you should ask your daughter what she did. When we returned, she ran out of the woods and startled us. She even deliberately tried to seduce us, the soldier said disdainfully. She came to us willingly, so who can blame others? Miss Yi was interested, but our head is a noble gentleman. His status is high, and he doesn't look at just any woman. Miss Yi's behavior is unacceptable. The Yi family should discipline their daughter properly. Hearing this, everyone started to gossip. I can't believe she tried to seduce General Liu. Pfft. Shameless. When Aunt Zhong heard about it, she showed disgust and said to her 3rd son, look at this thing. Don't associate with her in the future. Zhong Dinglu was greatly affected. He looked at Yi Xiying and ran away. The Zhong brothers hurried over to comfort him. Yi Xiying was filled with shame and anger, wishing she could just crash into a tree and die. Everyone pointed and whispered. The Yi family is no longer what it used to be. Even if Lu Tao did something wrong, he is not responsible now. They can't do anything to him. Yi Xiying only knew how to cry and dared not speak. The Yi family could only leave quietly in shame. Lu Tao's face was cold and serious. He was truly disgusted inside. His eyes flashed with anger as he said, everyone, behave yourselves. If anyone dares to do such shameless and wicked things again, I will beat her to death. Other guards might try to take advantage of such a situation, but he wouldn't. Not every woman caught his eye. Seeing this, those who had been interested quickly calmed down. If they couldn't gain anything and risked their reputation and lives, Yi Xiying probably wouldn't be wanted anymore. Everyone sat quietly in their own spots. Mu Mianmian didn't care about this matter. She planned to talk to Lu Tao about going out to pick herbs. But just as she stood up and was about to leave, Shenshi stopped her. You troublemaker, it's all your fault. I will beat you to death. You jinx. She suddenly lunged at Mu Mianmian in a frenzy. Mu Mianmian quickly stepped back and kicked her away. Jinx! Shenshi fell to the ground, her eyes turning red with deep hatred, wishing she could hurt her. Troublemaker, if it weren't for you, my daughter wouldn't be bullied. Mu Mian, you wicked girl. I will fight you. Shin became angrier the more she thought about it. She got up from the ground and charged at her again.
Mu Mian خرد لي دارد.
Shin missed and almost hit a tree. Jinx, how dare you hide? Shin yelled angrily. Come here. Mu Mian felt annoyed inside. Her eyes darkened, and without hesitation, she kicked her in the face. Ah! Shin fell again, covered in dirt, with a shoe print on her face. She was so embarrassed she couldn't get up. Shinjia and Zhou came over to help. Mu Mian, how can you hit people? Second sister-in-law. You're the elder. What you're doing is wrong. They helped Shin up and started scolding her. She was the first to make a move. Can't I fight back and let you hit me? Mu Mian sneered. If you dare again, I will hit back without hesitation. Zhou was furious. She didn't expect her to be so arrogant. Her eyes flickered slightly as she suddenly thought of something. She immediately said, Mu Mian, this is your fault. You're the younger generation. Just because I told you off, you hit someone. Now you've hurt the eldest sister-in-law, and you have to pay for it. Hearing this, Mrs. Shin sat on the ground, crying out, This is unfair. Someone has been hurt. The woman rolled around on the ground like a shrew. This immediately drew the attention of everyone. Some people couldn't stand it and said, Mu Mian, how can you disrespect your elders? No matter what, Mrs. Shun is also the second aunt. Exactly. She's a new daughter-in-law, and she dares to hit an elder. Isn't that going too far? Everyone started criticizing Mu Mian. Mrs. Shun took the opportunity to cry, Everyone, judge for yourselves. Ever since she married into our Yi family, there's been no peace. She has herbal medicine but prefers to give it to outsiders rather than her own family. She's heartless and keeps hitting us. Why am I so unlucky? Why? People kept criticizing her. Mu Mian felt annoyed. When they asked for help to carry my husband and father-in-law, they looked down on us as a burden and separated us. They didn't give us a single bite. Now I finally earned some money selling herbs and they come to snatch it. They insulted me, hit me. Can I fight back? If I do, and she kills me, then you'll think that's right. Everyone was silent. We didn't do that. It was you who suggested splitting the family. And you deliberately sowed discord to cause the split, Mrs. Shun immediately said, recalling that they had fallen for Mu Mian's trap. She was sure Mu Mian knew how to find food, so she deliberately proposed splitting the family. If they hadn't split, they could have taken the food she found for themselves. Zhou hurriedly said, Yes, don't be fooled by her. Look, we all can't catch rabbits, but she caught one as soon as she entered the mountain. There must be some secret. Maybe she's not even human. Hearing this, everyone remembered the strange recent events. A delicate young woman who could make a cart, go into the mountains to hunt, gather herbs, and even pull a cart with her family on the road. This is not something an ordinary woman could do. That's right, Mu Mian. If you don't tell us how you caught the rabbit, we won't believe you. Mu Mian coldly replied, I just got lucky finding something to eat. Ha! Who would believe that? You're a little troublemaker. How could you have such good luck? I don't believe it, Jean Jia said with jealousy. Mu Mian didn't say more. Tomorrow, we'll go look for food together. You can see for yourselves. Then, everyone will hunt for prey using their own skills. Now, the others had nothing to say. All right, tomorrow everyone will follow her to the mountains to find food. They didn't believe that a troublemaker like her could have such good luck. Everyone dispersed. The Shin family still wanted her to pay compensation. Shin Jia and Si Silon came over to stop her, angrily saying, Mu Mian, you hurt my mother. You must pay for it. Hurry up and give us your herbs. No, Mu Mian looked cold. Though she had a soft, cute face, she seemed very aloof. Move aside, or I'll hit you. Both the husband and wife knew how strong she was. One punch could break your nose. Shin Jia was hit and fell back, unable to move, groaning and feeling uncomfortable even lying down. Seeing her approach, they instinctively stepped back. Mu Mian, I tell you, if you don't hand over the herbs, don't blame me for being harsh. Yi Silon was annoyed. Repeatedly, a woman had intimidated him. It was embarrassing. He had to turn the situation around. He didn't believe that, as a man, he would lose again to a woman. Mu Mianmian's body couldn't fight, and she was delicate, but she could still use some fighting skills. When the man charged at her, she was quick and agile, able to dodge.
Who are you?
You're not Mu Mianmian, Yi Silon said. His martial arts were not as good as Yi Siming's, but he had trained for several years. Though he had neglected it for a few years, he had previously been caught off guard and suffered many setbacks when she twisted his arm. This time he was prepared, and it was different. Mu Mianmian also saw this, but she still didn't take him seriously. She coldly said, "Get out of my way." "Humph. You definitely are not Mu Mianmian." Knight Commander Lan suddenly stopped, said a few words, and then left with Shunjia. Mu Mianmian frowned slightly, unsure of what the two were planning. She looked at the sky, then turned back. "Was there a big fuss just now?" "Did something happen?" Yi Siming asked. "Yes, but it's nothing important. Tomorrow I'll go out to find food. It's too late today. Let's go to bed early." Mu Mianmian was a little tired and lay down to sleep, falling asleep quickly. "Big brother." At this moment, Yi Silian came over. "I have something to tell you." Yi Siming looked at him with a cold expression, very indifferent. "What is it?" Mu Mianmian must be a spy. She knows martial arts. I heard that the third Miss Mu from the Mu family is not favored. How could she know martial arts? Yi Silian looked at Mu Mianmian with a grim face. Yi Siming narrowed his eyes. "How do you know she knows martial arts? I just fought with her. She moves quickly and doesn't seem like a weak woman. And with everything happening recently, is she really just an ordinary woman?" Yi Silian said irritably. A woman was pulling a cart, inside of which sat two grown men. Even when they carried Yi Siming on the road, they found it difficult. But she handled it easily. And she also dealt with the flood. Whether she's normal or not, I know in my heart. Her knowing some fighting skills just shows she has strength. It's normal for her to pull the cart. Also, you all need to stop underestimating me. Don't think I've become so weak that I can be bullied by your big sister-in-law. I'm not dead yet. Under his cold, sharp gaze, Yi Silian's whole body froze, blood seeming to stop flowing. They all used to be very afraid of Yi Siming. They didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of him. Because of the family's decline, he was suspected by the emperor and turned into the state, which made them forget how formidable Yi Siming could be. Yi Silian swallowed hard.
Big
brother, if you don't believe me, that's fine. I just want to warn you not to be fooled by Mu Mianmian. If she's a spy sent by that person, she could end up killing our whole family." Yi Siming looked normal. "We've already separated our family. Whether we live or die has nothing to do with you. Stay away from us and you won't get involved." Yi Silian's confidence weakened, and he dared not say more. He turned and left. After the man left, Yi Siming leaned against the side of the carriage, looking at the starry sky outside. Then he glanced at the woman who was sleeping peacefully. Thinking about what Yi Siling had said, his eyes turned a bit fierce. He reached out toward her. He touched her for a while. He didn't find anything, then looked at her fair face and couldn't help but touch her again. Suddenly, the woman woke up, sat up, and rubbed her eyes. "Can't sleep?" Yi Siming immediately withdrew his hand, startled and sighed. I'm a bit thirsty." Mu Mianmian got up, took a water bag from the bamboo basket, and poured some into a small bamboo cup to give to him.
Thank you.
Yi Siming took a sip, looked at the delicate bamboo cup with a pattern on it, and asked, "Did you make this?" "Yeah, I made it while I was making the basket," Mu Mianmian replied. She couldn't sleep and noticed he seemed to have something on his mind but was hesitant to speak. So she asked, "Are you needing to go to the bathroom?" By the way, he hadn't mentioned needing to go all along. Yi Siming's face instantly darkened. No need. He was now considered disabled. Talking about this made him feel uncomfortable.
Mu Mianmian understood.
"If you need help, just tell me."
Who would tell you?
Yi Siming felt frustrated inside. He had been deliberately eating and drinking less so he wouldn't trouble others. He didn't expect her to ask about it. Is it her place to ask? No need. Even if I wanted to go, you, as a woman, wouldn't be able to help me. Mu Mianmian said, "I can carry you down and we can help you get on the road. You should know I have strength." "I'm very curious." Why does a delicate girl like you have such strength and skill? Yi Siming looked up, his eyes deep. When he checked her earlier, he didn't find anything unusual, not even disguise. If she was so skilled in martial arts, it would be hard not to suspect. Mu Mianmian frowned, suddenly understanding. Did Yi Siling tell you something? The man didn't answer, just didn't deny it. I don't know martial arts. I only know some basic boxing and kicking skills, very simple. I learned them secretly. In the Mu family, I secretly watched the guards practice because I was bullied since I was young. I learned martial arts in secret so I wouldn't be bullied. I have great strength, it's natural. Because I am naturally very strong. People say I am a disaster star. I dare not show it because I am afraid of being seen as a monster. This time, I had no choice but to follow you into exile. Her eyes were sincere, clear and pure like water, with a slight redness. When she spoke about being bullied, her voice choked with emotion. Night Seeming felt uneasy inside. If it was true, then her revealing her secret of being naturally very strong was all for him. We don't know each other. You were forced into a marriage. You could have escaped. Why did you get involved and come with me to suffer? But a bit of reason told him he shouldn't be fooled by her. What she said might be true, but it still didn't make sense. Who would follow a man with no future? Mu Mianmian lowered her eyes. The bright moon shone on her, surrounding her with a gentle white glow, making her look like a goddess under the moon, beautiful and captivating. Because I am already homeless. Since the Mu family sent me to the Night family, they see me as a disgrace to the family, a burden, and are trying to abandon me. If I go back like this, the Mu family might let me into the estate, but then they would sell me to someone else as a concubine. Following you to the southern wilderness might give me a chance at life. I just want to go to the southern wilderness to escape unfair fate, so that's how it is. If she returned to the Mu family, she would likely be sold again, just because of her beauty. Night Seeming loosened his grip on the bamboo cup in his hand. But the southern wilderness isn't the paradise you think it is. It's a hell on earth. Once you get there, you won't find the life you want. There is always a way out. I believe that after hitting rock bottom, one can find a way to survive. Mu Mianmian looked up and smiled at him. Night Seeming didn't say anything. He finally understood her purpose. It seemed she wasn't sent by anyone as a spy, but he still couldn't let his guard down. Especially, he must not be fooled by her or fall into feelings. Night Seeming's gaze grew sharp. Yes, go to sleep early. I won't believe the rumors from Yi Si-lan and the others. No matter what, you have shown me kindness. When they arrived in the southern wilderness, he said, whatever you want, I will provide for you. Mu Mianmian smiled to herself, feeling there was nothing she needed, but she thought he would make a good husband. She wanted him to promise to marry her.
But it was too soon to talk about that now.
She decided to wait until they reached the southern wilderness. The next day, someone came to Lu Tao, saying they wanted to go up the mountain to find food. As usual, only 2 people from each household could go out, and they had to wear shackles on their feet. There were 5 households: Zhou, Chun, Wu, Zhao, and Night, plus some individuals. These individuals were not from families but had been exiled for personal mistakes. There were also ordinary villagers who had been banished for some wrongdoings. Altogether, there were over 100 people. Individuals were not allowed to go out because they might try to escape. Early in the morning, the Chun brothers, Zhou brothers, and others came to see him. Night Si-lan and his son, Night Shengchen, came together. Miss Mu, let's go. Mu Mianmian had just finished breakfast and was carrying a bamboo basket. Okay, big sister, I'll go with you. Mainyang held her son and looked eagerly at her. They had stayed here for a few days and felt very bored. Night Siming said, if we're not going deep into the mountains, then take your mother and them along. I can look after Dad. Only 2 people can leave at a time. Today, I'll take Jean and my mother. Siyun, you stay here, and I'll take you tomorrow, Mu Mianmian said. Jean was so young it didn't matter. A little baby wouldn't be questioned by the soldiers. Great! Mainyang and Jean cheered happily. About a dozen people headed into the mountains. Jean wasn't wearing shackles and was happily jumping around as they entered the forest. Sister-in-law, do you think we can catch rabbits today? Depends on luck. Mu Mian was tired of eating rabbit meat and wanted to try roasted chicken legs. Once in the mountains, they started looking everywhere. Mu Mian moved slowly, not in a rush. They reached a patch of trees. Ah Jin happily said, "Sister-in-law, there are mushrooms here. Such big mushrooms. Let's pick some," Mei Nyang said excitedly. Mu Mian came over to help pick, placing the mushrooms into her basket. "Join us too." They didn't expect to find mushrooms right away, and everyone was very happy and a little envious. They found some mushrooms, but didn't bother to take them. Mu Mian spoke up, and Chen Shan and others immediately ran over to pick them up. "It's just a few mushrooms. Maybe they're poisonous." Others looked down on them, but only the brothers from the Chen and Zhong families happily came over to gather. "We don't have baskets, Miss Mu. Can we put the mushrooms in your basket and share when we go back?" Zhong Dingming suggested. "Sure." Zhong Dingxing quickly took the basket from her hand. "I'll carry it." In the end, they collected a whole basket of mushrooms. "It's full now. If there's anything else, we might not be able to carry it." Chen Shan and the others were excited because they had also gone up the mountain to find food, but it was hard to find even a wild vegetable to eat. Now they had a basket of mushrooms after just a short time. They felt it was a good harvest, showing that Mu Mian was indeed luckier than them. "There's bamboo over there. I'll cut some and I can weave you baskets," Mu Mian said. Hearing this, everyone quickly went to cut bamboo. Mu Mian soon made 4 baskets, giving one to each person. They divided the mushrooms on the spot, and everyone had some. Knight Ceylon, the Wu family, and the Zhao family searched the mountain all day, but found no game. They only saw some animals run away, and nothing was caught. They came back looking disappointed, only to see their baskets filled with mushrooms. "Mu Mian, you said you'd help us catch game, but why didn't we see any?" Wu Lei, the eldest son of the Wu family, asked annoyed. Mu Mian smiled and said, "Didn't you see that you encountered some? I saw you trying to catch rabbits earlier, but no matter how they tried, they couldn't catch anything." They felt frustrated because they had been angry at her. "Really, are rabbits turning into spirits? Why can't we catch any?" Wu Lei said irritably. They had only seen one rabbit, and when they all tried to catch it, it ran away. Such bad luck. They couldn't catch it, and then blamed others. Chen Shan didn't want to bother with them, especially the Wu father and son. "Miss Mu, let's go look somewhere else." "Okay." They went together to explore nearby. "There's a rabbit." Zhong Dingming, with sharp eyes, spotted 2 rabbits and quickly ran over to catch them. "Haha, I caught them." The 2 small gray rabbits hardly moved, waiting for him to catch them. Yi Ceylon originally wanted to see him fail, catch the rabbits, or be teased by the rabbits, but instead, she saw Zhong Dingming easily catch 2 rabbits. This made her very angry. "Those 2 rabbits were found by us first." "Exactly. They are our rabbits." Zhong Dingming, holding the 2 rabbits, stood up and sneered. "Did it say your names on them?" "Shameless," Zhong Dingming added. A few people's faces turned red with anger. After a while, Chen Liang found a wild boar and excitedly said, "Aishan, come quickly. There's a wild boar." It was a big wild boar, and the brothers were very excited. The 2 brothers, one after the other, rubbed their fists, ready to do their best. They thought catching it would take some effort, but unexpectedly, the wild boar ran straight into their arms. How could such a good thing happen? Chen Shan held the boar's head, looking confused. He thought the wild boar would knock him over, but instead, it just rubbed against him gently and didn't hurt him. "You guys are so lucky. How come the wild boar just ran into your arms?" Zhong Dingming looked at their wild boar with envy. Chen Shan touched his nose and smiled. "Today, our luck is especially good. We didn't have such luck a few days ago when we went out. Speaking of which, the Zhong family also had no luck when they went out looking for food."
Could it be?
They all turned around and saw a spotted deer walking over to Mu Mian, obediently and gently rubbing her cheek. Little Ajin sat on the spotted deer, happily smiling. Miss Mu and the others are even luckier. They actually caught a spotted deer. That's a top-grade blood-spotted deer. It's full of treasures. Zhong Dingming swallowed and said, "Miss Mu, your luck is really amazing. What do you plan to do with this blood-spotted deer?" These prey were all released from her space. She only gave them if she wanted to and didn't give if she didn't want to. Mu Mianmian smiled and said, "Let's go back first and decide later." "Yes, it's getting late. We should head back now." Yi Silon and the others stared at their prey with envy, wishing they could snatch it away. If it were just Mu Mianmian and her group, it would be fine. But now, with the Zhong and Chen brothers present, they couldn't steal it. All four are young men, especially the Zhong brothers, who are not easy to provoke and are too strong to be beaten.
Wow.
They all caught prey: rabbits, wild boars, and spotted deer. Someone exclaimed when they saw them. When Shun and the others heard this, they were very happy and hurried over to greet the men. "Sir, did you catch anything?" The Knight family father and son, the Zhao family father and son, and the Wu brothers all had empty hands, with no wild vegetables or game. "What happened? How come Mu Mianmian and the others caught prey, but none of you did?" The women were upset and thought they were useless. Yi Celian said, "Mother, we tried our best. We found a rabbit, but it ran away before we could catch it, and Zhong Dingming caught it instead, and they didn't really catch anything. The wild boars just ran into us, and the spotted deer ran right to Mu Mianmian." Everyone didn't believe it. "Impossible. The wild boar was ours. It just happened to bump into us," Chen Liang explained to his mother. Saying the wild boar bumped into them was an exaggeration. Actually, they were just lucky to meet a gentle wild boar. Chen Shan smiled and said, "Yes, I was just lucky." Zhong Dingming also said he caught the rabbit with his own skill. Mainyang puffed up and said, "Dear, we caught it ourselves. Xiao Jin and I stopped it." Then Mianmian hugged the deer's neck because she's so gentle and the deer liked her, so it didn't run away. "You look so fierce and mean. You scared the little rabbits away," Xiao Jin added. "Exactly. Uncle and second brother are so fierce. They scared the rabbits away. Brother Zhong is gentle and kind, and the rabbits like to jump into his arms." Everyone understood that they were implying the others couldn't catch prey because they were unlucky or not skilled. Yi Celian and the others blushed and didn't dare to speak. Xiao Jin's words made Zhong Dingming happy. He immediately said, "Haha." Xiao Jin said it well. "Brother, I'll make you a bunny hat. The bunny fur can be used to make clothes." Mu Mianmian suddenly remembered that she had thrown away the previous bunny fur.
Humph.
"It's just your bad luck that saved you." The Wu and Zhao families didn't get any benefits and felt a bit resentful. The women crossed their arms and mocked them. Zhong Dingming held the rabbit and snorted coldly. "Yes, we were just lucky, but you didn't even have that kind of luck." "You." Several women were furious. Zhong Dingming turned away, ignoring them. "Mother, we also picked some mushrooms. It was little Jean who found them, and they shared some with us." Madame Zhong looked at the basket and the rabbit, smiling happily. "Really? Then we'll keep the rabbit fur and make a hat for little Jean." "Madame Zhong, you can make a rabbit fur hat?" Mu Mianmian asked with interest. "Yes, my family used to be hunters," Madame Zhong said cheerfully. Her family background wasn't great. Her father had been a small general who started as a hunter and rose through the ranks by earning military merit. "I should thank Miss Mu for taking my son hunting." Now she truly believed that Mu Mianmian brought good luck. Whenever she went out with her, they always found food. Maybe she wasn't unlucky at all. Maybe she was a bringer of good fortune. It would be wise to stay on good terms with her. "You're welcome. Brother Zhong and the others helped me a lot too." Madame Zhong laughed. "They're men, so they can handle heavy work. Later, they can help you pull the cart, Mother." Zhong Dingming's wife, Wang Xiuxiu, quickly reminded her. Madame Zhong's smile froze, and her loud voice stopped at once. She had forgotten. Lu Tao had said that no one was allowed to help her. The journey ahead was still long. If they offended Lu Tao openly, life would become difficult. Wang Xiuxiu gave a small, apologetic smile. "Miss Mu, thank you for the mushrooms. When the rabbit fur hat is finished, I'll bring it to you." They really had no other choice. Wang Xiuxiu was a beautiful young woman, fair-skinned and graceful, like a lady from a noble family. Zhong Dingming adored her and rarely let her do hard work. She couldn't cook, so Madame Zhong handled all the chores. Even during their difficult journey, Wang Xiuxiu still looked neat and composed.
Mu Mianmian nodded.
I bought an ox. I can use it to pull the cart later. Wang Xiuxiu didn't want to offend her either. After all, being close to her could bring benefits. Thank you for understanding, Miss Mu. But when we're outside, if my husband and the others can help, they surely will. Once they enter the mountains, there would be no soldiers watching them. Wang Xiuxiu was a clever woman. All right, thank you. I'll head back now. Mu Mianmian didn't say much. She went out, and having a few more people with her made her feel a little safer. She didn't mind herself, but she was worried that if a big disaster happened, her family, elderly, sick, and weak, would be left alone and helpless without anyone to help. She also intentionally maintained good relations with the Zhong and Qin families. Wang Xiuxiu happily saw her off for a while before returning home. Mother, Miss Mu isn't angry. Don't worry. Mrs. Zhong nodded, feeling relieved. Then I'll go cook. Manhwa dear, how should we handle it? Mu Mianmian asked Yi Siming when she returned, wanting to discuss. She didn't expect herself to bring back a manhwa deer, especially a male one. It weighs about 200 jin, and during the summer when it grows antlers, just those antlers can fetch a good price. Yi Siming looked at the deer. What do you want to do? You can sell it or keep it for yourself. I think I'll sell it. I don't know how to handle it, Mu Mianmian said, patting the deer's head. It's easier to carry the money. If we want to eat meat, we can buy some wild boar meat from the Qin family. How does that sound? Yi Siming smiled. That works. They didn't even need Mu Mianmian to buy it. The Qin brothers killed a wild boar and brought 5 jin of good meat to them. Are you planning to eat it yourselves? Mu Mianmian asked. Chen Liang said, eat a little, then sell some. There are so many exiled people and they haven't caught any game, so they can only buy from others. He considered it cheaper. Market prices for pork are around 30, 40, or 50 won per jin, depending on the cut, lean meat, fat, or pork belly. Lean meat usually costs about 50 won per jin. He set the price at 30 won per jin for everything. A few days ago, he asked about the usual prices for pork, firewood, rice, and oil because they couldn't afford to stockpile due to high costs. Now, with rising prices, even lower quality meat costs about 60 won per jin. They have money, but can't buy it. This time they caught about 200 jin of pork. They sold 150 jin, earning roughly 4 or 5 taels of silver for the Qin family. Chen Liang felt grateful to Mu Mianmian, thinking it was her good luck that brought the meat, so they gave her some as a reward. These are the best parts. The wild boar was caught by you. I didn't help, but I still need to pay. Chen Liang said, we have already eaten quite a bit of your food, and you didn't ask for any payment. Miss Mu helped my mother see a doctor without charging, and she has helped us a lot. It's only proper to return the favor, so you don't need to be polite. He repeatedly refused to take money, so Mu Mianmian didn't insist. All right, thank you. How are you going to deal with this spotted deer? Chen Liang asked. It needs to be taken care of quickly, or it might attract unwanted attention when we leave. If it gets stolen, there's no place to complain. Lu Tao heard she caught the spotted deer and came over out of curiosity. Looking at the deer, he squinted and said, Miss Mu, you're really lucky. She managed to catch a spotted deer. Many people were watching with envy. Yes, just good luck. Now, I want to sell the deer. Do you think it's possible for General Lu to help me get into the city? Lu Tao glanced at the people in the carriage. As long as the Night King doesn't leave, he didn't mind. How do you plan to sell it? Whole or split after processing? Are there so many rules about this? The spotted deer is valuable, and there are indeed many customs. Seeing that she didn't understand, he said, why don't you let me handle it? I'll take care of it, but I want to keep 70% of the money. That's too greedy. Mu Mianmian immediately hesitated, but if she didn't give him some benefit, she was afraid her deer wouldn't sell, and he wouldn't let her take it to sell. All right, thank you, General Lu. The spotted deer was taken away by the soldiers. Ajin and Mei Nyang were reluctant to see it go.
We need money now.
When we reach the southern wilderness, if you like, we can raise a deer ourselves. Hearing this, the two of them immediately cheered up and stopped feeling down. Sister-in-law, today the little ox ate some food and is feeling much better, Yi Xin said. Yes, it seems to be affected by the flood. It's recovering slowly, but in a few days, it might be able to help pull the cart. Lu Tao looked at the half-dead water buffalo and deliberately tried to discourage her, smiling. Even if it can pull the cart, it's not a horse. Can it walk fast? We'll be leaving in a few days, and we'll need to speed up then. Mu Mianmian ignored him and went over to pat the buffalo's head. I believe it can keep up. Unless it's a divine buffalo. Lu Tao chuckled and then took people to sell the spotted deer in town. Handing over Mu Mianmian, it was uncertain whether she could sell it for this price. He sold the whole herd, bringing back 5,000 taels. In reality, it was worth much more. The merchant, knowing his identity and wanting to flatter him, sold him 8 taels. Lu Tao gave the middleman 3,000 taels and kept 5,000 taels. He took 70% for himself and paid a few soldiers for errands. Of course, he also had to show respect to Lu Tao. In the end, Mu Mianmian only received 50 taels. She almost spat blood in anger. Only 50 taels, a single spotted deer, weighing over 200 jin, was full of value. She thought Lu Tao, no matter how greedy, could earn at least 1,000 taels. But she only got 50? 50 taels? Thinking about her deer being cheated, Mu Mianmian's face darkened with anger. She was furious and wanted to bite Lu Tao. That's all the money you get. If you're not happy, you don't have to ask me for help in the future. Starting tomorrow, you can't go out to find food either. Lu Tao deliberately made things difficult. Seeing her angry, his brow furrowed slightly. Carrying this much money isn't good for you. If they had a comfortable life, he wouldn't have a good day. And since she didn't want to be his woman, Lu Tao felt no obligation to help her. After giving her 50 taels, he left with his men. The soldiers, having gained many benefits, were in a very good mood. Boss, are we really not letting her go out to find food? If Mu Mianmian could catch more valuable prey, they could make another profit. Let's see how she performs, Lu Tao said, glancing at her delicate waist. He instinctively swallowed saliva. Mu Mianmian was furious. She clutched the 50 taels of silver and returned, feeling humiliated. Don't be angry. 50 taels is enough for us to eat on the road. You don't need to go out to find food anymore. Yi Siming was also annoyed, but now they had no choice. Lu Tao has connections. It's impossible for us to have a good life. His voice was deep, with a faint, gentle tone. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Mu Mianmian's mood slightly eased. I understand. I won't go out to find food anymore. She wouldn't release prey at this time. Maybe just small prey. Tomorrow, I will go to the town to stock up and eat on the way. Knight Masterming thought for a moment and said, Which pawn shop did you go to last time? Remember the name. I want to buy back the jade pendant someday. Yes, I didn't pawn the jade pendant. I pawned a hidden gold hairpin, she replied. Seeing how much she cared about the jade pendant, she took it out and returned it to him. Knight Masterming was silent. He originally wanted her to take the jade pendant out. He didn't expect her to. He didn't know how to tell her. This jade pendant is a token of trust, used to gather some people. These are his secret guards he trained. Now, they're being watched too closely, so they can't approach him. That's why he intentionally let her take out the token, hoping they could find her or secretly help her solve problems. It was also a test for her. But she didn't understand anything at all. Knight Masterming calmly picked up the jade pendant and asked, How many other things are you hiding? Nothing, just a hairpin. All right. He said no more, holding the jade pendant in his hand, thinking about how to find another way. Then I'll go cook. Having pork to eat is not bad either. He planned to make braised pork and some meat pies for the road. Anyway, today everyone got to eat meat. They all happily cooked. No one paid attention to what they were eating anymore. Once they knew her plum blossom deer was tricked, those people felt satisfied and stopped targeting her. The second and third houses of the Knight family bought some pork. But not much. Their family could only enjoy the smell of meat. Mother, I'm not full, said the third son, Knight Master Chen, looking at Ah Jean eating fragrant braised pork rice and crying loudly, wanting to eat meat. Our meat is finished. We'll buy more next time, Zhou said, hugging her son to comfort him. But I'm so hungry. Mother, I want to eat meat. Little Jean has meat too. It smells so good. Knight Master Chen stared at the delicious meat in the main house, drooling with hunger. Zhou felt sorry for her son and said, Then go ask your older brother for some. Knight Master Chen immediately ran over and said to Knight Master Ming, "Big brother, I'm very hungry. I want to eat meat." Knight Master Ming had just finished eating, and there was no more meat in his bowl. "It's gone. If you want to eat, ask your father to buy some for you." Knight Master Chen looked at little Jean. Xiao Jin immediately stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth and covered his mouth, saying, We don't have any more meat." Mei Nyang and Yi Xian quickly put their meat into their mouths to show him their empty bowls. Big sister-in-law. Mu Mianmian still had some meat left in her bowl. She had the most. Mei Nyang and the others had all voluntarily shared a piece of their meat with her. So, she hadn't finished eating yet. "I want to eat this meat. After I eat, I can pull the cart. Without meat, I won't have the strength. If you want to eat meat, and if you can help me pull the cart, I will let you eat." Yi Sikun, who was only 10 years old, obviously couldn't pull the cart. He immediately started crying, "Wah wah, you're a mean woman. Not giving him meat makes her a mean woman? Did your parents ever eat when they were here? Did they ever give us a bite? Are they also bad people?" Mu Mianmian said with a smile. Yi Sichuan's eyes filled with tears. He had no words and cried as he went back. When the son came back crying, Zhou Shi was so angry she rushed over and argued, "Mu Mianmian, you're so mean and cruel. You even bully children. You have meat, so why don't you let Chinu eat? You're too wicked. How can there be such a wicked woman like you?" Mu Mianmian sneered. Back then, Third Aunt had food too, but she didn't give a Jean any. When a Jean asked for some, you also didn't give him. So, Third Aunt is also a mean and cruel woman. "If you can do it, why can't I?" Yi Xian, thinking about how he went to ask for food and didn't get any, was annoyed. "Yes, Third Aunt, you hide all the food at home. You haven't given us a single bite. So, why should we give you food now?" Zhou Shi's face looked bad. "We don't have much to eat either. If we did, we would definitely share. Our meat is limited now. You have meat, but there are few of you. The meat was given to you by the Qin family for free. Can't you give a bite to the children and the elderly? We don't want it. We just don't want the old lady and the children to go hungry." Her words sounded reasonable, as if not giving was a form of cruelty to the elderly and children.
Mu Mianmian didn't buy into that.
"Whether or not you pay, the meat belongs to us. If you want to eat, you can buy it with money or exchange something. It's impossible to get it for free. Our family also has children and elderly. It's not just your family that has them. You have so many men in your family with hands and feet, so you can go hunting and find food yourself." Mrs. Zhou was angry and said, "I think you are just mean and cruel. Annie, if you want to eat meat, ask Uncle San to come talk to me," Yi Siming said coldly. "And Mian is my wife. Please watch your words. As an elder, you should behave like one. The family split was agreed upon by both sides, and we said we wouldn't interfere with each other," Mrs. Zhou replied. Mrs. Zhou looked upset and pulled her son away quickly. She was still afraid of Yi Siming, but after going back, she felt worse the more she thought about it. Mrs. Zhou went to complain to the old lady, "Mother, look, Mian and the others have hidden a lot of meat, but they haven't brought any to show respect to you. It's really unfair." Hearing this, Mrs. Shin said, "Yes, mother. Before, they had no food, so it was understandable. Now, the Qin family sent them 5 jin of meat. There are 5 of them, and they can't finish it all. Even if the family split, the main house still needs to send you respect every month." Old lady Yi agreed. "Call Mian here. Why do they get to enjoy good food while she doesn't?" Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Shun exchanged a look, feeling secretly proud. Then they sent a young maid to find Mian. Mian was annoyed and ignored her. But unexpectedly, the maid knelt down and hugged her leg. "Young princess, please, I beg you. Be kind and agree to see the old lady. Otherwise, they will beat me to death." The woman was the 4th concubine of the 3rd household. The master of the 3rd household had 4 concubines, and this one had a daughter who was only 5 years old. Because she was a daughter, her status was the lowest. She did all the chores. Her daughter, Miss Yi, was 6 years old and already washing dishes, while Yi Siqing, 10, didn't have to do anything. They ate well while she and her daughter ate leftovers. The 4th concubine looked pale and thin, wearing rough, torn linen clothes. Her eyes were empty and lifeless. "Please, I beg you, Mian Mian noticed some bruises and scars on her, especially on her arm, where she had been pinched, purple and blue. Mian Mian frowned and turned to Yi Siming. What should we do? She didn't want to go, but the Yi family's second and third households caused trouble all the time. It was so annoying. I'll go with you, Yi Siming said. Okay. Mo Mian Mian immediately picked him up. Yi Siming, just carry me on your back. He looked a bit hopeless. Being a grown man, he was being carried like a princess by his wife. They walked out like that, and he felt like his reputation was ruined. But it didn't matter if he was carried or not. Mo Mian Mian smiled and said, tomorrow I will make you a wheelchair. Okay. Yi Siming didn't refuse. It was too inconvenient for him to stay in the carriage all the time. If he had a wheelchair, he could move around. She knew how to make carriages, so she could definitely make a wheelchair too. Thinking about it, he stopped worrying and said, let's see and go and ask Uncle and the others to come over. I am not comfortable doing that, he said. Mo Mian Mian thought that made sense, so she asked her little maid to pass the message. Tell them we are not comfortable, so they shouldn't come unless they have something important to say. The fourth wife didn't dare say anything more and went back to deliver the message. Soon after, Old Lady Yi and the others arrived. Since you're not comfortable, we will come to talk with you. Siming, although we have separated the family, it wasn't our original idea. It was your wife, Mo Mian Mian, who secretly encouraged it. Yi Siming sneered. I don't like hearing that.
Don't always target Mian Mian.
The decision to split the family was made by me and Uncle and the others. The Yi family's affairs aren't something a woman can decide. Old Lady Yi looked displeased, implying that she had no say because she was a woman? Even when she was disabled, she still acted so strong. No wonder people held grudges. Serves her right. Old Lady Yi sneered coldly. Now, I am the head of the Yi family. I make the decisions. I don't agree with the split, she said. Yi Siming replied calmly. It's already done. Even if you disagree. We have the signatures from Uncle and Third Uncle, so you can't change it. As long as I am alive, the family won't be split. And even if you are separated, you still need to respect me every month, Old Lady Yi said confidently. Yi Siming said, we will talk about this when we get to Nanhang. Old Lady Yi said, I want to settle this now. You sold a deer and heard you made some money. Now you have meat to eat, so give me some, and you need to send me 50 taels of silver every month. When mentioning 50 taels, Mu Mian Mian's eyes turned cold. She was already angry, and now her mother-in-law dared to mention it in front of her. She immediately shouted, no money? You don't want to live anymore? Then just hand over your heads. She took out 2 kitchen knives from the carriage. It looked like she was going to cut them all down. As soon as she drew the knives, her mother-in-law was so frightened she almost fainted, stepping back repeatedly. Someone help. Mu Mian Mian is killing people, they all shouted. The soldiers were alerted. Lu Tao arrived with his men. What's going on? It's you, the Yi family, causing trouble again. Don't you want to live? General Liu, you've finally come. Look, Mu Mian Mian is holding knives and trying to kill me. Old Lady Yi clutched her cane and started crying. People gathered around to watch. They saw Mu Mian Mian holding 2 knives, her eyes red, full of killing intent, which was very frightening. Lu Tao frowned. Let's talk nicely. Put down the knives. Not happening. They're forcing us to the edge. If that's the case, I'll die with her, Mu Mian Mian said with a creepy smile. Yi Xian pointed at the old lady and cried, they're forcing us. We had no way out before. They wouldn't help us. Now that we have food, they're unhappy. They come to steal our food and money. How can a grandmother be so cruel? We don't have such evil relatives. Mei Nyang and Xiao Jin immediately sat on the ground, crying loudly. We don't want to live. Old Lady Yi is stealing our money and trying to force us to die. Ugh. Everyone couldn't help but feel sympathy. Old Lady Yi of the Yi family, you're so heartless. When the main family was in trouble, you didn't help. Now you've split up and you still want to kill us. That's too much. Exactly. When the second and third branches saw us in danger, they didn't help. Now that we're earning money and have food, you're unhappy. Your heart is so black. Old Lady Yi was furious. What does this have to do with you? It's our family's business. Besides, they're pitiful. Shouldn't we feel sorry for them? If it weren't for Yi Siming causing us to be exiled, we wouldn't be so miserable. Shen Shi and Zhou Shi started arguing loudly. That's right. They caused us so much suffering. Why should they have food and money? We're starving and sleeping outside in the wind and rain. Moreover, isn't it natural for them to be filial to their grandmother? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what to say, as this was truly their family matter. Filial piety is still important, someone said. Mu Mianmian felt annoyed. No, I don't want to respect that disgusting old lady. Everyone. Old Lady Yi immediately became furious when she heard this. She raised her cane to hit her. You brat, it's your fault. I'll beat you to death. Mu Mianmian's eyes darkened. She drew her knife and chopped the cane in half. If you curse again, I will cut you. Ah, the old woman screamed painfully and fainted. Mother! Yi Er and Yi San hurried over to support her, then angrily said to Yi Siming, Yi Siming, are you just going to watch her mess around? Second uncle, third uncle, I am already like this. I am useless now. From now on, Mian Mian will be the one to survive. She earns the money. How she spends it is up to her. No one can tell her to respect anyone. Yi Siming sat on a stone, expressionless. Talking to us is useless. I am now broke, no money, but I still have my life. If you want money, come and take it. The people of the Yi family changed their expressions. You are being unfilial. Is it useful to talk about filial piety now? Yi Siming sneered, revealing the scars on his face. He had delicate, handsome features, fair skin, and an elegant look, but on his face were 3 scars, the only one in the Yi family. Seeing those 3 scars, everyone stepped back. Yi Siming's eyes turned blood red. I hope this is the last time. If it happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Looking at the couple, it seemed like they had all gone crazy. Second brother, we should take mother back first. Yi San's voice trembled. If they didn't get the money, they might be killed. Now, Yi Siming was no longer the Yi king he once was. He didn't care about his life anymore, so what face did he have to care about? Mu Mianmian was even more crazy. Look at her sharpening her knife.
It was terrifying.
Everyone ran away in fear. Lu Tao watched the scene with a frown. All right, everyone calm down, but Mu Mianmian glared fiercely at him, not lowering her knife, as if she wanted to cut him. Because he had tricked her with a fake deer, such a heartless person. Lu Tao broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and said nothing as he left. Brother-in-law, they've gone. Put down the knife. Yi Siyun couldn't help but secretly wipe her tears and took the knife from her hand, putting it away. It's okay now. Mu Mianmian patted her head. Go to sleep. Yi Siyun nodded and took her brother and mother onto the carriage. Yi Siming sat by the fire, silent, but under the flickering flames, his handsome face looked dark and mysterious, with a fierce light in his eyes. Are you okay? Mu Mianmian said, annoyed at first, that she grabbed a kitchen knife. But if she hadn't, those people might think she was easy to bully. This world is just about bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I'm fine. Yi Siming withdrew his thoughts. He wouldn't tell her what was in his heart, but since she was forced to take a knife to defend herself, he was actually quite grateful to her. If she hadn't, they would be like meat on a chopping board, waiting to be cut. Thank you. Mu Mianmian smiled and said, no need to thank me. We are married. He just told them she was his wife. Yi Siming's ears turned red instinctively, but under the firelight, it was hard to see. His face remained cold as he said, that's just for show. We haven't officially married, so we're not truly husband and wife, just partners. I understand, Mu Mianmian said with a bright smile, feeling very happy. Yi Siming. He suspected she didn't really understand. Oh well. Let's wait until we get to Nanhang. Go to bed early. Mu Mianmian got up and hugged him. Yi Siming stiffened but couldn't refuse. He could only close his eyes and pretend to be dead. The carriage was small. Mainyang, Ajin, and Ye's father slept on the floor. Siam leaned inside the carriage. They could only sit on their sides and sleep. Do you want to sleep on my shoulder? Mu Mianmian looked at his leg, thinking he was injured and should rest well. No need. Yi Siming sat up straight. Then I'll sleep in your arms. Mu Mianmian stared at him. sleeping comfortably in his arms. She said, I have to work during the day. She knew he wouldn't agree easily, and now she had to support him. Yi Siming hesitated for a moment and said, Mu Mian immediately smiled happily, hurried over to sit with him, and then curled up in his arms to sleep. She is small and delicate, and he can hold her in his one hand. The next day, Yi Siming was wearing dark circles under his eyes. Mu Mian, however, was full of energy. She stretched her waist in his arms and said with a smile, I'll go make a wheelchair for you. Early in the morning, Wang Xiuxiu brought the finished bunny hat. Miss Mu, the bunny hat is done, but it still needs to be dried a bit more and washed several times before wearing, because it still has a slight smell. Mu Mian looked at the bunny hat in her hand. It's really beautiful. Did you sew it? The hat was very detailed, with 2 cute pink bunny ears that looked lively and realistic. It was snow white and immediately liked by everyone. Yes, I only know a little sewing. I can't do much else. The rabbit fur was prepared by my mother. I sewed it myself, Wang Xiuxiu said with a smile. If you wear it in winter, it will keep you warm. We're going to Nanhang, where the weather is said to be very harsh. She was a young lady from a noble family, skilled in embroidery and needlework. If the situation in Nanhang was good, she could sell embroidered items and make money. So she remained quite optimistic. Thank you. The hat looks great. Yesterday, I made some meat pies, Mu Mian said, handing her a few. No need, no need. My husband said they are for Ah Jin. The rabbits were also caught thanks to you. Wang Xiuxiu hurriedly refused to accept the gift, repeatedly declining. The rabbits were caught by young Master Zhong's skill. It's okay. I made too many meat pies. Since the weather is hot, they will spoil if kept for too long, Mu Mian insisted, pushing the pies into her. Wang Xiuxiu also had a son, who was 8 years old and growing quickly. Yesterday, they only had one rabbit because her grandfather was ill and needed to eat it. They didn't get to eat any themselves. Thinking of her child, she shyly accepted the gift. Thank you, Miss Mu. If you need help with sewing or needlework, just ask me. Mu Mian smiled and said, Okay. Seeing her carrying a firewood axe, Wang Xiuxiu asked curiously, Are you going into the mountains again? Lu Tao probably wouldn't let her go out, right? No, I want to cut a few trees in front and make a wheelchair for my husband. Hearing this, Wang Xiuxiu's eyes lit up. Miss Mu, can you make a wheelchair? Could you help me make one for my grandfather? They asked my husband to come and help. If possible, she also wants to make a carriage, as sitting in a carriage is much more comfortable. But neither of them knows how to make a carriage. However, Mu Mian does. Yes, that's fine. Wang Xiuxiu happily went back to discuss with her husband and mother-in-law. Zhong Dingming immediately thought the idea was good and praised his wife for being clever. All right, my second and third brothers will go help her cut trees. If there's enough time, we will also make a carriage. Yes, have a snack. It's a gift from Miss Mu. Madame Zhong wiped her hands. Why are you still taking snacks from others? Wang Xiuxiu said. Miss Mu insisted on giving it to me, and I also think Xianer has never had meat. Looking at her grandson, Madame Zhong suddenly fell silent, feeling sad. Mom, it's okay.
Miss Mu isn't the stingy type.
She just didn't want to take advantage of us. She thought the rabbit hat Xiuxiu made was pretty, so she gave us a meat pie as a gift. In the future, if we can help, we will. We won't owe her favors. Zhong Dingming hugged his wife, biting into the pie. The smell of meat and oil filled his mouth. It's so delicious. Xiuxiu, hurry up and take a bite. They hadn't eaten meat in a long time. The whole family shared the few meat pies, eating eagerly and quickly. They thought to themselves, the Night King is really lucky. Even in such hard times, his food is better than ours. It's so comfortable. Madame Zhong said, then you should go help cut trees now. They didn't go far, just nearby, about 10 meters away where soldiers were watching. Little Princess Wang, aren't you going out to find food today? Mu Mian was cutting trees when people from the Zhao and Wu families came over. Their attitude was unusually friendly. Seeing that the Chun and Zhong families had gained some harvest, they wanted to follow her into the mountains to try their luck. Mu Mian calmly said, Not allowed. Aren't you all in a hurry? We only have 3 days before we leave, Wu Lei said, feeling anxious seeing them still leisurely cutting trees. Lu Tao went to the city to coordinate with disaster relief workers. If he could get some grain, they would leave immediately. But the amount of grain they could get was limited. When they left, there wouldn't be enough to eat. At most, a sip of porridge. They didn't want to go hungry again. They had to find ways to earn money and stock up on supplies. Zhong Dingming looked at him and said, "It's no use rushing. Lu Tao won't let us go out. He tricked Mu Mianmian into giving him a blood plum deer and made a lot of money. Whether they had supplies or not, he wasn't in a hurry. Besides, who cared about their lives? They couldn't go out, so they would think of another plan later." A few people had no choice but to leave quietly. Mu Mianmian ignored them and focused on making a wheelchair. With the help of brothers Chen Shan, Chen Liang, and Zhong Dingming, she found it much easier. "If we only have 3 days, we can only make a cart and 2 wheelchairs." Zhong Dingming said, "Can you make a small cart for my family first? It doesn't have to be big." The Chen family also wanted a cart, but they weren't in a rush. "If time is tight, let's just make 1 big cart and 1 wheelchair. The cart should be bigger since your family has many people." Zhong Dingming was touched. "Thank you, Brother Chen. When the cart is ready, your mother can ride in it." Chen Liang smiled. "It still depends on Miss Mu's plan." "All right, then let's make a bigger cart. I can work overnight without any problem. You guys go cut trees and handle everything first. I'll sit in the wheelchair," Mu Mianmian said. "Or you can buy a cart in town, it might be faster. Even a slightly cheaper cart will do. When you bring it back, I can fix it up. That way, it won't be too rushed and will save money." They stared at her, but she couldn't produce tools, so making it herself was very difficult. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" Zhong Dingming clapped his forehead. "A wooden cart will still be a bit different, but I'll talk to my wife. If we go to town, we can also buy some supplies." Chen Liang and the others also thought it was a good idea. Now they had some money, so they could buy a smaller cart. "Will the cart come with a horse?" Mu Mianmian had considered buying a cart before, but she heard horses were hard to get, so she didn't buy one. "It depends. If it comes with a horse, it will be very expensive. 1 horse costs about 70 or 80 taels, and the cart will be over 200 taels. Horses are hard to find, and even if we get one, we might not be allowed to use it." Mu Mianmian lost interest in the idea and continued making the wheelchair. When Lu Tao returned, Zhong Dingming went to talk to him about going to town. Lu Tao agreed.
Sure.
"We need to bring back supplies anyway. Tomorrow you can help carry the grain to the transport carts first, then go buy what you need." This process took a lot of time. But no one dared to complain. Mu Mianmian worked overnight to make a wheelchair. "Try it." Yi Siming sat on it and felt pretty good. He didn't expect it to have hidden mechanisms. Is this something an ordinary person could make? "I once accidentally read a book about carpentry and learned how to be a carpenter," Mu Mianmian explained, worried he might overthink. "I'll ask Lu Tao if he can take you into the city." Yi Siming had no objection to going into the city. Mu Mianmian went to find Lu Tao and explained her purpose. He was initially reluctant, but after recalling how she looked at him with a knife, and considering he had caused her to hunt a deer, Lu Tao felt guilty. After thinking for a moment, he decided to help her out, hoping she wouldn't keep giving him that dangerous look. "Okay, but we need soldiers to go with us because he's a key suspect." As long as they agreed, it was fine. They didn't plan to run away. Lu Tao agreed, but with soldiers following. Mu Mianmian looked at the old man in the carriage. "We're all going. What about my father?" Having soldiers follow wasn't a problem, but what about her comatose grandfather? Someone needed to stay and look after him. "Si Yun, my mother, and Ah Jin will stay," Yi Siming said. In this special situation, everyone agreed with the plan. Only the 2 of them went into the city. Zhong Dingming and the others left first because they needed to move supplies quickly. When they arrived in the city, they had already finished moving everything and gathered with the others. "How much grain did you bring?" Zhong Dingming patted his clothes and said, "Not much, just a few carts. Looks like it's only enough for the soldiers to eat. We can only have porridge. If you have money, buy more supplies. Otherwise, if the road stays blocked, we'll be left with nothing." Everyone looked serious. Zhong Dingming glanced at Yi Siming and reminded him, "The person helping with disaster relief is the crown prince. He dared to come into the city. If he was caught, he might be taken for questioning." Yi Siming's eyes darkened. but he said nothing and signaled Mu Mianmian to push him away. Let's go buy some things first. Okay. Zhong Dingming and the others didn't say anything and hurried to stockpile supplies. First, they went to find a carriage and bought one, but it was very expensive. They couldn't afford it, so they had to give up. Mu Mianmian wanted to buy a horse, but she only had 50 taels of silver, which was not enough. If you want to buy a horse, just pawn the jade pendant, Yi Siming suggested. No, our cow is fine. We'll buy one when we get to another town. The crown prince arrived, and no one knew if he would cause trouble. Yi Siming's status was special now, and people could always find excuses to cause problems. Zhong Dingming and the others bought a carriage, and then went to buy rice, oil, salt, meat, and vegetables. Mu Mianmian also planned to buy some supplies to stock in her space. Since she would need to use them later, she wanted to have a source. If she bought them herself, others wouldn't suspect where the items came from. At this moment, Lu Tao arrived with a group of impressive guards dressed in red, saying, Prince Yi, the crown prince invites you and the young princess to dine with him. Mu Mianmian held the handles of her wheelchair, her gaze sharp, and exchanged a look with Yi Siming before following them. Are they going to be okay? Qin Shanyan couldn't help but worry. Zhong Dingming said, as long as they are alive. Everything else is uncertain, especially Mu Mianmian. The crown prince had always disliked Yi Siming. They were sworn enemies, often fighting openly and secretly. Now that Yi Siming was down on his luck and had such a beautiful young princess by his side, talented and lovely, it was hard for the crown prince not to have thoughts about her. What should we do? If something happens to Miss Mu? Chen brothers were anxious. Zhong Dingming rolled his eyes at them. What can we do? We can't help much. But don't worry too much. My father says the emperor still won't kill Yi Siming. After all, Yi Siming was a skilled warrior. Keeping him alive might be useful in the future. Exile was not the same as complete destruction. Most of the time, it was because the person still had some use. Yi Siming's achievements had made the royal family wary of him. Plus, with peace reigning now, there was no need for war, so they deliberately suppressed him. I also heard that a military token went missing, which prevented the mobilization of the tiger and wolf army. Since the token hasn't been found, everyone suspects Yi Siming has it. Otherwise, why would they keep him alive? At most, they'll humiliate him. No one will die, but if the crown prince liked Mu Mianmian and she didn't want to be with him, it would be complicated. There's no point in rushing. Let's stock up supplies first. When they return, we can share some with them. The bell rang to signal the start of the meeting. Mo Mianmian and her companions arrived at a guest house and entered the most luxurious private room. Inside, there were several young men in their early 20s, dressed in purple robes made of fine silk, looking noble and handsome. However, in Mo Mianmian's eyes, one of them looked sneaky and untrustworthy, not a good person. Especially because he kept staring at her with a strange look. Night King, the little princess requests you to sit, said the crown prince Li Rui, with a friendly smile. He looked at Mo Mianmian and then smiled. Mo Mianmian gently pushed Yi Siming forward and quietly glanced at the food on the table. Greetings, crown prince, Yi Siming said coldly, with no expression. For a moment, Mo Mianmian almost didn't recognize him. The guilty servant does not deserve to eat with the crown prince. Please forgive me, he added. Li Rui looked proud and said, What guilty servant? Our emperor said that Lord Knight is our great warrior of Wei, with many battles and great achievements. He is loyal and will never betray Wei. The emperor is investigating the accusations of treason. Sending you away was just to quiet the rumors. Once the truth is clear, someone will personally bring the lord back to the capital. Right now, Lord, you have to endure being outside. Here, there are no outsiders, so you don't need to keep blaming the guilty servant. Please sit. Today, I invited you here. I heard that on the way, there were floods or droughts, and food was scarce. You even had to go into the mountains to find something to eat. Little Princess is very capable. I also know the Mo family's eldest daughter. You don't seem to be her, right? Li Rui smiled widely, constantly looking up and down at Mo Mianmian. He already knew she was a substitute bride, swapped at the last moment. He didn't expect her to be even more beautiful than Mo Jiao Jiao. Yi Siming quickly said, "Crown Prince, you are overestimating. With the way I am now, my wife can't help it. Lord Knight, are you satisfied with this substitute bride?" Li Rui's eyes narrowed, full of scheming and plots. Yi Siming's brow remained calm, silently signaling Mo Mianmian not to speak. "She's just a woman. What's satisfaction? Someone like me only deserves such an unfortunate woman. Haha." Li Rui seemed pleased with his cleverness. It's a pity such a beautiful girl is with you. She is a marriage substitute, not a princess chosen by decree. If Miss Mu does not want to go to the southern wilderness with Lord Yi, she can return to the capital with this prince. Rest assured, with me here, no one will dare to bully you again." He came over with a fan, gently lifted her chin, and looked at her with a playful smile. "Following Lord Yi will be hard. If the prince is reluctant, let her come back to the capital with me." "What do you think, Your Highness?" Knight Siming clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. "Perhaps she is not worthy. It's okay for her to be a little girl, but I heard she is very capable and strong. I need someone like that around me." Mu Mianmian felt this man was malicious and quickly moved away, looking at him coldly. "I am a troublemaker. Anyone who touches me will be unlucky." Li Rui was stunned. He didn't expect her voice to be so firm and charming, nor did he expect her to say that. "Haha, it's just rumors. I won't believe them. Miss Mu, don't worry." He had never met such a woman before, and he became even more determined to win her over. While talking, he deliberately tried to take advantage. His hand reached out to touch her, but Lu Tao was standing nearby, his expression dark and tense. Li Rui was about to embrace her, but before he could, he suddenly felt unwell, bent over clutching his stomach, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "Your Highness." Lu Tao hurried to support him. Li Rui said weakly, "I am not feeling well. You can eat without me." He quickly ordered someone to help him leave. Lu Tao did not follow but turned back to the others. His Highness said he would treat you to a meal. Please finish eating before you go. Both of them frowned, thinking, are they planning something else to prevent us from leaving? And these dishes are not safe to eat. Seeing they wouldn't move, Lu Tao said, "This is His Highness's gift. You can't refuse." The food had been laced with laxatives, so no one would be harmed. But if Knight Siming ate it, it might not be good for him. He's disabled, and this seems like deliberate torment. It's really cruel. There are guards outside. If they refuse to eat, they won't be able to leave the store. They can only sit down and eat, then leave afterward. Did they really eat? Li Rui covered his stomach, confused. He didn't understand why he suddenly had diarrhea. He hadn't eaten anything suspicious, yet he was having stomach issues. He even suspected he was cursed. Because of encountering that troublemaker Mu Mianmian? Lu Tao said, "Yes, I watched them finish eating." Li Rui painfully covered his stomach. "Did they have diarrhea?" "They didn't have it when they left, but I don't know if they did afterward." Li Rui's face twisted with anger, and his eyes turned fierce. You keep people watching them, and don't let them have a good time on the way. This prince wants Yi Siming to suffer and struggle like a dog. That Mu Mianmian. If you like her, I'll give her to you. Find the military token quickly, then kill Yi Siming. Lu Tao lowered his eyes. Yes, I understand. After leaving the inn, the two of them had no trouble. You're back. Did the crown prince trouble you? Zhong Dingming was waiting at the city gate with some goods he bought. They were both surprised to see them safe and sound. Yi Siming was also surprised because Li Rui isn't a noble person. He's narrow-minded and would definitely try to poison their food to torment them. But they ate the food and had no problems. Mu Mianmian remained calm and said, maybe the crown prince was very kind. She secretly added medicine to the food. Li Rui tried to touch her, but she gave him a laxative and another medicine that made him feel terrible. Hopefully, in the future, he will be smart enough to stay far away when he encounters her. How could he be so kind? Zhong Dingming grew up in the capital and knew the crown prince, Li Rui, very well. He's a petty man, which is why he's not yet made crown prince. If someone like him became emperor, the Great Wei would soon fall. Chun Liang said, anyway, it's good that everyone is safe. It's getting late, and if you go shopping now, it might be too late. We bought an extra item. Do you want it? Mu Mianmian said, Yes. Thank you so much. Are food prices still very high? Chan Liang shook his head. Not anymore. Lord Liang, who came with the crown prince to help with disaster relief, is a good official. He cares about the people and has asked merchants to lower prices. This time, the court also sent disaster relief food. The common people received grain, so the amount in shops increased. Without lowering prices, no one would buy. Once prices returned to normal, they all took the opportunity to stock up. They spent all their money and didn't stock up much. But at least they could save a little. The Chen family and the Zhong family bought a carriage. On the way back, Yesi Ming rode in their carriage. The carriages they bought weren't very good. Wang Xiuxiu looked at it and said, How much did this carriage cost? It looks too broken. I don't think it can go far. It's not as nice as Mu Mianmian's work. Zhong Dingming said, 2 taels of silver. It's okay if it's a bit broken. Miss Mu said she can help us fix it because making a new carriage would take too long, and it has copper wheels, which are more stable. Wang Xiuxiu felt sad when she heard it cost 2 taels of silver, but she also thought having a carriage would make the journey easier. We don't have a horse, so it will be hard for you to pull it later. No problem. Miss Mu is a girl, but she can pull a whole family easily. I can do it too, Zhong Dingming said, patting his chest. That night, Mu Mianmian helped them fix the carriage. Miss Mu, you are so kind to help us. Wang Xiuxiu and Aunt Zhong came over to lend a hand.
Mu Mianmian said, It's okay.
You can go back and rest. I can do it alone. I have wood, and I can finish fixing it by tomorrow morning. It was getting late, so the 2 of them couldn't stay and went back. Yesi Ming saw she was busy and didn't sleep. Why don't you rest for a while and fix it tomorrow? It's too late tomorrow. We took their money, so we shouldn't delay, she replied. They didn't pay much, only 200 coins. But they helped by providing processed wood and bought some supplies, sharing with them, so it should be enough. I can fix the carriage quickly. You should go to sleep now. With the right tools, she could finish it fast. After everyone went to sleep, to avoid waking them, she took some calming medicine. Once everyone was asleep, she took out her tools from her space and started working. Soon, she finished upgrading both carriages, making them stronger and adding waterproof and windproof features. The next morning, the Chun and Zhong families came to see. Oh my, it's so beautiful. So big. Miss Mu is really amazing, so clever and skillful. Aunt Zhong, Aunt Chun, Wang Xiuxiu, and others were very happy with the carriages. They're well-made, sturdy, waterproof, and spacious. Yes, and they even have hidden compartments to store things, Aunt Chun said happily. Both families were very satisfied. The only problem was that they didn't have horses. However, the people they exiled had a harder time getting horses than ordinary folks. They could only pull carts themselves. Seeing that the Chen family had bought a carriage, the Yi family also wanted to buy one. Shen asked, Madam Zhong, Madam Chen, how many people did you buy the carriage for? 2 taels to buy it, and I spent another tael to have Miss Mu fix it, Madam Zhong said on purpose. The 2 taels were the actual cost, but the extra tael was for repairs. Shen looked pained and said, So, it's 3 taels in total. Madam Chen smiled and said, Yes, we couldn't afford a good carriage, so we bought a cheaper one. It's old and broken now, but thanks to Miss Mu's skill. She fixed it so well it looks new. Shun liked the carriage too, and went back to discuss with her family. Mother, let's buy a carriage too. The road ahead is long, and I heard that the southern and northern areas of King Yu's territory are very deserted, with rough mountain roads. If we buy a carriage, it won't be so hard for us when we travel. Shun persuaded them, and Zhou and Xinjia agreed. They all decided not to walk anymore. Old Lady Yi asked, Carriages are expensive, right? How much did the Qin family spend? 2 taels. They bought an old carriage without horses. They had Miss Mu fix it, which cost another tael, so in total 3 taels. We can ask Miss Mu to fix ours for free later. That meant only 2 taels of silver. For them now, that was a lot of money, but considering the long journey ahead, Old Lady Yi reluctantly agreed. They also planned to stock up on supplies. On the last day, they bought the carriage. Mian Mian. We also bought a carriage. Can you fix it for us? Old Third Yi said, pulling the carriage over. Mu Mian was bathing the ox. Now that she had water, she washed it. When she saw the visitors, she said coldly, I'm busy. Old Third Ye's face changed slightly, and he almost couldn't keep his smile. Mian, we're family. You fix other people's carriages, so you should fix ours too. He knew the Yi family would do this. Madame Zhong and Madame Chen came over together. Old Third Yi, you can't say that. We paid 1 tael to Miss Mu for fixing the carriage. Even if you're relatives, you should get a discount. At least, you should pay 800 coins. No, the wood materials were still provided by us, so we only received 1 or 2 silver coins. You didn't supply the wood, so it should be at least 2 silver coins. 1 or 2 silver coins. Knight Lao San's face darkened. Go away. This is our family's matter. You guys should stay out of it. They also disliked the Knight family. Previously, Shen's group deliberately defamed their son's reputation, and they couldn't swallow that insult. After few words, they decided to leave. Whether to help repair the cart depended on Mu Mian's decision. Mu Mian didn't want to help. I already said I'm busy. You should fix it yourselves. She ignored them and continued bathing the ox. Mei Nyang, Xiao Jin, and Yi Siyun all helped. They found it fun and played happily. Yi Siming sat in a wheelchair, but could come out to get some fresh air. The whole family was much more comfortable than them. Knight Lao San was turned away and felt very angry. This wicked woman only knows how to betray us. The whole family was furious. If she can fix the cart, I don't believe we can't. We'll fix it ourselves. After Lu Tao returned and saw that Yi Siming and the others were fine, he felt strange. Didn't they have diarrhea? Xiaobing said, No. That was strange because he saw the food on the table being laced with laxatives. He also watched them eat everything. He never expected that they wouldn't have diarrhea. Instead, Li Ruila had diarrhea, going on for a whole day and night. He was exhausted. The doctor examined him today and said his body was weakened, and he might not be able to touch a woman for the next 3 months. Diarrhea had caused him to become impotent. They suspected poisoning, but Li Ruila hadn't eaten anything unusual. He only intended to scheme against Mu Mian but failed. The doctor said it wasn't poisoning, just that he ate the wrong thing. It didn't make sense unless Mu Mian was a curse. Whoever touched her would be unlucky. If that was true, it was really strange. Xiaobing asked curiously, Boss, what's wrong? Should we teach them a lesson? Lu Tao frowned. The crown prince has returned to the capital. Let's set out. Li Ruila, unable to perform, had no mood to stay any longer. He originally wanted to come here to humiliate Yi Siming. No one came back, so they hurriedly left overnight to Beijing to find someone to treat the impotence. They said it would take 3 months, but they didn't know if it would be completely cured. The soldiers came to urge them to leave. Let's go now. Hurry up, everyone. Everyone quickly packed their things. Zhong Dingming and his group also had a carriage, ready to go with Mu Mian. However, pulling the carriage was very tiring for both of them. Miss Mu, don't you think it's heavy? Seeing her relaxed expression, they tried to pull it themselves and realized how heavy it was. In the main Zhong family house, 4 people sat in the carriage: Old Master Zhong, Lady Zhong, Wang Xiuxiu, and her son. Zhong Dingming was in front, pulling, while Zhong Dingsheng and Zhong Dinglu pushed from behind to help. Other members of the Zhong family from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th branches had no carriages, so they had to walk. The Qin family had fewer people, but 4 sat in their carriage, 1 adult and 2 children. It was easier, but still felt tiring, because it was mountain road, not a main road. There were uphill and downhill sections, with many twists and turns. When the road was difficult, the carriage was very hard to move. Mu Mian watched them calmly. I am naturally very strong. I can't compare. Now she no longer pulled the carriage herself. She used a cow instead. She bought this cow, fed it with grass from her space and mountain spring water from her space, and after a few days, it was healthy again. Now it was very strong, even better than a horse for pulling. It seemed that the things she grew in her space were special and had magical effects. She needed to study this later. Wow, you're really amazing. Chen Liang and Zhong Dingming looked at her. She seemed like a delicate woman, but she was so strong. Seeing them stare at Mu Mian, Yi Siming felt uncomfortable for no reason, thinking of the disgusting man Li Rue. Although he didn't like Mu Mianmian, she was now his nominal wife, so he wouldn't let others covet her beauty. Mu Mianmian, let's walk now. Come and sit in the carriage. The woman turned to look at him and smiled brightly. The road ahead is mountain path, not easy to walk. I'll watch out for safety. If she got tired, she could sit in the carriage. Seeing her smile, Yi Siming's heart beat strangely fast. He quickly looked away, giving a cold glance at Chen Liang and the others, warning them silently. After walking for a long time, Aunt Zhong decided to walk on her own because she couldn't bear to see her son tire himself out like an ox. It's so hot. Why is it getting hotter again? Everyone was complaining loudly. This weather is unbelievable. After heavy rain, it suddenly becomes scorching. I can't walk anymore. Some people sat down on the ground and refused to move. The soldiers came and immediately started hitting them. Get up! They whipped them hard, making everyone sweat cold. Children hid in their parents' arms, trembling. Some prisoners who had low status had to wear handcuffs and leg shackles all the way. The soldiers didn't see them as people. If they moved too slowly, they were beaten again. Please, officer. I can't walk anymore. Can I have some water? That person was wearing prison clothes, stained with blood. He rolled on the ground, his lips pale and cracked. It wasn't just him who was too tired to walk. Everyone was thirsty and exhausted. Boss, the sun is too strong now. We're walking on mountain paths surrounded by woods, and we're dying of thirst. Maybe we should wait until night to move. Lu Tao's clothes were soaked. He wiped the sweat from his face. All right, the main problem was that they hadn't eaten enough. They had only a sip of rice water all day and had to walk all day. It was very hot, even under the shade of big trees. It still felt hot. Boss, many people have heat stroke and fainted. What should we do now? Lu Tao felt very annoyed. Give them water. We don't have much water left, said the young soldier. Their supplies of food and water were limited, enough only to last until the southern wilderness. They had to be careful with what they had. Boss, some of our men also have heat stroke. Many soldiers have fainted and can't walk. At this moment, another soldier came to report. Lu Tao's head was pounding. He looked back. Miss Mu, my mother has heat stroke. Chen Liang helped his mother over. Mu Mianmian said, help her sit down and give her some water. I need to find some herbs to cure the heat stroke. Only then can she recover. Lu Tao looked at her, eyes narrowing slightly. Do you know which herbs can help? I know, but it depends on whether I can find them in the mountains. Everyone, including Mu Mianmian, was suffering from heat stroke, and the forest was also toxic, making the situation even worse. Everyone was poisoned and suffering from heat stroke. But she couldn't admit to being poisoned, or she might reveal her medical skills. Lu Tao suspected her, which made things more complicated. Right now, they only knew she was familiar with some herbs. Some soldiers had been poisoned, including Xiao Zhang, Lu Tao's trusted assistant. Xiao Su helped someone over and said, quick, let Mu Mianmian find some herbs. Xiao Zhang's condition isn't good, he seems to be poisoned. Poisoned? Impossible. Lu Tao hurriedly dismounted to check. An old soldier reported, Sir, this area is known as a dangerous forest. It's a main path through the southern wilderness. The forest is dense, with many animals and plants, including fierce beasts, venomous snakes, and spiders. It's very hot here, and there are poisonous barriers. The old soldier was experienced, often escorting exiled prisoners, but he had noticed they had unknowingly entered this forest. Mu Mianmian understood that this was an ancient tropical rainforest, a place most humans wouldn't dare to enter. Getting out of this forest is very hard. Usually, only about 20 out of 100 survive, the old soldier said, showing scars from this forest. Everyone looked scared. Some even wanted to run away. Lu Tao's eyes turned cold, the scar on his face twitching fiercely. He pulled out a whip and snapped it hard. If anyone tries to run, I'll beat them to death. Everyone hurriedly hid under trees, afraid to breathe loudly, some crying softly. Mu Mianmian frowned, thinking about how to stay alive. Sister-in-law, our carriage was attacked by a venomous snake. Brother was bitten while trying to save us, Yi Xiyun quickly shouted. Mu Mianmian immediately checked and found several dead snakes inside the carriage. Mainyang hugged Ah Jin and moved outside, saying, Mianmian, there are poisonous snakes. So scary. They were both very frightened, tears in their eyes. Don't worry, the snakes are all dead now. She quickly sprinkled a powder made of realgar around to repel snakes, then gave each person a herbal pouch to prevent poison and repel insects. Mainyang held her little son, worried. You was bitten by a snake. Don't worry. I have herbs. Let me check, Mu Mianmian said as she tore open his clothes. The bite was on his arm, on his fair skin, with 2 fong marks. Night Master Ming hurriedly sealed the blood channel to prevent the toxin from spreading, saving his life. I'll help you draw out the poison blood first. Mu Mianmian leaned close to him, aiming at the wound on his arm, and sucked out a large amount of blood. Night Master Ming let out a soft hum. Her gentle lips pressed close, making him feel overwhelmed. He wanted to tell her not to do this, but his nerves were numb, and he couldn't speak. The venom from the snake was very strong. If he had been a little later, he might not have survived. Mu Mianmian took small breaths, carefully drawing out all the poison blood from his arm until he felt better. Now he could speak, so he quickly asked, Check on my father. I don't know if he was bitten by the snake. Mu Mianmian wiped her mouth and said, No, don't worry. My parents are fine. I just sprinkled some medicinal powder, so no snakes will come near. She then found some herbs in the bamboo basket, chewed them, and applied them to his wound. The herbs in the basket were from her space. Since she had gone out to gather herbs before, no one suspected anything. After applying the herbs, Night Master Ming felt less numb. What kind of herbs are these? They work quickly. Special herbs to counter snake venom. I saw them earlier and brought them back to the basket. I didn't expect them to be useful now, Mu Mianmian said calmly. I heard this is a primitive forest, full of wild animals, venomous snakes, and insects. Night Master Ming nodded. Yes, the path through the southern wilderness is like that. The further south you go, the more such forests there are. Usually there are poisonous barriers, so few people survive, and that's why it's called the southern wilderness. If you're afraid, you can find a way to leave. At this time, everyone is just trying to survive. If you run away, no one will notice. They will just think you are dead. Many people try to escape from this forest. Those who survive are lucky. Those who don't are doomed. Mu Mianmian frowned and asked, Do you dislike me? Night Master Ming was surprised. No, then why do you keep pushing me away? Mu Mianmian looked a little upset. If I wanted to live alone, I could leave the capital by myself. You held my hand and asked me to take care of your family. If I survive, I will repay you. So? Is Lord Night regretting now? Night Lord Ming's voice was cold and calm, saying, I have no regrets, but in this situation, if you follow me, it might hold you back. Many people secretly watched him, wanting to harm him. In this forest, they would definitely come to blows. Mu Mianmian was about to speak when Lu Tao's voice came from outside. Miss Mu, please come with me to pick herbs. Many people are poisoned now. We urgently need herbs to save them. They all hesitated, unsure whether the plants were poisonous or medicinal. They couldn't pick herbs carelessly. Most people were poisoned, and if they didn't get help soon, it would be very serious. Mu Mianmian got down from the carriage. I'll go pick herbs myself. Commander Lu, you and your men should stay here. I think it's getting late. If we all leave, what if a wild beast appears? Lu Tao said. I'll go with you. The others should stay behind. It's not safe for you to go into the forest alone. Although Night Lord Ming didn't want Lu Tao to go with her, he knew it was true. Going into the mountains alone was too dangerous. Then I'll trouble Commander Lu to take good care of my wife. Mu Mianmian carried a bamboo basket, with Lu Tao following. Seeing her small body carrying a large basket, he almost covered her completely. Let me carry the basket, he offered, reaching out to take it. Mu Mianmian followed him silently, not speaking. After walking a while, they stopped. Having lived on a harsh planet in her past life, she was very alert. What's wrong? There's a dangerous aura approaching. Let's hide first. Mu Mianmian quickly led him to hide in the bushes. They leaned against each other. The sweet scent on the girl made the air feel heavy. Lu Tao stared at her fair neck, his eyes bright. He swallowed hard, feeling very dry. Moo. He was about to get closer when Mu Mian Mian hurriedly covered his mouth, signaling him to look ahead. Lu Tao's heart pounded fast. He shifted his gaze and saw a tiger walking out not far away. It was a male tiger, very fierce. Right now, it was leisurely searching for prey around them.
It was slowly approaching.
Both of them broke out in cold sweat. Mu Mianmian looked at him, as if asking how confident he was. Lu Tao finally calmed his feelings, his eyebrows becoming sharp and focused. He moved his hand with the knife, ready to strike. If he took advantage of the moment to attack, he was confident he could kill the tiger. Mu Mianmian seemed to understand his plan. She nodded and rushed out, aiming to attract the tiger's attention so Lu Tao could strike. Mu Mianmian, he called out suddenly, but it didn't scare Lu Tao's heart attack away. This girl was a bit too brave, wasn't she? That was the king of the mountain. Lu Tao had encountered such tigers before when hunting with the emperor. It took many skilled archers to kill one tiger. Now, just the two of them, it wouldn't be so easy. But Mu Mianmian didn't say anything and ran out quickly. Lu Tao had no choice but to follow her bravely. She darted out from the bushes, and the tiger immediately saw her. It growled loudly and fixed its eyes on her as prey. Mu Mianmian, small and quick, grabbed a big tree and climbed up. She then threw stones at the tiger she had prepared. She was very bold, daring to challenge the beast directly. The tiger got angry instantly, roaring and climbing up the tree after her. It leapt and quickly reached the top, almost pouncing on Mu Mianmian. But suddenly, she leapt down from the tree. Lu Tao hurried over. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Let's work together to kill the tiger. I want its fur." Lu Tao was speechless. Just then, the big tiger charged over, furious and biting at them. The two quickly dodged apart. The tiger looked at both of them, unsure which to attack first. Lu Tao thought that relying on just the two of them wouldn't be enough, so he signaled for more people to come. Seeing it was a big tiger, the soldiers were all pale with fear.
Wow.
Such a huge tiger. Stop talking. Think of a way quickly. Otherwise, we'll all become its lunch. Seeing the tiger about to pounce on Mu Mianmian, Lu Tao grew anxious. They brought ropes, trying to lasso the tiger like catching a horse. To their surprise, they actually succeeded. They managed to hold the tiger back, and Mu Mianmian took the chance to stab it in a vital spot. Roar. The entire forest was filled with roaring sounds. The injured tiger was even angrier, opening its mouth to roar at Mu Mianmian. "Be careful." Lu Tao came to help and struck the tiger with another blow. The tiger finally collapsed and couldn't move. "Are you okay?" Lu Tao asked with concern. Mu Mianmian wiped the blood from her face. She had just attacked the tiger from below, and blood had splashed onto her face. "I'm fine. Can you skin the tiger?" The tiger's skin was good. Later, it could be made into a coat for Xiao Jin, and any extra could be used to make knee pads for Yi Siming. At a time like this, you're still thinking about tiger skins. Lu Tao was surprised and a little angry. Mu Mianmian thought he was being unreasonable. What else? The tiger skin can be made into clothes. "I don't want the meat, but I want the skin." Lu Tao was speechless. "Right now, we're here to find herbs. You forgot the main task." Mu Mianmian didn't forget. Finding herbs was simple. Since we're in a forest, it's not hard to find them. Everyone is poisoned by a barrier. We need to find nearby herbs that can counteract the poison. She looked around and spotted something. This is a heat-clearing and detoxifying herb called red tube grass. It can be combined with fresh small locust flowers, crushed into juice for drinking, and applied externally to treat snake bites. She followed the trail and found some small locust flowers, immediately pulling out a few. "What are these herbs?" Lu Tao and the others couldn't recognize them, only watching her work. "These are also detox herbs. You can take the samples and look for more. If you find any, pick them all. The more, the better." Earth fragrant sage, which can induce sweating and relieve heat and promote urination. This is earth poria, a good remedy for damp heat. We need to dig it out. Come help. She was surprised to find so many resources in this forest. It was quite good. Mu Mianmian secretly felt happy. If possible, she could bring these plant species into her space to cultivate. All these were ancient medicinal plants. On her previous world, which was a post-apocalyptic planet, they had already become extinct. Even tigers had evolved into different species, with no purebred tigers left. For her, these were all ancient creatures. In the end-of-the-world scenario, they were extremely rare. Little Lu, come over and dig out the earth poria. Leave the vines. If you find any, dig them up yourself later. Lu Tao handed out some medicinal herbs to the other soldiers, telling them to find things based on the herbs. Poisonous spider. At that moment, two soldiers who were about to dig for earth ginseng suddenly screamed loudly. Immediately, dozens of poisonous spiders crawled out onto the ground. Run quickly. We can't run. We've been bitten. Boo-hoo, am I going to die? Xiao Wu cried loudly. Mu Mianmian had never seen such spiders before. In her previous world, on the Apocalypse planet, these creatures were already extinct. She had only seen pictures in history books. She was surprised to see them here and looked excited. Lu Tao planned to use a torch to burn the spiders to death. Mu Mianmian's face changed. She quickly said, "Let me handle this. You all go first. There might be more of these poisonous spiders nearby. If we burn them, they might retaliate. Crush this herb and give it to them to eat or apply." Mu Mianmian stopped him and handed him a herb. They were in a hurry to save people and didn't think much. They all quickly moved back to avoid danger. Mu Mianmian used a stick to chase the spiders, secretly storing some in her space. If she could cultivate them, they might be useful in the future. All right, I've chased the spiders away. Xiao Wu survived and was very grateful. He said tearfully, "Thank you, little princess. The tiger still needs to be dealt with quickly. Otherwise, its blood will attract other fierce animals." Those spiders seem to be blood-sucking spiders. They smell blood and cum. This forest was a pure ancient forest, so it was normal to see all kinds of creatures. Lu Tao and the others looked worried. It was their first time in the southern wilderness. If this path was so dangerous, they probably wouldn't come again. Yes, it's getting late. Let's go back first. Dezhu, you guys carry the tiger back. They dug out some earth ginseng and cleaned the bloodstains before heading back. They brought back a lot of herbs, which should be enough.
Wow.
A tiger? Lu General is amazing. He actually killed a tiger. Everyone was shocked when they saw them carrying the tiger. Lu Tao said sternly, "Everyone, don't run around. There are poisonous spiders, snakes, and fierce animals nearby. If you want to run, don't blame me for not caring about you." After that, he asked Mu Mianmian how to use the herbs. Mu Mianmian replied, "You can boil them into a soup. Everyone should drink a bowl. The vine of the fulling plant is also useful. It can be boiled into water and stored in a water bag to drink. It can help remove the poison from this forest. These poisons won't kill people, but they can cause dizziness, stomach pain, vomiting, and weakness. When combined with hot weather and heat stroke, the effects can be worse." Lu Tao quickly sent someone to handle it. Everyone drank a bowl of the boiled water, and after resting at night, they felt a bit better. A few old soldiers helped deal with the tiger. They prepared the tiger's skin and brought it to her. Knight Commander Ming was bitten by a snake. After she left, he fainted. He took medicine and then woke up. "How come there's tiger skin? Did you encounter a tiger?" "Yes. We killed it with Lu Tao and the others. They got the meat. She wasn't sure if she could eat it, as she had never seen such ancient creatures before." Knight Commander Ming rubbed his temples. "Good, you're okay. Did Lu Tao say when they will leave?" "No. Many people are suffering from heat stroke and poison, so they probably can't leave soon." Mu Mianmian didn't plan to leave quickly. She wanted to gather more ancient creatures and plants to grow in her space. Knight Commander Ming looked worried. "This forest isn't safe. Fierce animals could appear at any time, but there's nothing we can do. We can't leave now." He nodded.
All right.
"Come up and rest. Don't stay outside." The carriage was a bit stuffy and uncomfortable, but at night, the forest was full of poisonous insects. She didn't know if bites could cause trouble. Mu Mianmian said, "I'll wipe your body and apply some ointment. It can prevent insect bites, mosquito bites, and snake bites." "Ointment? Do I need to put it all over my body?" Knight Commander Ming's ears turned slightly red. Of course. Mu Mian took the ointment and climbed into the carriage. Only applying it all over will be effective. Knight Commander Ming's ears turned redder. Don't you have herbal sachets? I think those are good too. Applying ointment is safer. Mu Mian blinked. If you're worried I might take advantage of you, I can ask Qinshan to do it. Thinking of a man applying ointment to him made Knight Commander Ming feel sick. He quickly stopped resisting and let her do it. You do it instead. Mu Mian's eyes curved into a smile. She said, take off all your clothes now, and also helped him remove the cast from his leg. Yi Siming felt very uncomfortable. This woman didn't know how many times she had made him take off his clothes. Every time, she stared at him intently. But she acted as if she had no desires, with innocent and clear eyes, which made him develop feelings he shouldn't have. So he really didn't like being so close to her. But there was no one else around. Finding a stranger to help him wash was something he couldn't accept. He took off his shirt. Mu Mian looked at him and couldn't help but admire. His body was slim when clothed, but muscular when bare. People who practice martial arts usually have great bodies, especially handsome men like him, with smooth lines, defined muscles, and some scars that added to his manliness. He was very good-looking, with fair, delicate skin, even more so than a woman's. Recently, she had been taking good care of him, and his skin had become even whiter. Mu Mian took a white ointment and started applying it to him, from his shoulders, neck, to his chest. Let me do it myself, she said, her fingers carefully spreading the ointment, brushing over his chest. It felt like something was teasing his heart, making it hard for him to bear. Yi Siming swallowed hard, quickly grabbing her wrist. You go out first.
I can do it myself.
I also need to apply some to my father later. You can't reach your back. I'll do your back for you. The rest you can do yourself. Mu Mian moved behind him and applied ointment to his back. She leaned close, and Yi Siming instinctively sat up straight, stiffening his body, becoming very tense. After a while, she stopped. All done. You can finish the rest yourself. I'll go help Xiao Jin and my mother with theirs. After she left, Yi Siming finally relaxed. He looked at the ointment in his hand, feeling strange. How did she have such ointment? It looked quite expensive. Could she have stolen it? And why didn't she understand the difference between men and women? Yi Siming sighed deeply, feeling very troubled. The whole family secretly applied the ointment, and that night, they all slept very peacefully. The next morning, they found many people had been bitten by mosquitoes, with red bumps on their faces, and some skin was swollen. Wang Xiuxiu, Shenjia, and Yi Xiying, these girls in love, all looked very sad and almost cried. They didn't dare to see anyone. When they saw Mu Mian and the others were fine, Wang Xiuxiu came over and asked, Miss Mu, why weren't you bitten by mosquitoes? Last night, she also rested in the carriage, but she still got bitten. However, Mu Mian and the others had smooth, white skin with no bites. Mu Mian said, I made herbal mosquito repellent pouches. Really? You're so clever. How much does one cost? Can you sell me one? Wang Xiuxiu didn't want to be bitten anymore. The forest mosquitoes are scarier than those in the city. They seem poisonous, biting and causing pain all over, with big red bumps. 10 coins each, Mu Mian replied. Wang Xiuxiu thought the price was reasonable, so she bought 4 or 5 to give to her children, mother-in-law, husband, and father-in-law. Mom, this herbal pouch is quite comfortable. It smells fresh and makes me feel refreshed. I heard it can also help with heat. Yes, it's worth the money, Granny Zhong said with a smile. Seeing everyone praising it, families from the Zhao, Wu, and Chun households also bought some, preparing for the long mountain walk ahead. The Yi family didn't want to spend money and wanted Mu Mian to give them the pouches for free. Mu Mian said, they're all sold out. Sold out? She was obviously doing it on purpose. The second and third households of the Yi family were furious and argued with her. But they were stopped by Yi Lauer and Yi Laosan. The herbal pouches, we don't need to ask her for them. Shenshur was surprised. Sir, how do you have such exquisite herbal pouches? She didn't want to tell them at first, but then said, don't ask. Someone gave them to us. So, someone nearby was helping them? Not only did they give money, but they also gave food, but in exchange, they wanted help with something. It was to deal with Yi Siming. The others understood and immediately stopped talking. They couldn't cause trouble or Yi Siming would find out in advance and become cautious. If the task failed, those people wouldn't send food again. They were tired and hungry on this journey and didn't want to endure such hardships anymore. Mu Mianmian, Xiao Wu was bitten by a poisonous spider. The herbal medicine you gave worked. Can you give us a little more? Mu Mianmian looked at the little soldier approaching. There are no more herbs, but I can go pick some. However, each herb costs 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver? Are you trying to cheat me? The soldier's eyes widened as he shouted, feeling the pain in his pocket. If you won't pay, then forget it. After all, there are fierce beasts, venomous spiders, and snakes in the forest. Picking herbs is dangerous. Thinking about the money lost, Mu Mianmian felt uncomfortable. If she didn't take this chance to earn a good sum, she would feel sorry for her lovely deer. The soldier angrily ran to complain to Lu Tao. When Lu Tao heard about it, he came over to bargain with her, suggesting an exchange of grain for herbs. I don't want grain. I only want silver. Mu Mianmian refused to back down. Lu Tao smiled. I'll give you my horse to pull a cart. No need. My little ox can do it. When they needed a horse before, she didn't lend one. Now they rushed to bring one, but she no longer needs it. Seeing that she wouldn't give in easily, Lu Tao's expression darkened. He changed tactics and used a harsher tone. You are now exiled prisoners. You must obey. No one has the right to refuse. But there's no rule saying I have to give you the herbs for free, Mu Mianmian said coldly, her eyes calm and fearless. If he tried to beat her to death, Lu Tao couldn't do it. She was small, delicate, and weak. A few lashes would probably kill her. Such a beautiful girl, it would be a pity to hurt her, especially a brave little woman like her. Lu Tao hesitated, reluctant, and then thought of a compromise. How about this? I hire you as a military doctor. I'll pay you 10 taels of silver each month. You can help us pick herbs and also treat these people's injuries. Don't rush to refuse. This is a chance to reduce your crimes. If you make a contribution, your sins might be forgiven. You could even return to the capital soon. Lu Tao stepped closer and lowered his voice. When we return to the capital, I will report your performance to the local governor. He will record it, and it will be sent to the emperor. When he sees it, he will decide. Being sent to Nanhang without being executed immediately shows that His Majesty believes Yi Siming still has potential. This gives him a chance to turn things around. I can take credit for this achievement. Mu Mianmian thought it was pretty good. Money is the main point. With money coming in, she can take out the hidden items from her space when she reaches Nanhang. Then she can say she bought them herself, and others won't doubt her. As for clearing her name, that's a matter for later. Yes, that works. Since I am now a military doctor, can I get a little more rice? She quickly tried to bargain. Lu Tao secretly clenched his teeth and smiled. Sure, but now you have to help us find some herbs. He glanced at the fragrant pouch at her waist. And I want you to give me your insect repellent pouch. Mu Mianmian said, I don't have it right now. I picked some herbs and can make one for you. It will cost 10 coins. Lu Tao was annoyed but thought, can I just give her one? I'll give you 100 coins. You make it pretty. Mu Mianmian frowned. I don't have good fabric, only rough linen. Lu Tao was a young master. His clothes were all made of shoe brocade. The jade pendant at his waist was worth thousands of taels. A pouch made of rough linen wouldn't be worn. Lu Tao didn't have any fabric with him, so he took a piece from his own clothes and tore it off for her. I want a pattern of a gentle orchid. Does it need embroidery too? 100 coins isn't enough. Mu Mianmian didn't know how to embroider and would need to ask Wang Xiuxiu for help, so she had to earn some money. Lu Tao understood her little scheme. It's just about money. Seeing her greedy look, he took 5 taels of silver and handed it to her. Is this enough? Humph. He had already taken so much money from her. 5 taels was definitely not enough. But she couldn't be too impatient. Mu Mianmian smiled. It's enough. I will bring it to you in a few days. Okay. Don't make him a pouch. Yi Siming was unhappy when he found out. Why should his wife make a pouch for him? Where does Lu Tao get the nerve? Yi Siming was furious and felt very unwilling. He paid for it. It's only 5 taels of silver. Why is she so greedy? Who cares about his lousy money? Yi Siming's face showed displeasure. He is the son of the crown prince, and he probably has bad intentions. I don't oppose you becoming a military doctor, but you should be careful of Lu Tao. Mu Mianmian smiled and said, yes. I only make herbal medicines and sachets for Wang Xiuxiu. It costs 10 taels of silver a month. When we go to the southern wilderness, we might earn quite a lot. Yi Siming thought it's just 10 taels of silver. Seeing her so happy, he could give her 100,000 taels or even more in the future. Okay, since he heard it wasn't made by her personally, he decided not to insist. Brother, something's wrong. Little Jean and mother are missing. At this moment, Mian Mian and Yi Siyun hurried over in a panic. Where did they go missing? Yi Siming asked them to help him get out of the carriage and sit in a wheelchair. By the small river ahead, Yi Siyun cried. She was going to wash clothes. Little Jean and mother were playing on the shore. I didn't notice, but after I finished washing, I couldn't see mother and little Jean anymore. Mu Mianmian said, don't worry. Let's look nearby. I'll go with you. Yi Siming pushed his wheelchair to follow. Stay here. Father is alone in the carriage. Yi Siming said, if father stays here, they won't do anything to him. Mother and brother wouldn't get lost. It's obvious they were kidnapped. If he doesn't go, he won't find them. Mu Mianmian's face changed slightly. Realizing something, she said no more and pushed him out to look. Siyun, stay here. The two arrived in a forest far from the main group. Is this the crown prince's people? Mu Mianmian couldn't help asking. Probably not. Yi Siming looked around carefully. If they come out later, you try to get mother and the others back. Mu Mianmian didn't reply. At this moment, a few people stepped out of the woods. They were all wearing black robes and masks. Mianmian and Jin were indeed in their hands. Night Lord, you should know why we're looking for you. If you don't want your mother and brother to be in trouble, hand over the military token. Yi Siming's eyes narrowed, and he sneered. Military token? What military token? Who sent you here? The man in the black robe grabbed the young woman's neck and said, stop talking nonsense. Hand over the military token or I will kill her. I don't have the token. I have already given it to the court, she replied. The man in the black robe coldly said, it seems you're not willing to cooperate. Fine, I will force you. He looked at Mu Mianmian and signaled someone to come and capture her. But unexpectedly, Yi Siming, sitting in a wheelchair, was able to fight them off. The wheelchair was cleverly designed, with a hidden mechanism. He pressed a button, and it moved smoothly, allowing him to fight several black-clad men without falling behind. Everyone was surprised by his skill. At this moment, Mu Mianmian took the chance to come and save the girl. The man in black laughed at her, thinking she was overestimating herself and not worth paying attention to, believing she was just rushing into trouble. But suddenly, he couldn't smile anymore because he found himself unable to move. He asked, what's going on? What did you do to me? Mu Mianmian smiled and said, you don't need to know. As she finished speaking, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his body suddenly collapsed. The young woman was saved. Mianmian. She hurried over, frightened. Jin. Mu Mianmian said, don't be afraid. I just saved him. Seeing her head was gone, the black-clad man holding Jin quickly tried to escape with his people. Mu Mianmian teleported instantly in front of him. He was startled and hadn't reacted yet when she took the child back from his arms. Then she kicked him hard. The black man cried out and fell against a tree stump, crashing down with a thud and coughing up blood. Everyone was confused and stared wide-eyed, then gasped and lost consciousness. Just then, Yi Siming also took care of several black-clad assassins. Mother, the young woman, tears in her eyes, held her unconscious little son. It's okay now. She looked at Mu Mianmian with admiration. Mu Mianmian is so powerful, just like Yi. Yi Siming looked at the 2 dead black-clad men, one poisoned, the other kicked to death. If she didn't know martial arts, he wouldn't believe it. Although he didn't see her teleport, if he had, He would think she had incredible inner strength. But he didn't see it. Mu Mianmian didn't explain, only calmly said, "Let's go home." Knight Commander Ming suppressed his doubts and nodded. "Mother, how did you get caught?" "We don't know. We heard from second brother and the others that there were mushrooms ahead, and we wanted to pick some. When we reached the woods, we suddenly fainted," Mother said in a childish, innocent voice. The second brother she mentioned is the second master of the Knight family. Mother doesn't understand. She's just acting like a child. But Knight Commander Ming isn't foolish. He immediately understood what was going on. After returning, he went to the second house of the Knight family. "Second uncle, I heard you picked mushrooms, is that true?" He didn't expect them all to come back alive. Knight Shengcheng felt uneasy, especially when facing this big nephew. "Yes, but we didn't pick many, so we can't share any with you. Recently, someone has been watching the Knight family." "Second uncle, third uncle, you need to be careful." Knight Commander Ming simply said this, and then pushed his wheelchair to leave. They wouldn't admit it without proof. He came just to warn them. Why are second brother and the others okay? Knight Old Third, Knight Shengshi, was nervous and scared. He must have found out, right? "Dad, a few black-clad men were found dead in the woods ahead." Knight Commander Ming and the others heard the news and came over. "Don't ask or worry about it." Knight Shengcheng didn't want to say more. It's good that the black-clad men were killed. Anyway, they had gained some advantage. No need to be threatened by them. Lu Tao also learned about it but said nothing, silently having someone dispose of the bodies. "Whose people are they?" An undercover guard appeared. "Sir, they belong to the second prince. He's also looking for the military token. Maybe we were careless." "I didn't expect the Night King to be so powerful," Lu Tao snorted softly. "What about Mu Mianmian? Is there anything unusual? She seems to know how to use poison and martial arts." The undercover guard saw a scene in the woods but thought she only knew martial arts. Lu Tao understood. No wonder the crown prince was poisoned. It was her doing. It turns out she was behind it all. Honestly, he underestimated her. The mysterious Miss Mu San, is becoming more interesting. "Young master, should we report this to the crown prince?" Lu Tao's lips curled into a cold smile. "No need. There's no point in telling him now. Let's wait and see if anyone else comes looking for the military token." Additionally, he wanted to see what other skills Mu Mianmian might have. If he told the crown prince now, Li Rue would surely order her to be killed. After settling down with Mei Nyang and Ajin, Knight Siming asked her to push him to the riverbank. "Do you want to take a bath?" Mu Mianmian looked at the clear river water, thinking he wanted to bathe. "I want to know who you really are," he said. Suddenly, the man grabbed her wrist, pulled her into his arms, and pinched her chin, whispering questions. They looked into each other's eyes. Mu Mianmian sat on his lap, and their breathing quickly intertwined. She didn't expect him to be so sharp. Mu Mianmian pretended to be naive and said, "I am Mu Mianmian, the third young lady of the Mu family. Then how can you have martial arts? If your skills are just basic, you couldn't have killed a skilled assassin." Knight Siming always felt she wasn't Mu Mianmian. "I was born strong. It's normal for me to kick him to death. And about the poisoned assassin, I know medicine. What's wrong with poisoning him?" The problem was big. Most doctors didn't know how to kill people. But she seemed trained and professional. Ordinary girls wouldn't have her courage. She was suspicious everywhere. Mu Mianmian helplessly said, "Then, Your Highness, what exactly do you suspect about me? If I wanted to harm you, I would have done so already. Most of the people sent here are assassins trying to kill you. Maybe they just wanted to gain his trust." Knight Siming held the woman, noticing how soft her body was. She didn't seem like a martial artist. If she were a trained secret guard, she wouldn't be so delicate and soft. Holding her was very comfortable. He couldn't help but stiffen. After thinking for a moment, he felt he was rushing too much. "I was overthinking." "Sorry," he released her. Mu Mianmian got up and said nothing more. "Well, do you want to take a bath?" Knight Siming blushed but kept a cold face. "No need. We can find an inn in town to wash up. Miss Mu, come quickly." The Knight family ate some mushrooms, and someone was poisoned to death. Chen Shan ran over shouting. The person who died was a concubine. The others hadn't eaten yet, so they were fine. Mu Mianmian checked and said, "She's dead. No hope." It was poison mushrooms. The person who died was the third room's fourth concubine. The people in the Knight household all looked very pale. Because they were afraid the mushrooms might be poisonous, they made the fourth aunt try a bite. Unfortunately, the mushrooms were indeed toxic. Aunt Si Huan, the daughter of the fourth aunt, silently cried while holding her mother. "Huan, don't cry. It's your aunt's fault for being greedy," Zhou Shi sighed. But she was secretly glad it wasn't her who ate the mushrooms. A minor concubine's death was nothing to mourn over. Si Huan wiped her tears and angrily glared at her. "It was you who made my aunt eat the mushrooms. You didn't know if they were poisonous, so you let my mother eat first. You're afraid of poisoning, sob. Usually they wouldn't let them eat the best food first. It's your fault that my aunt died." Zhou Shi's face changed. She stepped forward and slapped her, eyes bloodshot and fierce. "Shut up. Your aunt said she was hungry and stole the mushrooms. We felt sorry for her because she was hungry and didn't argue. Who knew the mushrooms would be poisonous? It's just bad luck for your aunt. How dare you talk nonsense?" "I'll beat you to death." Si Huan was startled and dared not speak, only crying silently. "Since someone has died, just bury her," the officer said coldly. Soon, the fourth aunt was carried away to be buried. After this, everyone was afraid to pick things from the woods to eat. Although there were many edible things in the forest, no one knew if they were poisonous. "Miss Mu, you should know which things are poisonous and which are safe. Can you help us find something to eat?" Everyone gathered around her. Mainyang hugged her little son and looked at them, unable to help saying, "Aren't you all saying that Mian is a troublemaker?" "Yes. Yes. You all call my sister-in-law a troublemaker. Bad people. I won't find food for you." Xiao Ajin hugged his mother's neck and looked at them angrily. "Who said my sister-in-law is bad? They're all bad people." Yacian thought about it and said, "Especially the Zhao and Wu families. They often gossiped behind the back of the second and third branches of the Yi family. My sister-in-law doesn't know either. It's all about luck. If you want to find food, better ask experienced soldiers." Seeing they didn't want to listen, the Zhao and Wu families got annoyed. "If you don't want to, then don't. Who cares what you think?" They all started cursing and left angrily. Mu Mianmian didn't pay attention to them. "We don't need to find food now. The soldiers will give us a little more rice. When we leave this forest and reach the town, we can buy food if we have money." Mainyang, Ajin, and Xian all clapped happily and cheered. "Sister-in-law is the best. Now she's a military doctor, and in the future, we won't go hungry and can even earn money. She is the main support of their family. They are the silly, weak, three-person group. Besides eating, the only thing they can do is praise Mu Mianmian. They can't help much else. Knight Si Yin can do some chores, but not very well. For example, she couldn't wash off a big clump of dirt from the clothes. Washing dishes was also difficult. They didn't come out clean. But since she is a pampered young lady from a noble family, she can't be blamed too harshly. Mu Mianmian had to wash the clothes again. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I'm so useless." Knight Si Yin couldn't help but cry. "It's okay." Mu Mianmian put laundry detergent beads into the clothes. "From now on, just use a little of this detergent. Soak the clothes briefly, then rinse with clean water twice. No need to wash by hand." "Wow, that's so convenient. What is this?" Knight Si Yin had seen servants in the mansion wash clothes by pounding them with sticks and using soap nuts, but she had never seen such magical detergent. It produced lots of rich foam. "It's laundry detergent. It smells nice after washing. Just put in a small packet." Mu Mianmian smiled. "For washing dishes, use dish soap. Just add a little and soak briefly. Look, everything's clean and it won't hurt your hands." Knight Si Yin looked at her with admiration. "Sister-in-law, you're amazing. My brother really got a treasure." Knight Si Ming, sitting in a wheelchair, looked a bit uncomfortable. At first, when they were exiled, they thought it would be very terrible and full of despair. But so far, it hasn't been too bad, all thanks to Mu Mianmian. They truly found a treasure. His expression remained cold, but he didn't argue with his sister. "Brother, you have to treat sister-in-law well in the future. If you dare to be unkind to her, I won't recognize you as my brother." Mainyang quickly said, "If you treat Mian badly, I'll spank you." Little Jean said, "If you bully sister-in-law, I'll beat you up." Knight Seeming, he was so easily bought over. She is really impressive. Knight Commander Ming frowned, thinking he must not be bought by her. No matter what, her identity is very suspicious, and she suddenly appeared with so many strange things. Only his silly sister, silly mother, and silly younger brother are easy to deceive and won't suspect anything. Knight Commander Ming silently rubbed his forehead, thinking, even if I was bought, I'd still be helping count money. Mu Mian didn't care about him. Even if he was suspicious now, there was nothing he could do. "Miss Mu, we're going to pick herbs. Many people have been bitten by bugs and are feeling itchy all over. Head, let's find you to pick herbs." Two little soldiers came over and said. Mu Mian carried a bamboo basket on her back. Then she greeted Knight Commander Ming. "I'm going to pick herbs." Others who came along were also looking for food. Where Mu Mian went, they followed her. They picked quite a few herbs, all common ones, but no food at all, no wild vegetables either, which was very strange. A few days ago, they caught many wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild birds. Today, they hadn't found a single one. They didn't know that Mu Mian had quietly taken all of them into her space. Whenever they found something strange or rare, she secretly moved it into her space. They took what they could, especially rich resources, to store for future use. What's going on? Why can't we find any food now? Not a single rabbit today. The people from the Zhao and Wu families were exhausted and sitting on the ground. Knight Commander Lan said angrily, "I told you Mu Mian is a disaster magnet, but you didn't believe me. Now you see. Following her won't help you find food. Then let's split up and look for food separately," Wu Lei suggested. Okay. The group stopped following Mu Mian and split up to search. The two little soldiers stayed with Mu Mian, carefully looking for herbs. "Look, we found a nest of eggs." Wu Lei and Knight Commander Lan shouted happily. Mu Mian and the others looked back and immediately changed their expressions. "Those are snake eggs. Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" The two little soldiers were frightened and irritable, their eyes full of fear, wishing they could scold them to death. Knight Commander Lan and the other person happily ran out holding a nest of snake eggs, not noticing a huge python glaring at them from behind. "These aren't snake eggs, they're bird eggs. You're just jealous of us." Exactly. "I think these are bird eggs." Everyone else looked on in fear and panic. The two of them were still clueless about the danger.
Run.
"There's a snake." It wasn't until they shouted that they finally reacted. They looked back and were instantly terrified, quickly throwing the eggs away. The eggs hit the ground and cracked open, releasing several small snakes that quickly escaped. The mother snake was furious instantly. She opened her mouth wide and lunged at them, biting Knight Commander Lan. Help! His leg was bitten and was broken off. No one dared to help him. Everyone was busy running for their lives. When they looked back again, Knight Commander Lan had been bitten to death by the snake, with dozens of small snakes tangled around him, making him their meal. "There's a big snake. So scary. Let's run." The remaining people hurried back, looking terrified and shouting. Mu Mian quickly came over, packing her brother-in-law, husband, sister-in-law, and mother-in-law onto the carriage. "Let's go quickly. What about our lawn?" Shen asked anxiously. Wu Lei's face was pale, his legs trembling with fear. He said, trembling, "He's dead." "The snake bit him." "Who told you to go dig for snake eggs?" Two soldiers angrily scolded. Hearing this, Shen's face went pale, and she fainted. Shen Jiajia was frightened and said, "Impossible. You all went together. How could Lan get bitten? We didn't see any snakes when we went out a few days ago." It's true. A big snake is chasing us. Its girth is as thick as 2 thighs. Soon, someone spotted a snake shadow in the woods. Everyone was so scared they panicked and hurriedly packed their things to run. Lu Tao saw this and turned pale with panic. He quickly climbed onto the horse, saying, "That snake is too fierce. We don't know if there are other snake friends. We must run." Based on the old soldier's experience, running away was the best choice. Those who ran slowly would be bitten and die. Mu Mianmian jumped onto the carriage, whipped the horse, and it immediately started running. Can we kill the snake? Zhong Dingming and Chen Liang pulled the cart and caught up, panting heavily. They couldn't run much farther. We need to see what Lu Tao and the others think, Yi Siming said. They have weapons. Without their help, we can't do anything. That's true. Without weapons, fighting such a big snake is impossible. Zhong Dingming quickly shouted, Commander Lu, let's find a way to kill the snake. Otherwise, we'll all be bitten to death. We can't run far. Lu Tao looked back on his horse. The snake had a big appetite, biting a few people, yet it still dared to chase after them. What good idea do you have? I think it's gotten angry. How can we kill such a big snake? This was the first time he saw such a large python. He was a bit scared. You all killed tigers before, so killing a snake shouldn't be a problem, Chen Liang said. Lu Tao sneered. That's because Mu Mianmian used bait. We took advantage of its surprise to kill the tiger. Now, who will be the bait? Hearing this, Yi Siming's face darkened. You want Mu Mianmian to be the bait? Humph. So what? Don't forget, you're all criminals and you deserve it, Lu Tao said, glancing at the cold and stern Yi Wang. He couldn't help but get angry at him. I heard Yi Wang is brave and good in battle. Why don't you go kill the snake? Yi Siming's face looked grim. Do we have bows and arrows? Lu Tao's expression darkened. He signaled someone to hand him a bow and arrows. Yi Siming took the bow and shot at the snake behind him. He shot 4 or 5 arrows, hitting the snake's body. Feeling threatened, the snake stopped. It was angry and wanted to attack the people in the cart. But when it saw Yi Siming draw his bow and shoot, with cold, intimidating eyes, it seemed to be frightened and didn't dare to chase anymore. The snake is hurt and seems to have hidden. No wonder Yi Wang is brave and skilled, Lu Tao said with a smile. The group gradually slowed down and stopped to catch their breath. Everyone lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Yi Siming put away his bow and said, We can't let our guard down. It might come back to attack. We should leave here as soon as possible. Lu Tao was afraid of the snake, but didn't want to show it. Let's rest for a while and check how many people are left. Let's go back and see if anyone is alive. If we can save them, we will. If not, we have to leave them, someone suggested. Mu Mianmian pulled Nyo and stopped the cart.
Ugh.
Save my son. It's all your fault, Mu Mianmian. You are a troublemaker. Following you always brings bad luck. Mrs. Shen was unable to accept that her son was bitten to death. I didn't ask you to follow me, Mu Mianmian said coldly. This time, the soldiers couldn't help but mention the Yu family. We've been fine following Miss Mu, but your son and Wu Lei insisted on leaving the group to find food themselves. They ended up finding a nest of snake eggs and angered a big snake, which caused trouble for us. And you still dare to say, I'll beat you to death, Mrs. Shen looked upset and didn't dare to speak anymore, just crying softly. Mrs. Yi and others were also crying. This is too scary. I don't want to go to the southern wilderness. Boo-hoo. There were poisonous snakes, tigers, spiders, and a long road ahead. No one knew what else they might encounter. Everyone was feeling anxious. At this moment, the soldiers carried back a few people. Miss Mu, there are some people here all bitten. Do you think they can be saved? Mu Mianmian jumped down from the carriage and went to check. Yes, they can be saved. We just need to detoxify and treat their wounds. 5 people were carried back, all still breathing. Those who had no pulse were not brought back. Mu Mianmian used herbs to treat their wounds and detoxify them. Gradually, they regained consciousness. Thank you, Dr. Mu. I'm just doing my duty as a military medic, Mu Mianmian said, handing them the prepared medicine. Lu Tao rested for a while and then asked, How are they? Can they walk? They need rest. They can't walk immediately. They need to be carried. Put them on the grain transport cart. Lu Tao didn't want to delay, fearing something even more dangerous might appear. He wanted to leave this terrible place as soon as possible. Can we take a different route? Mu Mianmian asked. There's no other way, only this one, Lu Tao said with a scowl, feeling irritated. If I knew this place was so dangerous, I wouldn't have come. The 5 injured were loaded onto the grain cart, and they continued their journey. They traveled for 2 days and nights. Only when they were too exhausted to go on did they stop to rest. Uncle Kai, how much further is the journey? Lu Tao asked the soldier. As long as they didn't stop, there was no real danger. The soldier replied, about half a month more. Half a month? They can only leave this forest and still need to pass several more checkpoints to reach the southern wilderness. Altogether, it will take at least 2 more months of travel, not just half a month. Everyone immediately became very worried. Their food supplies are almost gone. If this continues, they will run out of food completely. Captain, we don't have much food left, the soldiers said as they counted their supplies. Lu Tao replied coldly, yes, we need to eat sparingly. If others want food, let them find it in the forest. We can't share our food anymore. They haven't even had porridge for a while. Hearing this, everyone looked sad and hopeless. After several days of hunger, they couldn't take it anymore. Some started to fixate on the children, their eyes glowing green, drooling as if they had lost their minds. I saw a rabbit, so fluffy and well-fed. Its meat is so tender, and it smells so good. A boy, being lifted by the neck, cried out loudly, no. Help. Dad, don't eat me. I'm not a rabbit. I'm your son, Zhao Yu.
But who? No.
Sir, you're crazy. That's our son. Let go of you. Madame Zhao hurried over and grabbed the man's leg. Old Zhao was starving and went mad. Get away. That's clearly a rabbit. Feng, bring the hot water so we can cook the rabbit. The eldest son of the Zhao family and others heard they were going to eat rabbit meat and lost their minds. Seeing the chubby little brother, they thought he was a rabbit and started shouting to eat him. They had been drinking only water for nearly 7 days, not even a sip of rice soup. They were so hungry that their front and back were pressed together. Their stomachs were completely empty, with no fat or oil. Zhao's youngest son, just over 4 years old, about the same age as Ajin, was naturally loved and fed all the food, so he was chubby. Zhao Yu cried loudly, help, help. Dad, don't eat me. Mom, save me. Old Zhao was acting like he was crazy, thinking the boy was a rabbit. What's all the noise? Keep arguing, and I won't hesitate to beat you. Because they had no food, the soldiers had been drinking only rice water lately, and they were also very hungry, their tempers growing more irritable. When the soldiers whipped him, old Zhao suddenly snapped out of his madness. Seeing his tearful son, he was so frightened he broke out in cold sweat. Sniff, sniff, Dad, don't eat me. Zhao Yu, tiny and trembling, struggled to get down and hid behind his mother, staring at his father in fear. Mrs. Zhao hurriedly hugged her son and cried loudly, looking at him with fear. She stepped back to keep him from coming closer. Don't come near. Mr. Zhao, in his 50s, had an average build. He was once a successful scholar and served as an official for many years, holding the position of a third-rank censor. He used to be very proud and successful. He never thought that one day he would be demoted after angering the emperor. Now he truly understands what heaven and hell are. The pain in his body made him wake up. He collapsed onto the ground. He never expected to do such a thing. He suddenly burst into tears, covering his face. Zhao's other 2 sons, Zhao Feng and Zhao Yun, also felt ashamed. The soldiers' whips could no longer be used, and they sat down to rest. This is really unbelievable. Why is it so hot again? And why is there no game left? All the trees ahead have been scorched by the sun. There must have been a big drought. The farther south or north we go, the more desolate it becomes. Things might be better in Nanhuang town, but it's still not as good as the capital. It's all very barren. The old soldier wiped sweat from his forehead, looking worried. Now we can only look around to see if we can find something to eat. Mu Mianmian also wanted to go out and find food. Otherwise, the things in the space would make people jealous if they saw them. I'll go find some food. They still had ice in the carriage. She secretly placed it on the partition and Night Simon and the others didn't notice. They just thought it was very cool there. I'll go with you. You should stay here. I saw that some people in the Zhao family eat children. I don't know what they would do when they go crazy from hunger. Our family also has children. Xiaojin is also very cute and chubby. She had raised him to be plump and rosy-cheeked, like a small steamed bun. He looked adorable, and she wanted to bite him. The Zhao family son was also well taken care of, but Xiao Jin was even cuter and more lovable. Seeing what just happened, he was so scared he hid inside the carriage and didn't dare to come out. Xiao Jin looked pale, clenched his small fists and said, "It's okay, sister-in-law. Xiao Jin is not afraid. Whoever dares to eat me, I will bite him to death." Although he was very scared, his small body was trembling. Mu Mianmian patted his head. "Yes, Xiao Jin is so brave. Stay inside the carriage, and don't go out. It's very hot outside and you might get heatstroke." Knight Simon nodded. Yes, the carriage made by sister-in-law was the best, warm in winter and cool in summer. It was very comfortable inside, so they wouldn't go outside. However, sister-in-law, bring more water. Also, some fruit and dry food. Eat enough before going out first. Knight Sian made her a small shoulder bag, and her sewing skills are quite good. The small bag looks nice, and it contains food. Mu Mianmian likes it very much. "Okay, I'll go now." A few young soldiers came to find her. "Miss Mu, your head. Let us take you to pick some medicine for heatstroke." Many people have gotten heatstroke. They also wanted to find some food. Their intuition told them they could find something to eat by following her. Yes, Chen Liang, Zhong Dingming, and others came along, including people from the Zhao and Wu families. This time, they were much more polite. Zhao Feng said, "Little princess, you're so capable. Can you take us to eat first?" Mu Mianmian replied, "Yes, but don't run around. Also, if we catch prey, everyone should share it equally. No grabbing." Okay, we'll listen to you." Everyone nodded because recently, besides Mu Mianmian, no one else could find food. The Chun and Zhong families, who are close to her, are doing quite well now. They have realized the truth and no longer look down on her. The only thing that matters is finding food to survive. After agreeing, everyone went into the woods together. Everywhere was bare, with only some trees, and even the bark had been stripped off. There was nothing to eat at all. Mu Mianmian didn't expect this area to be completely different from the forest in front. It was truly desolate. Not even rabbits or wild grass could be seen. If this continues, they will definitely starve. There was no choice but to take resources from her space. She secretly moved resources from the forest into her space along the way, so she could use them directly.
"Ah,
I found a wild boar." "It's really a wild boar," Chen shouted happily. "No way. Is it really a wild boar? Did we see it wrong?" Zhao Feng rubbed his eyes hard and looked carefully. He confirmed it was indeed a large wild boar, and his face immediately showed excitement. "It's really a wild boar. Everyone quickly surround it. Don't let it run away." A few young men quickly spread out and formed a circle around the wild boar. They thought the wild boar would run wildly and crash into them. But unexpectedly, this wild boar was very gentle, just like the one Chen had caught last time. Walking slowly, as if they had walked into a trap and were offering themselves up for capture. Maybe this wild pig is also hungry, not full, so it's not struggling, Zhong Dingming said. Everyone thought that made sense. Then let's catch it. Little princess, can we take it back first? Mu Mianmian smiled. No rush. We just looked around again. Maybe today's luck will help us catch a few more prey. She went over and petted the wild pig's head. It seemed to like her very much. It followed her without running away. Everyone watched in amazement. Zhao Feng said, "This wild pig might be a bit shy. It sees the princess is pretty and just follows her obediently. Miss Mu, I found some red fruits. Are they edible?" Chun Liang found something in a bush. Yes, they are. Probably saint fruit. You can eat them. Mu Mianmian stepped forward, picked one, wiped it, and put it in her mouth. You can eat them too. Seeing her eat, everyone felt reassured and started eating as well. And they're really sweet. I think they're a bit sour. Any food is good enough. They all began picking and filling their bamboo baskets. Miss Mu, what kind of wild vegetable is this? Mu Mianmian looked at it. Just a wild vegetable, I guess. You can call it lettuce. It can be eaten raw. Back home, you can make lettuce wraps or fry it with pork belly. Everyone started salivating, staring at the wild pig beside her, wishing they could have it. The wild pig was so scared it was trembling. Mu Mianmian quickly hugged the pig. Don't do that. It will run away. Zhao Feng, are you starving? Stop it right now. Zhong Dingming couldn't help but give him a slap on the head. You're drooling too. Eyes shining, wanting to eat meat, Zhao Feng was furious and wanted to hit back. Mu Mianmian coldly said, pick all the vegetables and take them back, with a commanding tone. Yes, Miss Mu. The two immediately dared not move, obedient like grandchildren, quickly gathering the vegetables into their baskets. Then they continued walking with Mu Mianmian. She used a rope to tie up the wild pig, pulling it along like walking a dog.
Ah!
Brother, I found a rabbit nest, Zhao Yun exclaimed excitedly, eyes full of surprise. He never thought following Mu Mianmian could really help find food. Quick, everyone, hold your baskets tightly. A few people hurried over to pick up the rabbits, one by one tossing them into the bamboo basket. The rabbits didn't try to run away, making it as easy as picking leaves from a tree. Thinking about how hard they had been searching for food lately, it brought tears to their eyes. The Zhao brothers hugged each other and cried.
Sniff.
I'm truly touched, little princess. You are like our second mother, they said. Chun Shan smiled and said, all right, stop crying. Just remember the kindness of the little princess. Yes, anyone who dares to bully the little princess in the future will have to deal with me, Zhao Feng said, crying and laughing as he patted his chest. All right, we caught 18 rabbits. That should be enough for a good meal, they said. After collecting the rabbits, they continued walking with Mu Mianmian. They found many herbs, some fruits, and also caught a few mountain chickens. It was a bountiful harvest. Boss, we're back, the soldiers cheered, holding up the mountain chickens happily. Seeing their full load, everyone's hopeless expressions suddenly brightened, and they cheered. Great.
Great.
We have food now, sob. Everyone was crying and laughing at the same time, thanks to the little princess. Following her, wild boars, rabbits, and mountain chickens seemed to come to us easily. She's like our little lucky star. Yesi Ming's mouth twitched. How did she manage to win over everyone who once disliked her in less than a day? Eat some fruit, Mu Mianmian said, washing the fruits and bringing them over. The family was hiding in the carriage, eating well, so they weren't hungry. So sweet. Mei Nyang, Ajin, and Xian all enjoyed the fruit. Yesi Ming only took a small bite. What kind of fruit is this? It's called Holy Girl fruit, Mu Mianmian replied, taking a small bite herself. Yesi Ming looked at her. What's wrong? Her gaze was too intense, making Mu Mianmian feel uncomfortable. It's nothing. She just found it strange that only she could find food, while others couldn't. Could it really be just her good luck? Yesi Ming always felt someone was secretly helping her. Suddenly, she thought, could it be that her hidden guards came along and secretly sent the wild boar to her side? It is indeed possible, so he no longer doubted. When he reached the southern wilderness, he planned to ask and find out the reason. Mu Mianmian, should we share what we caught equally, or how should we do it? Zhong Dingming and the others came to discuss with her. Since they had agreed from the start to follow her lead, they thought it was fairest to listen to her. Mu Mianmian said, let's first handle everything, cook a meal together, and then divide the leftovers among our families. What do you think? Then we'll follow Miss Mu's plan. Everyone agreed, and they went to prepare the food. This time the soldiers also helped, so they all ate together. Lu Tao asked someone to add more rice and cooked a big pot of porridge. Mu Mianmian came to help cook, adding pig liver, lean meat, and some fresh mushrooms into the porridge. The cooked porridge was especially tasty and sweet. A few children gathered around her, looking thin and tired, with their eye sockets protruding. They looked at her eagerly and asked, Little princess, can we have some porridge? Yes, once it's ready, everyone will get some. If you're hungry, you can eat some fruit first. Hearing this, the children cheered, as if they hadn't eaten porridge in many years. Wang Xiuxiu, Aunt Zhong, Aunt Chen, the women from the Zhao family, and the Wu family all eagerly came to help. Miss Mu, the people from the Yi family aren't helping. If they don't come, they won't get to eat later, Aunt Zhong said irritably, feeling annoyed seeing Xinjia and others still acting like official wives. Who said we're not helping? We're here now. Shen's family and Zhou's family, along with their young concubines, came to assist. They brought out a few maidservants to work, but none of them actually helped. Among the families, Only the second and third wives of the Yi family, and at most a few maidservants, helped. Other families had fewer people, and they had already given their written permission for their wives to leave. The remaining ones stayed voluntarily. Humph. Seeing Aunt Zhong silent, Shun's family snorted proudly. We have more people helping now, so we should get more shares later. Aunt Zhong and the others immediately got angry but couldn't say anything. After all, they were from the Yi family, and Mu Mianmian was also considered part of the Yi family. Mu Mianmian looked at them calmly and said, "If your family didn't send anyone to help find food, then you don't get a share. Only those who help work will get to eat. Those who don't work get nothing." What? Shen Jiaduan immediately exploded with anger. Why should we share equally? We all worked hard for the catch, didn't we? Mu Mianmian smiled and said, "Did your family send someone to find the prey together?" Shen Jiaduan stared blankly. Knight Ceylon is dead. Our Knight family hates that they didn't save him, so we refuse to associate with them. Because Knight Ceylon only died because he went out with Mu Mianmian to find food. No one wants to go out with her anymore, to avoid being cursed and harmed. "Aren't you from the Knight family?" Shen asked, grabbing her arm annoyed. Mu Mianmian coldly replied, "We have separated from the family. Even if we split, it can only be with the main branch, not with your second or third branches." Exactly, the little princess is right. Wang Xiuxiu led the support for Mu Mianmian. If you didn't help out, you don't get a share. She has long disliked the people from the second and third branches. Some of the ants helping with chores can get some food. After all, they worked, so why should those who didn't work get to eat? Zhao Feng's wife and Wu Lei's wife both protested and criticized. Don't think you can just sit around and do nothing. In the past, the second and third branches would always look down on the main branch of the Knight family, calling them lazy and useless. They did nothing but laze around, eating and resting while the main branch worked. That was because in the past, Knight Siming's father and son were powerful, and the family was wealthy enough to support them. Now that the wealth is gone, no one will tolerate lazy behavior anymore. Shen Jiaduan and others looked unhappy, but with many people, they couldn't fight back. They could only sheepishly go back to work. "Mother, we will work and hide the meat." Yes, Jia Jia is so clever. Shun and Zhou immediately thought the idea was good and hurried to help with the chores. "Great. You dare to hide the meat." Just after hiding a big piece of meat, Zhong Damao spotted it.
Thief.
"Beat her to death. Send them to Commander Liu for punishment." Zhong Damao and others were furious and started hitting them. Stop. We know we were wrong." After being beaten, they finally behaved. Wang Xiuxiu and others found it unbelievable. How could they do such a thing? Aren't we all from the capital? They used to be nobles too. They had seen the world, and were not uneducated. Even if they fall into a difficult situation, they must not lose their courage. The actions of Xinjia and the others completely shocked her. Zhao Feng's wife, Li Ningxia, said, "Forget about them. Let's stay alert and make sure they don't steal the meat. It's their own man's hard work, and they shouldn't let others take advantage." Yes, let's get to work quickly. Look at the young princess. She's so capable. Her porridge smells so good, and the lettuce wrapped with pork is so delicious. Everyone couldn't help but salivate and hurried to help. After the food was prepared, everyone finally got to eat a warm meal, feeling alive again. Lu Tao, full and satisfied, came to find her. "Mu Mianmian, where's my sachet? You haven't given it to me yet." She couldn't just take the money without giving something in return. Mu Mianmian remembered and quickly went to find Yi Xian to get it. Yi Xian said she would make the sachet herself, so she didn't ask Wang Xiuxiu for help, saving some money. "Here you go." Lu Tao looked at it and was very happy. He thought she made it herself and immediately tied it to his waist. Yi Xian watched this scene and blushed. It was her first time making a sachet for a man. She felt her ears turn hot. But then she thought she was doing this to earn money, so who cared? "Young princess, how should we divide the rest? Let's cut the meat into 4 equal parts, about 2 liang each, and the leftover edges can be grabbed by each person." "Does that work?" Mu Mianmian suggested. "This way, it wouldn't be unfair." Everyone smiled and agreed. That works. There was plenty of fruit, rabbits, and mountain chickens left. The soldiers took the mountain chickens and rabbits, so there was nothing to say about that. They kept a good amount of wild boar meat, enough for all 5 families to share. There were also herbs. Mu Mianmian didn't give all the herbs to the soldiers but kept some for everyone, saying, "Keep some of these herbs for emergencies. I've divided everything, cleaned it up, and written what each medicine is for. If you need it, just use it." Dona Zhong and the others were deeply moved, choking up as they said, "Thank you, young princess. Without you, we don't know if we could have made it to the southern wilderness alive." They knew that the herbs and porridge were actually requested by Mu Mianmian and Lu Tao. They only had them because they fought for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had enough to share. Mu Mianmian didn't think too much about it. Recently, she was considering that once they reached the southern wilderness, they might need extra help. They used to be officials, and maybe one day they could help Yi Si-ming. She was thinking about the future. Recently, she was checking on them. They had to be willing to follow her. If not, she wouldn't force them. Fortunately, it worked out. She smiled and said, "In times of hardship, we should help each other and work together." Everyone nodded repeatedly, agreeing with her. "The little princess is right," they said. Lu Tao leaned against the grain transport cart, his eyebrows raised and eyes bright with confidence, like a lion ready to pounce. He looked very commanding, as if he was a fierce lion. The others looked uncomfortable, but in the end, they had no choice but to agree. "Little Princess Wang, we want to go into the mountains to find some food. Do you think you can take us there?" 7 or 8 young men approached her. Actually, Mu Mianmian and the others didn't need to go find food, but Lu Tao was exploiting them, which suited her purpose perfectly. He represented the court, and the more they saw him doing this, the more they hated the court. Mu Mianmian considered that these young men were quite promising, some good with words, some skilled in martial arts. With some training, they could become strong helpers in the future. She looked at their physical condition. As a military doctor, she could tell at a glance if they were suitable. "Yes, I will tell my husband. Please wait a moment." Yi Si-ming, sitting in the carriage, saw her looking at the men and felt strangely uncomfortable. She had looked at him that way before, and did she also stare at other men's bodies? "I want to go into the mountains to find food." Yi Si-ming said, "I want to go too, but Lu Tao probably won't agree to you leaving the team. If you're bored, when I come back, I'll take you for a walk. Your leg will heal in 2 months, so just be patient." Even if everything went well, he couldn't show it. He probably had to pretend to be weak and helpless, like a disabled prince, even in the southern wilderness. The court would secretly watch him. If they found out he was better, they would be wary, and it would be hard for him to do what he wanted. Yi Si-ming's plan was the same: keep a low profile and prepare for some things in private. "All right, be careful." And Mu Mianmian blinked. "Just say what you mean. No matter what, you are my wife in name. We are married now, and I hope you keep your distance from other men." Yi Si-ming looked up and gazed at her charming face. She was very attractive. She often stayed close to those young men, and he worried she might attract attention. They're all married and responsible men. Nothing will happen. Mu Mianmian secretly smiled. She didn't expect him, so cold and distant, to get jealous. The Chun brothers aren't married yet. Even if they are, do you think nothing will happen? If you keep acting like this, people will gossip about you. I don't care about that. I'm just worried you won't be able to get married in the future, Yi Si-ming said calmly and expressionlessly. Mu Mianmian's long, curved eyelashes suddenly trembled. "Are you worried about me, Your Highness?" Cough. Yi Si-ming raised a finger to his lips and coughed softly. "You saved me and my family. Even if we part ways in the future, I don't want others to gossip about you because of us. In the future, if you leave me, I hope you will be happy and live well. As long as she doesn't follow him, she will definitely have a better life. Once he contacts the Dark Guards, he will arrange for her to leave the southern wilderness." Mu Mianmian lowered her eyes and suddenly fell silent. "All right, I'm leaving now." Then she jumped down from the carriage, carrying a bamboo basket. Yi Si-ming. Everyone else was also carrying bamboo baskets. Wang Xiuxiu, Li Ningxia, and Wu Lei's wife, Su Wan, came along too. Everyone was carrying a bamboo basket. Additionally, Ye's second son, Yi Shengcheng, the third son, Yi Shengshi, Shen Jia, the Shen family, and the Zhou family also wanted to come. "Why are you all following us?" Aren't you afraid of being cursed to death? Zhao Feng said with a smile.
Yesiface Colette.
Zhao Feng, stop with your weird comments. This mountain isn't your home. We can come whenever we want. Exactly, it's not your place, so why can't we come? Zhao Feng rolled his eyes. No one can control what you do. I just don't want you to follow us. If anything happens while you're with us, don't say, I cursed you. When the time comes, my fists won't recognize anyone. He raised his rough fist as a warning. Yi Sifei and the others' faces turned grim. Who cares about following you? Mu Mianmian is a troublemaker. If you don't believe it, follow her and see. Then you won't know how you die. Zhao Feng was angry at their bad-mouthing of the little princess and wanted to hit them, but they ran away quickly. Come on, if you dare, don't run. Stop bothering with them. Let's go find some prey, Zhong Dingming said, pulling him back. Chun Liang said, talking to these people is just a waste of words. Look at the little princess. So calm. Even after being bitten by a dog. Why bother with animals? Zhao Feng's mouth twitched.
Fine.
You scholars are so cultured. He could only settle things with his fists. Mu Mianmian took a few young women into the mountains. As soon as they entered the woods, they saw the cherry tomatoes they picked yesterday. These fruits are really tasty. I didn't expect to find more, she said happily. Wang Xiuxiu, Su Wan, and Li Ningxia were all very excited and quickly started picking. This time, they all gathered the fruits together to take back and share later. No one fought over the fruits. Everyone was busy collecting them eagerly. Mom, they found the fruits. Hurry, let's go pick some too, Shenjia whispered. They all quietly followed behind. Whenever they saw someone with fruits, they would rush over to take some. Wang Xiuxiu and the others were furious. We found these fruits first. Do you have the nerve to take them? Shun Jia sneered. This isn't your mountain, and you didn't plant these fruits. Who says we can't pick them? She and the other women, Zhou and Shun, started grabbing the fruits wildly. They even pushed Li Ningxia and Su Wan aside.
Hey.
What are you doing? Seeing their wives being bullied, Zhao Feng and Wu Lei immediately stepped in. Back off. If anyone dares to hurt my wife, I won't hold back. When Zhao Feng and the others arrived, they scared Shun's group into silence. What are you doing? This mountain isn't yours, and these fruits aren't planted by you, Shun's group said bravely. Zhong Dingming pulled his wife aside to check on her, then angrily said, Shut up. If you dare hurt my wife, you'll be in big trouble. Shun's group was startled and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. Stop. At this moment, the men from the Yi family ran over. A fight was about to break out. Shun Jia, annoyed, shouted, Everyone, stop arguing. Hurry and pick the fruits. Mu Mianmian is already picking them all. While they argued, Mu Mianmian quietly finished picking all the fruits. The little princess is amazing. Wang Xiuxiu and the others cheered happily when they saw Mu Mianmian had finished collecting the cherry tomatoes. Shun's group only managed to grab a few fruits, not enough to fill their teeth. Zhou gritted her teeth and said, We follow them just to get food. Since it's not theirs, whoever gets it is theirs. They secretly followed us. What can we do? Su Wan said, feeling annoyed as she looked back at them sneaking around. They're so annoying. They were like rats in a gutter. Don't pay attention to them. When we find something good, we'll quickly take it back. Mu Mianmian looked back and felt annoyed, so she didn't leave the fruit to be picked and instead left the live prey. There's a wild boar. Hurry, let's rush to catch it. Seeing a wild boar appear, Mr. Shin shouted excitedly, urging the men to quickly seize the boar. Yi Sifei, Yi Xingshi, and Yi Shengcheng were eager and focused, planning to catch the boar. If they could catch this boar, they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. Zhao Feng, Zhao Yun, Zhong Dingming, Chen Liang, and Chen Shan were all very alert, ready to catch the boar. This wild boar was no longer gentle. It was aggressive and fierce, charging straight at anyone who approached. Suddenly, it knocked over Yi Sifei and the others. The three of them fell flat on the ground.
Ah!
Master, the Big Shin women were frightened and hid behind the bushes, watching their men get knocked over by the boar, feeling scared. Everyone, be careful. Zhong Dingming and the others looked serious, needing to be very cautious. They had no proper tools, only some firewood knives, but the boar was running very fast and was very strong. It charged wildly, making it hard to get close. Wang Xiuxiu and the others watched nervously, holding hands and comforting each other, saying, "It's okay. We'll be fine. Yes, yes. What about the little princess? Are they going to be okay?" Seeing the others being pushed around and feeling scared, they started to choke up and their eyes turned red. Mu Mianmian took out a bow and arrow from her bamboo basket. "Don't panic. I have a bow and arrow. Last time, Yi Siming had used it to fight a snake. He had hidden it away and hadn't returned it to Lu Tao. Now it was just right to use." While Zhong Dingming and the others distracted the boar, Mu Mianmian pulled her bow and shot at it. She shot 3 arrows in a row, hitting the boar, which then stopped to rest because it was injured.
Boom.
The boar fell down, causing the ground to shake and dust to fly everywhere. It was estimated to weigh around 400 or 500 jin, an extremely large boar. Mu Mianmian shot an arrow through its thigh, making it unable to run.
Quick.
"Catch it!" Zhao Feng and the others immediately rushed forward and held it down tightly. The boar struggled fiercely, still very strong. A few young men exerted all their strength, their faces turning red and their necks bulging with veins, finally managing to hold it down. Mu Mianmian brought over some ropes, tied the boar up, and then hit its head hard with a stick. "There, the boar has fainted and won't move anymore. Such a big wild boar." Several people sighed in relief, sitting on the ground to rest. Seeing the large boar, their eyes showed excitement. Princess Xiao is really impressive. They didn't expect her to be good at shooting, but her strength was no secret, so everyone was used to it. "We also want a share of the wild boar," someone from Yi family suddenly said. Zhong Dingming and Zhao Feng were not easygoing men. "I think you guys deserve a beating. If you want to take what we have, try it." Seeing their fierce expressions, everyone was scared. Yi Sifei, Yi Xingshi, and Yi Shengcheng were officials. If a fight broke out, they wouldn't be able to win. They could bully the weak, but when facing strong men like Zhong Dingming, they didn't dare to make a sound. "Let's go!" Zhao Feng and Zhong Dingming raised their fists. Such bodyguards were quite good. Mu Mianmian slightly smiled and said, "You guys first send the wild boar back. It's still early, so let's keep looking for more." Zhao Feng quickly said, "Yun and Brother Zhong, you send the boar back. We'll stay and protect the women. Otherwise, they would definitely be bullied by the Yi family." "All right, let's go back first." After dividing the tasks, they split up. That day, they didn't come back empty-handed, but they had to give 1/3 of their catch to the soldiers. The over 400 jin wild boar was divided, with 100 jin taken, and the rest was shared among them. The remaining 300 jin of pork was split evenly among their families. "Princess Xiao, how should we store this pork? It's hot now, and if we don't finish it, it will spoil." Their goal was to stockpile food, not just to eat a good meal. Mu Mianmian said, "It can only be salted or made into cured meat. But with this hot weather, curing isn't possible now. We can only salt it." They also considered storing it with ice, but they didn't have any. Mu Mianmian had space to store things in her space pouch. Hearing this, everyone looked worried. "Then we also need salt." Their main reason for stockpiling was for travel food, so they couldn't eat it all at once. Without salt, they couldn't cure the meat, and it would rot if left out, making it inedible. "We can also make canned meat with chili or similar ingredients. Tomorrow we'll go to the mountains to find some wild chili. I have a little salt stored." Mu Mianmian took out a bag of salt, which weighed about 10 pounds. "We can spread salt all over the pork. Some of it can be used for raw curing and some can be cooked to make braised meat. For the spices used in braised meat, we can find some in the mountains." A typical spice mix includes scallion oil, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, 5-spice powder, pepper, cooking wine, vinegar, and sugar. "I happen to have some spices stored, so we can make some braised meat now." Madams Zhong, Chun Wu, and Zhao all became very happy. "Let's follow little Princess Wang's plan. We'll make some braised meat first, but we don't know how to do it." They had never heard of braised meat before, let alone tasted it. Such cooking methods still existed in this era. Mu Mianmian took out a packet of braised meat spices. "Since our spices are limited, we'll cook together. Once it's ready, we'll share it." Everyone hurriedly divided their meat into raw curing and braising portions. Those to be braised were brought over. Since everything was prepared, Mu Mianmian used a special edible dye to write characters on the meat, Zhao, Chan, Wu, Zhong, and Mian, to help tell them apart. They cut the meat into square pieces. Use a hot pan with cold oil. Stir-fry until the color changes, then add the spices in order. Pour in water and bring to a boil over high heat, then turn to low heat and cook for 40 minutes. Turn off the heat and let it sit overnight to absorb the flavor. Another method is braised pork belly, cut into squares, boiled until cooked, then marinated with soy sauce and spices for a while. Let it cool, then heat oil, fry the pork skin briefly, and finally stir-fry with salt to flavor and preserve it for a long time. When eating, soak the meat in water to remove some salt, making it less salty. That way, it's easier to eat. We can also dry and store wild vegetables, then cook them together with pork belly and dried vegetables. It smells very good and can reduce some of the saltiness. Hearing this, everyone's mouths watered. Madame Zhong wiped her mouth. Stop talking, little Princess Wang. We'll listen to you. Your cooking smells better than the restaurants we often go to. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Yes, since the weather isn't too hot at night, these raw cured meats can be left out to dry. Tomorrow we'll go find wild chili peppers to make chopped chili paste to mix with rice. Hearing this, everyone was full of energy. Looking at the meat hanging on the tree branch, Aunt Wu worriedly said, "We need someone to watch over it. What if it gets stolen? The women from the Yi family will definitely come to steal our meat. Shenjia, Zhou Shi, and Xin Shi have all stolen their meat before and been caught. They dared to steal right in front of them. When they went to sleep, wouldn't they come back to steal again? If the meat gets stolen and eaten, no matter what they do, it won't help. Then we should find someone to take turns watching," Mu Mianmian suggested. Zhong family, Zhao family, Wu family, and Chen Liang can take turns, each on duty for an hour. How about that? Wang Xiuxiu agreed. That's a good idea. It's not too tiring, and everyone can sleep. After deciding, the Chen family was the first to take duty, with Chen Liang and Chen Shan watching together. Every time, two people kept a close eye on the meat. Since no one from Mu Mianmian's family came to watch, they didn't take a shift and went home to sleep. Mei Nyang, Ajin, and Xian had all gone to sleep. Yi Siming was still awake. When he came up, he had just taken off his shirt to change clothes, revealing his strong arms. Suddenly, she climbed up, and Yi Siming quickly put on his clothes. "Is everything ready?" Mu Mianmian smiled. "Yes, everything is ready. I smell like smoke and oil, so I want to take a bath. Outside. Yes, there's a small river in front," Yi Siming said. "Then I'll go with you." In the wild mountains and forests, it was late at night, and Mu Mianmian was worried about encountering anyone. He accompanied her for safety, so he moved his wheelchair and helped her down to the riverbank. "Hurry up, it's late, and it's not very safe." Yi Siming turned his back to her, but she could hear the rustling of her clothes as she undressed. He felt a little nervous. Okay. Mu Mianmian took off her outer clothes but didn't fully remove her shirt, still wearing one. The water at night was very cold. She washed quickly, rinsing off the sweat, then dressed again swiftly. Suddenly, a voice came from the bushes. Mu Mianmian's face changed, and she almost fell in fright. "Be careful," Yi Siming quickly turned around, caught her, and pulled her into his arms. "Are you okay?" Mu Mianmian, soaked and with her face raised, looked at her with bright, clear eyes.
I'm fine.
"It seems like someone is here." Night Lord Ming's throat tightened suddenly as something hit his heart, making his whole body tense. He held the person with one arm. Then he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the bushes. Who threw that at me?" It was Night Lord Fei's voice. He rubbed his head as he stood up, looking fierce. "What are you two doing out here so late? Are you trying to run away? I want to ask you the same thing. What are you sneaking around for so late?" Night Lord Ming looked down at the woman in his arms. Seeing she wasn't dressed properly, his face changed and he immediately looked annoyed. "Hurry up and get out of here." Night Lord Fei stared intently at Mu Mianmian, hiding behind the bushes and secretly watching for a while. He didn't expect the unlucky star to be so attractive.
Humph.
"So you're having a secret affair here? Big brother, really? You're like this, is it okay?" Mu Mianmian's face darkened. She stood up to hit him. Try saying that again. Don't move. Get dressed first. Night Lord Ming quickly grabbed her waist to stop her. She was only wearing a thin nightgown with a small pink undergarment underneath. The clothes were still wet, clinging to her body and showing her figure clearly. If she ran out like this, she would be exposed. He instinctively didn't want anyone to see her like that. He used his body to block Night Lord Fei's view. Turning around, a cold look flashed in his eyes. If you look again, I'll poke your eyes out. Night Lord Fei was startled this time and quickly ran away.
Humph.
Just a troublemaker with no flesh on her bones. Who cares to look? Night Lord Ming's eyes darkened. He picked up a stone and threw it at him again. Night Lord Fei shouted once, but didn't dare say anything. He could only run away quickly. He wasn't married yet. He was 19 years old. He was supposed to get married, but suddenly, something happened to the Knight family, and he didn't marry. All of this was because of Night Lord Ming. Thinking of it, his face twisted in anger. When he ran back, he met Xinjia. She couldn't sleep and was hungry. Where did you go? Were you stealing meat? Night Lord Fei's face changed slightly. No, I went to the river. Second sister-in-law, why aren't you asleep yet? Looking at Xinjia, she had a good figure, even more charming than Mu Mianmian. He thought about Mu Mianmian bathing by the river. When Yi Xilan was alive, Xinjia often sneaked out with him late at night to exercise in the grass. He noticed this many times. Now that Yi Xilan is dead and Xinjia has become a widow, she must feel very lonely. Thinking about those scenes, he reached out and hugged Xinjia. Xinjia was startled. What? What are you doing? Second sister-in-law, second brother is not here. Aren't you lonely? Xinjia instinctively resisted but couldn't push him away. Third brother, we can't do this. Our second brother just left. Reluctantly, she went with him into the grass. I understand, but since second brother is gone, do you really want to spend your whole life like this? Xinjia was stunned. She was still young and naturally unwilling to live as a widow forever, especially if she had to go to the southern wilderness. Thinking about it, she looked a little sad. Yi Sifei saw this and gently wiped her cheek, smiling. Don't worry. Since second brother is gone, I will take good care of you from now on. Mu Mianmian hid in the man's arms. Is it okay now? Yes, he's gone. Let's change clothes when we get back. It's not safe here. Yi Siming thought about Yi Sifei hiding behind the bushes, secretly watching her bathe, and wanted to punish him. Fortunately, he came along, or the consequences would have been unknown. Mu Mianmian's forehead broke out in cold sweat. I think I twisted my ankle. I can't walk. This was bad. With her like this and her unable to move, how could they go back? Yi Siming picked her up and placed her on his lap. Let me see. Okay. The woman obediently sat in his arms, one hand resting on his shoulder. Yi Siming looked down and held her small foot. It was so tiny he could hold it with one hand. It's dislocated. I'll put it back. Just bear with it. It will be fine soon. As he spoke, he snapped her dislocated bone back into place. Then he took out a bottle of medicine from his sleeve, poured some into his palm, and massaged her ankle. The medicine was something she had prepared, and she didn't expect him to carry it with him. She also thought he disliked her. After all, he always wanted to send her away. His palm was warm, and Mu Mianmian's cold foot was held in his hand. She felt very comfortable. She leaned against him, wanting to sleep. Seeing her shoulders relax a little, Yi Siming realized the little woman in his arms had fallen asleep. After she slept, he saw how delicate she was. A small, thin girl. She has been through more difficult things than most men. Yesi Ming looked down at her, his eyes darkening. He reached out and brushed her hair, then gently touched her soft lips, causing his mind to suddenly buzz. So soft. Prince! A quiet voice suddenly appeared. Startled, he quickly withdrew, looked up at the person in black, and felt relieved. Yes, Night Guard Qi. Yi pushed his wheelchair over, showing concern. Your Highness, you've suffered. It's because I was not capable enough. When did you arrive? Qi knelt and replied, I only caught up with you tonight. Tonight? No one helped before. Yesi Ming frowned slightly and looked at the woman sleeping in his arms. No. Qi felt very ashamed. He thought his master might be harmed by them, but he didn't expect the young princess to be so capable. She made the carriage and wheelchair and even treated the prince's leg. She takes good care of the prince and them. She's better than they are. Prince, the young princess is truly impressive. The master really found a treasure. They initially sent her to marry someone else, and they were all angry for her. Yesi Ming's mind was in chaos. It turned out he was wrong. No one helped her. Everything she did, including the food, was made by herself. She is indeed very capable, but it also makes people doubt her identity. Qi didn't know what the master was thinking. Seeing her legs that were disabled, he felt both angry and upset. Your Highness, we went late because we were looking for Dr. Jiang. Now he has arrived in the southern wilderness. Once there, we can take you to treat your leg. Yes, no rush. Do you have silver on you? Qi quickly took out a silver note. Yes. Yesi Ming took the note. It was 5,000 taels, enough.
Good.
You should secretly protect the princess. Qi nodded and quietly pushed him back, avoiding crowded places, to the road by the river. Yesi Ming pushed 2 wheelchairs himself. The wheelchairs were cleverly designed, foldable with many mechanisms. When they reached the carriage, it became more complicated. The woman was asleep, and he didn't want to wake her. Knight Master Ming looked at his leg and tried to see if he could stand up. Unexpectedly, he was able to stand, but it still hurt a little. He quickly carried the person onto the carriage. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Mu Mianmian said she needed 2 more months to recover, so it seemed true. But her medical skills were really good. He could stand up so soon, and he would recover fully in no time. When he was better, it would be the start of his revenge. Late at night, Knight Master Ming's eyes were cold. The next day, Mu Mianmian woke up to find herself sleeping in a man's arms. She suddenly remembered something. I fell asleep yesterday. How did we get back? Knight Master Ming looked unhappy. I carried you back. Did you stand up? Mu Mianmian's face changed. She immediately got up to check his leg. You should have woken me. I just tried and I didn't expect to be able to stand. It's okay now, it doesn't hurt anymore. Mu Mianmian checked him. The problem isn't serious. You can't stand up again for now, but you need to move around a bit. If there's a chance, I can help you walk. Okay, Knight Master Ming replied. All her clothes had been changed. Mu Mianmian's ears turned red. Did you change my clothes? Yeah. Knight Master Ming remained calm, with no change in his eyes. She pulled off his clothes. Now they could say things were even. Seeing her shy, Knight Master Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Your clothes got wet, and wearing them might catch a cold. You slept very soundly last night. She must have been exhausted. She hadn't rested well all this time. Sometimes, traveling at night meant no sleep, and during the day, she had to find food. Knight Master Ming felt uneasy inside. Since you found Zhao's family and Chen's family is helping, you don't have to be so tired in the future.
Yeah.
She really slept too deeply last night. In the future, she should be more careful. If she sleeps too deeply, she might not realize danger.
Mu Mianmian patates checks.
I'm going to cook. Knight Master Ming also needed to get down. He sat in the wheelchair, watching her busy. At this moment, Aunt Zhong and others came over together. Little princess, shall we go into the mountains to find something to eat? General Lu said. Today is the last day. We must leave tomorrow. Their pork still wasn't prepared, and they had promised to find wild chili peppers to make spicy meat sauce. Everyone was very excited. Mu Mianmian said, let's go. Maybe later. All right, let's go back and get ready. The food Mu Mianmian cooked smelled very good, but she felt shy to stay and eat. So she hurriedly left. Every day, she made a bowl of porridge for her father-in-law to eat. He was in such a state that no one knew when he would wake up. There was no time to treat him now. Knight Si-yun was the one feeding him, helping him wash, turn over, and take care of him, all with the Chin brothers. Now that they had left the capital city far behind, Lu Tao didn't bother to manage them. They had no food and were worried about finding supplies, so he didn't want to bother them. Today, I will go up the mountain with you. Lu Tao said, bringing a few soldiers. Mu Mianmian carried a bamboo basket on her back, and Yi Xian followed behind her. Today, she also went along carrying a bamboo basket. Whatever you say, her attitude was cold. It seemed she only smiled and showed shyness when she was with Yi Ximing. Usually, she was very aloof to everyone else. Everyone could see she liked Yi Ximing. TSK. Lu Tao felt uncomfortable inside but said nothing. He glanced at Yi Xiyun, who looked so fresh and lively, with a rosy, healthy face. She looked so good. He found it strange that Yi Ximing's family, who had been exiled and fleeing, all looked so plump and healthy, completely different from others. Little princess, come with us. Aren't you afraid of encountering wild animals? He suddenly spoke to her. Yi Xiyun was startled. I'm no longer little princess. You can call me Yi Xiyun or Miss Yi. She was also a gentle girl, but she was very timid. Just talking to him made her almost cry. Lu Tao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled. Then, Miss Yi, you should be careful. Yi Xian looked at the fragrant pouch on his waist and felt uncomfortable. Thank you, General Lu. Everyone set out together. Each carried a bamboo basket, and Lu Tao had the soldiers bring a grain cart. They thought they would have a good harvest today. But in the end, they didn't catch a single wild rabbit. They picked some wild fruits and mountain chili peppers. Wow, there really are chili peppers. That's lucky. Let's pick more to take home. We can use them later. Aunt Zhong and the others also gathered today and had a good harvest. Even just one chili pepper made them happy. The men looked down on these fruits and just wanted to catch wild boars. Xiaobing said, Strange. Why aren't there any wild boars today? The bark has been stripped from the trees. The ground is bare, and only some grass can be seen in the bushes. Lu Tao felt annoyed. He had been here long enough and went up the mountain but found no reward. Xiaobing noticed he was about to lose his temper and quickly said, Maybe there are only 2 wild boars. Should we look somewhere else? Lu Tao glanced at the women picking chili peppers. Wait a little longer. Mu Mianmian saw they weren't leaving, so she didn't release the wild boars. She left some wild fruits, mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and vegetables. But all of these were picked up by Yi Xiun and her group. Yi Xiun held a rabbit, excitedly saying, Sister-in-law, look. I caught a rabbit. Good job. Mu Mianmian smiled. Little princess, are these wild vegetables edible? Wang Xiuxiu found a patch of green, tender wild vegetables. She thought they looked good and probably could be eaten, but she wasn't sure, so she asked her. Yes, you can eat them. Pick them all and take them back. If you can't finish them, dry them in the sun. Once dried, they can be used as dried vegetables for cooking. Aunt Zhong, Aunt Chen, and others hurried over to pick some. The little princess is right. These tender wild vegetables must taste good. They're better than tree bark. Recently, there was a flood, and everyone had to find something to eat. They ate tree bark. It was really bad, worse than coarse rice, hard to swallow. All right, everyone, go back now. Let's set out immediately. Lu Tao, upset about not catching a wild boar, suddenly lost his temper. He's really hot-tempered. Mu Mianmian couldn't help but frown. Can't they wait one more day? Be quiet. That's just how he is. Otherwise, how could he be trusted? Let him come with us to the southern wilderness. The tasks in the southern wilderness are the hardest and most tiring. It's said he's hot-tempered and kills without blinking. No one in the Lu family dares to get close to him, Li Ningxia whispered. And I heard his aunt was killed by him. This matter, Mu Mianmian doesn't know much about it. She only feels that his temper isn't very good, but he doesn't seem to be very bad either. Look, there are 3 wild boars. Just then, 3 wild boars appeared, and the young soldiers and Zhong Dingming all cheered. Lu Tao finally got motivated. Everyone, stop arguing. If we scare the wild boars away, I will beat you to death. Captain Lu, are we leaving now? Mu Mianmian deliberately asked him. Lu Tao smiled. There are wild boars. We catch them first, then leave tomorrow. Women, move aside quickly. If you get knocked over, I won't care. Lu Tao's mood instantly improved. He rubbed his fists and ordered a group of men to catch the wild boars. Dozens of people tried to block the 3 wild boars, but just like yesterday, the boars charged recklessly and refused to be caught easily. Suddenly, the wild boars charged toward the women. Be careful. Wang Xiuxiu and Yi Xiyun and others were so frightened their faces turned pale. They instinctively hid behind Mu Mianmian. Mu Mianmian remained calm, lifted her foot, and kicked the wild boar away. Don't be afraid. Bang. The wild boar was kicked flying, smashing into a 100-year-old tree. The tree was broken in half, and the impact made her dizzy and unable to move. The other two wild boars saw their companion's terrible state. It seemed they were stunned and dared not move. They obediently lay on the ground. Everyone was stunned, their jaws dropping. This was incredible. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. A delicate, soft girl actually managed to kick a 300-pound wild boar away and even scare the other boars into submission. Mu Mianmian's face was calm. Such things wouldn't matter much in her previous life. In her past life, she was a petite little girl who commanded over 1 million mech soldiers. All the tough men around her were as obedient as little lambs. Quick, knock them out and take them away. Her voice was soft but carried a cold aura. Some soldiers stepped forward with sticks, ready to knock out the wild boars. But the boars didn't show respect. They immediately stood up and bared their teeth. The young soldiers were startled and threw down their sticks, covering their bottoms and running away. They had been hit by the boar earlier, and their butts still hurt badly. No use. Lu Tao glared at him and picked up a stick to move forward. The wild boar below was preparing to charge at him. Lu Tao, believe it or not, I will cut you with a sword, he threatened, drawing his blade. But the two wild boars didn't seem to care and, annoyed, huffed and puffed, ready to charge at him. Mu Mianmian, you come here. Lu Tao's face changed slightly. Afraid of being hit by the boars, he quickly handed the stick to Mu Mianmian. Mu Mianmian took it casually and stepped forward. The boars immediately lowered themselves. She raised her hand and struck hard, causing both boars to stare dizzy and faint. Zhong Dingming, Zhao Feng, Zhao Yun, Chen Liang, and a few others hurried over happily and carried the boars onto the grain transport cart. Commander Liu, these 3 wild boars were caught by the little princess. She has the right to decide how to distribute them, right? If the soldiers had caught them, they probably wouldn't get any, maybe just some meat soup. Lu Tao glanced coldly at Mu Mianmian and snorted softly. You bunch of grown men are proud to rely on a woman? Aren't you ashamed? From his tone, it seemed he wasn't willing to share with them. The wild boars were caught by Mu Mianmian. We can give her one, but the rest belong to us. Zhong Dingming and the others' faces instantly changed, but they didn't dare to speak out. Not happy? The wild boars weren't discovered by you, nor did you catch them. You only did some work, and for that you get a reward. Mu Mianmian deserves one. Isn't that fair? Originally, you are all criminals. Whatever you do, whatever you get, must be handed over to the court. Lu Tao's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at them and said with a light laugh, You're lucky to meet me. If someone else were in charge of this escort, you wouldn't be so fortunate. In previous years, there were prisoners sentenced to exile in the southern wilderness. Most of the escort officers were either greedy for money or lustful. Many noble ladies traveling with them were often defiled and turned into military prostitutes. Even beautiful noble wives were not exempt. Some mothers, to protect their daughters, would even sacrifice themselves. Right now, they had no food. Sometimes Lu Tao, in a bad mood, would beat them a few times. If they were greedy for money, they would only end up losing a single plum blossom deer, which was because the crown prince was watching. If he didn't do this, others would surely take action. He is not interested in being lustful. He looks down on those who come to him willingly. He doesn't care about other women, only has his eyes on Mu Mianmian. He wants her to make the first move. Meeting such a good escort officer like him is lucky for them, am I wrong? Lu Tao stands on the grain cart, looking down at a few people with a commanding gaze. Forget it, just give him everything if he wants it. Old Lady Zhong and the others are afraid. They all know how cruel past escort officers could be. Honestly, Lu Tao is quite decent. On this trip, they only suffered some minor injuries. The children are fine and won't be harmed by the soldiers. Wang Xiuxiu, Li Ningxia, Su Wan, and Yi Siyun are trembling with fear. As beautiful and delicate women, they are the easiest targets. Old Lady Zhong and the others come over, pulling their sons aside to advise them not to offend Lu Tao. Who knows what might happen if this crazy man gets angry? Seeing they won't speak further, Lu Tao snorts and orders someone to send the 3 wild boars back. Mu Mianmian steps forward to stop him. Since this is about rewards, I caught all 3 wild boars. 1 isn't enough, I want 2. Otherwise, I won't help you catch wild boars next time. Lu Tao, 2 isn't possible. We have so many soldiers to feed. Don't forget, you also promised me at the start that 1/3 of the hunted game would go to us. Mu Mianmian looks at the 3 wild boars. Give you 1, and that makes 1/3, right? Lu Tao almost spits blood in anger. That was before the soldiers came to help. Since it wasn't clear before, it doesn't count. Today, you need to give me 2. Next time, we'll split according to the original agreement. Mu Mianmian didn't want to release the wild boars initially, but he suddenly said they needed to leave soon, and they were in a hurry. Their supplies hadn't been sorted, so there was no time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have released the boars to delay. Lu Tao's expression darkened, displeased. No, at most 1. I'll kill another 1, and everyone can share. 2 for you is impossible. Fine then, Mu Mianmian says, unwilling to let him have everything. She takes out 1 wild boar, so everyone gets a share. They can also use this to build goodwill with the Zhong, Zhao, Chun, and Wu families. Lu Tao feels annoyed and leaves with his people. Grandma Zhong and the others were feeling a bit nervous. Little princess, aren't you afraid he might take revenge? Did you see how fierce his look was just now? Of course he'll try to get back at us. But at most, it'll just make things difficult for us or cause some trouble. I don't think he'll do anything serious. Lu Tao is quick-tempered and has a bad temper, but he doesn't seem interested in stealing or hurting others. He seeks higher goals. Only lower-ranking officials and soldiers would steal from others at this time. Lu Tao comes from a noble family and has a proud nature. He looks down on those stuck in the mud of low status. Grandma Zhong sighed. Yes. Luckily, he's not a lecher. If he was just stealing some valuables, we could give him some. After all, those are just material things. In past years, the escort officials were often greedy and lustful. Many young women, even all women, had a hard time avoiding trouble. Mrs. Chun, Mrs. Wu, and Mrs. Zhao nodded in agreement. Their relatives, some of whom had been escort officials before, knew the inside story. For example, the women of the Wu family initially kept their guard up, even smearing ash on their faces. The young, pretty girls usually stayed behind their elders and didn't dare to come out casually. They thought Mu Mianmian was really capable. She was so beautiful, yet she survived in the hands of the crown prince. It showed she was truly talented. There's still some time. Let's look around again to see if there's anything else. I'll kill that wild boar later and share it with everyone, Mu Mianmian said casually. Mrs. Chen replied, we'll buy it from you with money then. Yes, we'll buy it. Mu Mianmian didn't refuse. All right, I'll ask for your help later. I'll sell it to you at a lower price. Deal. That's settled. I think these chili peppers are good. Let's pick more to take back. Next, they found some seasonings, wild rabbits, wild vegetables, and mushrooms. For others, it was already a good harvest. Mu Mianmian didn't expect that bringing the forest's resources into her space would cause them to multiply several times on their own. Her space was like an ecosystem, with a huge forest. Whatever she needed, she could get, as long as she filled it properly to increase its value. I remember that her land also allows planting crops. At night, she secretly went in and planted rice on hundreds of thousands of acres. It won't be long before the harvest. Previously in Mingxi town, she cleared out the Grand Prince's supplies, which could last for a while. Now, she is eating rice brought from the Grand Prince's place, but she has replaced the rice with soil. The harvest turned out quite well. When she returned, the wild boars had already been killed. Mu Mianmian's side remained untouched. A small soldier came over and said, Dr. Mu, we need to see you. Why do you want to see me? Mu Mianmian frowned slightly, thinking they probably wanted revenge so soon. You're a military doctor. The commander is feeling a bit unwell and wants you to check on him, the soldier explained. Knight Seeming found this strange and advised her. He looks fine when he comes back, not sick. He probably just wants to trouble you on purpose. Be careful. Okay, I'll go take a look. Mu Mian put down her bamboo basket. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lu Tao leaned against a tree stump, looking unwell, but it was just anger, not illness. When he saw the woman, his anger grew. He sat there without moving. Mu Mian stepped forward. General Lu, what's wrong? My heart and lungs don't feel right, Lu Tao said calmly. Please, little princess, take a look at me. He usually called her Mu Mian Miss Mu, or Dr. Mu. Suddenly, he called her little princess. Mu Mian felt he was angry at her because of the wild boar incident. It's just excessive liver fire, Mu Mian said calmly. She checked his pulse and handed him a bag of herbs. Drink this tea regularly. It will cure your illness. Lu Tao chuckled bitterly. How did you make the pork last night? Today, help me finish all the leftover pork. Sure, no problem. I can't do it alone. I need help from Aunt Zhong and others, but I can't let them do it for free. Lu Tao snorted coldly. Who do you think you are to negotiate with me? Knowing you're not qualified, I don't ask for much. Just a piece of meat for each of us. That's fair, right? Lu Tao's eyes darkened. He said irritably, You only think about helping others. Why don't you consider my feelings? You are the commander. You're better than us and lack nothing, Mu Mian said calmly. Besides, we also share the herbs we pick with you. Lu Tao sneered, Your supplies were originally meant for me. Then don't take the meat. Once we've finished our own, we can help you with pork. We can also give you some spices, but don't rush to leave. Wait until everyone has stored enough supplies before setting out. If everyone has enough food, there won't be fights over it with your soldiers. That's good for you too, since your grain supplies are limited, Mu Mian said, not wanting to waste more words. Lu Tao frowned slightly but said nothing, because what she said was true. He didn't know that the supplies prepared for the upcoming disaster were already running low. Who knew that now? The court was in chaos. Rumor had it that the treasury was empty and looted, and many officials' mansions had been robbed. Then, with the disaster happening, the court had to open the granaries to help the people, but at a critical moment, they lacked silver. So, the supplies he requested hadn't arrived, and even the pay for the soldiers escorting the supplies had to be figured out by himself. If he hadn't brought some silver notes and paid for the deer he bought for Mu Mian, he might have been overwhelmed. These days, without pay, who would listen to you? The court didn't care about their lives anymore, not even bothering to come after Yi Siming. The crown prince was even worse. After returning, he was diagnosed with impotence, and on the way back, his supplies were stolen, leaving him with only dirt to eat. So, he had to find ways to get food and support the soldiers himself. Seeing that he said nothing, Mu Mian left and gathered Aunt Zhong and others to help. Her wild boar, killed with the help of Chun Liang and others, was sold to them at 20 coins per jin. Those without money could only eat the meat from the soldiers' supplies. With so many people, one wild boar was quickly finished. That night, a group of women cooked braised meat, roasted meat, and made chopped chili pork sauce. When the chili pork sauce was ready, Lu Tao tasted it and immediately felt his taste buds explode. So delicious. He suddenly ate 3 large bowls of rice. Recently, he had been suffering from heat stroke and couldn't eat well. He only drank water and had lost weight. Delicious. I want more. Lu Tao patted a soldier's head. If you keep eating like this, I won't be able to support you, Xiao Zhang asked. Boss, didn't our grain supplies arrive? No. That's why we need to eat sparingly. The road is still long. Lu Tao's eyes and face looked cold. He took a sip of soup and then spat out a mouthful of foul air. The soldiers immediately became worried. They had almost finished stockpiling supplies. The next day, they planned to set out. Most of the route was through mountain roads. They thought their supplies would be enough and that the journey would be smooth. But unexpectedly, they encountered a group of bandits halfway. Boss, there are bandits ahead. They want us to leave behind our grain, women, money, and weapons, or they will kill us. A young soldier reported nervously and angrily after scouting ahead. These bandits are really reckless. They dare to steal from the imperial court. The soldiers cursed and grumbled. Others looked hopeless. If they gave the bandits their food, What would they eat? They also had to leave behind their women and money. We can't just give in, Zhong Dingming said, leading a few others to resist. Lu Tao sat on his horse, with a relaxed attitude. They are local bullies. Rumor has it that nearby officials are afraid of them and dare not provoke them. Now that the emperor is far away, the capital can't control this place. They are well-armed, well-fed, tall, and strong. As for us, looking at these once wealthy young men, Lu Tao felt uninterested. People who haven't fought in battles are just show-offs, talking about war on paper. The soldiers escorting them weren't the best either. Many were leftovers from the army. Some came from wealthy families and paid money to avoid fighting, becoming clerks in logistics. These soldiers were just extras, not real fighters. They could rough up these fallen nobles, but when it came to real combat, they probably wouldn't be much good. Many soldiers were already scared and close to peeing their pants. The veterans, however, were not very tough. Lu Tao thought there was little hope. His cold, sinister look showed no mercy. He smiled and said, "If you want to fight, then go ahead. I can lend you weapons, but they must be returned. If anything is lost, you'll have to pay. We'll go ourselves." They couldn't just watch helplessly as their wives, sisters, and mothers were harmed by bandits. And they couldn't let the hard-earned supplies be taken by the bandits for free. Zhong Dingming, Zhao Yun, Zhao Feng, Chen Liang, and others all declared they wouldn't give in and would fight the bandits to the end. But do you know how to fight? Although they are a group of bandits, the other side has many people and is very strong. If they rush in without understanding the situation, they will only be doomed to fail. Some veterans couldn't help but say that a few young men are still too inexperienced. Chen Liang asked, "Can't we go around?" The veteran replied, "We can go around, but this is the shortest route. If we do, we will have to travel much farther. Our food supplies are limited, and the road is difficult. Whether we can reach the southern wilderness alive is a tough question." Everyone looked downcast and didn't know what to do. "Don't we still have the Night King?" someone said.
Yes.
"We still have the war god, the Night King." Everyone got excited and gathered around Mu Mianmian and Yi Siming. Leading troops in battle, the Night King is definitely a top leader. A few mountain bandits didn't concern Yi Siming. It depends on whether everyone can work together. Fighting isn't just about having strong soldiers. It's about unity. "We can't do it alone," he said, glaring at Lu Tao. "The main force still needs to be the soldiers escorting us." This group of exiles, old, weak, sick, disabled, and untrained scholars, can contribute very little. There are over 100 exiles in total, but only about 80 remain. The soldiers number over 200. Mu Mianmian said, "If we fail and are weaker, you won't be better off either. These hard times, the bandits have no food either. They're just here to take what they can. If they see you with plenty of supplies, they will definitely attack. Even if they use us as stepping stones, they won't get far." Lu Tao muttered, annoyed. She always explains the dire situation clearly, leaving no choice, which is very frustrating. What she said makes sense, and many soldiers couldn't argue back. They could only follow the commands of the couple. Lu Tao said, "Night King, you have more experience. Please lead the troops this time." Yi Siming replied, "First, find a good position that is easy to defend and hard to attack and set up a camp. Also, send someone to gather intelligence how many enemies are there. Their current location is quite good. Behind them is a cave where they can hide the food supplies. The elderly and children can retreat there. The strong and young men should go to the front to defend against enemies." The little soldier just went ahead to scout, but he only saw the bandits' flags and their conversations. He hurried back without learning anything. Now, the bandits must also know they are coming and are just waiting for an easy target. If they go out now, they will definitely be captured alive. The little soldier is too scared to go again. Mu Mianmian said, "I'll go take a look." "You can't go," Yi Siming said sharply. "You are responsible for guarding the supplies. Women, retreat to the cave for safety. Take your mother and the others to the back. Scout missions are too dangerous." Is she foolish?
Yi Siming whispered.
Mu Mianmian wanted to say she has the ability to teleport and gather intelligence easily, plus she could also take their things. But he doesn't know her secret. For now, she should listen to him. Okay. Mu Mianmian took the women, the elderly, and children into the cave. Then who should go scout now? After some discussion, they decided to send Zhong Dingming. He is the best fighter and very brave. He didn't know what to do exactly, so he asked Yi Siming for guidance. After a few instructions, Zhong Dingming understood and went out, but soon he returned. He said, "There are over 500 people now. I heard there's a village in the mountains. I estimate there are about 1,000 people there." He wiped his forehead and said, "They also have enough weapons, even armor." Seeing the bandits wearing armor and holding long spears and guns, although they are not an official army, having armor means they are not just simple bandits. They are a sizable mountain stronghold, people who dominate the mountain. There used to be such powerful bandits, and the imperial court even sent troops to fight them. Ha! Big brother, we found out they are just a group of exiles from the capital. Rumor has it they are fallen nobles. Those women are all beautiful, like flowers. Ladies of high status, young misses, and even a little princess. They don't have much food. The men are either disabled or very thin. The leader, the escort officer, looks quite capable. Just one person. We don't need to be afraid. When the time comes, we'll take him out. The others are just weaklings. We can handle them easily. Steal the women, the food, and the weapons, there's no problem. A rough voice came from the mountain village, full of cheer. After a lifetime of drinking, he gulped down a sip, then threw his bowl down. "Brothers, let's take action tonight. We'll fight hard, seize the women, and everyone can enjoy a good time." Ha! Second in command is right. Let's eat our fill first. When night falls, we'll strike. Based on past experience, they won't fight back, they'll surrender. Ha! Just a bunch of useless fools. Yesher Ming analyzed the situation based on the intelligence he gathered. They will act tonight. Now is the best time to be relaxed and unaware. We can strike now, but there are over 500 small bandits below the mountain. What if we alert them? Zhao Feng asked. The others felt a bit nervous. They thought it might be better to go around. Attacking now will let them see we're not as easy to deal with as they think. This will make them cautious, and they won't attack us right away. We will have time to prepare. But it's too late to go around now. They've already noticed us. Once we're watched, it's not easy to escape, someone said. Yesher Ming looked at them with cold, sharp eyes. Don't worry. Just follow my plan. We won't lose. This is just a small battlefield. We have weapons too. As long as we plan well, we will be fine. He had fought hundreds of battles, scenes of thousands of soldiers, and 1,000,000 lions before. The others hadn't experienced that, so they felt nervous. But seeing his confidence and steady demeanor, they gradually calmed down. All right, then we follow the prince's lead. Whatever he says, we do. After making the decision, they ate some dried food, meat pies made by Mu Mian and others. Feeling motivated, they prepared to launch a surprise attack on the bandits. Perhaps they didn't expect an attack from them first. When Gao Yunjai learned of the news, the attack had already succeeded. Big boss, we've been ambushed. They killed dozens of my brothers and stole our weapons. There are women, so give women. There is money, so give money. After we brothers have had our fun, we can let them go. Don't these guards know the rules? I didn't expect the other side to attack first. They have been ruling on Gaoyun Mountain for over 10 or 20 years. Who in the area doesn't know how strong they are? Even the local governor dares not offend them. In past years, when guards escorted prisoners, they usually understood the rules and would give gifts to let them pass. Now, they are not giving anything? Could it be that they are dealing with a stubborn fool? The scout bandit said, "He looks unfamiliar. I don't know his identity, only that he's a young nobleman. Maybe he's new here." "Our losses are heavy," the second-in-command said, with a cold look. "We lost about 50 brothers. All their weapons and armor were taken. They didn't attack openly. They appeared suddenly in the dark, covered the brothers' mouths, and killed them quietly. It seems someone was giving orders from behind the scenes. Their actions were quick and precise. They were guarding the mountain gate and the mountain path, not gathered in one place. To kill 50 people at once, the enemy must have had a similar number of men, attacking from different sides at the same time, making it hard to notice. By the time they realized, it was too late. The enemy had already escaped. Fortunately, we found out early. We need to investigate quickly. I'm worried there might be spies among us." Hearing this, many bandits' faces changed. "Send more people to check." There must be someone among them skilled in military tactics, an experienced fighter. We were careless. First, we need a plan. We shouldn't attack blindly. Find out who's giving the orders first. After Mu Mianmian settled the beautiful lady and others, she found an excuse to sneak out. She avoided the night guards and quietly reached Gao Yun Mountain stronghold. She just happened to meet a young bandit going to gather information. You. She suddenly appeared, startling the other person into panic. Mu Mianmian quickly covered his mouth, her expression cold. She grabbed his throat and, with a snap, knocked him out. The young bandit's eyes widened, and he died with a look of shock. He couldn't understand how she appeared so suddenly. She threw the body into her space, where it could be used as food. She searched the stronghold for a while before finally finding their granary. Why hasn't Xiaoba come back yet? Don't worry, big brother.
Xiaoba is clever.
If he had been caught, we would have heard something. Let's send more people to look for him. The man sitting on a tiger-striped stool looked cold and sharp, like a fierce tiger. Suddenly, he spoke. No need to wait. Gather the brothers quickly. First, kill those people, then take the women and valuables. Even if they have spies among us, they are few in number. If we take over their main camp, what can they do? The big boss is right. Let's go cook some food now. Let the brothers eat first, then set out immediately. But soon, someone ran in hurriedly, looking panicked. Big brother, it's bad. Our granary is empty. Our gold and jewelry have been stolen. Our mountain hideout has been robbed. Wow. That thief dares to steal from Gao Yun village. He's tired of living, huh? Mu Mianmian heard them cursing and quickly ran down the mountain. At the cave entrance, she met Yi Siming. Where did you run off to? Mu Mianmian was startled but kept her face calm. I went to the bathroom. Yi Siming looked at her silently. It's not safe here. Don't run around. These mountain bandits can do anything. How are things on your side? Yi Siming said. We launched a surprise attack and got back some equipment. Strangely, they haven't made any moves yet. Usually, after being attacked, they'd be angry and send people to fight us. He had everything prepared, waiting for the other side to come so they could fight. Because the soldiers wore armor, but Zhong Dingming and the others did not. Fighting face-to-face would be risky. So, during the surprise attack, he had people steal their armor and weapons. These could be used as their weapons later, so they wouldn't need to borrow from Lu Tao and others. It would also make hunting on the mountain easier. It could boost their confidence. But he had everything planned out. How could he lure the bandits to one place, setting a trap? Yet there was no sign of them. It's almost dark now, and they haven't appeared.
Mu Mianmian tachet hernose.
Maybe they know how powerful you are, so they didn't dare to come and fight. In reality, she had already emptied their food, weapons, and money. Now she was eager to find the thieves. Knight Commander Ming saw her speak confidently, but he didn't agree because few people knew about him. Only his name was heard. Very few knew what he looked like. The small bandit didn't recognize him at all. All right, you go back first.
I'll have someone check on it, he said.
He had sneaked out secretly, planning to meet with the Dark Guard, 7 nights. He didn't expect to meet her. He was startled just now. Okay, then have something to eat. Mu Mianmian quickly took out 2 hot meat-filled buns for him. Thank you, he replied, taking them. But the woman didn't leave. She kept staring at him intently. Knight Commander Ming felt uncomfortable and asked, What's wrong? Your face is dirty. I want to wipe it for you, she said, hesitating because she was worried he wouldn't like it. She was a substitute princess, and his original princess was Miss Mu from the Mu family. He didn't like her, so she hesitated whether to do it. Knight Commander Ming's ears turned slightly red, and he no longer doubted that she was interested in him.
Don't worry about me.
You should go back early, he said. Mu Mianmian took out a handkerchief. Still, let me wipe it. She liked to see him clean and neat, like a fairy, which was very pleasing to the eye. Knight Commander Ming sat in a wheelchair and couldn't avoid her. He had to let her wipe his face. She leaned down carefully, as if she was just wiping his face. They were very close. Knight Commander Ming stared at her long, delicate eyelashes, and his Adam's apple moved. Is it done? He asked. Suddenly, someone appeared and called out, Prince. Knight Commander Ming instinctively looked up and accidentally kissed her lips. It was just a quick touch, and both hurriedly straightened up. Mu Mian touched her lips, and they looked at each other, both surprised and a little awkward. Prince, the bandits are here. General Liu asked you to come, Qinshan said. All right, he responded. Knight Commander Ming reacted quickly, his ears turning red, and his voice was calm. You go back first. Oh. He remained calm and unaffected, probably not taking it seriously. Mu Mian watched Qinshan push him away, and then entered the cave.
Humph.
Shameless, she muttered, turning around and encountering Xinjia. The woman looked at her with a dark expression, full of jealousy and deep hatred. She thought that once Knight Commander Ming became disabled, he would just survive like a dog. At first, that man looked down on her, and she just wanted to see him suffer. But along the way, he didn't show any sign of being defeated. Now he could still give orders like before, and everyone willingly obeyed him. Seeing the two of them being affectionate made her feel very jealous. Originally, Yi Siming was supposed to die and couldn't be better off than her. It was all because Mu Mian took such good care of him. You're crazy. Mu Mian was in a good mood at first, but now her happiness was ruined. She said angrily, You're the crazy one. Yi Siming is just a cripple and useless.
Why do you want a man like that?
You're so shameless. Xinjia was furious. Why should she stay widowed and be forced to serve that man Yi Siming? She, a jinx, could marry Yi Siming. Clap. Say one more word, and I'll hit you. Mu Mian slapped her hard and pushed her against the stone wall. Yi Siming is not someone you can insult. If you dare to insult him again, I'll cut out your tongue. Xinjia felt cold all over, her pupils trembling with fear. Watching this scene, Seven Knights was stunned, his jaw dropping in shock. Dr. Mu, someone is injured. Please come quickly and treat them. Just as Xinjia was about to shout for help, a soldier hurriedly carried in the wounded. Mu Mian let go of the person and, too lazy to look again, said, Bring them in. Xinjia trembled with fear, tidied her hair, and hid to the side, not daring to make a sound. Mu Mian was truly terrifying just now. Usually, she was silent suddenly and sometimes harsh, but she had never shown such murderous intent before. Her cold aura was frightening. Was she just pretending? Maybe she didn't want Yi Siming to see her so fierce? That was too scary. Xinjia looked at the delicate and beautiful Mu Mian and shivered. The soldier carried the person inside. Mu Mian treated the wounds while asking, How is the situation now? How many of us are injured? Fortunately, the prince is strong. He caught the main culprit. The fighting has stopped, and now they are negotiating. The soldier wiped his forehead with cold sweat. The scene was truly intense and frightening. They were scared to death. Overall, we didn't suffer much loss, just a few soldiers injured. Mu Mian did not ask further. After a while, Yi Siming, Lu Tao, and their group returned. They brought the head of Gao Yun village. Humph. Even if you catch me, Gao Yun village won't let you go. Gao Yun, the leader of Gao Yun village, was tall and strong, with a reddish face, big copper bell eyes, roar like a tiger, and a fierce look. He had been shot in the leg by Yi Siming and was bleeding heavily. Then we will kill you first, Lu Tao said, drawing his sword and aiming it at his neck with a murderous look.
Stop.
Don't kill my older brother. The other bandits behind them came forward. They were the second and third leaders of the gang. We don't want to block your way, young Master Liu and Lord Yi. It's just that our mountain village was suddenly attacked by thieves. Our granaries, money, and weapons were all robbed, and we don't know who the thieves are. Right now, only you two have passed through here, so we need to find out what's going on. Because they had no food and no weapons, they suffered a terrible defeat in the fight. They also didn't know that the other side was the young master of the Liu family in the capital and the legendary Lord Yi. Lu Tao and the others didn't know much, but the reputation of Lord Yi was well known. They never thought they would meet him in person one day. Now that they knew, they felt regret for provoking him. Just Lu Tao alone was not someone they could afford to offend, let alone Lord Yi. Yi Siming narrowed his eyes slightly. If we could take your things without any trouble, would there be no reaction? And with so many things, how could they disappear overnight? Zhong Dingming stood behind him, holding a knife on his shoulder.
Exactly.
Think about it. It's impossible that it was us. The others' faces slightly changed as they spoke. But their belongings couldn't have disappeared without reason either. If it wasn't them, then who else could it be? Recently, no one had passed through Gao Yun village. Lu Tao's expression darkened. He held his sword against Gao Yun's neck and said nothing more. There are only two options now. Either you make way and we go through, or we fight. The people of Gao Yun village looked embarrassed and a bit cautious. They had no food, no money, and eventually no weapons, which greatly weakened their confidence. Although they were few, each had weapons, and Lord Yi was giving advice. They had been fighting all day and night, with no water to drink, feeling exhausted and sleepy. It is very unlikely that a tough fight would succeed. Big brother, what should we do? The two leaders are unsure and can only look at Gao Yun. Gao Yun hates most when someone steals their things. Let them go. First, we need to find our food. These days there are many droughts. Without food, everyone will starve. Gao Yun's village has over 1,000 brothers. There are also families and children there, all needing to eat. Survival is the most important thing. As long as the mountains remain, we won't run out of firewood. Everyone go back. Don't worry about me. Lu Tao immediately prepares to leave. He is holding Gao Yun hostage. Others are escorting the supplies away. Seeing their supplies, everyone in Gao Yun's village looks eager to steal. But their heads are in the enemy's hands, so they can only accept it. Lu Tao pulls Gao Yun and beats him harshly, saying fiercely, "No one else is allowed to follow, or I will kill him. We will leave this mountain, and then we will free your leader." Gao Yun is tied up and injured. Lu Tao is very cruel. If they try anything, Gao Yun might not survive. They can only obey.
Don't worry about me.
You go find the food. Make sure to catch those little thieves. Gao Yun spits blood and says angrily, "Boss, should we let him go?" Lu Tao sits on his horse and glances coldly at Gao Yun. "What do you think? He's the top bandit in Qingshui County, Gao Yun village. Even the court can't handle them. Such a dangerous person must not be released. We should report to the court immediately to wipe them out. That way, we will earn great credit." Gao Yun is furious when he hears this.
Lu Tao,
"You're not trustworthy. You promised that if you let us leave Gao Yun Mountain, you'd let me go. Why should I trust a bandit like you?" Lu Tao shows a wicked smile, orders someone to knock him out, and reports to the court. He will then earn a big reward. Why wouldn't he take this good opportunity? Seeing his actions, Zhong Dingming and others feel uncomfortable. He clearly caught the person, so why does he get the credit? Such shamelessness. Yi Siming chuckles softly. "Even if we caught him together, the credit doesn't belong to us because we are criminals." Everyone's face changed slightly, which was very honest. But do they really have to spend their whole lives like this? They're still young and don't want to be cannon fodder forever, always being controlled and used. In a place like the southern wilderness, with no hope of escape, they are exploited every day. Seeing their unwillingness, Yi Siming's lips curled into a cold smile. "Let's see what happens when we get to the southern wilderness." A few people looked at each other, appearing thoughtful. That night, Prince Chia appeared and told him everything he saw during the day. She went to Gao Yun village. Chia nodded. "Yes, I followed the princess. She's very good at light footwork and quickly reached Gao Yun village. I couldn't keep up, and she soon went down the mountain, like she was scouting for them. It seemed her martial skills were very good. But it was strange. Her body didn't look like someone who practices martial arts. So delicate and soft. It's unlikely she trains regularly. Also, he had tested her several times and found no internal energy. And the princess really likes the prince. Shan Jia scolded you, and the princess almost hurt her badly. Chia didn't expect the usually delicate-looking princess to be so fierce. Yi Siming's expression froze for a moment, his heartbeat quickening. Thinking about the moment their lips nearly touched during the day, though they didn't kiss, they still brushed against each other. He was still experiencing his first kiss with a woman. "All right, you can leave now. Here, take these snacks." Chia looked touched. "Thank you, Prince." The meat pies made by the princess are very delicious. They had been searching for food along the way, but it was very hard. These days, they couldn't even find edible bark. If it weren't for their master's recent support, they would have starved to death. Yi Siming sighed inwardly. When we reach the southern wilderness, I will repay her well. When he returned, the woman was waiting for him at the entrance.
Why?
Why did you come with me? Yi Siming's face changed. He didn't know how long she had been waiting or if she had discovered their secret.
I've been here for a while.
I was worried about you, so I came along. You don't need to worry. I won't tell anyone. Yi Siming's expression grew darker, realizing she had overheard everything and knew about the secret guards. How much do you know? Not much. Prince, you don't need to be cautious with me. I'm not a spy sent by anyone. Mu Mian came over, pushing his wheelchair, planning to leave. She was just watching over them to prevent anyone from discovering their whereabouts. Then why are you following me? He asked this question several times, but she never gave a direct answer.
She spoke vaguely.
She was so capable and talented that she didn't need to follow him. She could leave the southern wilderness and escape the Mu family on her own. Mu Mianmian thought for a moment and honestly said, because I feel that Mei Nyang, Ajin, and Xian are all very kind to me. They are gentle, good-hearted, lively, and being with them feels like being with family. I have no mother since I was young, and my father doesn't care about me. So I want to stay with you all, maybe because I crave this warmth. Whether in her past life or now, she had never experienced the warmth of family. In her previous world, life was cold and ruthless, filled with endless war. Also, because you look like someone I like. He looks like her late fiancé from her past life. There were many regrets in the past. Since she was reborn, she wanted to make up for them. Yi Siming's face stiffened. You like someone. He thought she was interested in him, but it turned out he was overthinking. She liked someone else. Because he looked like the person she liked. Yi Siming's expression darkened. Mu Mian looked down, observing his subtle facial changes, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Prince, don't worry, I won't cling to you. The person I like is no longer here. I don't want to see him die again in front of me. So, I will escort you to the southern wilderness. Once you're safe, I will naturally leave. Yi Siming felt a bit confused inside, not expecting such an answer. But he quickly returned to his usual composure. He calmed himself down quickly, because he had more important things to do. He couldn't waste time on romantic feelings. He had indeed felt a little attraction toward her, but for him, it stopped there. Let's stick to what we agreed before. You help me, and I will repay you. He took out 5,000 taels of silver and handed it to her. In the future, I will provide you with money for food and clothing. When we reach a town, I will find a way to prepare a carriage and some grain. When we arrive in the southern wilderness, you can leave whenever you want. Mu Mianmian thought they had reached the end of their options, but she didn't realize he still had a trick up his sleeve. Okay, she said quietly. The two of them sneaked back, without anyone noticing. Damn, they didn't let our big brother go? That's so mean and sneaky. Let's hurry and catch up, and then we can stop them. Lu Tao didn't let the others go, which made the bandits angry. They secretly followed, planning to rescue him. But the enemy was very alert. Second brother, what should we do? Should we attack now? No, since Big Brother is safe, let's quietly follow them and rescue him when we reach the southern wilderness. Attacking now wouldn't work. They're very hungry now and need to find some food first. They didn't bring many people, just a few dozen brothers. The others stayed behind at Gao Yun village to catch thieves. They planned to steal some food and then follow the others to the southern wilderness. A few soldiers were guarding the supplies. They took the chance to knock the guards out and carried away several packs of grain. The next day, the soldiers woke up and quickly reported, "Sir, our grain has been stolen." Lu Tao hurried over, furious instantly.
Who did this?
Find them right now. Big sister-in-law, the soldiers' grain has been stolen. Yi Xian came back holding clean clothes. Mu Mianmian was boiling porridge for her father-in-law, adding some spring water from the space. They used spring water from the space to cook every day, but it didn't seem to improve their health. Strangely, the cattle eating the same water seemed to benefit. While thinking about this, Yi Xiyun interrupted her. Was everything stolen? She was confused. She hadn't taken all the soldier supplies, just didn't want to alert the enemy. Why was it stolen all of a sudden? No, just a few bags of rice were taken. Lu Tao is very angry and suspects our group. Now they want to search our carts. While talking, Lu Tao and the soldiers arrived to search. Everyone, get down. We're searching your carts. Gather everything and show us your packages. Everything needs to be checked. Mu Mianmian frowned slightly. She moved the rice and other items from the cart into her space, leaving only the meat. Nothing suspicious was found, so they checked others' belongings. Anyone with rice was quickly robbed. Please, no. This rice is ours. We stored it ourselves. The soldier's eyes widened with anger. What do you mean, your rice? It's clearly stolen from us. The largest amount of stored rice was surprisingly from the second and third branches of the Yu family. They also had a carriage, and somehow there were 2 big bags of rice. No wonder they haven't asked Yi Siming for any support payments recently. Please no. This rice was bought with our own money. The young soldier, furious, raised his whip and struck them hard. You have money to buy so much white rice? Who would believe that? Even if you bought it, you've been traveling from Mengxi town. Your whole family must have eaten it all by now. Old lady Yi clung tightly to the rice, refusing to let go. We've been saving to eat, and we haven't finished it. We've eaten everything else, but you can't be so cruel. We didn't steal your rice, Mrs. Shin, Mrs. Zhou, and even Old Second and Old Third Yi all stepped in to stop them. Commander Lu, we really didn't steal your grain. They all knelt and begged Lu Tao. This is our last bit of food. Please, be kind and don't take our life-saving supplies. Lu Tao narrowed his eyes. So, the Yi family still has a lot of money hidden away? That carriage must have cost a lot. You bought the rice and stored it, but you haven't eaten any on the way. He wasn't stupid. He knew these rice supplies had suspicious origins. The people of the Yi family all looked uneasy. They admitted the food wasn't bought by them. Someone had secretly sent it, and they had received some money for it. Commander Lu, may we speak privately? Old Second Yi carefully considered and decided to talk to him in secret. They moved to a nearby grove to talk. The person sending us the grain is someone from the Crown Prince's group. We all serve the Crown Prince. We hope Commander Lu won't make things difficult for us. Old Second Yi spoke plainly. The Crown Prince told us not to let Yi Siming have a good life in the southern wilderness, and to help you find the military token and monitor Yi Siming's every move. The Crown Prince said Yi Siming shouldn't have an easy time, but you keep giving them special treatment. If the Crown Prince finds out, do you know what could happen? Was this a threat? Lu Tao's expression darkened, and he thought coldly. What proof do you have that you are loyal to the Crown Prince? Knight Second looked fierce and said, If you don't believe me, you can ask the Crown Prince. They talked for a while, but in the end, Lu Tao didn't take their rice. Hurry up and tell me, did you steal it? Lu Tao came back in a bad mood, irritable, and gathered everyone together. Officer, it's not us. We really didn't steal anything. Everyone knelt down, begging for mercy. Not saying anything? Then hit them all. Dozens of soldiers came over and started hitting them. Mu Mianmian and the others weren't spared. But the whip didn't land on them. Yi Siming stepped forward to block, grabbing the soldier's whip and pulling hard. His eyes were cold and sharp as he said, I know who stole it. The soldier was startled by his gaze and didn't dare to hit him. Then tell me, who exactly is it? Lu Tao looked sharp and smiled as he looked at him. Yi Siming's expression was dark and cold as he said, If I'm not mistaken, it's probably someone from Gao Yun village. You didn't release their leader, Gao Yun, so they won't just give up. They probably followed us early and are nearby. Gao Yun was chained with handcuffs, leg shackles, and a wooden collar. Lu Tao personally guarded him. The others didn't dare to act rashly. They had no food, so they would steal if they couldn't rob. The tail hasn't been caught, Yi Siming said coldly. Lu Tao's face stiffened. He didn't expect those bandits to be so stubborn. Send someone to search nearby and catch them. He turned and gave Gao Yun another harsh beating. The whip cracked through the air like a black snake, first wrapping around Gao Yun's neck. With a strong flick, Gao Yun rolled on the ground. One for me, one for you. If you have the courage, come to Nanhuang and see if you can all be caught and made to do hard labor. The whip struck Gao Yun, leaving him with cuts and bruises. Even though he was tough, he couldn't withstand such daily beatings, nor did he get any food. only a sip of rice soup each day. If this continued, he would be half dead. Everyone watched with fear, hugging each other and hiding to the side. The women and children trembled with worry. Stop the beating. Our people from Gaoyun village only stole a few bags of grain. We won't do anything else, Gao Yun weakly said. Just a few bags of grain. Lu Tao sneered, raising his whip and striking him hard. Do you know that those few bags of supplies were hard-earned by me? It's not to cheat you bandits. I can't even eat enough every day. Over the years, Gao Yun has been the ruler of Gaoyun village, enjoying power and comfort, never worrying about food or clothing. He couldn't understand the pain caused by recent natural disasters. What kind of life do these people lead? They almost had to eat tree bark. His noble Lu family's son almost had to eat tree bark, while these bandits were living well, eating and drinking happily. They even dared to steal his grain. Thinking of this, Lu Tao became even angrier and struck him fiercely. Not only these criminals, but Lu Tao and his soldiers had suffered a lot too. If you have no money, you can earn it. If you lack power, you can find ways to gain it. But without food, people will starve to death. When people die, they have nothing left. Right now, to him, even a grain of rice is more valuable than gold. Lu Tao was furious. His eyes showed a fierce look. He beat Gao Yun for half an hour until Gao Yun was covered in blood, unable to move, only holding on to his last breath. Stop hitting him. At this moment, a few small bandits appeared. Each of them looked tearful. They had been hiding nearby, watching their leader be beaten. They felt angry and sad. Finally, they couldn't hold back and decided to surrender. The second in command, Gao Chong, led them. He was in his early 30s, strong and healthy, probably Gao Yun's brother. Behind him were 10 small bandits. When they appeared, the soldiers immediately became more alert, holding red-tasseled spears and surrounding them tightly. Gao Chong's eyes were filled with tears. He gritted his teeth and looked furious. Lu, give back the grain. We want to surrender and go to the southern wilderness with you, but you can't hit my older brother anymore. He clenched his fists as if he was about to attack at any moment. Lu Tao narrowed his eyes, not trusting that they would surrender peacefully. Is that so? Then kill the few small bandits behind you. He didn't want to keep idle people. The leader, the second in command, if caught, could make a difference. The others were just cannon fodder. They were on the way, wasting his supplies. Gao Chong's face changed.
No.
I can go with you, but our brothers are innocent. Lu Tao sneered. Innocent? You have been occupying Gaoyun village as the king for so many years, robbing women, harming the people, threatening the officials. How many innocent people have you hurt? Are the people you harmed not innocent? Gaoyun village can be ruthless to outsiders, using cruel methods and acting like real bandits. But they are very loyal to their own brothers. However, Lu Tao does not feel sorry for them. If you can't do it, I will help you. As he spoke, Lu Tao leapt into the air, wielded his sword, and quickly killed 10 of his brothers behind him. With a single strike, he silenced their throats. His martial skills are very high. Blood splattered everywhere. The small bandits closed their eyes and fell straight down. Everyone saw this and became very nervous, their pupils showing fear. Mu Mianmian watched this scene with a changed expression. She didn't expect Lu Tao to be so skilled. She thought he was just a spoiled rich kid. But Yi Siming was not surprised. He knew Lu Tao's abilities and methods well. Although the crown prince was a bit foolish, Lu Guogong, the man behind him, was not an ordinary person. The person who sent Lu Tao here was Lu Guogong, the head of the Lu family, not the crown prince. The real person who wanted the military token was also from the Lu family. They had wanted control of the military power for a long time. Lu Tao came to the southern wilderness to find the military token from him and to keep an eye on him. Humph! Yi Siming's eyes were cold and calm as he watched everything, his face unchanged. He quietly covered his brother's eyes. Yi Siyun and Mei Nyang were frightened by what they saw and shrank into Mu Mianmian's arms. Yi Siming looked at her and saw her face was not looking good. Thinking she was also scared, he said softly, "Don't look." Mu Mianmian snapped back to her senses and asked him, "Lu Tao, was he sent to watch you?"
Yes. Don't worry about it now.
They won't hurt me for now. We'll see what happens when we get to the southern wilderness. Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you, Yi Siming said gently to comfort her. Mu Mianmian didn't ask more. Meanwhile, Lu Tao had killed a few small bandits, which scared the others into submission. But this also instantly angered Gao Chong and Gao Yun. Gao Yun couldn't move but looked murderous, shouting loudly, Lu Tao, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I swear I will skin you and break your bones. The chains on him jingled loudly as he struggled, breaking one chain. The small soldiers quickly stepped forward and whipped him harshly. Shut up. If you dare to disrespect us again, I will fight you to the end. Lu, I will kill you. Gao Chong angrily threw a punch. He threw a strong punch, but Lu Tao easily dodged.
Bang!
Lu Tao's fist struck a 100-year-old tree, splitting it in half. He turned around and attacked again. Lu Tao skillfully avoided his attacks and somehow led him over to Yi Siming and the others. Gao Chong went crazy and charged at Lu Tao to kill him. Everyone was so scared they ran away in panic, covering their heads. Lu Tao moved quickly and appeared beside Yi Siming, with a sharp, cold look in his eyes. He smiled slyly. Prince Yi, what should we do if he goes crazy and kills Dr. Mu? Mu Mianmian sat on the ground, unable to move. He had quickly pressed her acupoint when he arrived. Both the Yun and Mu Mianmian couldn't move at all. Despicable! Mu Mianmian turned her head, grinding her teeth and glaring at him. Lu Tao looked at her face, muttering to himself. Even when angry, she looked so cute, it's hard to get mad at her. Yi Siming sneered coldly, clearly understanding his purpose. But how could he let him succeed? He picked up a stone and flicked his finger, trapping Gao Chong. Commander Lu, we've caught him. Be careful, don't make any more mistakes, he said lightly. Then he released the acupoint bindings on Mu Mianmian and the others. Lu Tao's face looked grim. Since his plan failed, he didn't bother with him anymore. He snorted coldly and ordered someone to arrest Gao Chong. They would first beat him badly, then starve him for a few days. Captain, our supplies are back. A soldier happily carried over several large bags of rice. Lu Tao looked coldly at Yi Siming, his expression serious. Watch carefully. No more thefts. Yi Siyun and the others were very frightened. Nervous and angry, they asked, Brother, does Lu Tao want to hurt us? No, he wants to force me to kill Gao Chong, so Gao Yun village and Gao Yun will hold a grudge against me. Then, when we reach the southern wilderness, they can use Gao Yun to fight me. The officials in the court are all very sneaky and cunning. They play tricks and scheme carefully, much more treacherous than bandits. So he can't let his guard down and must plan carefully. Such a complicated plot, Yi Siyun and the others naturally don't understand. Mu Mianmian knew this, but she didn't expect such treachery. Liu Tao looked like he wouldn't hurt them, but every step he took seemed to put him closer to death. Don't be afraid, it's over now. Yes Siming reassured his sister and mother, not wanting to say too much. Yes Siyun's eyes were red and painful, feeling deep sympathy for her brother. She understood in her heart that her older brother's journey to this point was not easy. After their father became paralyzed, he was only 15 that year. He held up the entire Ye family. Life in the military was different from life in the court. He could fight fiercely on the battlefield. But in the court, no one could help him. He was fighting alone, while those around him were cunning and treacherous, plotting against his brother and using the cruelest tricks to harm him, which left him disabled now. And she could do nothing to help. Yasin felt both ashamed and very sad. Tears welled up as she hugged her brother and cried loudly. Ayun, don't cry. I will be fine, and I won't let you worry anymore. Yasiming's rare, gentle expression appeared as he patted her head and smiled. Mu Mianmian watched the scene, surprised and confused. She didn't realize he could be so gentle. She had thought he was always cold and distant, icy and indifferent. He loved his younger brother, cared for his sister, and was filial to their parents. When could he become a kind and loving husband to her? Would that be too difficult? In her past life, her fiancé was also cold and distant. Her gaze was too intense, And yes, Simon found it hard not to notice. He looked up and asked with concern, "You were also scared, right?" "Yes. But I'm okay now." Mu Mian wanted to know what he would do next. But he probably wouldn't tell her his plans. "I'm going to cook," he said. After crying, Yasin felt better and quickly wiped his tears. "Sister-in-law, I'll help you. Teach me how to cook. I want to cook in the future." "You can't cook." "How about embroidery?" "I want to make a few pouches to hold herbs. When we reach the town, we can sell them." They had money now, but if they did nothing to earn more, others might suspect something. 5,000 taels was far from enough. They needed a lot of money for recruiting soldiers and buying supplies. The timing wasn't right now, so they had to take it step by step. "Okay, I'll do embroidery," Yasin said, happy just to have something to do, or she might feel like a burden. The beautiful girl and Jean didn't think about these things. However, they were sensible, didn't cry or make trouble, and sat quietly to avoid causing problems. "Dr. Mu, go and stop the bleeding for the Gao brothers. Just stop the bleeding. Don't give them medicine. Don't let them die." A soldier came over to deliver the message. Just stopping the bleeding without medicine could cause infection, and no one knew if they could survive. But Lu Tao did this because he was afraid they might recover and escape. Mu Mianmian was just doing her job for money, so she didn't say much. If you don't want them to die, you still need to stop the bleeding and give medicine. Otherwise, they might die. The soldier. Hearing this from nearby, Lu Tao said, "Then find a way to keep them barely alive. There are medicines here. You can handle it." Mu Mianmian handed the medicine to the soldier, ignoring him. "I need to cook now, I have no time," she said. Lu Tao muttered, thinking her cooking was very good. He was still hungry and said, "Add my portion and make me some." "No, I'll pay you," Lu Tao said, seeming in a good mood. "No," Mu Mianmian got angry just thinking about what happened earlier. Seeing her angry, Lu Tao didn't insist. "Boss, if you want to eat Dr. Mu's cooking, it's not easy. We'll take it for you." A soldier, trying to flatter him, volunteered to be the bad guy. Then it won't taste good. Food taken by force isn't as tasty. It has to be willingly given for it to be delicious." Lu Tao felt annoyed again, his eyes darkening. He didn't believe that when they reached the southern wilderness, she wouldn't ask him for help. Get them to eat quickly, then hit the road. Killing a few bandits was like warning others, a show of strength. Everyone else was even more afraid of him, moving quickly. Soon, they finished cooking and set off. No one dared to make noise. The Gao brothers were in a terrible state, tied up and dragged along. If they couldn't run, they were simply pulled. Their lips were pale, they were dizzy from hunger, and they had injuries. Their clothes were torn, hair messy, looking very disheveled. "Big boss, second boss, do you want some water?" Knight Second brought a water bottle over, smiling kindly at them. The two looked at him with disdain. "What do you want to do? Don't be like that. We're all in trouble now, and there's no difference between us. We're friends. You can't really blame General Liu for how things turned out," Knight's second brother said with a smile. When they mentioned Lu Tao, the brothers' eyes darkened with anger as they stared at the man riding ahead. Knight's second brother squinted and brushed his beard. "They say you all hate the wrong person." Gao Yun snorted coldly. "Who else could it be? Lu Tao is just a pawn. The real mastermind isn't him." Knight's second brother only said one sentence. Their faces changed, and they looked up at the ox cart. Inside, the family of Lord Knight was sitting. It's really because of Lord Knight Si Ming. If it weren't for him, Gao Yun wouldn't have been captured alive. Maybe he even stole their food. "We're all the same, no difference," Gao Yun sneered. He hated both Lord Knight Si Ming and Lu Tao. Knight's second brother didn't say anything more and left once he got what he wanted. "Big brother, he's also from the Knight family. Could he be trying to cause trouble or deceive us?" Gao Chong asked, feeling suspicious. Gao Yun's eyes turned cold and dark. No matter what his purpose is, what he said is true. Our supplies, gold, and silver are all gone. This must be connected to them. We'll go to the southern wilderness first and figure out how to deal with them later. You're right, big brother. Look, Captain, there's a town below, a young soldier said happily. Lu Tao sat in the carriage, looking into the distance. What place is this? The old soldier replied, "This is Fengqing County. It looked pretty good, but it wasn't in the southern wilderness." The southern wilderness isn't this prosperous. They had come down the mountain this time and planned to stay in an inn. But since they had to pay for rooms, those without money would stay in the stables. They went straight to the biggest inn in Fengqing County. The inn has limited rooms. Lu Tao booked them all for the soldiers. The remaining basic rooms cost 1 or 2 silver coins per night. Chen Liang and the others came back to report.
Wow.
They're charging for rooms? Basic rooms cost 1 or 2 silver coins a night. Zhong Dingming immediately cursed the innkeeper for being greedy. There's no way basic rooms cost that much. In the capital, even the best rooms are only 1 or 2 silver coins a night. Chen Liang Dao, there's nothing we can do because all the rooms are full. The owner wants to make a quick profit by raising prices. Now, even the lower quality rooms are limited, only 5 left. Madame Zhong said, "Let's forget it. We'll rent a corridor space to sleep on the floor and ask how much it costs per night." Corridor space means the hallway. No one can stay there before the place closes for the night, which is usually late at night. Zhao Yun suddenly got angry. Isn't there a curfew? Who would still be open late at night? It's a small place, and the regulations aren't as strict as in the capital. There's no curfew, and the neighboring establishment is a brothel. When the brothel is busy at night, there are many visitors. This inn isn't just for renting rooms. It also has a restaurant. The front is a restaurant and the back has guest rooms. When business is good, they stay open late. Rooms in the corridor cost 20 coins per night, but it's counted per person. 20 coins each. Since we are many people, this isn't cheap. The rooms are also not very comfortable. I suggest we stay in the lower quality rooms instead. Only their 5 families are looking to rent rooms. The others are like Gao Yun and the others, criminals who can't stay in inns. They're thrown into stables or pig pens, chained up, guarded by people, and eat in the pig pen. Mu Mianmian didn't hesitate. "We want a lower quality room." But at this moment, the shop assistant said, "Madam, I'm sorry, but our lower quality rooms have just been fully booked. Only corridor spaces are left. Do you want one?" Who booked them? Zhong Dingming, Zhao Feng, and others immediately exploded with questions. It was the second and third branches of the Yi family. They booked all the lower quality rooms. The whole family is staying at the inn. So wealthy? Everyone looked at Mu Mianmian and the others, wondering if the Yi family really had a lot of money. Mu Mianmian said, "Maybe so. She didn't care about the Yi family's affairs. Can we find another inn to stay at now?" "It probably isn't possible." Chen Liang Dao. "I'll ask Lu Tao. If it's okay, we can go to the restaurant across the street to check it out." He quickly returned, looking unhappy. Lu Tao disagrees. He says we can't leave the soldier's sight. If we want to stay at another inn, we have to wear handcuffs and leg shackles. This would make them look suspicious. Later, the inn might refuse to let them stay. In the end, they could only stay in the corridor. That night, the soldiers went to a brothel for entertainment. The next day, they went to stock up on supplies. The prices in this town are quite normal, but most of them didn't have much money, just enough to buy some rice and salt. To stockpile more, they needed to spend some money. Without money, they had to find ways to earn it. "Big sister-in-law, can we sell our purse?" Mu Mianmian said. "Yes, our fabric is good, and the medicinal scent inside is specially made by me. It depends on whether someone recognizes its value." Night Seeming followed them and suggested, "I think we should go directly to the pharmacy and sell it there. They are experts and can tell good quality." That was a good idea. Mu Mianmian's eyes lit up. She spotted a pharmacy and took her things inside. "Young lady, your sachet is nice, but the fabric is a bit lacking," said the shop owner after inspecting it. He seemed satisfied but was trying to bargain. After the pawnshop experience, Mu Mianmian understood their tricks. They would first look down on you to make you compromise. She remained calm and said, "Shopkeeper, although my sachet's fabric isn't the best, the embroidery is exquisite. It's a rare double-sided embroidery. Young ladies from wealthy families might not care for the fabric, but modest girls or maids from big households would definitely like it. You can also sell it with different medicinal scents or separately for a good price. This medicinal scent is top quality. I believe you are an expert and can tell the difference. Trade in this sachet and sell it elsewhere, and you'll definitely get a high price." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's smile froze. He looked her over carefully, then outside, noticing a person in a wheelchair and a child. They were dressed in rough cloth and hemp, not like wealthy people. The wheelchair was made of redwood, looking delicate but actually not from good wood. But they all looked quite attractive. Seeing that she was hard to fool, the shopkeeper became more sincere. "Young lady, judging by your accent, you must be from the capital," Mu Mian said. "Yes, the fragrance is made by me. It has specific uses, and the shopkeeper can recommend it to customers based on those uses, which will be more accurate. What kind of scent is this? It smells so good." At this moment, a well-dressed young lady and a maid entered. The young lady was wearing a veil, and the maid was also pretty and neat. They looked like daughters from a wealthy family in the city. Seeing the business coming in, the shopkeeper immediately promoted the herbal sachet that Mu Mian had brought. "Miss Zhuang, this is a herbal sachet made by this young lady herself. I heard you haven't been sleeping well lately, and this sachet is just right for you. What is it made of?" Miss Zhuang asked curiously, examining Mu Mian. She had never seen a young woman so skilled in making fragrances. Mu Mian quickly explained, "This sachet is called Pearl Essence Fragrance Ball. It's made from pearls, sandalwood, red sandalwood, agarwood, aromatic woods, nutmeg, and cloves. Wearing it can help relieve wind, calm the mind, and soothe the nerves." She handed her a note, which only listed the uses, not the recipe. Since she asked, she probably didn't believe. It was okay to tell her. Miss Zhuang's eyes brightened, showing she was somewhat convinced. The maid brought over the sachet for her to see. Miss Zhuang picked it up and sniffed. It has a light scent. It's quite nice. The fabric could be better, but the embroidery is exquisite." Seeing that the young lady liked it, the maid asked, "Do you know how much this herbal sachet costs?" Before the shopkeeper could negotiate the price, he looked at Mu Mian. Seeing that she seemed unsure of the market price, he said, "If you want the sachet along with the bag, it's 5 taels of silver each. If you only want the sachet, then the bag costs 6 taels." The young lady hesitated. "Boss Nyo, don't cheat me. The herbal ball is good, but can your sachet bag really be worth a silver tael?" She was a regular customer and the daughter of the richest man in Fengqing County. She wasn't short of money, but she wasn't going to be tricked either. Boss Nyo immediately took out the sachet bag. "Miss, I wouldn't dare cheat you. This young lady's fabric is indeed a bit plain and not suitable for someone like you. The bag I brought you is made of shoe brocade. Take a look." Miss Zhuang took it and examined it. The fabric is good, but the embroidery isn't as fine as what this young lady made. Now it was a tricky situation. This customer was quite particular. The shopkeeper asked Mu Mian, "Miss, would you like me to provide the fabric so you can quickly make a sachet? Because this young lady from Zhuang is from the wealthiest family in Fengqing County. If she buys a sachet and wears it, it will definitely help promote it. This would be good for his future business and also beneficial for her." However, Mu Mian couldn't stay in Fengqing County for long and couldn't work with him long-term. But since she had finally secured a deal, Mu Mian wanted to make it work. She said, "Wait a moment, I need to ask my sister. She makes the sachets." She went out to call Yi Xijing inside. At this time, Yi Siming, Mian Yang, and Jean all came in together. Miss Zhuang sat in the living room waiting. When she saw Yi Siming and the others come in, she looked at them curiously. Who is this young man? Yi Siming's presence was very striking. He was wearing a mask that covered his left eye, hiding his scar. The mask was carved from wood, and Mu Mian had made it for him. Although it was simple and inexpensive, it was very beautiful. With his good looks and elegant manner, he looked quite outstanding. Miss Zhuang immediately noticed him and couldn't look away. "He's my husband," Mu Mian said after discussing with the shopkeeper and Yi Xijing, then hurried over to push Yi Siming inside. "Do you know what kind of pattern the lady likes?" Yi Xijing asked, holding the cut fabric. Zhuang Mingyue was surprised. "Can you make a sachet for me now?" Although making a sachet was simpler than making big items like clothes or screens, a high-quality, delicate sachet still took a day or two to make. Because embroidery patterns were very important and she was a picky person. If the embroidery wasn't good, she wouldn't want it. Yi Xijing was a little nervous, but confident in his embroidery skills. "Miss, you can rest assured. I can finish it in at most half an hour." Zhuang Mingyue, with nothing to do, said, "All right. I will come to pick up the sachet in half an hour. I want a peony pattern embroidered, and I also want this pearl-scented ball." As she spoke, she stood up and looked at Yi Siming again. Her gaze fell on his leg, and she couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. After the woman left, Mu Mianmian asked the shopkeeper, "If this sachet sells well, will the shopkeeper take all the remaining ones?" "All right, I want all these sachets now. But the price isn't 5 taels of silver. How about 3 taels for each?" This price was quite clear. If he bought 5 taels worth, he would earn 2 taels of profit. He only offered this price because they were negotiating in front of her. He probably wouldn't have given her so much otherwise. Offering her this price was a way to keep future cooperation open. Mu Mianmian brought 30 sachets, priced at 3 taels each, totaling 90 taels. Quite a good deal. "Okay." The shopkeeper quickly handed her 100 taels. "This young lady, your sachets are really good. I have some fabric here. You can take it back and make more sachets." "How about 50 coins per sachet?" Usually, he sold to others for only 20 coins each. Offering 50 coins was already a high price. This way, he could make a profit. Yi Xian was so excited, she almost poked her finger.
Mu Mianmian politely declined.
"We can't make that many sachets. Honestly, we won't stay long in Fengqing County. We're just passing through." Shopkeeper Niu looked disappointed, but didn't give up. "Then, do you know where your family is headed? We have branches in other places too." Cough, cough. At this moment, Yi Siming coughed to interrupt them. "My wife, my leg hurts a bit." Mu Mianmian remained calm and quickly checked him. You just need some sunlight. I'll help you go outside." Seeing that he was trying to hide something, shopkeeper Niu didn't ask further. If they were planning to go to the southern wilderness, this deal was unlikely to happen. Yi Xian felt a little nervous.
Mu Mianmian comforted her.
"It's okay. Focus on embroidery." As they left the shop, Mu Mianmian said, "I want to go to the market to buy some things." Yi Siming said, "Once Xian finishes this sachet, let's go together. I don't want to leave her here alone, I'm worried." "Okay." Mu Mianmian thought they had plenty of time. They had already earned 90 taels, which was quite good. They could buy a horse. "Then we'll buy some fabric to use when we reach the southern wilderness." Yi Siming nodded. "You can decide what to do." Half an hour later, Zhuang Mingyue arrived back in a carriage. "Young lady, I'm here to pick up the sachets. Are they ready?" The sachets had just been finished, and shopkeeper Niu was very satisfied. She quickly took the items and showed them to her. "Miss Zhuang, look, the sachets are all finished. The peony flowers are so lifelike, just like your natural beauty. The young lady's craftsmanship is really good, comparable to the top embroidery artists at Jinxage in the capital." Shopkeeper Niu was full of surprise and genuine admiration. He wished he could keep her in a shop and hire Yi Xian as the chief embroidery artist. Yi Xian used to be the young princess of the Night Palace. When she learned embroidery, she was taught by the best embroidery artist from Jinxage in the capital. She also learned double-sided embroidery and many other techniques from palace embroiderers. Her skills were truly exceptional. Yi Xian's face turned red with excitement, finally feeling proud instead of feeling like a burden. "Yes, it's quite good," Zhuang Mingyue said, liking it at first sight. She even wanted Yi Xian to make her a wedding dress. But unfortunately, her request was politely refused. "Older sister-in-law, I didn't dream, right?" Yi Xian patted her rosy cheeks and said. Mu Mianmian gave her silver coins. "No, a Yun is very talented. Half of the 90 taels of silver are earned by you. You can use it to buy things you like." Yi Xian shook her head quickly. No, the sachets I made aren't worth that much. My sister-in-law's fragrant balls are more valuable, and our family's money is still kept by sister-in-law. You should also carry some small change. Later, when we go shopping, if you see something you like, just buy it." Mu Mianmian was in a good mood. "In the future, we can all earn more money. No need to worry. If you want to eat or use something, just buy it." Beauty Mother and Jin were also excited and wanted to earn money themselves. "Mu Mianmian, teach us how to earn money. We want to be as talented as a Yun," Beauty Mother said. Jin was in her arms, blinking. She knew her mother well. "But mother, you don't know embroidery or how to make fragrant balls. Mother and Ajin only know how to eat. Beauty Mother felt frustrated and said anxiously, I can do it. I can earn money. I can pick mushrooms, and selling mushrooms can make money. Wang Xiuxiu and others were buying mushrooms on the street. They picked them from the mountains, dried them, and sold the leftovers. It seemed to be quite profitable. Mu Mianmian said, That's good. In the future, Beauty Mother and Ajin can also earn money. Oh, then let's go pick mushrooms now. Beauty Mother immediately became excited. Yi Siming said, Mother, we can't go pick mushrooms now. We need to stock up. The purpose of earning money is to stockpile supplies. Wang Xiuxiu and the others sold their pork to get money. They planned to buy rice, flour, salt, oil, and fabrics like cloth and quilts. All of these cost money. Recently, there has been a serious famine, and prices are high everywhere. Most people can't afford to buy enough food. In particular, food prices are twice as high as usual. Wang Xiuxiu, Su Wan, Li Ningxia, and a few young couples came together, all smiling happily. Miss Mu, how are you? We sold some cured meat, mushrooms, and dried vegetables. We made a little money. They all cheered. We planned to stock up on supplies. They sold their homemade mountain products, including wild boar meat, which interested many people. They were clever and managed to raise the prices a bit, earning a few silver coins each. But compared to Mu Mianmian and her friends, they were far behind. We also made a little money, Mu Mianmian said without saying exactly how much. She kept her earnings private, as everyone knew their own. If she told others, she might feel bad if they were jealous, so it was better to stay happy. That's good. Shall we go stock up together? Mu Mianmian asked.
Yes.
We bought some fabric. When we have free time on the road, we can make sachets and handkerchiefs. When we reach towns, we can sell them, she explained. She was inspired because she had made money from making sachets for Yi Xiun. Hearing this, Wang Xiuxiu and the others agreed, so they decided to stock up on fabric. But fabric is so expensive. What if we can't sell it later? Su Wan hesitated. Her concern was valid. They didn't know much about the southern wilderness. It could be a big trap, and they might just be laborers being exploited. They might not make money at all, or worse, have to give part of their earnings to the government. Don't worry. If you can't sell it later, you can sell the sachets and handkerchiefs to me. I'll help find buyers. Mu Mianmian reassured them. Her words gave them confidence. Everyone had seen her skills, and following her was the right choice. They all became excited. The women went to buy fabric and cotton. The men went to buy rice, flour, and other daily necessities. Yi Siming also wanted to go with them. I'll go with Zhong Xiong and the others to buy rice. Mu Mianmian looked at his leg with some concern. But it's okay, he replied. He was trying to find a chance to meet the secret guard and arrange some matters. After understanding, Mu Mianmian did not stop him. Zhao Yun pushed Yi Siming's wheelchair and said, Miss Mu, don't worry. We will take good care of Brother Yi when we return. All right, thank you all. They split into two groups and prepared to leave. At that moment, a runaway carriage appeared on the street. Everyone make way. It's the Zhuang family's carriage, with the young lady inside. The carriage is out of control. If no one helps, there might be casualties, passers-by whispered. Inside the carriage, Zhuang Mingyue and a young girl screamed in fear, shouting, Help! Prince, should we save them? Zhao Yun and others instinctively looked at Yi Siming. Is it appropriate to ask him, who is disabled, to help? It's not his wife, so Yi Siming was reluctant to help. But just watch for yourselves. The other side is the daughter of the richest man in Fengqing County. If we save her, maybe the Zhuang family will repay us generously. Hearing this, Zhao Yun, Zhong Dingming, and Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. They thought, that's right, there's no harm in a good deal. All of them were skilled in riding and archery, trained since childhood. This small scene was no problem for them. Zhao Feng and Zhong Dingming went ahead to disperse the crowd. One of them jumped onto the carriage and tried to control the horse by pulling the reins, but the horse seemed crazy and kept acting up. The carriage was still crashing wildly on the street. Mu Mianmian came out of a clothing shop. The horse's eyes seem to be hurt by the stick, it can't see. Yes, then we have to kill the horse, or we can't control it. Yi Siming also saw this, but had no bow and arrow in hand. There are bows and arrows. Mu Mianmian took out a bow and arrow from a bamboo basket, the one she secretly hid from the soldiers, kept in her basket. Yi Siming. Seeing the carriage about to hit the city wall, Mu Mianmian didn't give him the bow and arrow. Instead, she drew her bow and shot the horse. One arrow was enough to kill the horse. The carriage finally stopped, but the people inside, due to the shift in balance, were thrown out. Zhuang Mingyue was thrown out. Mu Mianmian quickly lowered her bow and ran over to catch her. A steady princess carry. Zhuang Mingyue was so frightened that her face turned pale, her makeup was ruined from crying, and she tightly hugged her neck, sobbing, "Thank you. Thank you, Mississippi." A few guards came running from behind. The leading guard quickly thanked Mu Mianmian. "Thank you for saving our young lady. Please come to the Zhuang family. Our master will reward you generously." "Thank you." Zhuang Mingyue finally realized that the person who saved her was a young woman. She had thought it was a passing hero. She didn't expect it to be a girl younger than her, someone she had just met not long ago. Zhuang Mingyue's ears turned slightly red. She hurriedly stepped down from her savior's embrace. It was fortunate that Mu Mianmian was the one who saved her. If it had been a man, it might have caused some gossip. After all, she was about to get married. "You're welcome." Mu Mianmian put her down and looked at the dead horse. The horse was tampered with. She only said one sentence, but Zhuang Mingyue's face looked very unhappy. Usually, her carriage rides went smoothly, but at this moment, even a fool could tell it was no accident. Someone had deliberately planned it. "Yes. Thank you, young lady. May I ask your surname?" "My surname is Mu." "Thank you, Miss Mu." Zhuang Mingyue kept thanking her. At this moment, a group of people arrived. The leader was a young man dressed well, handsome, with officials behind him. Mingyue. The visitor was Zhuang Mingyue's fiancé, Zhou Xianwen, the eldest son of the county magistrate of Fengqing County. "Young Master Zhou, someone tampered with our young lady's horse. It must be someone trying to harm her. Please help us, young Master Zhou," a maid said angrily, supporting Zhuang Mingyue. Zhou Xianwen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked worried. "I will have someone investigate. You must be shocked. I will take you back first." Zhuang Mingyue wiped her tears. "Yes, Mu young lady and these young men helped me." Hearing this, Zhou Xianwen clasped his hands in thanks. "Everyone, please come to the Zhuang house. We will reward you handsomely." After speaking, he led his people away, leaving a servant to guide the others. "Mu girl, shall we go to the Zhuang house?" Zhao Yun and the others felt a bit embarrassed. They had all helped save her, almost like saving a lonely soul. It was just a young girl, and that prince-like hug was so impressive. Usually, men wouldn't be able to do that, especially after jumping out of a carriage. The group blushed, looking quite ashamed. Mu Mianmian picked up her bow and arrow. "Let's go. We all helped out. Now, in this special situation, maybe we can get some food." Zhong Dingming said, "Listen to you. Let's go to the grain shop. I heard they are owned by the landlords. The shops are lined up, full of goods, and look very wealthy. The grain prices are not cheap. They have to spend money to buy some, but they can't buy much." A few people followed the landlord's servants to the landlord's place. When they arrived, the landlord and Zhou Xianwen warmly welcomed them. They saw that the visitors were dressed in rough cloth clothes. Thinking they were poor people, the landlord gave them a lot of silver. The servants carried silver ingots, probably worth about 10,000 taels. Mu Mianmian said, "Helping people is just a small thing. You don't need to be so polite, old Master Zhuang. Anyway, you saved my daughter." "I must repay this kindness," said the landlord. "If you don't accept, I will feel uneasy. I only have a precious daughter. You saved Mingyue, so you are our family's great benefactors." "Well, if that's the case, can old Master Zhuang give us some food?" The landlord was surprised. He didn't expect them to want food for free. He thought they were honest and looked at them with new respect. "Of course, but this silver is also our kindness. Please, Miss Mu, accept it." Considering that others needed money, Mu Mianmian decided to accept it. The Zhuang family gave them a big cartload of rice, more than 20 bags. They could have taken more, but Mu Mianmian didn't want to carry so much back, or the officials might cheat them. So, they only took 20 bags, each weighing 50 jin, all white rice. This made Zhong Dingming and the others very excited. When they were about to leave, Mingyue Zhuang came to thank them. She had already packed her things. Miss Mu. She was accompanied by a young lady, about 15 or 16 years old. The girl was dressed similarly to Mingyue Zhuang, and it seemed the Zhuang family treated her very well. "This is my cousin, Yang Lu," Mingyue Zhuang introduced. "Thank you, Miss Mu, for saving my cousin," Yang Lu said shyly, looking a bit bashful. Mu Mianmian looked at her and narrowed her eyes. "Yes, Miss Zhuang. May I speak with you privately?" Mingyue Zhuang smiled. "Sure. Lulu, wait here for me a moment." The two went to a nearby pavilion. They seemed to be talking about something, and Mingyue Zhuang looked very upset. She came over with a gloomy face, looked at Yang Lu, and said nothing. She simply offered a polite smile and sent Mu Mianmian and the others away. Older cousin. Yang Lu had already noticed something was wrong with her cousin. "What's wrong? What did that young lady Mu say to you?" Looking at her shy, innocent, and naive younger sister, Zhuang Mingyue felt cold inside, unable to believe how well she was pretending. "You know what you did, don't you? Someone bring the doctor here," she spoke and stepped into the house, telling Zhou Xianwen to stay and not leave.
Yang Lu felt nervous.
"Older cousin, what did I do wrong? Why are you angry with me? Just tell me and I will change." She came in looking upset, with red eyes. Zhou Xianwen felt distressed and said, "What's wrong?" "Mingyue, say it nicely. Why are you scolding Luer?" When Zhuang Mingyue entered, everyone noticed her face looked strange. Old Master, Zhuang also found it odd. Seeing how much the man cared for Yang Lu, Zhuang Mingyue's eyes reddened, and she suddenly understood what was happening. "Wait for the doctor to arrive and check her pulse first," she said. "What did you tell Zhuang Mingyue?" Yes, Simon noticed that whenever a doctor came to the Zhuang family, he found it strange and couldn't help asking. Mu Mianmian replied, "I didn't say much. I just noticed that her younger sister was pregnant and reminded her. Yang Lu, younger than Zhuang Mingyue, was not yet married but already 2 months pregnant. Coincidentally, Zhuang Mingyue was about to marry Lord Zhou, but an accident happened at this time. It was obvious someone was trying to harm her. Most likely, the child was Lord Zhou's." Yes, Simon was surprised. "You didn't check her pulse. How do you know she's pregnant? Is her medical skill that good?" "I was just guessing, so I secretly reminded Zhuang Mingyue. She found a doctor, and after seeing him, she probably knew for sure. Old Master Zhuang and Zhuang Mingyue are good people. They gave us money and a lot of grain. It would be a shame if they were harmed." Yes, Simon. Old Madame Zhuang was angry. "Tell me, whose child is it?" Yang Lu was her granddaughter. She grew up in the Zhuang family and got pregnant before marriage. It was considered scandalous. When the family found out, they were furious and demanded to know who the man was. "Grandmother, I was wrong, but I can't have this child taken away." Yang Lu knelt on the ground, crying and repenting. "You won't say whose it is, then take it away immediately," Madame Zhuang said angrily. "No, you can't. Lulu's child is mine." At this moment, Zhou Xianwen realized he couldn't hide the truth, so he came over to support the woman and admitted it. Old Master Zhuang looked upset and couldn't hold back. He walked over and slapped Zhou Xianwen, laughing bitterly. "Zhou Xianwen, you're so shameless. So you're saying my carriage was out of control because of your tricks? You wanted to harm me and have Yang Lu take my place to marry into your Zhou family, is that it?" Yang Lu cried but didn't speak. Zhou Xianwen said, "Mingyue, don't cause trouble without reason. Without proof, don't accuse us. I like Lulu, not you. Anyway, Lulu is part of the Zhuang family. Our 2 families can still marry. If you won't marry, then Lulu will. Her surname is Yang, not Zhuang. You scoundrels and wicked women, get out of here." Mingyue was furious, her eyes red with anger, wishing she could punish them all. When the Zhuang family found out, they understood clearly. This was Zhou Xianwen's plan. Old Master Zhuang was very angry. How dare they harm his daughter? He immediately ended the engagement with the Zhou family. As for Yang Lu, she was sent back to the Yang family. No way will she marry into our Zhuang family. Their original plan was to harm Mingyue, then have Yang Lu take her place, so they could seize the Zhuang family's wealth and marry the person they loved. But it all failed. Yang Lu was sent away from the Zhuang family, and her pregnancy was exposed. Zhou Xianwen knew he couldn't marry her as his main wife, only as a concubine. In the end, all their efforts were for nothing. Zhou Xianwen was furious. He lost his temper at home. Find out who those people are, especially that woman surnamed Mu. Soon, a servant returned with news. Young master, they came from the capital, accompanied by soldiers. The escort officer is the eldest son of the Lu family from the capital. They say he's a banished criminal. That woman is the third Miss Mu, the little wife of the Night King. Zhou Xianwen's face changed slightly. Lu family, Night King? Yes. Rumor has it that the Night King's residence was raided, and there's nothing left to fear, the servant said. Zhou Xianwen waved him away and went to a restaurant to find Lu Tao. What wind brought young Master Zhou here? Lu Tao was inside, enjoying food and drink, happily relaxing. Zhou Xianwen clasped his hands together and bowed. Young Master Lu, your visit to Fengqing County is a great honor. We are truly grateful for your presence. I apologize for my mistake. I will drink 3 cups as punishment. He then picked up his wine cup and drank 3 times in a row. Lu Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. Young Master Zhou, what brings you here? The Zhou family in the capital was a prominent family. Zhou Xianwen's father was a branch member of the Zhou clan, assigned to serve as the county magistrate in Fengqing County. His family had power and influence in Fengqing, but compared to the Lu family in the capital, they were on a different level altogether. Zhou Xianwen sat down and someone brought a new table of food and drinks. He personally poured wine for Lu Tao. Brother Lu, I need your help today. You may not know, but I've been troubled by some of your subordinates. They caused him to lose both money and property, and he couldn't accept that. After hearing the full story, Lu Tao was quite surprised. He didn't expect that in just half a day, they would have collected a cart of grain and some money. Mu Mianmian is truly talented. Since the estate has grain, this deal looks promising. Lu Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully. What do you want to do? Rest assured, Brother Lu, I understand the rules. These criminals can't be killed. They must survive until they reach the southern wilderness. Only then can I report back. No lives will be lost. After everything is settled, I will definitely repay you well. I heard you've been short of grain and money on this journey, which must be tough. This 30,000 taels is just a small token of my respect. Zhou Xianwen smiled and handed him a stack of silver notes. These days, with the drought and disasters, even money can't always buy grain. Lu Tao didn't even lift his eyelids. I'll give you the grain after the task is done. This is an extra. The Zhou family in Fengqing County was extremely powerful. They had no shortage of money or grain. As long as they could take control of the estate, they could get as much grain as they wanted. Lu Tao smiled. You can target others, but you must not touch Mu Mianmian. Zhou Xianwen frowned.
Why?
Isn't she the Night King's woman? According to Lu's family and the Crown Prince, they definitely wouldn't let Yi Siming have an easy time. If someone bullied her, it would be a form of insult to him. The Crown Prince would be very pleased. Why can't you touch Mu Mianmian? Rumor has it she is an abandoned daughter of the Mu family. So, do whatever you want. What are you worried about? Lu Tao snorted softly, naturally unwilling to say that the woman he liked could not be touched by others. Zhou Xianwen frowned. Why do you say that? He has lost his military power, his Night King residence has been raided, and he is now crippled. How can he compete with us? The Emperor hasn't stripped him of his title as Night King. He is still the Night King, Lu Tao said with a smile after taking a sip of wine. The Emperor's thoughts are hard for anyone to understand. Zhou Xianwen was not in the capital and didn't know the current situation there. So what? Now he's a criminal, a prisoner. The Emperor will exile him to the southern wilderness, and he will have no chance to turn things around. What is the southern wilderness? It's like a hell on earth, where people have no way to recover once they go in. Most end up working themselves to death there. Lu Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. He said nothing more. Then try it. He took the 3,000 taels of silver, treating it as the cost of his gentle advice. Zhou Xianwen was happy. So, you won't interfere anymore? Yes, I'll stay for only 3 days. Whether it succeeds or not, You must give me 50,000 tons of grain. Zhou Xianwen secretly gritted his teeth, thinking he was asking for too much. All right, he agreed readily. Mu Mianmian and the others returned with the grain, which was divided among several families. Little princess, we didn't help much, but you gave us so much grain. We really feel ashamed. Mu Mianmian said, we all helped. It's not just my credit. If she kept the grain to herself, she would definitely be targeted. It's better to share it, so Lu Tao wouldn't have a chance to trick her. Even if she gave to others, she wouldn't let those soldiers get the better of her. 20 bags of rice were divided among 5 families, 4 bags each. Everyone hurried to hide their share. The Zhao and Wu families bought carts. It's still early. Let's go buy some fabric. Good idea. A few girls happily went together to the clothing shop, also planning to buy some other things. Unaware, someone was secretly following them. Prince, Zhou Xianwen went to find Lu Tao. Now he's sending people to follow the little princess. 7 knights, dressed as a commoner, carrying goods, disguised as a peddler, reported secretly. Knight Master Ming pretended to look at the items in his bamboo basket, his gaze darkening with killing intent. He slightly curled his lips and said coldly, you do as you see fit. Just don't let her get hurt if there's a chance. After understanding, Qi Yiming left carrying his things. Knight Master Ming couldn't go far, so he waited at the inn's entrance, always watched by someone. Watching Qi Yiming leave, he returned to his carriage to wait. Mu Mianmian noticed she was being followed as soon as she entered the fabric shop. But she didn't know why, and soon the follower disappeared. She didn't think much about it. Mianmian, what do you think of the fabrics we've chosen? Wang Xiuxiu and the others each picked some fabrics for her to see. No matter how prosperous Fengqing County is, it's still not as big as the capital. They didn't have many good fabrics. They used to be noble ladies, spoiled, and used to fine things. Honestly, they didn't like these fabrics much, but they had no choice. They could wear them normally, but making sachets to sell for money might be looked down upon, so they couldn't take them out to sell. Shopkeeper, do you have any other fabrics? Mu Mianmian touched a few pieces and found they were indeed poor quality, mostly cotton and hemp cloth. Most of the fabrics sold to ordinary people are common, and such fabrics are hard to sell as sachets. Could this big shop really not have good fabrics? Mu Mianmian couldn't help but suspect. She looked at the shopkeeper and understood. It was likely that the shopkeeper, seeing their rough clothes and torn fabrics, thought they were poor and just used ordinary goods to get rid of them. That's all. Ladies, if you want the best fabrics, these are the best cottons we have. The prices are listed above. Look for yourselves and let me know once you've decided. Wang Xiuxiu and the others were quite angry but endured. Mu Mianmian looked up at the price tags. Textiles per yard silk, 1 to 2 taels satin, 2 to 4 taels brocade, 2 to 6 taels tapestry, 2.5 to 5 taels yarn, 2 taels satin, 5 taels. Silk costs 120 coins per 2 ounces. Cotton and floss are 500 coins per 2 ounces. Cotton is 15 to 35 coins per 2 ounces. Hemp cloth is 400 to 450 coins. Ordinary clothes cost 300 to 500 coins per piece. There are still good fabrics among the categories, but the shopkeeper thought they couldn't afford them and only offered the poorer ones to pretend. The shopkeeper glanced at them indifferently, then lowered his head to count money, seeming not interested in serving them and just wanting to finish quickly. Wang Xiuxiu and the others were quite angry, but they knew that now, when someone is down, others might take advantage. If they caused trouble now, it would only make things worse. Things are not like before. They can only endure what they can. Maybe we should try another shop, Suan suggested. Li Ningxia smiled bitterly. This is the best fabric shop. If they don't have it, no one else will. It's common to see small dishes served in the capital city, and even more so in a small county town. No need to change shops. Mu Mianmian took out a silver ingot. Shopkeeper, we want the best fabrics you have. Shoe brocade, snow satin, woven brocade, all the finest. 3 or 4 bolts of each. Also, I want to buy about 50 jean of cotton separately. Make ready some quilts, cotton padded jackets, and clothes, about 30 pieces of each in this size. Plus, the best boots and shoes, no straw sandals. The shopkeeper, who was busy counting money, suddenly saw a shiny silver ingot appear. His eyes nearly popped out in surprise, and he quickly forced a friendly smile. He enthusiastically said, "Yes, yes. We have everything you mentioned. Please wait a moment. I'll bring it over." Mu Mianmian narrowed her eyes slightly. "Is this enough money?" "Yes, yes, plenty." The shopkeeper hurried over, instructing his staff to bring the items while trying to grab the ingot. But Mu Mianmian didn't give it to him. "Let my sisters choose first. If they're not satisfied, we won't buy." At this moment, the shopkeeper finally realized they were together. Remembering his earlier attitude, his face stiffened. Of course, of course. Please, ladies, come in. Bring some tea quickly." It was surprising to see a group of modestly dressed young women, looking poor, be so wealthy. Wang Xiuxiu, Li Ningxia, Su Wan, and Yi Xian finally felt relieved, but they also sighed inwardly. These days, money really talks. "Your sister-in-law is really impressive," Yi Xian whispered with a smile. "Yes, yes. Let's hurry and choose." They took out the items, and Wang Xiuxiu picked her preferred colors. Mu Mianmian came over and said, "If you don't like it, just don't buy. Let's go look at other shops." The shopkeeper hurriedly said, "Madam, please wait. In all of Fengqing County, only our family sells the largest and most complete fabrics. Even the manhwa fabric store doesn't have better fabrics than ours." Wang Xiuxiu quickly replied, "But manhwa fabric store offers affordable prices." "We've checked, and their selection is quite similar," Li Ningxia added. "Yes, and their shopkeeper is very kind." They hesitated to buy from the manhwa fabric store because they were worried that the shop owner might find out about their connection, especially since they had received help from the Zhuang family before. They didn't want to seem ungrateful or to offend the Zhuang family by shopping elsewhere. The shopkeeper smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry for not recognizing your status earlier. Please don't be upset, ladies. Feel free to choose what you like, and I'll give you a discount." Their rival, Xingyue Fabric Store, was always competing with Mingyue Fabric Store for business. Since they had spoken this way, they couldn't let customers go to Mingyue Fabric Store instead. "Go ahead and pick what you want," Mu Mianmian said with a gentle smile. Her goal had been achieved. The group happily started choosing fabrics. Besides fabric, they also bought clothes, quilts, cotton, and shoes to prepare for winter. They had come from the capital with nothing, no belongings. If they didn't prepare, they would freeze during the cold winter. "These are quite expensive," Wang Xiuxiu said, looking at the total price of over 5,000 taels. She looked worried because they didn't have that much money. Mu Mianmian had brought 1,000 taels of silver as a gift from the Zhuang family to thank them. Since they had already received rice from the family, they couldn't accept more money. "I'll pay for these first," Mu Mianmian said, paying the shopkeeper and asking him to pack everything carefully so that Zhong Dingming and the others could come later to pick it up. Wang Xiuxiu, Li Ningxia, and Su Wan felt embarrassed. "That's too much to ask. You've already helped us so much," they said. "Maybe we can treat this as a loan from you. When we go back, I'll ask my husband to write you an IOU," one of them suggested. "Yes, yes, we feel bad accepting so much," the others agreed. They all hesitated to take the money. Mu Mianmian said, "It's okay. Since most of the expensive items are fabrics, you can use the fabrics to make handkerchiefs and sachets to earn money. If you're skilled, you can sell what you make to me. I'll pay for the materials and give you a wage for your work. If the earnings are more, I'll pay you extra. If less, you can pay me back. Let Brother Chen Liang keep the accounts. I will pay them separately for their work." Upon hearing this, everyone thought it was a good idea. Their families didn't have much money, but they could exchange labor for goods, which made things much easier for them. "All right, we all agree to your plan." They packed up the items, and Zhong Dingming, Zhao Feng, Wu Lei, and a few others came to help move things. "That's quite a lot. It can't be cheap," Wang Xiuxiu said. "Yes, it's not cheap. It costs over 5,000 taels in total. We can't afford that, so we discussed with little Princess Wang. When the time comes, we'll make sachets and sell them to her, exchanging goods." They all told their husbands about this plan. Zhao Feng, Zhong Dingming, Wu Lei, and the others didn't have any good suggestions after hearing this. They all agreed because they needed these items. The Chen family also bought some soft cloth for Mu Mianmian and then came to discuss with them. "All right, I will be your accountant. You don't need to pay me wages." Chen Liang immediately agreed, without hesitation. Their family has no father, only a mother and 3 younger brothers who are still small. They need to take on responsibilities. They are scholars, usually reading a lot. Their work could be bookkeeping, teaching, or copying books, but such jobs might not be available in the southern wilderness. So, they need to find ways to earn money quickly. Mu Mian can help them earn, and they are happy about that. The wages will still be paid, just exchanged for goods first. Keep track of the accounts, and we will settle everything later. She bought paper, brushes, and ink for them. If there's a chance, help me teach Ajin to read and recognize characters. Chunliang looked at what she handed him, along with a few books. His eyes welled with tears. Thank you, little princess. I will definitely teach the young master well. The brothers from the Chin family have all dropped out of school and won't be able to take the imperial exams for the next few years. They don't know if they will have another chance to turn their lives around. Right now, they are just thinking about how to earn money so that their mother and brothers won't suffer in the southern wilderness. Yes, don't let Lu Tao and the others find out about this, Mu Mian warned before leaving. Little princess, Lu Tao said we have 3 days before we set out. Zhao Yun returned with the news. Mu Mian said, all right, tomorrow we will buy a horse. Zhao Yun looked surprised. Buy a horse? But they are very expensive, and there might not be any available. Mu Mian smiled and said, it's up to us. Tomorrow you all come with me to the village owner. There probably isn't a market, but the village owner definitely has some. We can buy from them. The price will surely be fair. Hearing this, Zhao Yun was very excited. All right, then we'll tell the older brothers. They have a cart but no horses. They've been pulling it themselves all this way. It's hard work. If Mu Mian can get them horses, I would be willing to work like a beast for her. Are you going to buy horses from the village owner? Yi Siming asked her. Yes, the village owner should have some. They can get horses from outside the pass, it's just a matter of money. Yi Siming said, the village owner can, but I also arranged for a carriage. We can go to the market tomorrow to meet up and just pay a symbolic fee. Is a carriage good? It's average, but the horses are good. He thought it was better to keep a low profile. Mu Mian thought for a moment and said, our ox cart is still okay. I mainly want to buy horses for the Chun, Zhao, Wu, and Zhong families. The goal is to gather people's hearts, so they can be used for my purposes later. First, unite and form a small group. When they reach the southern wilderness, no one will dare to bully them.
Yesiming similet.
That's a good idea, but we don't know what will happen in the future. Because of the big interests involved, there might be selfish motives. But right now, it's possible. Doing this might also attract attention. He actually didn't want her to do this. It would make people in the shadows think she's too capable and want to get rid of her. Her purpose is clear. Others can see what she's trying to do. And now she is his princess consort, so others will think she's helping him recruit soldiers.
Mu Mian frowned.
Will doing this ruin your plans? No, it benefits me but not you. Mu Mian smiled. Are you worried about me, Your Highness? Yi Siming's ears turned slightly red. No, don't overthink. I just don't want you to regret in the future. I never regret what I do, Mu Mian said seriously, looking at him with a faint smile. Yi Siming was momentarily stunned. His gaze froze. He had never seen such a sincere and confident woman. She seemed never to have complained even once. Today, it seemed someone was following us. Did you send someone to handle it? Yessie's bright eyes darkened. Yes, Zhou Xianwen sent people. Don't go out alone these days. But don't worry, I will take care of it. You won't be in danger. His words made her feel warm and safe. She decided not to worry about it. Mu Mian took out a set of clothes and smiled. Okay, I bought you a new outfit. Do you want to try it on? The fabric wasn't very good, not as nice as what he used to wear, but the color was pretty and she chose it herself. Yessie's heart beat a little faster. He wanted to ask why she bought him clothes. Didn't she say she liked someone? Could it be that he looked like her favorite person and she thought he was a substitute? Thinking this, he felt cold inside. Let's try it next time. It's not convenient now. They didn't even rent a guest room, so they could only stay in the carriage during the day. Mu Mian peeked out the curtain. How about we go to the inn across the street, rent a room and take a bath and change clothes? They hadn't had a proper bath all along the way. Father also needs a hot bath to improve his health. Old Yi was in the carriage. He had been lying down for so long. Although someone helped him turn over and wipe his body now and then, it wasn't good to keep like this for long. Yes, I arranged it. Yes, he also considered this and had a room at the inn across the street. We'll go later. It doesn't matter where we eat during the day. It was a good chance to take a bath. Now they had money, and everyone knew where it came from, so they didn't need to hide it. Since everything was arranged, Mu Mian didn't have to worry. She took her mother-in-law, Ah Yun and Ah Jin, along with the whole family, to the inn across the street. First, they took a bath, then went to eat. Such a relaxing bath. Sister-in-law, I want to take another one, Ah Jin said, sitting in the tub and not wanting to get out. They only booked 2 rooms. Next door, Mei Nyang and Yesi's brother, Yesi Yun, were also bathing. The 3 of them were in this room. Yesi looked at Mu Mian helping her brother bathe, frowning slightly. Ah Jin, no more bathing. Your sister-in-law hasn't finished yet. Big brother is so strict. Ah Jin didn't dare to act spoiled anymore and quickly stood up. Mu Mian helped him get dressed and took him to her mother-in-law's room. I'll help you inside. Knight Commander Ming stood up himself. No need, I can do it myself. You go wash first. Mu Mian looked at his leg. Is your leg okay now? It's fine now. Don't believe me? Just look. He had said it would take more than 2 months to heal. But recently, he felt he was almost fully recovered. Now, standing and walking didn't hurt anymore. Mu Mian quickly checked him and found he was almost healed. Maybe the space spring water still had some effect? I'll go wash my father. You wash first, Knight Commander Ming said. Mei Nyang and the others finished washing and came to this room to keep her company. He secretly went next door to help his father bathe. After a while, 7 knights sneaked in. Prince, you should let the servant do it. How are Zhou Xianwen and Lu Tao? Knight Commander Ming asked coldly, still washing his father himself. The people Zhou Xianwen sent to catch Mu Mian had all been secretly dealt with. Not a single one was left alive. Now, they were all panicking. No way. Could it be that Knight Commander Ming has someone working in secret? Lu Tao, dressed in dark blue brocade robes, had drooping eyelids and looked lazy, leaning on a chair. How would I know? Wasn't he supposed to test something? Zhou Xianwen just realized he was being used as a pawn. He wanted to find out about Knight King Ming, but had no good way, so he asked Lu Tao to go out. Thinking about this, he felt uncomfortable but couldn't do anything about Lu Tao. If Knight Commander Ming has someone behind him, we need to tell the Crown Prince quickly. Remove his backing before he reaches the southern wilderness and rebels, Zhou Xianwen said, looking anxious. He was desperate, even using rebellion as a threat. Lu Tao smiled faintly. Brother Zhou, sit down and have some tea to calm down. This is just a small matter. Rebellion? What's that? Now, Knight Commander Ming bears the shame of being called a traitor. Would he care about one more accusation of rebellion? Zhou Xianwen's face darkened. What should we do? I can't afford to lose this. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't vent his anger. How about this? You go out now and call Mu Mian here, Lu Tao suggested with narrowed eyes. Call her for what? That young woman ruined my good plans. Naturally, I want to make her suffer greatly. The Night King's woman has become the top courtesan at Spring Blossom House, haha. By then, Knight Commander Ming's expression will surely be very interesting. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Zhou Xianwen prepared some medicine. I've got everything ready. Brother Lu can go first. With such a delicate beauty, doesn't Brother Lu want her? I have seen Mu Mian once, and remember her well. She is indeed very beautiful. All men, when faced with such a stunning young woman, I don't believe Lu Tao isn't tempted. Lu Tao's expression darkened, showing a hint of killing intent. His lips curled coldly. Brother Zhou, don't regret this. Humph, you call her over and I will handle the rest, Zhou Xianwen said with a smile. Mu Mian just finished her bath and her family was eating at the inn. At that moment, a soldier beside Lu Tao came over. Dr. Mu, we need to see you. Why? It's mealtime now, Mu Mian said coldly, frowning in displeasure. She didn't want to be disturbed while her family was enjoying a warm moment. Xiao Zhong said, I don't know either. You'll find out when you go. Knight Commander Ming put down his bowl and chopsticks. I've eaten enough. I'll go with you, but the head said only Dr. Mu can go. Xiao Zhang replied. Night King, you should stay at the inn in the private room. Don't wander around freely. You can stay here at the inn, but for the next 3 days, no one is allowed to leave without the head's orders. Dr. Mu is with the head and has work to do. He was followed by dozens of soldiers, who quickly surrounded the room. Beautiful women, Ah Jin and Ah Yun were all startled and stood up nervously. Big brother, are they going to be under house arrest? Knight Commander Ming sat in a wheelchair, his sharp gaze signaling them not to panic. I'll go see what's happening. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Mu Mianmian said as she stood up. Xiao Zhang secretly relaxed. Thank you, Dr. Mu. The Night King's gaze was very intimidating. If he disagreed, he might even attack her. That would be troublesome. Mu Mianmian followed him to the opposite inn's private room. As she pushed the door open, she immediately smelled a fragrant scent. Her face changed slightly. She quickly held her breath, her expression grew serious, and then she pretended to faint. Before long, the door was pushed open, and 2 men entered. Zhou Xianwen smiled proudly and said, "Tsk, I never thought that Yi Siming would become disabled, yet he still managed to marry such a delicate woman. Yi Siming being disabled is a pity because such a beauty has to stay alone." She took some medicine. When she wakes up later, she will surely obey. Brother Lu, enjoy yourself slowly. I won't disturb you. Zhou Xianwen smiled, glanced at Lu Tao, then left and closed the door. Lu Tao didn't expect it would be so easy to succeed. He was quite surprised. Could it be that she was the one who drugged the crown prince that time? Staring at the woman's tender face, his eyes grew softer. His throat moved, and he reached out to pick her up. He had been thinking about this for a long time. It was the first time he held her. This embrace made Lu Tao's mind explode. He let out a low breath and whispered, "She is so soft." Suddenly, an urgent voice came from outside. Young Master Gao and Gao Chong ran away. Lu Tao's face changed slightly. The 2 bandits he had finally caught had already reported to the court. If they escaped, all his efforts would be wasted. Seeing that the woman hadn't woken up yet, he thought it wasn't urgent. He decided to catch the men first, and then come back for her. He carried her onto the bed and laid her down carefully. Stay here. No one is allowed to come in, Lu Tao said coldly as he opened the door. His eyes were icy. If anything goes wrong, I won't forgive you. The guard nodded quickly, not daring to relax for a moment. Lu Tao hurriedly went to arrest the Gao brothers. Inside the room, it was very quiet. Mu Mianmian opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed. She had taken a little, and the medicine was very strong. She had to find a way to leave. She stood up to leave when suddenly, the window was opened, and a figure jumped in. What's wrong with you? Yi Siming, wearing a mask and dressed in cold black clothes, stepped forward to support her. He quickly realized she had taken medicine. Mu Mianmian leaned into his arms, nervously touching his neck with her small hand. So cold, so comfortable. Yi Siming's face changed slightly. He quickly grabbed her wrist and took her away swiftly. Prince, Chia carried someone over. Disable him for me. Yi Siming, holding the woman, suddenly looked very cold and fierce, with a murderous glint in his eyes, like a freshly sharpened blade. Chia's back stiffened, his face changing. Without hesitation, he secretly returned to the inn with his men. Yi Siming and his people hid in an alley. We entered an abandoned farmyard. Be patient. The woman was very restless. After putting the person inside the house, he went out to fetch cold water from the yard and came back. Mu Mianmian tugged at her collar, her eyes looking a bit tipsy, her cheeks flushed. She sat on the bed and adjusted her collar. Yes, you can leave the cold water. There's no bath bucket, only water for pouring. Can you handle that? Yi Siming carried 2 buckets of water inside. Facing such tempting scenery, his expression remained cold and unaffected. Mu Mianmian looked up, her water-filled eyes shimmering with moisture, making her look very adorable. She stared at the man with a very intense gaze. Then you help me. Bang. Yi Siming dropped the wooden bucket, water splashing everywhere. It's hard to believe he was actually pushed down by a small woman. Mu Mianmian, stay calm. What's going on inside? Lu Tao returned and saw someone inside. His face suddenly changed. He kicked the dark guard hard, sending him flying. Useless thing. The poor dark guard wanted to explain but was kicked so hard he couldn't get up and fainted after coughing up blood. Lu Tao clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. He pushed open the door to see what dared to touch his woman. But when he entered, he saw the scene in front of him, several men lying on the ground, their clothes disheveled, tangled together. He was stunned instantly. What the hell is this? Who is this? What is going on? He must have entered the wrong room. Lu Tao looked around, his face darkening. Then he ran out, leaning on the fence and vomiting violently. All the food he ate 3 days ago came up. The little soldiers following him were curious and ran inside to look, then all ran out vomiting too. Damn it! What kind of taste is this? Is that young Master Zhou? Lu Tao's face was pale and then turned dark blue, his eyes full of murderous intent. Send someone to notify County Magistrate Zhou. The commotion was loud enough to attract many people. Everyone came to see what was happening, and soon, the situation exploded. Outside the window, the sky was clear, and a gentle breeze blew. In a somewhat old farmyard, Mu Mianmian blinked her eyelashes and opened her eyes. You're awake. Yes. Yi Siming helped her up, his eyes slightly red, his voice cold and hoarse. Don't worry, I didn't touch you. Both of them were not fully dressed. However, Mu Mianmian moved slightly and showed no real signs of discomfort, only feeling some soreness in her waist, which was caused by his grip, leaving red and purple marks. She felt a bit out of control, but he remained calm. He truly had great self-control. Mu Mianmian rubbed her head, her mind clear and aware of everything that had happened. Her medication was not very strong, and a little relief was enough to help her. They didn't go all the way. Overall, he had helped her. Thinking about the tangled scene, Mu Mianmian's cheeks turned red. She pressed her slightly swollen lips and said, "Thank you." Yi Siming tidied his clothes, looking calmer than her, but not by much. Let's go back first. Lu Tao was already almost back. Once he found out, he would definitely send someone to look for them. Thinking about today's events, Mu Mianmian felt annoyed. Her delicate face suddenly turned cold, as if covered with a layer of ice. Yi Siming's leg was healed, and he was very skilled at lightness skill. He carried her silently back to the inn. Not long after they returned, there was a loud bang as the door was opened. Lu Tao entered with people, his sharp eyes fixed on them. Dr. Mu, why are you back? I woke up and found no one in the room. I didn't see General Lu, so I came back on my own. I also want to ask, what does General Lu want with me? Mu Mianmian remained calm, holding Yi Siming's wheelchair. At this moment, Yi Siming sat in the wheelchair, a fluffy blanket on his legs, his face pale. His features were stunning, like a work of art. He coughed lightly, looking like a weak, sickly, handsome man. He didn't speak, only his cold eyes fixed on him. Lu Tao looked at both of them, noticing the red marks on Mu Mianmian's neck, and understood what was going on. It was Yi Siming's plan to lure the tiger out of the mountain. That man must have someone helping him from behind the scenes. First, he let Gao Yun's brothers escape, then took advantage of his absence to rescue Mu Mianmian. Mu Mianmian had taken medicine, so they had been intimate? Thinking of this, Lu Tao felt both angry and furious. His eyes turned red with blood, and he clenched his sword handle, wishing he could cut Yi Siming into pieces. Since Gao Yun's brothers were released, I went to catch them. Now I suspect there are traitors and I will interrogate you. He ordered his men to carry them inside. Then he turned and whipped them harshly. Tell me, who let you go? Lu Tao was furious and beat them harshly. Gao Yun and his brother didn't run far. They were badly injured and hadn't eaten enough. They couldn't run far and were quickly caught again. They didn't understand what was happening.
Well,
we don't know, Gao Yun weakly said. He could say he broke the chains himself, or that the guards suddenly fainted. It was a good chance, and seeing this, they took the opportunity to escape. They thought it was their brothers from Gao Yun's camp coming to help, but it wasn't. Gao Chong was beaten so badly, he couldn't speak and was half dead. Lu Tao's violence was very frightening. He beat them until their skin was torn and blood was everywhere. Even tough men couldn't stand it and begged for mercy on their knees. "Stop hitting us, we won't run anymore. Please." Yi Siyun, Ajin, and Mei Nyang hid in the corner, watching the bloody scene in fear. They screamed in terror, their faces pale and trembling. The soldiers around didn't dare breathe loudly. They didn't understand why Lu Tao was so angry today. It was too scary. "Commander Lu." At this moment, a middle-aged man in a blue official robe and a black hat entered with people. This man was Zhou Xianwen's father, Zhou He, the county magistrate of Fengqing County. Seeing the scene, he was so frightened he kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Commander Lu, calm down, calm down." Lu Tao's eyes were full of anger. He looked at him coldly and then snorted, throwing down his whip. "Prepare the prison cart and lock these two up." Zhou He hurriedly said, "Quick, prepare the iron cage cart." When he mentioned the iron cage cart, Lu Tao's eyes narrowed slightly.
Prepare too.
"Later, Lord, you can also stay inside. Your husband can't escape with this look." "He doesn't need an iron cage cart," Mu Mianmian said, clutching the wheelchair handles. "Are you sure your words count?" Lu Tao sneered, his eyes sharp and cold. His temper was really inexplicable today. "At least give us a reason to be convinced. Since coming from the capital, if the court demands such detention of the prince, they should have prepared a prison cart long ago. I remember the emperor hasn't revoked the prince's title and the case is still under investigation. So, you can't target the prince. According to the laws of Great Way, only after proven guilty can someone sit in a prison cart. We are just exiled, not condemned to death." Lu Tao looked grim and said, "Are you very concerned about him?" Yi Siming smiled and replied, "Mian Mian is my princess. If I don't care about her, then should I care about you?" Mu Mian felt she was right and said, "We didn't let Gao Yun go. Why are you angry with us? You had people watching us. How could we let the Gao brothers go?" Zhou He, thinking about his son's situation, became angry and interrupted, "It's not just about letting two bandits escape. Someone is plotting against my son. Everything is related to you. You were the only one in General Lu's room at the time. I don't know about that. I suddenly fainted when I went in. When I woke up, General Lu was gone and I didn't see young Master Zhou." "What happened to young Master Zhou?" Mu Mianmian asked calmly, curious about how Yi Siming had disciplined Zhou Xianwen. Zhou He's face turned pale, looking miserable, and he didn't want to speak. But Lu Tao and the other soldiers covered their mouths, looking like they wanted to vomit. Lu Tao said, "Young Master Zhou was drugged. He was with some men in my room. Now he's almost out of his mind. He was considered ruined. It's said he couldn't even stand up." So, the Zhou family quickly took young Lu back home, worried that she might be carrying Zhou Xianwen's only child. What a tragedy. The Night King is really cunning and ruthless. Lu Tao suddenly stared at Yi Siming and muttered quietly. Hearing this, Mu Mianmian's face changed, showing disgust. "Then it's even less likely I have anything to do with it. How could I secretly bring so many men into General Lu's room alone?" "Zhou," he was angry. "I heard the Night Princess is naturally very strong. Then I fainted. General Lu can testify for me. I fainted at that time, and General Lu should still have been in the room." The woman's soft voice and watery eyes looked at herself, unaware of how tempting her appearance was. Lu Tao remembered how it felt to hold her, and his mind exploded. He kept a neutral expression and said quietly, "Yes, she fainted in my room. Later, I learned Gao Yun had escaped, so I took people to catch him. When I returned, I saw young Master Zhou and some men in my room. They did disgusting things and dirted his bed. So unlucky." Lu Tao's anger grew, and his face darkened almost to the point of dripping with water. Zhou He glared and said, "Commander Lu, why does it seem like he's deliberately protecting Mu Mianmian? Isn't he the one plotting with his son against Yi Siming's woman? Otherwise, how could she be in his house?" "Master Zhou, you should ask your son about this." "I really don't know. I have a stomach ache, a headache, and a liver ache. I need to rest for a while." Lu Tao rubbed his temples, looking pained and annoyed, feeling sick and upset. Right now, he had no mood to deal with the Zhou father and son. Zhou He was furious, but dared not speak out loud. At home, he scolded his son harshly. Zhou Xianwen looked exhausted, pale, with many scars on his body. Thinking of it, he said with hatred, "Father, we can't let him go. Yi Siming is the one who plotted against me. We definitely can't let him go. But right now, how are you?" Zhou He, as the only legitimate son, was extremely angry and determined not to let this go. There was still some distance to Manhwa. He would send people to take good care of Yi Siming. But now, the most important thing was that Zhou Xianwen was still useful. Zhou Xianwen's face changed slightly, turning very pale. He weakly leaned on the bed and said, "Father, I am a bit tired now. Resting for a while will definitely help me recover." This was self-comfort because all he could think about now was the scene with those men. The Zhou family had dealt with him thoroughly, but many people had seen that scene that day, and it couldn't be hidden. He felt a huge shadow in his heart. In the future, he would definitely be laughed at when he went out. Now, he had no interest in women. How could he get better like this? Zhou He sighed inwardly, a cold look flashing in his eyes. "All right, rest well, and don't think too much. Leave the rest to me." The Liu family's son is not easy to deal with. He dared to help Yi Siming? "If I get the chance, I will definitely hold him accountable." Liu Tao wasn't really helping Yi Siming. He was just using him as a pawn. Zhou Xianwen was annoyed, but didn't stop his father from dealing with Liu Tao. Liu Tao left the inn with his men. But the soldiers didn't leave. They surrounded the private room where they stayed. If they found any clues, they wouldn't let Yi Siming go. Mu Mianmian felt a little guilty, thinking she had caused him trouble. She was already walking on thin ice. If it was discovered that there were secret guards behind him, they might be in danger. Yi Siming said, "It's okay. Without evidence, they can't do anything to me. And since they want something and can't get it, they won't act rashly." Is the military token in his hand? Mu Mianmian knew some news, but didn't ask him directly. "Don't think too much. It's only a matter of time. Once we reach the southern wilderness, it will be even less likely to hide things," Yi Siming said with a serious look. "Okay." Mu Mianmian turned to help Yi Siyun and the others. "Don't be afraid, it's all over now." Yi Deleoi was lying on the bed, unmoving, unharmed. "Sister-in-law, my legs are weak," Yi Siyun said, scared and unable to stand. She was sweating all over, her legs numb. Mu Mianmian supported her. "It's okay now, don't be afraid. We rented 2 rooms. You and Mother and Ajin can go and sleep." Yi Siyun, Mainyang, and Ajin shook their heads. "No, we don't want to leave you. Let's stay together as a family. We can sleep on the floor." Mu Mianmian looked at Yi Siming. Yi Siming said, "Then let's stay together."
Cancel that room.
"Father, Ajin, sleep on the floor. You all go to bed. We'll sleep on the floor. Brother and sister-in-law, you sleep on the bed," Yi Siyun said, hugging the quilt and laying out 2 mats. Mainyang smiled. Yes. You haven't had your wedding night yet." Brother Yi said that husband and wife should sleep together. Yi sleeps on top, and Mianmian sleeps below. Yi Siyun blushed and suddenly felt they shouldn't be staying together. "Mother, let's go to the next room. This room is for brother, sister-in-law." Yes, let's go to the next room," Mainyang said with a bright smile. Although she was still a child at heart, she had 3 children with Yi Xian, Yi, and understood some things, just not how to avoid saying them openly. She said it out loud in front of everyone, making Mu Mianmian and Yi Siming blush. Yi Siyun pulled her mother, helping her father to leave. "Mother, let's go." Their fears eased a little, and they all went to stay in the next room. "Maybe I should go with them." Mu Mianmian sat on the edge of the bed, her ears slightly red, not daring to look at him because she kept thinking about what she did when she was confused earlier in the day. Not safe enough. The Zhou family probably won't give up easily. Yi Siming sat in a wheelchair, his gaze steady and unblinking as he looked at her. His lips curled into a slight smile. "It's already late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. If we keep going now, everyone will be tired. You sleep now." "I will sleep on the floor." Mu Mianmian didn't insist. She went to bed herself because she was truly exhausted. Because she had taken medicine, the man's strength was very powerful. He squeezed her waist, causing her pain. "How is your body? Do you need medicine?" Yi Siming, lying on the ground, couldn't sleep. He closed his eyes, but his mind kept replaying what happened earlier. He had to use a lot of effort to control himself and not hurt her. There were still some scars.
Ai fine.
I didn't do anything, Mu Mianmian said, pinching her small waist. All right, rest early. Yi Siming closed his eyes and said nothing more. The next morning they woke up. Wang Xiuxiu, Li Ningxia, and Su Wan came to the inn to find them. We also planned to rent a room, but since we're leaving tomorrow, we decided not to. Last night, we had nothing to do, so we made a few sachets. Can you help us take a look? The three brought their embroidery works, handkerchiefs, sachets, and pouches.
Sure.
Later, you can take them to the fragrance pavilion to ask about the prices. If they can sell, then sell them, Su Wan said, but these fabrics belong to the young princess. Since the prices were low, it was hard to calculate. They wanted to pay her a lump sum and settle the bill, only charging for their work. We'll finish making them for you. You can take everything to the fragrance pavilion to sell, Wang Xiuxiu said. Mu Mianmian looked at them. Seeing how eager they were to earn money, she nodded and said, All right, that's the plan. Give me the items. Once sold, we'll calculate the price and give you your share. She didn't know how much a handkerchief's craftsmanship was worth. She needed to ask the shopkeeper at the fragrance pavilion, and they would base the price on the local market. You can embroider in our room. It's hot outside, Mu Mianmian said, having someone bring in a basin of ice. Because they didn't rent a guest room, they slept in the corridor at night. During the day, the inn was open for business, so they couldn't stay inside to embroider. Several people made a few sachets and handkerchiefs at night, racing against time. Because it was too hot outside, working outdoors could cause heat stroke, and they would have to spend money on medicine. The three of them politely declined, saying, Thank you, Princess Xiao. Mu Mianmian took their embroidery to Pinxiang Pavilion, with her mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law following her to embroider together. Yesi Ming and Ajin accompanied her outside. However, as they left the room, they were stopped by soldiers who said, Without the general's order, you cannot go out. Hearing this, Wang Xiuxiu and the others looked a bit embarrassed and said, Maybe we can ask about the prices ourselves. Lu Tao was angry and deliberately targeted Yesi Ming and Mu Mianmian. The others didn't face such restrictions on their freedom. They had originally planned to go by horses together, but Mu Mianmian couldn't go out. She borrowed money from them, and their husbands went to the farm instead. All right, you can go find Boss Neo at Pinxiang Pavilion, Mu Mianmian said. She wasn't in a hurry to make money now, so she didn't mind. If the price is too low, don't sell. Bring the items back, and if there's a good opportunity later, I can sell them all at once. You can ask how much the embroidery workers usually charge, and I will pay you based on that. Most people couldn't afford good fabric, so Pinxiang Pavilion provided fabric and thread, and the nearby young women embroidered finished products at home, earning manual wages. This kind of labor was cheaper and cost-effective, so they didn't need to hire expensive embroidery workers. All of them were noble young ladies from Beijing, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and embroidery. They were confident in their craftsmanship, but they didn't know how to bargain or do business. When they arrived at Pinxiang Pavilion, they became a bit shy, unsure of what to say. Last time, Mu Mianmian had boosted their confidence at Xingchen Fabric Store, and they weren't afraid then. This time, the three of them were more timid. Their previous lives didn't require them to earn money, so they didn't worry about food and clothing, and they rarely went shopping themselves. As noble young ladies and noble wives, they preferred not to show themselves in public. Now, when it came to bargaining, they looked awkward and didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Zhong Dingming and others bought horses and passed by, saw them, and came in to help boost their confidence. Only then did they manage to ask about the embroidery wages. When she returned, Su Wan looked proud and happy. She said, Little princess, our embroidery pieces have sold. A handkerchief sells for 80 coins. After subtracting the fabric cost, the handmade part is worth 20 coins. She made handkerchiefs with peony flower patterns. Because of the fine embroidery, each handkerchief's craftsmanship was valued at 20 coins. At that time, other young women in the shop also brought handkerchiefs to sell. Their handmade value was only about 5 to 8 coins. Seeing Su Wan's 20 coins, they looked at her with envy. Mu Mianmian looked at her handkerchief. He gave a low price. I think it's worth 40 coins. But it also depends on the size of the handkerchief. Larger ones are not just 40 coins. Suwon's face flushed with excitement. Fengqing County is a small town. Being able to sell at this price is already good. It can't compare to the capital. In the capital, both the Su family and Wu family hired their own embroidery women. They earned 5 taels of silver a month, with food and accommodation included, plus extra benefits each month. 5 taels of silver used to seem like a lot to her. But after their family fell on hard times, being beaten, hungry, and struggling to survive, she realized even a copper coin was precious, and earning money was very difficult. Wang Xiuxiu embroidered a purse. She was also very excited. A handmade purse is also worth 20 coins. Because my embroidery design is simple, Boss Neo said the value depends on skill, fabric, size, and the complexity of the pattern. Small towns definitely don't have such high prices. Li Ningxia nodded and smiled. Yes, I made a sachet that also costs 20 coins. Boss Neo said double-sided embroidery is worth more. They all didn't know how to do it. Only Yi Xian could. Her embroidered purse sold for 950 coins, and she was paid 120 coins for her work. Just one purse sold for over 1 tael of silver, with room for higher prices. The 3 of them looked at Yi Xian with admiration and envy. Because double-sided embroidery is very hard to learn, and there are few embroidery women skilled in it. They wouldn't casually teach others. Yi Xian was able to gain the favor of the owner of Jinxi Pavilion in the capital, which is why she was taught this craft. If you want to learn, I can teach you, Yi Xian said. Wang Xiuxiu smiled and said, It's too complicated. We can't learn it. Currently, I don't have time to study. When I have the chance, I will have my daughter learn from the princess and follow you. Su Wan and Li Ningxia both said this. Little princess, here is 500 won, which is for the fabric. Wang Xiuxiu handed a string of copper coins to Mu Mianmian. Mu Mianmian didn't refuse. It's important to distinguish between public and private matters, so as not to break the rules. After receiving the money, she asked Chen Liang to keep the account. Today, I will treat you to a meal. Li Ningxia said, the food here is not cheap. It's okay. We earn money to eat well and dress well. Otherwise, what's the point of earning money? Mu Mianmian, acting like the boss, naturally wanted to reward everyone. We will earn a lot more money in the future, so don't worry. Hearing this, they all felt excited and looked forward to it. Since they were motivated to follow Mu Mianmian, they no longer refused. She only invited her own family members to eat. She didn't invite the entire big family. Wang Xiuxiu and Zhong Dingming are a married couple. They belong to the main branch of the Zhong family. Including them, there are 7 people. The main family, their son, Grandma Zhong, Old Master Zhong, Zhong Dingsheng, and Zhong Dinglu. The Zhong family has 3 branches, similar to the Yi family, with about 30 to 40 members in total. Mu Mianmian isn't familiar with the other 2 branches, so she didn't invite them. Li Ningxia and Zhao Feng are a couple, and they have a younger brother, Zhao Yun. They haven't married yet. Li Ningxia and Zhao Feng are newlyweds with their parents-in-law, making 5 people in total. The Zhao family is also a main branch. They only have their immediate family in exile. Other relatives are not present. The Wu family, Wu Lei and Su Wan, originally belonged to the 3rd branch of the Wu family. They had separated from the Wu clan and became a side branch because Wu Lei's father made a mistake and was exiled. To avoid trouble, the family was split off, with 10 members. Su Wan has a son and a daughter. Wu Lei has a younger sister and 2 illegitimate brothers. One brother is married but has no children yet, the other has none. Including the 5 members of the Qin family and the family of Yi Siming, there are a total of 33 people. They booked 3 tables to eat in the main hall on the 2nd floor. No private rooms were reserved. Mother, so much meat. There are chicken legs and roast duck. Smells so good. It's been a long time since they had such a rich meal. Everyone was excited and grateful to Mu Mianmian and Yi Siming. After that, they didn't talk much and quickly ate. They wanted to eat well, because tomorrow they would set out again, and there might not be such a good dinner then. Those 2 are good at winning people's hearts. Lu Tao sneered when he heard the news. Boss, last night we listened carefully. It seems that King Yi and Dr. Mu didn't do anything, and they didn't share a room. Lu Tao raised an eyebrow. So, they didn't sleep together? The soldier replied, probably not. Not probably, I want a clear answer. Did they or not? Lu Tao was annoyed. The woman he liked wouldn't be touched by others. Since Mu Mianmian and Yi Siming weren't officially married, they weren't considered a real couple. The soldier was startled and quickly said, no, because Dr. Mu said they didn't do anything. They listened at the door and probably didn't hear wrong. And they also secretly watched. They really didn't sleep together last night. King Ye's leg is useless now. He definitely can't do that. At most, they just kissed, the soldier said carefully. Mu Mianmian took medicine, so she probably felt better. At that time, Lu Tao wasn't there, and only Yi Siming was nearby. It was obvious he wouldn't be the one to start anything. Lu Tao looked at him with a scary gaze, then say she was the one who took the initiative. Yi Siming's leg was useless, but that didn't mean other parts were. Couldn't they do it girl on top? The soldier's face changed slightly, and he didn't dare say more. Forget it, keep a close watch. Also, what are the second and third branches of the Yi family doing? Since they took benefits from the Crown Prince and Lu family, they couldn't just take the money without doing anything. The soldier said, they're staying at the inn recently and eating well. Thinking about how Yi Lao Air threatened him, Lu Tao sneered. Looks like the Crown Prince gave them a lot of benefits, almost as good as what I get. I'll send people to deal with them immediately. No need. Let them handle it themselves tomorrow. He wouldn't cause trouble for Yi Siming or humiliate him. He wouldn't do such things that would make Mu Mianmian dislike him, no matter how many benefits he gave. If there are people to do the dirty work, let them do it. Lu Tao put his hands behind his head, looking lazy and relaxed like a salted fish. I'm just waiting to see a good show. Night 2 and Night 3 received the news and couldn't stay calm. Second brother, does Lu Tao mean we should go bother Siming? What else would it be? Night 2 looked annoyed. He was tired of causing trouble every day. It was embarrassing and he didn't want to do it, but they had no choice. Otherwise, they would have no money. He couldn't stand living such a hard life. Mu Mianmian and the others are at the restaurant across the street, inviting the Wu family, Zhao family, and others for a meal, but they didn't invite us. That's really unfair. Bring our mother and them along. Let's go eat together, Knight Shengchen said coldly, with a dark look. The whole family arrived at Rui Tower. Mu Mianmian and the others had already finished eating, leaving only leftovers. Second uncle, third uncle, come eat with us, Siming smiled. Knight 2's face darkened with displeasure. Siming, even though we have separated, we're still family. Our bones are connected to our tendons. I heard you got a lot of benefits from the Zhuang family. Now that you have money, shouldn't you help us out? Knight 3 agreed. Exactly. Don't forget, it's because of someone that we ended up like this. Shen Jia and Mrs. Shen supported the old lady. Seeing Mu Mianmian and the others eating well and dressing better than before, while they still wore tattered clothes, they felt unfair.
Yes.
Sister-in-law, I heard the Zhuang family paid you 10,000 taels as a reward. You bought new clothes, quilts, new shoes, and treated others to good food. Why don't you buy us something too? Our grandmother is old, and our broken carriage can't be used. I heard you bought horses for them. If you can buy horses for outsiders, you should be able to buy us a carriage too. Where's the face? This family has no shame. Zhao, Zhong, Chun, and Wu families watched the scene and couldn't help but think of that phrase. No wonder Lord Yu was plotted against. Without support behind him, with such a strange and terrible family, they couldn't help in court and only hindered him. Even with great wealth, they could ruin it all. Everyone looked at Siming and secretly felt sorry. His father had become a living dead, and reaching this point was not easy. The oldest man, Mr. Zhong, stepped forward and said, "You've already split the family and rented 5 rooms. Logically, you should have enough money to buy a carriage. If you have money, just buy one yourself. Before you split the family, it was because you looked down on the main house as a burden. Now that you've split, everyone should live their own lives. Let's keep some dignity for each other." Mr. Zhong clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "Two brothers from the Yi family, please don't bully the younger generation too much. As elders, all we can do is not cause trouble for the younger ones. We are old now, and the future belongs to the young." Second brother Yi sneered, Mr. Zhong, you're just talking without understanding. You took benefits from our Yi family, and now you're trying to sow discord. Do you want us to have a hard time? That's really something your Zhong family would do, Mr. Zhong's face darkened with anger. What benefits did we take from your Yi family? Be clear about what you're saying. Exactly, say it clearly. Old Master Zhao also stepped forward. Old Lady Yi said, aren't you using our Yi family now? We still give you money, grain, and even buy you horses. People like Shun, Zhou, and others started to criticize. Did you not get benefits from our Yi family? Was that all just nonsense? Zhao, Wu, Chun, and the Zhong family members all looked upset. Aunt Zhong suddenly got angry, stepped forward with her hands on her hips, and shouted at the women, shameless. The meal was paid for by the young wife, and now it's all claimed by your Yi family. And the main house of the Yi family already split from you. We benefited from the young wife's kindness. It's her, not your shameless second house, Aunt Zhao continued, and the money we used to buy the horses was borrowed from the young wife. If you want a carriage, buy it yourself. If you can't, learn how to behave. If you want to borrow money, you have to pay it back. The young wife buys us things and gives us money because our daughter-in-law made embroidery and sold it to her. We didn't just eat and drink for free. Unlike you, who just ask for things and take without shame. Shameless. Like bloodsuckers, Aunt Wu was also furious, extremely angry. She had never seen such shameless people. If they were from her family, they would have been beaten to death long ago. The old lady and a few women immediately curled up, clearly very angry. The elderly woman reached out, trembling as she pointed her finger at them, with a fierce look in her eyes, saying, You all shut up. I am here to find my grandson, Yi Siming. Our family matters have nothing to do with you. Just get out. Mrs. Shun spoke to Yi Siming and Mu Mianmian. You are young members of the Yi family. Even if you have split from the family, you still carry the Yi surname. Respecting your grandmother is the right thing to do. Yi Siming coldly replied, then served the old lady a meal. His tone was cold and dismissive, like shooing away a beggar. Soon, a servant brought in a plate of food. It was truly just one serving. The old lady leaned on her cane and hummed, One plate isn't enough for us. Our whole family needs at least 5 big tables, with chicken, duck, fish, meat, and plenty of wine. Otherwise, we won't be full. Everyone looked at her with amused anger, wanting to tell her off. We've split from the family, so there's no need to care about the second or third branches. If the old lady doesn't want to eat, then forget it. Yi Siming waved his hand, signaling the servant to take the food away again. Don't say I am unfilial for not respecting the old lady. As he prepared to leave, they refused to move aside. Yi Siming sneered, Second uncle, third uncle, are you really planning for me to treat you to a meal? Faced with his cold stare, the second uncle's scalp tingled, and he didn't act out like the old lady. Siming, it's not that we want to cause trouble. It's just that, given the special situation now, we have no other income sources. Since your wife can make other families earn money, can't she help us too? Yi Siming smiled faintly. Since you're asking for help, isn't your attitude just now a bit unreasonable? Normal people wouldn't act like that. Was he insulting them? The second uncle looked unhappy, and the third uncle said stubbornly, Isn't it because you invited others to eat and didn't invite us? Today's meal was my and Mian Mian's way of thanking the family members who helped us these days, including the people who saved Miss Zhuang that day. It wasn't just Mian Mian. Brother Zhao and Brother Zhong also helped. They borrowed money from us to buy horses for the Zhuang family. The Zhuang family sold or gave them the horses at half price, which shows their real money wasn't given for free. And what about you? What have you done? Still want to eat and drink for free like before? Knight Master Ming's voice was calm and steady, but cold and very commanding. Don't forget who refused to save someone when they were in danger, and who wanted to split the family. Since the family is split, I no longer need to care about you. The people of the Knight family all felt nervous and tense. They knew Knight Master Ming very well. In the past, Yi Xianyi was brave and skilled in battle. The Knight family was just a military family. As the eldest son of the general's house, he fought bravely and achieved great victories, making the family's power grow stronger. But later, he was injured on the battlefield and returned as a living dead. The emperor rewarded the Knight family by making him a foreign king, a different surname. This was just a way to make the Knight family continue to serve the Great Way. Because the war was not over, the court wanted the Knight family to send more soldiers to fight. Originally, the second and third branches of the family could have a chance to become this Knight king. But they were afraid of death and dared not accept. At only 15 years old, Yi Siming received the imperial decree and became the new Knight king. He led troops to fight and was gone for more than 5 years. He cleared out enemies for Great Way, restored peace across the land, and made other countries afraid to attack again. When he returned to the Knight King's residence, it was almost taken over by the second and third branches. He immediately used strong measures to scare them and made them return the estate peacefully. Even now, they still secretly fear him. Knight Second's eyes darkened, and a smile appeared on his face. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's discuss how to make money. But Yi Siming raised his hand to stop him. We'll talk about that later. Knight Second swallowed his words and watched him leave with everyone. Second brother, what should we do? It's obvious that Yi Siming wants to leave us behind. If we had known, we wouldn't have split the family. If we hadn't split, we could still enjoy the wealth of the main house. Just like before, the main house worked hard outside. They could enjoy wealth and comfort in the capital. As long as they didn't split the family, they could still do that now. Is it still possible now? Let's go back and think about it later. But the key was Mu Mianyan. Knight Second's eyes darkened. That woman is hiding her true strength. If she wasn't good at making money, would Yi Siming and the Zhong family be living such good lives? Since they can make money from embroidery, so can we. Knight Second turned to the women of the Shin family and said, starting tomorrow, you all learn embroidery to earn money. They have many women in their family, with several concubines. Could they possibly be outdone by them? Let's go to the fabric shop and buy some cloth, Shen Jia said happily. And maybe buy some clothes too. What clothes? We have no money, old lady replied irritably. Shen Jia looked upset. She thought about how her family had given her good things all along, but now they only showed respect to the old lady. She had received nothing. All the family's money was now in the old lady's hands. She had already handed over her own money. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became.
Why?
My mother gave me 10 taels of silver, but I gave it all to Grandma. She said she would keep it for me until I reached the southern wilderness, and I could use it then. Now I want to use it. Why can't I? She was tired of days without enough food or proper clothes. Give me back my 10 taels of silver, Shenjia demanded, furious and embarrassed. She didn't care about offending the old lady. Old Lady Yi sneered coldly and raised her cane to hit her. You ungrateful girl. Jinx. Your Shin family has no good people. You're all just troublemakers. She chased after Shenjia, hitting her. And you dare to say that if it weren't for you, our sick hen wouldn't have died. The 10 taels you got are long gone, and now you want more money. Someone come and tie her up. No food for her for 3 days. Shenjia was shocked by how cruel the old lady was. She hadn't expected this. Shenjia was furious. Shen's mother quickly held her back. Jia, stop causing trouble. Although her son had died, she still harbored resentment. But Shenjia was her niece. The old lady called Shen family troublemakers, and she even insulted Shenjia. Shen's mother cursed her silently. Mother, Jia just wants to dress nicely. When she goes to the fabric shop, she won't be looked down upon. If we dress like this, no one will sell us good fabric. Old Lady Yi ignored her.
Humph.
Mu Mianyan and the others, they wear rags but still manage to buy good cloth. It just shows you all are useless. Don't think about spending even a penny. If you don't earn money in the future, you won't have any food. Shen's family members, Zhou and others, looked worried and glanced at their men. But they didn't speak because they knew they couldn't go out to earn money. Reading books and working hard in official circles are not things they can do. Earning money is also not suitable for them. Shenjia instantly felt hopeless and cried while hugging the Shin family. She deeply regretted marrying into the Yi family. The next day, they set out. The Zhong family and other clans all had horses, and they even bought an extra carriage, which made everyone feel much easier. However, some people had objections. For example, The Zhong family had a second and third branch, but they had nothing. Seeing the main branch's life getting better day by day, they felt resentful. "Big brother, can you give me a carriage?" the second and third masters of the Zhong family came to ask. The eldest Zhong master happily agreed. "Yes, but you will have to find ways to earn money yourself later, because the money for the horses and carriage was borrowed from the young princess, and it needs to be repaid. She previously shared rice with us, and our family still has some land to share, so we can all eat and use it without problems. But we must not be ungrateful like others." The second and third Zhong masters were stunned, then quickly nodded. "We understand and will listen to Big Brother." Right now, the Zhong family had no division of property, and there was no matriarch. The eldest Zhong master was the head of the family, and no one dared to oppose him. "Then work harder, and also have your wives who can do embroidery help Xiao and the others with embroidery. The fabric was provided by the young princess, and we only earn a little from manual work. Although the income is small, it's better than nothing. We should try to earn money on this journey, or it will be very difficult once we reach the southern wilderness." The eldest Zhong master sighed heavily, his face serious as he looked at his two brothers. "If you think I am burdening you, you can also ask to split from the family, like the second and third branches of the Yi family. I will give you half of these things." The second and third Zhong masters hurriedly shook their heads. "We won't split up. We want to stay with Big Brother and work together." They weren't fools like the second Yi family branch. If they split, they would gain nothing. Now, they could only follow the main family. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. That's good. No need to say more. Usually, don't get too close to the second Yi family branch. They're not good people. The carriage is for women and children. The grown men walk, the eldest Zhong master ordered. The Wu and Zhao families were both single households, so it was fine. There were no big conflicts. Chun Liang and Yi Siming were similar, both relatively weak, without fathers, and had to stick together even more. "Little princess, why don't you buy horses?" Mu Mian sat by the cart, tending to the ox. "I think the ox I bought is pretty good. It's not slower than your horses." Zhong Dingming, Zhao Feng, Chen Liang, and Wu Lei were pulling the carriage, watching her ox. They all looked at each other and agreed. It's true, this little ox is impressive. Still, the little princess has good taste. She chose a divine ox, Zhao Feng said with a smile. After traveling all day, they stopped to rest. They paused in the mountains near the river. Dr. Mu, an old soldier, says he has a stomach ache. "Please come quickly." A young soldier hurried over while Mu Mian was preparing to cook with Wang Xiao and others. "All right, I'll go check," Old Lady Zhong said. "You go ahead and busy yourself. We'll cook together and eat together so you don't have to do anything." "Thank you, Grandma Zhong." Most young women didn't know how to cook, only Mu Mian did. Wang Xiao and the others couldn't cook. They could only help out. Luckily, Grandma Zhong was a great cook and Grandma Chen was good too. Grandma Wu and Grandma Zhao were a bit behind but kept trying to learn. They didn't let their daughters-in-law help, letting them rest instead. "You're tired from embroidery. You don't need to do chores. We'll handle everything." Mu Mian carried a bamboo basket and saw an old soldier lying on the grass, pale-faced, with white lips, weak and clutching his waist, groaning in pain. "Come quickly and see how Uncle Yu is," Lu Tao said worriedly, very concerned about the soldier. Thanks to the soldier's guidance along the way, Lu Tao, a beginner, didn't get lost in the wilderness. Mu Mian checked him, examining his nose, eyes, mouth, and tongue, then touched his waist. "Does it hurt here?" "Yes. It hurts so much I can't stand it." "Dr. Mu, please help me." Uncle Yu sweat coldly on his forehead, looking weak. "Get up first." Mu Mian helped him up and pressed on his tailbone. "Does it hurt here?" "Not much. Just my waist." "Here," he pointed to the area he was clutching. Mu Mian said, "That's the kidney area. Based on what I see, it might be a kidney stone." "Kidney stone? What kind of disease is that?" "Will I die?" Uncle Yu's face turned pale, feeling like he had a terminal illness. Lu Tao hadn't heard of this before and quickly asked Mu Mian, "Is there any hope?" "Natural remedies do exist. This is not an incurable disease. With medication, it can be treated. Currently, there is no way to determine how large the growth inside him is. I will go gather herbs, take medicine on time, and help eliminate the problem. It probably isn't very serious. Uncle Yu is in terrible pain. Can you give me some pain relief first? There's no way to stop the pain. It's like the pain of childbirth. Only patience can help. If nothing else, drink more water. Lu Tao quickly has someone bring a water bag. Uncle Yu, please bear with it. We're going to gather herbs soon. Once you take the medicine, the pain will go away. Thank you, young master. Uncle Yu is weak and exhausted. He lowers his head and drinks a large amount of water. Dr. Mu, can this be pulled out? Mu Mianmian checks his pulse. Yes, it's possible. It's not a big problem. Don't worry. I'm going to gather herbs now. Lu Tao says, I'll go with you. Then find others to come along. She is always trying to seize opportunities, catch prey, and then sell it, right? Lu Tao understands her goal. He doesn't want them to keep doing this, but right now, only she can save Uncle Yu. If there's a chance to stop and catch prey, they can make cured meats and spicy shredded pork, which can bring in money. Little princess, we'll come with you to gather herbs. Aunt Zhong, Wang Xiuxiu, and other women carry bamboo baskets and follow along. If they can't catch prey, they can dig wild vegetables or pick herbs, both ways to earn money. Having tasted the benefits of earning money in Fengqing County, everyone is especially motivated. Mu Mianmian is naturally happy about this. With them earning money, her supplies can be used, and the silver she has earned is now clean and legitimate, so no one will suspect anything. She realizes that the resources in her space are not infinitely reusable. They need to form an ecological chain. They must take out resources, use them up, then replenish, to be self-sufficient. Additionally, the water in her space helps nourish plants and animals, improving their spirits, meat quality, blood, and medicinal effects. For humans, it's not as significant, but for wild boar meat fed with herbs and water in her space, the taste is better than ordinary pork and more delicious. Animals like wild boars need her to bring them inside, feed them, and breed them. When they reach a certain size, she must take them out to be used. If she doesn't use them, her space will stop working. She needs to add resources and use some to keep everything balanced. This way, she can create a healthy ecosystem. The items she moves inside don't affect her much, but if the space can't run properly, she can't use it. So, she must keep using and adding resources. There should be a balance of taking out and bringing in. Thinking that working together to become rich is the best plan, Mu Mian smiled and said, Yes. Let's start by collecting herbs. They gathered herbs like trifoliate, atractylodes, and red peony to help with blood flow and energy. They also collected oxney, angelica, and other herbs to relieve pain and improve circulation. Other herbs like bitter orange, magnolia bark, and plantain help move blood and activate energy. They gathered pangolin scales, soapberry thorns, frankincense, and myrrh to help with blood flow and remove blood stasis. Peach kernels, green peel, and other herbs help with blood and urination. By mixing these herbs in proper amounts, they can make medicine to treat urinary stones and kidney stones. This medicine is called stone-expelling soup. However, in the rocky forest, it's impossible to find all these herbs naturally. She can only secretly take some from her space. Mu Mian moved some herbs from her space, pretending to look nearby, and found a plant called plantain. She pulled it out and showed everyone. This is good medicine for Uncle Yu. It's called plantain seed. You can find similar ones and pick the whole plant with stems and leaves. Lu Tao quickly came over and took it. Give it to me. We'll go find more. Do we need any other herbs? Mu Mian asked. She ignored him and walked a few steps, then found another herb. Yes, we also need this, called money grass. All right, give me all of them, Lu Tao said, taking the sample and organizing some soldiers to go find herbs. Wang Xiuxiu asked, Little princess, can we make money from these herbs? Yes, after drying and trimming them, we can sell them at the herbal shop. Different herbs have different prices, so we can make money. Hearing this, Wang Xiuxiu's knowledge expanded quickly. She never thought they could earn money from everything. When they were kept in the palace, she had a very narrow view. Now, she was full of energy. Then let's hurry and find more herbs. But Lu Tao already took all the samples, Suan said. Ningxia smiled and said, No worries. We can follow the little princess and find more herbs. Yes, yes, we are sure following the young princess is the right choice. Today, many people came, including women from the second and third branches of the Zhong family. They used to refuse to come before. Seeing Wang Xiuxiu earn money, they all wanted to earn money too, so they followed along. However, they are quite delicate. After walking only a few steps, they couldn't go further and had to sit on the grass to rest. Old Lady Zhong looked uncomfortable and shouted loudly, "Hurry up. If you can't keep up, go back quickly. If you fall behind, we won't be able to find you. Don't cause trouble for us." Mrs. Zhong from the second branch was immediately displeased. "Big sister-in-law, do you think we are a burden? Since you're so delicate and can't work, then ask second brother or third brother to come." Old Lady Zhong is different from her two sisters-in-law. They are all from noble families, used to luxury, and can't stand hardship. Old Lady Zhong is different. She was born a military woman. When she was young, her family was poor, and she worked in the fields. Now her family isn't very well off either. She really can't stand her two younger sisters-in-law's pretentious behavior. If old Master Zhong hadn't told her to bring them along, she wouldn't bother. "Fine, then you rest by yourselves. We're moving forward." Because they were afraid of encountering wild animals in the woods, they didn't dare to delay. They quickly got up and followed. "Big sister-in-law, wait for us." Mu Mianmian, Wang Xiuxiu, Su Wan, and Li Ningxiao were already climbing a hillside. She looked back and asked, "Are you tired?" Wang Xiuxiu, Su Wan, and Li Ningxiao were also delicate women. Carrying bamboo baskets, they were panting heavily, sweating all over. Not as relaxed as Mu Mianmian, who was not red-faced or out of breath. "I'm not tired." In fact, they were very tired, with sore legs. They were afraid to say they were tired, because they might stop to rest and delay their herb-picking time. Mu Mianmian glanced at Lu Tao and others, who were searching for plant and herbs on the mountain not far away. She didn't want to take out anything near them. She wanted to cross this hill so that when she took out her things, Wang Xiuxiu and the others could pick the herbs themselves.
No one would compete with them.
Lu Tao was a local bully. If he found out, he would definitely come over to snatch. "Hold on a little longer. Once we get over this hill, it'll be better. I found good things downhill," Mu Mianmian whispered to them. Hearing this, their eyes lit up instantly. They didn't feel tired anymore, full of energy, and kept climbing uphill. "Then let's go quickly. Let's start picking. Otherwise, there would be nothing left and the soldiers would fight with them for it." Mu Mianmian smiled gently and pulled them aside. "Look, there are more fruits down there. They smell pretty good." Wang Xiuxiu was the first to go up and looked excitedly down the mount. But she didn't shout. Her expression was funny and cute. She gestured energetically to Aunt Zhong and the others. It's unclear if Aunt Zhong and the others understood her signals. Seeing her daughter-in-law so excited, she quickly wanted to go see for herself. "Hurry up, Xiuxiu, and the others must have found something good." And Zhong ran over quickly. "There are many mushrooms and the cherry tomatoes we ate last time, and some herbs. Little princess, what kind of flower is this? It's so beautiful and fragrant. Can it be sold?" Looking at the roses they picked, Mu Mianmian smiled and explained, "This is a rose. You probably can't find it elsewhere. The flowers smell nice. You can make rose jam, use it for baths to improve skin, eat it for beauty, brew tea, or make sachets. Pick them, dry them, and sell them to me for processing." Without needing more words, everyone immediately started picking eagerly. Seeing the vast sea of roses, their eyes lit up like they had found gold.
"Ah!"
"Thorns." Mu Mianmian came over and pinched Wang Xiuxiu's finger. "Be careful. Roses have thorns. No need to rush. We can come back tomorrow if we don't finish today." And Zhong asked while picking, "Will Lu Tao stay until tomorrow? Uncle, you won't recover that quickly." "He'll stay a few days." Mu Mianmian blinked, planning to find a way to delay time. After understanding, Aunt Zhong smiled. "That's good. We'll come pick some tonight too." She called everyone at home to join. This place was a canyon with a stone spring waterfall inside. There was no road, but the scenery was beautiful. Mu Mianmian wanted to soak in a bath. "We'll come to soak tonight. Then let your husband and the others guard the place." Wang Xiuxiu also wanted to soak. They went to another hill to hunt. I don't know if they caught anything. Mu Mianmian climbed a tree to look around.
"Oh."
Be careful, little princess, don't fall. Wu Damao saw her climbing and jumping like a monkey, feeling worried, and her eyelids twitched. Right now, it seemed Mu Mianmian was their lucky star. I don't want her to have any accidents, so I instinctively want to protect her. Mu Mianmian climbed a large mountain peach tree. She picked a pink, soft peach and took a bite. It's okay, I won't fall. There are mountain peaches here. I'll pick them. You all catch them below. Hearing this, Aunt Wu immediately came over. Good. Be careful. While picking peaches, Mu Mianmian glanced at the men across from her. They're catching a wild boar. Really? That's great. We can make spicy pork and sell it later, Aunt Wu said, holding a basket full of peaches and smiling happily. Mu Mianmian, where did you run off to? At this moment, Lu Tao's impatient voice sounded, seeming quite anxious. Soldiers are coming. Aunt Wu and the others immediately looked alarmed, worried these good things might be discovered. Don't panic. I'll go see what's happening. These flowers and plants, Lu Tao doesn't care for them. Mu Mianmian jumped down from the tree to comfort them. You keep picking, I'll handle him. Aunt Wu put the basket of peaches into a bamboo basket and said, All right, let's continue. Pick quickly. Mu Mianmian climbed up the hillside and saw Lu Tao. General Lu, is there something you need? We found mountain peaches and some mushrooms while picking. Lu Tao looked down, dismissing the flowers and plants. He took a peach from her and took a bite. Don't run around. There are wild wolves nearby. He searched for a long time but couldn't find the plantain or money grass. Turning around, he saw she was gone and hurriedly looked for her. No, we didn't run around, Mu Mianmian said. Lu Tao glanced at the women picking flowers. Why is she picking flowers? Can these flowers be eaten? Yes. Lu Tao's eyes twitched. He couldn't understand. People who once stood at the top now had to eat flowers and grass. How pitiful. But in these times of disaster, even tree bark is hard to find, so eating a few flowers isn't a big deal. Can we pick the flowers and go back? Seeing the women seem to be begging him, Lu Tao's scar on his face twitched. Her voice was naturally soft and gentle. Whether angry or calm, her speaking voice was always this gentle tone. Lu Tao always felt excited when listening, lifting his eyelids to look at her fair and delicate face. He gently pressed his tongue against his teeth and said, Zhong Ding Ming, and the others caught a wild boar. Besides giving us 1/3 of it, I also want a few bottles of chopped chili pork. This means it's impossible to get free favors. This man looks difficult to talk to, and in fact, he won't help for nothing. But Mu Mianmian thinks this is better. If there's no hidden purpose, people might worry. Mu Mianmian also doesn't like to lose out. She said, I will make 3 bottles of chopped chili pork for you, and I'll also prepare a piece of fried pork skin for you. You can stay here for 3 days. How about that? Seeing her bargaining, Lu Tao couldn't help but smile. Your chopped chili pork is quite expensive. It doesn't seem worth it. She thought about 1 bottle a day, but look at her small jar, about the size of a palm. After 1 meal, it's all gone.
Mu Mianmian snorted softly.
Isn't there an extra piece of meat? Besides, making spicy chili pork requires picking mountain peppers. Without the ingredients, I can't make it. Lu Tao. And what about Uncle Yu's illness? Are you not taking care of him? Don't forget, you promised to be his traveling doctor. You need to be responsible. You can't just care about others and ignore my matters. Lu Tao felt uncomfortable. She always cared for others. Doesn't she care about him at all? I didn't say I wouldn't take care of him. I was just about to tell you. Uncle Yu's health isn't good right now. It takes time to cure this illness, and he can't travel. He needs to fully pass the kidney stones before he can move around. Lu Tao frowned slightly. What exactly is this kidney stone disease? Is it that serious? I told him to take the car, not walk. Isn't that okay? Mu Mianmian explained. In simple terms, it's kidney colic, which causes sudden, severe pain in the lower back or side abdomen. The ureters, perineum, and inner thighs may also experience varying degrees of pain, and sometimes there's blood in the urine. This is now recognized as kidney stone disease, which includes ureteral stones, bladder stones, and urethral stones. Go back and ask Uncle Yu if there's blood in his urine now. Finally, she added, I'm not a specialist doctor, just making a preliminary judgment. After taking these medicines, I can't guarantee he'll get better. If you don't believe me, we can set out now. If something happens later, don't blame me for being unprofessional. After all, I'm not a doctor, just familiar with some herbs. Mu Mianmian never forgot that she must hide her medical skills. She always reminded herself that she was not a doctor. When she heard about blood in the urine, Lu Tao's face turned very grim. He didn't doubt her. He didn't understand kidney stones or the ureter, so he thought she was making things up. He figured that since there was blood in the urine, it must be serious. He quickly sent someone to ask Uncle Yu. Sure enough, the servant returned and reported, "Sir, Uncle Yu drank a lot of water but couldn't urinate. Now he is in terrible pain. Not just his waist hurts, the area where he urinates also hurts," the servant added. Lu Tao looked at Mu Mianmian and suddenly gave the servant a sharp slap. "Can you speak properly? How can you say such rude things?" Didn't he see the delicate woman beside him? What if she feels embarrassed? The servant covered his head, looking innocent. "That's what Uncle Yu said." "Humph, enough. Go stand aside." Lu Tao was so annoyed he thought he might never find a wife. Then he turned to Mu Mianmian and asked, "How many days will it take?" Mu Mianmian stroked her chin, pretending to be a barefoot doctor. "Since there is blood in the urine now, I estimate it will take about 7 or 8 days. But this is just a rough guess. The exact time depends on his treatment. I can't guarantee anything." Lu Tao's face changed slightly. They had just left Fengqing County and hadn't gone far. He wished he had waited a few more days in Fengqing County. Then, he wouldn't have to camp outdoors in the wind and rain. It would take a day to go back, which wasn't far, but Lu Tao didn't want to waste time. He decided to set up camp here and stay for 7 or 8 days until Uncle Yu recovered before continuing. "Come with me to pick herbs," Lu Tao said. Mu Mianmian looked back at Wang Xiuxiu and the others. "Okay, I'll go with you." Just then, Zhong Dingming, Zhao Feng, and Wu Lei, carrying a wild boar, came back happily. "We caught a big wild boar." Mu Mianmian already knew that the wild boar was released by her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught it. She remained calm and said, "Good. You all go help in the canyon first. I'll go with Commander Lu to pick herbs. Xiu and the others will stay here for safety." Hearing this, they nodded quickly. Zhao Feng said, "All right, we'll stay here." Yun, Wu Lei, you two stay with the princess. They were afraid Lu Tao might bully her. They all kept a low profile and arranged for people to protect Mu Mianmian. Lu Tao muttered unhappily, saying, "What do you mean? Mu Mianmian isn't your woman. Why are you so nervous about her? Are they all trying to compete for her?" "We're worried because you're all unsafe. It's deep in the mountains and we might encounter wild animals," Zhao Feng explained. "Night King is not here because his leg is injured. He told us to protect the young princess," Zhao Feng added. Chun Liang's face changed slightly. He thought Zhao Feng was too straightforward. Was he really saying that? By saying that, he was basically telling Lu Tao that they all belong to the Night Division, right? The Night Division has indeed stopped caring for Mu Mianmian, but they can't openly say that. "Our main concern is that something might happen to the young princess. She's our lucky star," Chun Liang quickly corrected, trying to distance themselves from the Night Division. Zhao Feng seemed to realize this and stopped talking. They are not part of the Night Division. Now they are walking on thin ice. The court is always watching their every move. If they get too close to the Night King, they might be seen as accomplices. Actually, they just want to stay alive. Mu Mianmian brings them good luck, so they secretly think of her as a lucky star. They like her very much, but there's no other meaning, just that she is a kind person. Zhao Feng doesn't understand all this complicated stuff because he and Zhong Dingming are martial artists and don't read much. Unlike scholars, who are more scheming and deep, Lu Tao couldn't be bothered with them and didn't want to follow her. "I'll take a few people with me. Do you think I'm so weak? Do you think I can't protect a woman?" Zhao Feng and the others felt anxious, but didn't know what to do. They didn't want people to follow because they thought it was just bullying. Taking someone into the deep mountains and forests, what are they planning? Could Mu Mianmian resist? They knew Lu Tao was just interested in her beauty. "It's okay. We'll stay nearby and not go too far," Mu Mianmian said, seeing them carry the wild boar with worried faces. She understood they cared about her. She felt quite happy. "Be careful. If anything happens, just shout, Zhong Dingming said seriously. We'll watch from the hilltop. That was a good spot.
Mu Mianman nodded.
Yes, okay. Any more fuss and I'll spank you all. Lu Tao was in a bad mood and started angrily waving his whip. Let's go. Mu Mianmian turned around and looked at him. Only then did Lu Tao quietly pick up his whip, and the two of them headed into the deep mountain forest. He couldn't help but ask, that day when you took the medicine, did Yi Siming do anything to you? Mu Mianmian looked cold, but her ears were slightly red. It was better not to mention it, but once she did, her mind would be filled with the scene from that day. What does General Lu want to say? Could he be suspecting that Yi Siming's leg has healed and is deliberately testing her? That was really sneaky. Mu Mianmian's eyes darkened, and she immediately became cautious. If he found out that Yi Siming's leg was better, who knew what he might do to him? Lu Tao just wanted to know if she had been bullied. You and Yi Siming haven't had a formal wedding, and the Mu family has cut ties with you. So, there's no need for you to marry Mu Jiao Jiao. I mean, you can leave him completely. Her clear eyes made Lu Tao blush instinctively. He was so obvious that she should be able to understand. Mu Mianmian frowned slightly. I've already entered the Yi family, wearing my wedding dress. The wedding can be postponed. When we reach the southern wilderness, we can have a proper wedding. Aren't the ancient people very particular about reputation? If she left the Yi family alone, the Mu family wouldn't want her back. If it weren't for her time traveling, the original owner might have lived a much sadder life. The problem was, neither of them knew her true identity. Living in the capital would make her more likely to be exposed and targeted. Lu Tao's heart instantly turned cold. So, she liked Yi Siming and was willing to follow him? That damn Yi Siming really got lucky. He became disabled, had nothing left, and yet still met a beautiful and capable woman willing to follow him. Lu Tao couldn't help feeling jealous. Among the noble ladies in the capital, each was more hypocritical than the last, but it wasn't only Mu Jiao Jiao. Women like Mu Mianmian were truly rare.
Why?
What can Yi Siming give you? He's a traitor, Mu Mianmian sneered. Whether he's a traitor or not, you all know in your hearts. In her past life as a military doctor, she understood soldiers very well. Yi Siming joined the battlefield at 15, aiming to protect his family, his country, and the world. The only thing I can say is that the Li family of Dawei must have a problem with their brains to think he would threaten the empire's stability. He should be eliminated. Lu Tao's face changed slightly, and he said nothing. The person who caused Yi Siming's current state is primarily the Lu family. They only did this to take control of his military power. And Yi Siming is unaware of the situation. He was once approached with promises of benefits, but he refused to support the crown prince, which angered the consort in the palace, leading to the current scheme against him. I can't really comment on this matter. I'm just curious. Why are you following him? Is he trying to ask a tricky question?
Yi Siming promised her benefits.
Mu Mianmian frowned slightly. I just admire him as a great general who defends the country. Both Yi Fu and Yi Siming have paid a high price to protect Dawei and its people. Yi Siming's father is still alive, but the Dawei emperor is so ungrateful. He betrayed and abandoned him. Do you think there's a future for someone following such an emperor? Maybe Yi Siming's fate will be the same as yours, the Lu family. Don't forget, the ruler is like a fisherman and you are the fish. The Lu family is just a pawn in the hands of the Dawei emperor. He uses the Yi family, squeezes them dry, then kicks them aside, using Lu family to suppress the Yi family. One day, the Lu family might rise to the same heights Yi Siming once reached. And then, the Dawei emperor won't continue to betray and kill his own people. He won't fear the Lu family anymore. Lu Tao's expression changed slightly. You can't say such things. He understands the truth, but they have no choice. He dares not speak such rebellious words. I'm just answering your question. The reason I follow Yi Siming is because I respect soldiers and their dedication, and I can't go back to the Mu family. If I don't follow him to the southern wilderness to find a way out, what good future do I have staying in the capital? That's true. She's a weak woman, but so capable. If she hadn't been pretending to be weak all these years, she might have been exploited by the Mu family long ago. Lu Tao thought she was just clever and hiding her strength, not knowing she was from another time. based on her background, her actions make sense. His response was very satisfying. Lu Tao nodded and smiled. So, you don't like Yi Siming. Who she likes has nothing to do with him. Mu Mianmian couldn't understand him and didn't want to say much. Yes, hurry up and pick the herbs. Otherwise, it will be dark. Okay. Lu Tao's mood instantly improved. Mu Mianmian was too lazy to pay him any attention. She carried a bamboo basket and quickly entered the forest to pick herbs. Lu Tao followed nearby to help. They found many good things. When she discovered resources, she quietly stored them in her space. Did she really say that? Yi Siming used a convenient excuse to approach the hidden bushes. She had been secretly following Mu Mianmian all along. He returned to report everything she said to Lu Tao. Yes, the princess said she doesn't like the prince, but she still has some respect for you. She didn't expect that Mu Mianmian was following the prince because of this, not because she liked the master. Looking at Yi Siming's face, which was not very good, he didn't dare to speak further. Before evening, everyone returned to the main camp. Lu Tao arranged tents, but only soldiers could stay there. Should we set up a tent too? Mu Mianmian, carrying her bamboo basket, saw the tents and wanted to make one herself. They couldn't keep squeezing into the carriage all the time. Yi Siming sat in a wheelchair, looking at the tents, and said, "We don't have tents." Mu Mianmian put down her bamboo basket. "We can make one ourselves." "With what? How?" Yi Siming looked at her with surprise. Was this woman too capable? She could make anything. Mu Mianmian took a sip of water, then took out a peach, washed it, and handed it to him. The tents they use are mainly made of cloth curtains, coated with tung oil or grease on the surface, like oil umbrellas. Now, we can't get tung oil, and there aren't many cloth curtains. Yi Siming realized that she was quite knowledgeable for a girl. He took the peach from her, didn't eat it, but held it in his hand. He looked at the tents and said, "These are military supplies, usually restricted in use. They are only for the army and are usually official items." Mu Mianmian smiled. In the southwest, there are many bamboo forests. Bamboo is everywhere. We can use bamboo to make bamboo strips for tents. We can prepare bamboo strips in advance and connect them with ropes or vines when setting up camp. There are also many vines nearby, which can be used too. According to her previous life, she had traveled to an ancient primitive farming era. She knew about farming, firemaking, and other skills, but in her previous life, such survival skills were no longer needed. Now is the best time to live. With just your hands and intelligence, you can survive and become wealthy. Mu Mianmian really enjoys this kind of life. Have you eaten yet? Yi Siming looked at the nearby forest with trees and bamboo. Hearing her, he felt it wasn't too hard.
Not yet.
My mother and they said they're waiting for you to come back and eat together. I've prepared the food. Mu Mianmian was surprised. What kind of food did you make? Yi Siming looked a bit embarrassed. I just roasted 5 roast chickens. The chickens were wrapped in yellow mud, with a layer of banana leaves inside, then covered with mud and roasted over charcoal. He only knew how to roast meat. When he was in the army, the food was quite simple. It's not as good as yours. Yi Xian smiled. The mountain chickens were caught by my brother. With a stone throw, the mountain chickens can't run far. They fall to the ground, and I go to pick them up, Ah Jin said happily, walking over with short legs. Ah Yi is so amazing, Mama clapped happily. Tonight's dinner was roast chicken and some mountain peaches and other fruits. Mu Mianmian took a bite and said, "It tastes pretty good." She prepared a spice packet and put it in a jar in the cart. Seeing her do it, Yi Siming also took a little. Overall, the food was quite good. Go to sleep first. I'll go cut bamboo to make a vine bed, Mu Mianmian said after eating, planning to start working. I'll help you, Yi Siming said. Yi Xian saw her brother finally understand and felt happy. He took his mother and brother aside to pack things and then started embroidery, not disturbing them. Mu Mianmian took a machete. Okay, the two went to a nearby bamboo forest. They handled the wild boar and the others themselves, then divided the meat. Aunt Zhong and the others finished dinner and came over. Little princess, the pork is marinating. Are you going to pick roses in the valley now? The roses were picked and left to dry. They spread clothes on the ground to dry, then stored them for later use. They had originally planned to take a bath. Mu Mianmian said, I want to make a tent because we will stay for several days. Make a tent. Wang Xiuxiu's eyes lit up with surprise. How do we do it? Mother, let's follow the young princess first to set up the camp, and tomorrow we can go pick flowers. Anyway, Lu Tao said we should wait until Uncle Yu recovers before setting out. Just now, Uncle Yu took medicine and was still groaning, so he probably won't recover that quickly. Every day, they sleep outdoors and eat simple meals. She feels very tired, and there is no private space at all. If they could make a camp, they could use it in other places later. Madame Zhong thought this made sense. Then call everyone over to help. Young princess, since you're here to help us, can you guide us on how to do it? More people mean more strength, and more hands make lighter work. Mu Mianmian wants to finish quickly, so she naturally agrees.
Yes.
Come over, I'll teach you how to do it. Why are they chopping bamboo and working so late at night? Lu Tao, after finishing his meal, went out for a walk. Seeing Mu Mianmian and others busy chopping bamboo, he couldn't help asking. Xiao Zhang said, Boss, Dr. Mu said we need to make a camp using bamboo. It's probably to build a bamboo hut, guessed a little soldier. Lu Tao stroked his chin. She really acts on impulse. She won't stay long. What's the point of her sitting in a bamboo hut? It would be better if she came to ask him. He could give her some cloth curtains, and they'd have a proper camp. But this woman was proud and stubborn, refusing to come to him. Boss, I think they're not making a bamboo hut. They're weaving something. Look, they've brought back lots of vine tendrils. This forest was surrounded by mountains, quite different from the toxic forest they passed through before. Here, everywhere was bamboo, tall straight trees, and mountain vines. The terrain was flat and perfect. With many people, they worked quickly. Soon, they wove many bamboo mats. These mats looked similar to their curtains, and when assembled, they could really be used as tents. The Zhong family, Zhao family, Wu family, and Qin family didn't understand any of this. Their ancestors were wealthy and used to having everything handed to them: clothes, food, and comfort. How could ordinary villagers know these basic survival skills? But Mu Mianmian seemed to understand everything. She led a few women, cutting bamboo into specific sizes and making thin bamboo strips. Without Mu Mianmian, this group probably would have starved long ago. Mu Mianmian demonstrated to them, showing her skill. She carefully peeled the bamboo into thin, soft strips, similar to weaving baskets. These strips are called bamboo splints and can be used to make baskets, fences, and many other things. Wang Xiuxiu asked, Can these things be sold for money? Yes, if you're skillful. You can weave small animals like rabbits and sell them. Right now, we are making these into shapes like cloth curtains, which can be used as tent tops or enclosures. Bamboo is very strong and won't break easily. While it still has some moisture, we shape it well. Once done, we can dry it with fire to make it soft and keep its shape. Our usual sleeping mats are also made from these bamboo splints. She quickly wove a bamboo net. Vines can also be used for weaving, but they need to be soaked until soft. Mattresses made from woven vines are soft, so we can use vines to make beds for sleeping on the ground. It looks quite simple, and everyone wants to sleep comfortably, so they work very hard. Yi Siming sat beside her, quietly watching her learn. He was helping her peel vine and bamboo strips. The men learned to peel bamboo, while the women learned weaving from Mu Mianmian. Suddenly, from the fire area, the sound of children crying came.
Ah!
My flowers! Yi Siqing, what are you doing? At this moment, a child's crying drew attention. Junjun, what's wrong? Wang Xiuxiu hurried over when she heard her son's crying. She saw Zhongjun being pushed to the ground by Yi Siqing, the mischievous boy. Junjun was crying with tears in his eyes, very sad. Mom, Yi Siqing stepped on our flowers. Several other children of similar age also pointed fingers at Yi Siqing, accusing him. Auntie, Yi Siqing is so mean. He stepped on our flowers. Junjun said the flowers can be sold for money. He was born and then he stepped on our flowers, a little granddaughter from the Zhong family said angrily. Two younger brothers from the Qin family, about 7 or 8 years old, were also very angry. When adults were busy, they couldn't sleep and took care of the flowers and mushrooms they had picked. Stinky kid, how dare you hit my son? I'll teach you a lesson, Zhong Dingming said angrily, glaring at Yi Siqing. Yi Siqing was so scared he sat down on the ground and cried loudly. I didn't do it. They and Yi Siqing teamed up to bully me. Boo-hoo, Zhou's family gathered around, embroidering. When they heard their sons crying, they hurriedly rushed over. Zhou family, don't be too overbearing. Mrs. Zhou and the entire Yi family came over. Mrs. Zhou hugged her son and scolded loudly. Zhou Jun hid in his mother's arms, afraid, and said, Mom, we didn't bully him. Seeing that the Zhou family was many and strong, Mrs. Zhou felt nervous and became angry. She grabbed little Ah Jin and scolded. It's not you? Then it must be Ah Jin. Ah Jin, how can you bully your brother like this? Just wait, I will hit you. Ah Jin, with his short legs, hurriedly dodged and ran to Mu Mian, hugging her leg. Sister-in-law, fourth brother called me a little troublemaker first, and then he stepped on our flowers. He's bad. Children from the Chen, Zhong, Zhao, and Wu families immediately said, Yes, Yi Siqing is bad. He scolded first, hit Ah Jin, and when brother Jun tried to stop him, he pushed Jun, and he stepped on our flowers. Yi Siqing's cheeks turned red, and he angrily said, I didn't do it. You all refused to play with me first. Who wants to play with you? You're so mean. Wu Lei's daughter, a little over 5 years old, named Wu Xiaoya, pouted and said, Exactly, he's a troublemaker. Other children echoed. Yi Siqing immediately started crying loudly. Mrs. Zhou felt sorry for her son and was about to scold. Shut up. You will regret it later. My Siqing, the fortune teller said he will be very rich and noble in the future, and he will be top scholar. When my son becomes a high official and a key minister in the court, you all won't be able to reach him. Son, let's go. We won't play with these rustic, poor-looking people. Later, you will be a high official. We will go back and let Dad teach you to read. Don't learn from them, who are just good for nothing and only know how to play. After saying that, she pulled her son away. Everyone thought she was crazy. A top scholar? Maybe. That's just dreaming. If Yi Siming can't turn his luck around, relying on the second and third sons of the Yi family, he will never succeed in this life. Wait, you stepped on my flowers. You have to pay for them. Wang Xiuxiu, holding her son, said angrily. Mrs. Zhou turned back and said, It's just a few broken flowers. We'll step on them tomorrow and give them back to you. She was arrogant, and the Zhou family people were furious. It looked like a fight was about to break out. What's all the noise about? Are you itching for a fight? At this moment, the soldiers arrived, cracking their whips loudly. Everyone was scared and quickly dispersed. Stop making noise or I'll beat you all, the soldiers shouted as they left. Everyone hurried back to sit under the trees and pretended to sleep. After the soldiers left to rest, they quietly came back to continue weaving bamboo. They understood each other without speaking, to avoid waking the soldiers and stopping their work. Late at night, unable to hold on anymore, Granny Zhong said, I think it's good enough. Let's do it again tomorrow. Back at the carriage, Yi Siming handed her a towel. Do you want to take a bath? I'll watch over you. During the day, when no one was watching, she secretly went to that valley because she liked it there. But it's very late. Mu Mian was sweaty and covered in bamboo splinters, feeling itchy. Seeing her scratch so much, Yi Siming came over and wiped her neck with a damp towel. It's okay. No one is around at night, so it's safe. Let's go quickly and come back soon, or you won't sleep well. Mu Mian looked tired. But I'm too tired to walk. I'll carry you, he said, lifting her up. Let me walk by myself. Otherwise, it might cause trouble if someone finds out. Mu Mian felt her body lighten and instinctively hooked her arms around his neck. We need to go quietly. The wheelchair has been put away, and bringing it down again would make noise. Don't worry. I've already arranged everything. Someone was watching him from the shadows, and others were distracting those watchers. Tonight, they planned to root out the spies hiding in the dark and eliminate them completely. They knew his leg was healed, so they would definitely act. Yi Siming's eyes shone brightly like daylight. He quickly carried the woman and left the camp. In the woods at night, everything looked strange and colorful. Fireflies sparkled on the grass. There were also owls that never slept, perched on trees, their big eyes watching every movement in the wind. Yi Siming's figure swiftly moved through the grass. Suddenly, there was movement around him. In the dark, they saw this scene and were stunned. They wanted to chase after him to see what was happening. But in doing so, they exposed their hiding spot. Before they could react, someone ambushed them from behind, covering their mouth. They twisted their neck, snap, and died with their eyes wide open. The night was cool, and a group of dark-clad guards with fierce and deadly gazes watched intently. Mu Mianmian hugged the man's neck, looked back quickly, and saw many swift-moving shadows. She understood that he didn't bring her here just for a bath. He was using himself as bait to lure out those people and catch them all at once. There are too many rats. We need to get rid of them, or it will be inconvenient, Yi Siming said softly, glancing down at the woman in his arms. It won't affect your mood for the bath. We're here. As he spoke, he stopped. Light as a swallow, he stepped onto a large rock, looking down at the mountain's spring waterfall. As it fell, his robes fluttered in the breeze. He looked up at the full moon shining brightly, and the water shimmered with sparkling light. Inside is a hot spring, outside is a cold pond. I'll take you inside, Yi Siming said, jumping down from the rock and gently setting her down. He took a few steps forward and then turned back, holding out his hand to her. It's dark at night, so the path isn't easy to walk. Mu Mianmian blinked her clear eyes and placed her hand in his palm. Did the prince come here during the day? His warm hand made her feel very cozy. He had come secretly, and he was the one who discovered the hot spring.
But,
thinking about her conversation with Lu Tao, Yi Siming's expression turned cold and indifferent. He said quietly, No, it was discovered by the secret guards. Here we are. You can wash up. I'll wait outside, he said calmly. Though the night seemed peaceful, it was actually full of hidden dangers. Seeing how alert and serious he looked, Mu Mianmian didn't say much. She quickly took off her clothes and stepped into the pool. This was a natural hot spring pool, not very big, but the water temperature was just right and the depth was perfect. Bathing in it made her feel relaxed and happy. All her fatigue seemed to melt away. It was a wonderful hot spring. When she left, she planned to move it into her space for storage. Yi Siming sat on a stone on the bank, not far away, with his back turned to her. Prince, do you want to soak a bit? The hot spring is quite comfortable. It's also good for your leg, Yi Siming replied. Not now. Tomorrow would be better. There's no time now. Hearing this, Mu Mianmian didn't stay in the water too long. She got out, put on her clothes, and said, All right, I'm done. Let's go back. After bathing, her hair was wet and loose, not tied up. Delicate and slender, her long hair reached her waist. Her face was bright and beautiful, like a lotus emerging from the water. Knight Master Ming turned to look at the woman, his eyes suddenly wide with surprise. His throat moved as he asked, How is your lightness skill? I remember 7 knights said she was very good at lightness skill, as fast as lightning. Mu Mianmian doesn't have any lightness skill. Her body is delicate and soft, not skilled in martial arts, and not trained in fighting. So, she doesn't have martial arts skills. She only crossed over, and as her soul slowly merged, she inherited her past life's strength and a space that can teleport. The space can hold trillions of supplies, and teleportation uses the space to move the body quickly within a certain area. I don't have lightness skill, just some boxing and kicking skills. Strange, did I tell him this before? Why is he asking now? Knight Master Ming was momentarily stunned. He wondered, really? Then 7 knights saw her fly up the mountain quickly using lightness skill. Did he see it wrong? Or does she refuse to admit it? Your Highness, are you doubting me? Mu Mianmian looked a little upset, her eyes shining with water and slightly red. Knight Master Ming felt his heart tighten. He hurriedly said, No, after you explained that day, I stopped doubting you. I thought you had lightness skill. Mu Mianmian's voice was soft and sweet. I don't. Maybe you can teach me? Yes, I will teach you when I have time. Let's go back now. He came over and hugged her. The woman, just after her bath, was warm, soft, and fragrant with a youthful scent. It made his mind feel dizzy, and his heart beat faster. Knight Master Ming held her steadily, feeling the heat from where they touched. His whole body was tense, but he didn't stop. He quickly left the mountain spring. When they returned, the military camp was very quiet. The two quickly got into a carriage. As soon as Knight Masterming got in, he saw a piece of paper in the carriage. He picked it up and looked at it. His face changed slightly. Most of the people have been dealt with, but one got away. I think they will soon suspect something and send someone to test me. Do you have a way to make my legs temporarily lose feeling? Mu Mianmian asked. Yes, I can use silver needles to block your blood vessels, making you temporarily lose sensation. Or I can use medicine either by soaking or oral. Use the medicine. It will be faster, Knight Masterming said.
Mu Mianmian clenched her fists.
Using medicine hurts the body. They might send someone, but not so soon, said Knight Commander Ming Dao. Lu Tao is already suspicious of me. If that person is testing me, it will happen tomorrow. Then use a silver needle to seal the pulse, Mu Mianmian said, relaxing her fist. Trust me, there won't be any problem. Medicine is always a bit toxic. Your body has old injuries and has been poisoned before. It's a miracle you survived, but there are still toxins inside. They need time to be cleared out, and I can't help you detox right now because time is tight. I had planned to help him recover slowly after settling in the southern wilderness. Knight Commander Ming's eyes showed surprise. She could tell about his past poisoning. Does that mean her medical skills are better than Dr. Zhang's? Yes, then give me the pulse seal early tomorrow morning, he said. In that case, I can't move for now.
You
need to be careful. The hidden guards would have to hide then, unable to protect her fully. Okay, Mu Mianmian said, covering his legs with a blanket. The next morning, she used acupuncture to seal his pulse. How do you feel? Mu Mianmian removed the silver needles. Knight Commander Ming's forehead was sweaty. It's fine. No sensation, which is good. Good. Rest first. I'll go make breakfast. Young master, all the hidden guards have been eliminated. They were from the Night King's men. Last night, a guard was badly injured and escaped. He said he saw the Night King stand up. The guard insisted on sharing this news before dying. So, they couldn't confront the Night King directly. The Liu family's main forces, the Crown Prince's men, the palace's monitoring agents, and other prince's spies had all been wiped out. Lu Tao's expression was cold and dark, with a sharp smile on his lips. What do they want me to do now? During the conversation, a man in black suddenly entered. He was dressed in cold black, wearing a silver mask, and his voice was as icy as winter frost. Young Master Liu, I hope you are well. Since leaving the capital, your days have become more and more carefree. The visitor was Cold Light, the commander of the Imperial Secret Service. He didn't participate in last night's fight, only staying in Fengqing County. He followed from a distance, not expecting Knight Commander Ming to act suddenly, nor knowing how many people were behind him. Lu Tao's face changed slightly, then he stood up and forced a polite smile. Commander Lung, what wind blew you here? Please sit down. Serve tea. He moved aside to give him his seat. But Lung Guang did not sit. Instead, he sat on a nearby chair and said straightforwardly, now we need to bring out the person behind him and root him out. He continued, our commander also needs Lu Gongzi to help test whether the Night King can really stand up. If he can, then who healed his leg? We must find out everything. Lu Tao's scarred corner of his eye twitched. Since Commander Lung has come, why don't you try yourself? The person is in the carriage. If he could stand, I think he would have run away already. You're underestimating Yi Siming, Lu Tao said. He controlled over 20,000 night wolves when he was very young. He's not an ordinary person. The Emperor himself doesn't dare to take him lightly. Your loose surveillance is why he had the chance to kill our hidden spies. The man snorted coldly, his tone full of blame, as if he came to scold and question. This intimidation might work on others, but not on Lu Tao, known as the Mad Lu Gongzi. He didn't take the threat seriously. If Commander Lung thinks I'm negligent, then you can lead this southern wilderness trip, he spoke lightly, while Lung Guang followed behind, staying at an inn, enjoying good food and drink. Meanwhile, Lu Tao was exhausted, begging for supplies, money, but getting nothing. He also had to outsmart Yi Siming, fighting with him mentally. Did he want to wear him out?
Bah.
Whoever wants to do it, come on. I'll even take him as my little brother, Lu Tao snorted loudly, louder than him. He sat down, crossed his legs, and looked carefree. His attitude was arrogant and lazy, which annoyed Lung Guang. He said, "The court is in trouble now. It's not just you lacking supplies and pay. Even the officials haven't received their salaries." He hadn't received his either. Because the treasury was empty, and many officials, princes, and princesses' estates had been emptied overnight. No one knew which bandit was so bold. His Majesty sent me not only to watch over the Night King, but also for something more important. I heard you pass through Gaoyin village. Was Gaoyin village also emptied overnight? Lu Tao knew about this, but didn't pay much attention. Who knows, both leaders of Gaoyin village have been captured by me. Since you're here to investigate, go ahead and question them yourself. I am not responsible for this. Cold Light couldn't do anything about him. After all, Lu Tao's older sister is the Empress's lady, a royal relative, so he couldn't defend her easily. Let's first test Yi Siming. Have someone bring him here and personally test him. Lu Tao sat still, signaling someone to bring the person. Prince Yi, the court has sent people to see you. Please come with us. They were having breakfast. Upon hearing this, Yi Siyun, Mei Nyang, and Ajin all felt nervous. The others were also worried but didn't dare to ask directly. Yi Siming sat in a wheelchair, looking calm. Thank you. Xiao Zhang came over to push him to the camp. I'll go, Mu Mianmian said, worried and wanting to follow. Xiao Zhang looked hesitant. Dr. Mu, you'd better not go. The people from the court are very powerful, and they outrank us. If something happens, we can't protect you. Seeing this, it was clear Lu Tao couldn't do much now. Yi Siming said, Don't worry, I will be fine. Lu Tao was right not to let her go. If the other side knew she was a healer, it could be dangerous. Mu Mianmian didn't go. Wang Xiuxiu and others stood nearby, not daring to go into the mountains to pick roses. They also didn't dare to speak to Mu Mianmian rashly. Haha, Mu Mianmian, did you see? These people are fake. When the court officials come, they're all afraid of being involved, so they keep their distance from you. Shen Jia mocked. Sometimes they call you the little princess, and when it's not beneficial, they call you a bad luck charm. Mrs. Shen, Zhou, and Old Lady Yi all sneered. Old Lady Yi sarcastically said, I told you earlier, we are your strong backing. You didn't listen. You spend money on others and ignore us. Now karma has caught up with you. Bah, serves you right. Shut up. And Zhong and others were angry. They grabbed sticks, ready to hit them. Dogmouth can't spit out ivory. Having relatives like you is Yi Wang's misfortune. And Zhong, hot-tempered and unable to bear it, swung her stick at Xinjia and the others. Help! Old woman, don't be too unreasonable. Several women suddenly started fighting with each other. Seeing this, the men from both families quickly stepped in. Inside the tent, Lung Guang and Lu Tao were planning to test the Night King. Suddenly, loud noises came from outside. Boss, those women are fighting. Lu Tao stood up, grabbed a whip, and shouted, Go and stop them quickly. Wait, let's go together, Lung Guang said with a slight squint in his eyes. He then came over and held Yi Siming's wheelchair. Would you mind, Lord Knight? Yi Siming smiled and said, Of course not. Commander Lung, this is just routine. Lung Guang smiled and pushed him out of the tent. What are you all arguing about? Are you feeling bored? Lu Tao shouted as he came out. He then swung his whip randomly at a group of people, not aiming to hit anyone specifically, just swinging wildly. Feeling the pain, everyone immediately scrambled to cover their heads and ran away in all directions. Nobody is allowed to run. Crouch down and stay in groups. If anyone tries to run, I will beat you to death. The small soldiers came over, each more fierce than the last. They whipped the crowd, causing pain and making faces turn pale. No one dared to run anymore. About 70 or 80 people huddled together. Old people, children, and women. They moved carefully, afraid of making any noise, quietly watching the black-clad men appear. Seeing Lu Tao hold back in front of him, it was clear that this person was an envoy sent by the court. Let me tell you, this is Commander Lung, sent by the court to supervise and examine you. If you behave well and show a willingness to change, the commander will record it and report to the court, which could mean no punishment for you. But if you behave badly and associate with traitors and enemies of the state, you will be punished together. Hearing this, everyone was terrified. Commander, I have something to say. Xinjia suddenly stood up. Leng Guang's eyes narrowed slightly. Speak. Seeing that the man was paying attention to her, Xinjia secretly felt happy. She quickly tidied her clothes and hair and said with a smile, I want to report that the Zhao family, Wu family, Zhong family, and Qin family are all very close to the traitor Yi Siming, calling him brother every day. Also, these women are mingling with Yi Siming's wife. They are trying to conspire with him to betray the country. Zhong Dingming and the others looked very upset instantly. Shut up, Lu Tao scolded angrily, his gaze fierce. But Leng Guang remained calm and said, Let her speak. Why not? Wu Lei quickly explained, Commander Leng, don't listen to her nonsense. You don't know, this woman is crazy. She just lost her husband recently and has gone mad with grief. Don't take her words seriously. Others agreed, saying Xinjia was crazy and her words shouldn't be trusted. Xinjia was furious and shouted, You are the real crazy ones. My husband wasn't killed by me, it was Mu Mianmian. She's a bad luck charm. You're all afraid I'll report you, so you're slandering me. Commander, please stand up for me. Seeing the woman rush toward him, Leng Guang looked disgusted and signaled someone to hold her back so she wouldn't get close. However, he took the chance, pretending to be frightened, and deliberately knocked over Yi Siming's wheelchair. Be careful. Mu Mianmian hurried over to help him up. Yi Siming fell to the ground and couldn't stand up. I'm fine. Leng Guang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at his legs, signaling someone to check. While Mu Mianmian was helping him up, a dark guard in black suddenly stepped on Yi Siming's knee and pressed down hard. Mu Mianmian's face turned pale. What are you doing? Yi Siming held her arm. I'm fine. The guard pressed down hard, but Yi Siming didn't react. His leg remained still. He had to show a pained expression, or it would reveal the truth. Sorry, Lord Yi. It was an emergency just now. When you suddenly fell, I thought someone was trying to attack you, so I accidentally stepped on you. Seeing that Yi Siming couldn't stand up no matter what, the guard gritted his teeth and endured the pain, glancing at Leng Guang. Leng Guang signaled him to stop and said with a smile, Hurry up and help Lord Yi to his feet. The guard then hurriedly helped Yi Siming up. Earlier, she said that several noble families were close to the young lady. Could it be that the young lady has a way to get rich quickly? Leng Guang then turned his gaze to Mu Mianmian. Seeing her attractive appearance, he was briefly surprised, but it was just a quick look of astonishment. As a son of the Leng family, a powerful noble family, he had seen many beauties since he was young. Mu Mianmian lowered her head, pretending to be timid and afraid. Leng Guang then asked Xinjia, Tell me, what do they usually do together? Xinjia hurriedly said, Sir, you don't know. This woman is very clever. She usually pretends to be weak and helpless, but in fact, she knows medicine and can identify herbs. Oh? The little princess also knows medicine. Leng Guang's voice grew colder and more fierce. I don't know medicine, only how to identify herbs. We passed through a poisonous forest, and everyone almost got poisoned and died. I happen to know a detoxifying herb, so I led everyone to find herbs and saved us. Because of that, others are grateful and talk to me normally. We also pick herbs to earn food money, which we give to General Liu. If you don't believe me, you can ask General Liu. Lu Tao smiled and thought at this moment she knew how to use him as a shield. Yes, that's true. Since we don't have a military doctor, and among this group, only she can identify herbs, I made her our temporary military medic. Lord Leng should know that recently, the court hasn't provided us with food or salaries. We have a large group, and we need to eat and survive, right? Since the court didn't give supplies or pay, he had to find his own way, which meant squeezing this group. This approach was quite reasonable. Leng Guang couldn't find a problem, only nitpicking. How can she be a military medic? She's a relative of a criminal. I don't have a military medic. If you want, you can apply to assign one to me, Lu Tao said with a smile. I've had a tough journey, unlike the commandant who stays in inns, eats good food, and has people to serve him. Leng Guang snorted softly. I'll arrange for a medic to come, and I will also travel with you. After speaking, he glanced at Yi Siming and turned to enter the camp tent. Everyone sighed in relief, but they all hated Shenjia and glared at her angrily. Shenjia was stunned. Why weren't they torturing Yi Siming and Mu Mianmian? Had they really let them go? Commander, are you really going to let them go like this? Shenjia was unwilling. Why should they be let off so easily? The woman looked dirty, and Leng Guang looked disgusted. Does this commander need you to teach me how to do my job? Shenjia froze under the man's cold gaze, her blood seeming to freeze.
I didn't mean that.
Weren't you here to torment Yi Siming? He's a traitor. Leng Guang immediately scolded. Shut up, he came to test and torment Yi Siming, but his actions were too obvious, which could make people think the emperor is unkind and ungrateful. Because Yi Siming and his father, Yi Xianyi, are considered war gods by the people of Dawei. They have achieved great military success and are well known. Without them, the stability of Dawei's kingdom would be in danger. However, less than a year after the war ended, Yi Siming was branded a traitor. Many common people at the border towns did not believe this. When the news spread, there was an uprising at the border. Originally, the emperor wanted to order the entire family executed, but since most people outside the capital did not believe Yi Siming was a traitor, the uprising occurred and people protested, asking to clear Yi Siming's name. There was no choice but to issue an order to confiscate the family and exile them, while keeping their titles and ranks and announcing that an investigation was ongoing. This calmed the uprising. The current emperor values his reputation highly and does not want the world to think he is a foolish ruler who harms heroes defending the country. But the Yi family's reputation is too high, and the emperor has to be cautious, so he resorted to this plan. Even if he wanted to test Yi Siming, he couldn't torment him to death, nor could officials from the court act openly, and certainly not trusted close aides of the emperor. The second and third branches of the Yi family and others are suitable for this. Shenjia was frightened and sat on the ground. Please spare me, sir. My sister-in-law didn't do it on purpose. She just lost her mind. At this moment, Yi Saif hurried over to pull Shenjia away. Ever since my second brother died, she has become like this, talking nonsense. You are a generous person, so don't take her seriously, Yi Saif said with a flattering smile. Leng Guang looked him up and down. Who are you? I am Ye's third young master, Yi Saif. Greetings, commander. Yi Saif quickly bowed. So you are Ye's third young master. I heard your family and Yuan have separated? Leng Guang glanced at Yi Siming. Yi Siming replied, This is a family matter of mine. It's not your concern, Lord Leng. That's not what I want to ask. The point is, if your family is separated, then other members of the Yi family can be exempt from punishment. I am thinking of the prince. After all, His Majesty has always valued the contributions of the Yi family to the court. The crime isn't too serious. The emperor is merciful and said that trouble should not extend to the family. Others can be spared. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Yi and the others' eyes lit up. They quickly took out their family division contracts. Sir, we have already divided our family. We have no relation to Yi Siming's family. We are not traitors. Does this mean we can return to the capital and not go to the southern wilderness? Families like the Wu and Zhao families did this because they divided early, and their mistakes weren't serious enough to involve the entire clan. Well, about that, Leng Guang deliberately teased, glancing at the second and third branches of the Yi family and their people before saying, Since you didn't divide your family in the capital but did so halfway, you can't avoid punishment now. Originally, you wouldn't have been exiled, but because you didn't divide early, if King Yi had thought about your safety sooner and divided the family earlier, it wouldn't be so hard. Now, there's no choice but to be exiled to the southern wilderness. Hearing this, everyone in the Yi family instantly looked ashen, their hearts filled with despair. Then they began to curse Yi Siming loudly. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't suffer this hardship. You are bad luck, traitors. I spit on you. You've caused us trouble. From now on, you have to give us money to live well, serve us like beasts, or we won't forgive you. Led by Old Lady Yi, the women of the Yi family were furious, blaming all the fault on Yi Siming. They even picked up mud and threw it at him, beat the traitor to death. I hope you learned to be good instead of bad. If you knew you would be exiled, Why didn't you divide the family with us? You just wanted to ruin us. Yi Siming's face turned pale. When I returned from the battlefield, I said we should divide the family. You refused. Now they were blaming him instead. Most importantly, how could these people be so stupid? Lung Guang was clearly trying to sow discord. Yi Siming didn't bother arguing with them and was so angry he almost cursed. Having family members who only share wealth but not hardships is Yi family's misfortune. Yi Siming closed his eyes in frustration, his gaze sharp as he stared at Lung Guang. Lung Guang and Lu Tao watched the scene like spectators. People need face and dignity. If the Yi family weren't so poor, I really wouldn't believe they had such terrible relatives. Mu Mianmian's eyes were cold. She angrily said, "Stop, say another word, and I will tear your mouth apart." Old Lady Yi was startled, but she was also angry and kept shouting, "Shut up. I am your elder. Who do you think you are? If you dare to talk back again, I will have someone tear your mouth apart. Don't hurt my older brother." At this moment, Ajin, Mainyang, and Yi Xian all got angry and started arguing. Ajin picked up some mud and threw it back at them. It hit Old Lady Yi directly.
Oh.
"Little brat, you dare to throw mud at me? Catch him and beat him to death." Old Lady Yi was furious. The second and third wife, "If you dare to talk back again, I will have someone tear your mouth apart. Don't hurt my older brother." At this moment, Ajin, Mainyang, and Yi Xijin angrily said, "I dare anyone to try." The two concubines were intimidated by him and didn't dare to approach. Old Lady Yi sneered coldly. "No need to be afraid of him. We have many people. Are we afraid of a cripple? Come on, beat them to death." Everyone in the family was furious, their eyes red with anger, as if they wanted to eat him. Like last time when they tried to seize the carriage, they rushed forward. But this time, Lung Guang and his men watched closely, not allowing anyone to help. Zhong Dingming and the others looked worried, but couldn't step forward to help. They wondered what to do. Lord Lung, at this moment, old Master Zhong stepped out. "Things have come to this. We need to save ourselves. The Yi family is causing so much trouble. How can we survive like this?" Lung Guang's expression flickered as he recognized the person. "So it's old Master Zhong. Long time no see. His Majesty has been thinking of you." Those words were just for show. The Zhong family had long lost the emperor's favor. Old Master Zhong smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Lung, for mentioning me in front of His Majesty." Lung Guang asked curiously, "Old Master Zhong, you said the Yi family is causing so much trouble that you can't survive. What do you mean, Lord Lung? You don't know the full story. The young princess once saved me and took us all to find food. Aside from the matter of Lord Yi, she is our lifesaver. If the Yi family harms her, we won't be able to survive. We don't know how to identify herbs or poisonous mushrooms. Now there's a drought, and if no one who knows how to survive helps us, we will starve or be poisoned to death." Representatives from the Zhao and Wu families also came to persuade them, but they didn't mention Lord Yi. They only expressed gratitude to Mu Mianmian. Cold Light looked at the little girl who was desperately protecting Yi Siming's family. She was small and delicate, but very strong. While they were talking, she alone defeated the group of women from the Yi family, preventing Yi Siming from feeling embarrassed. "Help! Someone's trying to kill us. Commander, Mu Mianmian is trying to kill people." Old Lady Yi Zhou and Shun were all knocked to the ground by Mu Mianmian. "Lu General, do you think this is your business?" Cold Light kicked the ball, passing the blame directly to Lu Tao. Lu Tao sneered and drew his whip, bringing people over. "What are you making noise for? Are you tired of living?" He whipped wildly, hitting everyone. Yi Siming quickly pulled Mu Mianmian into his arms to block the whip, which struck his arm. Yi Xiyun and Mian Yang hid behind his wheelchair, holding Ah Jin, and were not hurt. Mu Mianmian, protected in his arms, was also unharmed. Seeing the two hugging, Lu Tao was furious and couldn't help but lash out again. "If you keep making trouble, I'll beat you to death." The women of the second and third branches of the Yi family became even more aggressive. They only stopped when they cried and begged for mercy, afraid to continue. "Brother Lu, thank you for your effort." Cold Light watched the scene, his eyes twitching. He didn't expect Lu Tao's ruthless methods to be so harsh. He didn't spare women or children. Humph. Lu Tao was very annoyed. Are you satisfied now, Lord Lung? Cold Light, wearing a mask, showed no expression. He only chuckled softly, glanced at Yi Siming and said, "It seems that Lord Yi really likes his little bride." Lu Tao glanced at the two hugging tightly. Mu Mianmian looked at the wound on Yi Siming's arm, her eyes red like a little rabbit about to cry. She was very worried about the man. He felt angry inside. What do they matter? They're just a bunch of reckless criminals. If you have time, Lord Lung, why not come with me to the camp and have a drink? Cold Light thought to himself that there was plenty of time since he had decided to stay and supervise personally. There was no rush. Don't move. I'll put medicine on you, Mu Mianmian said, holding his arm with concern in her eyes. Yi Siming replied, "It's nothing. Just a small wound. Are you okay?" Mu Mianmian shook her head, worried that if the officials kept lingering, there would be a lot of trouble. That Cold Light brought people to stay. We need to find a way to get rid of him, Knight Master Ming chuckled. He can't stay here forever. He'll have to leave in a few days. Really? Yes, don't worry. Nothing serious. Knight Master Ming touched his knee, feeling like sensation was returning. We should get on the carriage first and check you, Mu Mianmian said, knowing that once he regained feeling he would feel a lot of pain. He wasn't fully healed yet. Being stepped on again, he was definitely hurt and needed treatment quickly to avoid lasting damage. Once on the carriage, Mainyang and the others didn't come up. Mu Mianmian said, "Take off your pants. I need to see your leg wound." "Cut my pants," Knight Master Ming said softly, with a slight blush. "It's not a big deal. Okay." Mu Mianmian suddenly felt a bit shy too. She took the dagger he handed her, knelt by his leg, and carefully cut a small opening in his pants to check the wound. "You've been hurt and need medicine. Do you have internal medicine? If it's just external, it might be noticed," Knight Master Ming said through the pain, sweating slightly on his forehead. "Lung Lian is following us, and they might find someone to check on me later." Mu Mianmian replied, "Yes, I have internal medicine. You should take one now." "When did you prepare it?" Knight Master Ming asked, surprised. "I started making it on the way here. I secretly gathered herbs and made it privately." Mu Mianmian quickly examined and treated his wound. "Change your pants." "Official, sir," a voice called from outside, Knight Master Yun. They were guarding outside and immediately reported when someone arrived. The two looked at each other. Mu Mianmian lifted the curtain and saw Xiao Zhang leading a young, well-dressed guard with a red and black outfit, carrying a medicine box. He looked young, about 20, similar in age to Knight Master Ming, not as handsome but with clear features and fair skin. "Is this the military doctor Lung Guang found?" He looked more like a cold, strict guard. "He is Lung Guang's younger brother, Lung Yu. He does know medicine, but he's more skilled in poisons," Knight Master Ming whispered to her. "Be careful. That day, he was betrayed when entering the palace, with the help of the Lung brothers. The Lung family are loyal to the Emperor of Great Wei. His father is the current chancellor. The Secret Service of the Imperial Court is responsible for training undercover agents and monitoring civil and military officials. In fact, it is a branch of the supervisory office directly under the Emperor. They help the Emperor oversee officials and hold significant power. To control the supervisory office, balance court affairs, and prevent them from becoming too powerful, the current Emperor established a secret department. Lung Guang is the commander of this secret department, carefully chosen by the Emperor. He was raised in the palace from a young age. Lung Guang is about the same age as Mu Mianmian. Their relationship is only a few months apart. At first, he suspected that Mu Mianmian was sent by the secret department. After all, the secret department also has female agents who are sometimes rewarded to officials as wives or concubines to secretly watch over them. "Knight Prince," Lung Yu came forward with a formal bow. "My older brother asked me to bandage your wound." Mu Mianmian blushed and said, "Please wait a moment, officer. I just took off my husband's pants. Once I help him put them on, you can check him." She then lowered the curtain. Yi Siming didn't dare to move carelessly and could only let her help him change his pants. The woman reached out and quickly pulled his pants down. Without hesitation, Mu Mianmian took a new pair and tried to put them on him, but found he was too tall. Sitting in the carriage, he couldn't stand up, and beside him was the unconscious Yi Fu. It took a lot of effort to get his pants on. After hanging the curtain, both of their faces were flushed. Mu Mianmian jumped down and said, "That's done." Lung Yu glanced at her, then climbed into the carriage. First, he looked around and knocked on the wooden panel. "I heard this carriage was made by the young princess herself. Does she know carpentry?" "I know a little. I started making tables and chairs when I was a child. My father didn't care for me, so I had to survive on my own in the backyard," Mu Mianmian replied. The original owner was just an unnoticed girl. If Yi Siming hadn't had an accident, she wouldn't have had this marriage. No one knew much about the original owner, nor understood her well. They only knew she was the unloved daughter of the Mu family. With that in mind, no one doubted her. However, Lung Yu, like his older brother Lung Guang, was difficult to deal with. "That's impressive. Even the palace's official carpenters couldn't make such a delicate carriage. If young Master Lung likes it, I can trade my carriage for yours," Mu Mianmian said, her tone noticeably colder. Lian Yu was stunned, not expecting her to say that. It seemed like she was angry, so he couldn't help but glance at her more. No need. He didn't ask further about the carriage and began checking Yi Sijing's leg. Mu Mianmian, Yi Siyun, and Mei Nyang all looked nervous. They were worried he might harm Yi Sijing. Their eyes stayed fixed on him without blinking. The gaze was so intense, almost like it carried some hostility. This made Lung Yu unable to act openly. Instead, he took out a silver needle, dabbed some poison on it, and stabbed Yi Sijing several times. "Prince, do you feel anything?" Because the poison acted quickly, Yi Sijing would definitely suffer. His whole body would ache and convulse, and he might jump up. If his leg had healed earlier, he might reveal the truth. But Yi Sijing sat still, looking grim. His face was pale, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His lips darkened. "Second young Master Lung, did you poison me? Is this the Emperor's order?" As he spoke, he angrily grabbed Lung Yu's neck. "Or, do you want to kill me? If so, then you can come with me to the afterlife." "Prince, calm down." Lung Yu's face changed slightly, but he didn't dare move. "I only used some medicine to treat Prince Yi. I was following the Emperor's orders to heal you. What kind of treatment needs poison?" "You clearly want to kill the prince," Mu Mianmian muttered angrily. She saw through it. That was poison on the needle. "Hurry up and give me the antidote, or I will kill you." Mu Mianmian drew a dagger, the sharp blade pressed against his neck, ready to stab. "Stop." At this moment, Lung Guang appeared. "Night Prince, Night Princess, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill officials of the court or a rebel?" Suddenly, a group of imperial guards appeared around them, surrounding them tightly. Yi Siyun and Mei Nyang hugged Jin tightly, sitting on the ground near the carriage, frightened and anxious, but afraid to shout. Yi Sijing was poisoned and lost control. His internal energy erupted, causing the carriage to shatter into pieces. Thud. He fell from the carriage.
"Aye."
"Brother." Mu Mianmian was furious. She stabbed the man hard in the shoulder. "Hand over the antidote." "Stop." Seeing her brother hurt, Lung Guang was angry and moved to attack her. "Lord Lung, don't be impulsive." Lu Tao's eyes narrow slightly, and he quickly pulls him back. The second young master is now in her hands. Don't act rashly. The young princess cares deeply for Lord Yi, so the second young master giving poison to the lord cannot be blamed on her. Lung Yu does not know martial arts. He is only skilled in poison techniques. He initially thought that Yi Siming was disabled and not a big threat. But seeing Mu Mianmian look gentle and kind, he realized she could be so ruthless.
"I
am treating him." This is a method of using poison to counter poison. Mu Mianmian sneers inwardly. Does she look like a fool? Yi Siming was not actually poisoned. There was no need for poison countermeasures. "Big brother, save me." The woman refuses to let go. Lung Yu's face turns pale. He didn't expect her strength to be so great. He struggles but cannot break free. "Someone, give Lord Yi the antidote." Lung Guang worries about his brother and quickly orders someone to feed Yi Siming the antidote. Seeing that he is fine, Mu Mianmian sheathes her sword and releases him. "Prince, are you all right?" She comes over to help him up.
I'm fine."
It might really have been a misunderstanding with second young Master Lung. Yi Siming leans on her before standing up himself. My leg seems to have feeling again, showing signs of improvement. Mu Mianmian's eyes light up. She realizes he is very clever, quickly thinking of a plan to make use of the situation, so he doesn't have to hide anymore. Everyone is surprised. Lung Guang helps his brother up and asks in a deep voice, "Ayu, what happened?" I don't know." Lung Yu shakes his head. He only wanted to test whether Yi Siming's leg was truly paralyzed and numb. He used his special poison on him. He didn't expect it would help him recover. Earlier, Yi Siming was bewitched by the fragrance of confusion, and when he was unconscious, he was schemed against. His leg was broken and lost sensation. The imperial doctor confirmed he would be half paralyzed. If not treated properly, he could lose feeling in his lower body entirely. I'll examine him again. Lung Yu doesn't believe that his poison caused the recovery. Despite the pain, he approaches to check Yi Siming again. Don't touch the prince. Suddenly, the woman beside him acts like a provoked rabbit, baring her claws to stop him from approaching Lord Yi. Lung Guang's eyes turn cold. You all better not resist, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Let him come over. Yi Siming touches her forehead. Don't be angry. I'm fine. The fierce woman was quickly calmed down. She obediently sat beside him and said, Lung Yu came over to show him his leg, and his face looked very unhappy. How is it? Lung Guang asked. Lung Yu looked upset and said, It seems that my poison helped treat him. His leg has feeling now. He must have received medicine earlier, and the bones have healed completely. Regaining feeling and the bones healing well means his leg will recover fully after a few days of rest. Where did he get the medicine? Lung Guang was angry inside and quietly questioned Lu Tao by grabbing his collar. The emperor's order was clear. No one was allowed to send him medicine. Lu Tao, unhappy, pushed him away. How would I know? Someone is helping him behind the scenes. Maybe someone is specifically sending him medicine, and his little wife can recognize herbs. She might have given him medicine on the way. Then why didn't you stop her? Lung Guang was very angry. Lu Tao smiled and said, Lord Lung, you need to understand. The one who healed the Night King is the second young master. He shouldn't be blamed for this. If they hadn't interfered, how could Yi Siming have had the chance to stand up? Even if he took medicine and his bones healed, he still has no feeling. He's still useless, but now the second young master has helped him regain feeling. Who do you think is responsible for this? When the news reached the emperor, it was seen as a failure of his secret agents. The Lu family was only blamed for poor supervision. Since the Secret Service was known for being efficient and error-free, they were highly valued by the emperor. Failing in their duties was a big blow to them. Lung Guang's face looked very unhappy. He turned to look at Yi Siming's leg, wishing he could break it now. He had failed to catch the prey, and now it felt bad. The second young master's medical skills are truly impressive. I thank him and your majesty for your kindness. Yi Siming smiled brightly, his expression especially dazzling, which only made him more annoyed. Just now, Lung Yu claimed to be acting on the emperor's orders, saying he was here to treat Yi Siming's injury. Mu Mianmian said, I didn't know the second young master was a divine doctor. Using poison to heal the prince's leg, but accidentally hurt the second young master. Yi Siming put his arm around the woman's shoulders. Mianmian is timid and worried about me. She didn't understand the medical and toxic techniques and acted impulsively. I hope the second young master will forgive her. We mean no harm. The couple spoke in harmony. The two brothers looked very unhappy. They had already spoken, so what more could they say? Lung Guang forced a small smile. Well, since it's a misunderstanding, clarifying it is enough. It's wonderful that the prince's leg is getting better. Congratulations to the prince. That's thanks to his majesty's kindness. I will remember it. Yi Siming replied calmly. Second young master is injured. It's better to go down early and bandage the wound. While speaking, Lung Yu lost too much blood and fainted. Ayu. Lung Guang hurriedly caught him. Big brother, what should we do now? Did I cause trouble? Lung Yu woke up feeling guilty. He couldn't fight, and if he had martial skills, he wouldn't have been hurt by Lord Yi and his wife. It's not your fault. I suspect someone secretly healed his leg. Recently, We received news that Dr. Jiang left Jiang City, Leng Guang said as he handed him medicine. There was no blame in his tone. You should rest and recover. You lost a lot of blood, so take this blood tonic. Drink more. Your leg is really better. That's so great. Yi Xin's mother didn't know his leg had already healed until today, so she was very excited. Brother, Yi Siming hugged both of them. Don't cry. I'm fine now, and that's a good thing. Yes, Mu Mianmian also felt happy inside. She didn't have to hide anymore and could act freely. She was no longer trapped in a wheelchair. The carriage broke down. Sorry, I couldn't control it at the time, Yi Siming said softly as he looked at the wrecked carriage, apologizing. He was poisoned, so his leg had to stay still. He could only release that strength. It's okay. I will cut some trees and repair it. You sit down first. Your leg is still injured and needs rest. It couldn't heal too quickly.
Yi Siming chuckled softly.
Yes, I will help you, little princess. At that moment the bell rang. Zhao Feng and others came over. We have extra carriages that you can use. They all looked apologetic because they hadn't been able to help much. It's okay. If I had more time, I would fix it myself. I don't have time to borrow your carriages, Mu Mianmian said, understanding their difficulties. Just having them come to help was already good. Then we will help you cut some trees, Wu Lei said quickly. Mu Mianmian asked, would that cause you trouble? It's not a big deal. You've helped us so much. We've already lost a lot. Only our lives remain. If they really want to kill us, then just do it. After struggle within their minds and hearts, they thought carefully and realized they couldn't betray their conscience. A few families sat together to discuss and decided to follow them, especially following Mu Mianmian. At least with her, they could make money and avoid starving. Living is the most important thing now. Everything else is secondary. Now that Yi Siming can stand up, they suddenly see more hope. Maybe he can clear his name, and in the future, he'll help them too. Mu Mianmian said, all right then, I'll go with them to cut trees. You rest first, Yi Siming said. Your Highness's leg is better. You should rest first. We'll go cut trees, Chen Shan said. Wang Xiuxiu, Li Ningxia, Su Wan, and others went to the canyon to pick roses and bring them back. Little princess, can we still process these flowers? Yes, do you have flour? I can teach you how to make a rose-filled pastry, Mu Mianmian said, tidying up the broken cart. When she saw them coming, she stopped. You can eat the pastries yourself or sell them for money. Talking about making money made them excited. Wang Xiuxiu said, we don't have flour. We need to buy some in Fengqing County. Mu Mianmian started repairing the cart with the processed wood boards. Save them first. I definitely want the flowers. Don't worry. Yi Siming and the others came to help. With her words, Wang Xiuxiu and the others felt reassured to continue picking roses. They haven't said they are leaving yet, so they can still pick roses quickly. After lunch, Mu Mianmian and Yi Siming started working. Men and women working together makes it less tiring. Sitting down feels very relaxed. Princess Yi, the commanding officer would like to see you. A finely dressed guard approached. Mu Mianmian didn't stop. What does Lord Leng want with me? The guard, noticing her proud attitude, was displeased. This is an order from the Lord. They are all prisoners and must obey. Tell Lord Leng to come find me if he has something to say. Yi Siming put down a piece of wood. I'll go see your lord. Mianmian is busy right now. The guards didn't dare be too rude to him, especially now that his leg is better. It clearly states the purpose. Second young master is unwell, now unconscious, with a high fever. General Liu said that the young lady is a military doctor, so he asked her to go. Yi Siming smiled and said, but Lord Leng didn't say that Mianmian is a family member of the prisoner, not a doctor, so she isn't qualified to be the accompanying military doctor. Now, Mianmian is no longer the accompanying military doctor. Second young master Leng is the military doctor. The genie Wei looked displeased. Night King, don't forget your current status. You are no longer the commander of the 200,000 night wolves. Without military power, he is just a figurehead with no real authority, still under punishment. What can he do to oppose the supervisory court? The wise thing is to understand that it's better to keep a low profile and act accordingly. Sir, the Night Queen is unwilling to come, a guard reported angrily. She said she is no longer a military doctor and doesn't want to be bothered. Guangguang frowned in displeasure and chuckled softly. Does she really think she's the Night Queen? Otherwise? Now that Yi Simon can stand up, he's not easy to bully, and his martial arts haven't been ruined, Lu Tao said lazily, sitting in a chair. Guangguang was annoyed. Then go and invite her here. Didn't she say she cured the old soldier and has been your accompanying military doctor all along? I want to see what she's capable of. Lu Tao sat still and smiled. I can't invite her. Only Commander has that ability. Guangguang saw that his brother's situation was bad, so he brought people over. You hurt my brother. If you don't help me save him, I will kill you. The man looked fierce, as if pushed to the limit. Mu Mianmian said, I'm not a doctor. Even if you kill me, it won't help. Guangguang's voice was cold. I don't care. If a Yu dies, I will make you pay with blood. Mu Mianmian looked indifferent. You just need to give him medicine. Guangguang's face changed slightly. At this moment, he realized they had no medicine. They saw that the wound wasn't serious and only bandaged it to stop the bleeding, without giving any medicine. He had brought some precious herbs and boiled soup to help him recover. He thought it was fine, but after a night, Ayu developed a high fever and fell into a coma. No medicine, Guangguang said through clenched teeth. The imperial treasury was empty. Even the prime minister's storeroom had been looted. Their money and supplies are limited. He and Lu Tao have almost used up all their funds, and neither the court nor the prime minister's office can help them. When going out for work, they need money for food, clothing, and daily expenses. There's no medicine? Just go pick some. Mainyang couldn't help but say, we all go up the mountain to gather herbs ourselves. You're so silly. Don't you know that? Lung Guang's expression darkened as he stared at Mu Mianmian. You take people to pick herbs. Mu Mianmian replied, it's easier to buy medicinal materials in the city. I can help you gather medicine, but your people need to help us carry things into the city. Lung Guang frowned slightly. What do you want to do in the city? Sell dried goods to make money. Now, the soldiers' food supplies are running low, and there are 50 or 60 more people. Lu Tao felt annoyed and didn't want to give Lung Guang food. So, he had to find a way to buy grain himself. Lung Guang looked at the dried goods they brought back from the mountain. Flowers, wild mushrooms, and wild vegetables. Can these be sold for money? Mu Mianmian ignored him. Lung Guang was very angry. There was no choice but to compromise and have someone help them carry the goods. But that would have to wait until tomorrow. Even if they hurried to Fengqing County, it would still take a day to get there. In the evening, Zhong Dingming and the others caught a wild boar while chopping wood. Besides the meat promised to Lu Tao, the rest was discussed with Mu Mianmian. Little princess, how should we deal with the remaining meat? Mu Mianmian smiled. Tomorrow we can go to the city. If we can't finish eating it, we can sell it there. Once in the city, we can buy flour to make rose-filled pastries. Hearing this, everyone listened to her. The meat they originally planned to keep was now set aside, as they decided to sell it for money. When they reached the southern wilderness, they might have even less freedom. It's said to be a hell on earth, where those who go in are only exploited. That night, Mu Mianmian asked the men to continue making bamboo mats for tents, while the women embroidered and made small bags and handkerchiefs, hoping to sell them in the city tomorrow to earn more money. This way, she could also use up some of her space items and replenish supplies. The next day, they made 5 tents. Wow, they're so beautiful. The children loved them, jumping and hiding inside the tents, rolling on the woven mats made of vines. So soft, so comfortable, and it smells nice. With a little house, we won't get bitten by bugs anymore. It's also quite cool. The woven bamboo fence surrounds the garden, not completely airtight but also keeps out mosquitoes. The roof is also made of woven bamboo, supported by bamboo poles, suitable for all seasons. The floor is covered with a woven bamboo mat, then topped with a rattan mat, making it comfortable to sleep. It's simple and convenient. Madame Zhong and others are all very satisfied when they see it. Little princess, you all go into the city. We will continue making a few more so everyone can have a comfortable place to stay tonight. Mu Mianmian said, Okay, then we will go into the city first. Lung Guang plans to take his brother into the city to see a doctor. Hurry up. I can take you into the city, but you have to give me half of the money you earn. Why should I? Everyone immediately becomes unwilling. Chun Liang said, Lord Lung, we have already given a part of our things to General Liu. The implication is that even if they have handed over grain, there's no reason to hand over twice. Right now, I am jointly managing the exiled prisoners with him. If you don't agree, then none of you are allowed to enter the city. Leave now, no stopping. You are basically criminals with no freedom. Lord Liu's control is loose, but I, the commander, will not let you go freely. It's too difficult to earn money under their watch. Others look distressed and want to give up. Mu Mianmian said, you and Lu Tao come together and clarify. We won't hand over our things again. If you do that, we won't go into the city. Then just go. She is firm in her attitude. She doesn't want to be exploited by him. Lung Guang's eyes narrow slightly, filled with a murderous look. Yi Siming comes over to block his view. Lord Lung, if you want to kill us, just do it. Lung Guang clenches the reins tightly. At this moment, Lu Tao quickly comes over with people. Uncle Yu isn't ready yet. Why are you leaving? Lord Lung, you are responsible for investigating the case. These prisoners are under my control. If you want to go to the southern wilderness with him, I don't oppose it, but don't overstep your authority. When we leave is up to me. Lung Guang sneers. If you want to cure your subordinates, you can take him into the city for treatment. Once he's cured, then you can leave. I'm not trying to overstep my authority. I just want to remind you that I have the right to supervise all officials. In other words, he can report directly to the emperor. Lu Tao's expression darkens. After arguing for a long time, they finally decided to bring people into the city to see a doctor. Mu Mianmian and her group were not allowed to enter the city. If we can't go into the city, that's okay. We can collect the flowers and make sachets or pouches to sell later. We won't buy meat. Instead, we can make spicy shredded pork sauce, which lasts a long time without spoiling. We can eat it on the way. That's a good idea. Let's start now. The man handled the meat to make the spicy shredded pork sauce, while the woman continued making sachets and pouches. Knight Siming watched her obediently do everything, feeling respectful. How did you manage that? What? Mu Mianmian didn't understand. Nothing. The cart is fixed. What do you think? Mu Mianmian looked at the repaired cart. It was sturdy, but not very pretty. It's okay. Then should I go make the spicy shredded pork sauce now? Yes, give it a try. After Knight Siming's leg healed, he kept busy. Seeing his leg was fine, the second and third branches of the Knight family didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. Shunjia looked at them with full of resentment, hiding behind a tree and staring at them like a poisonous snake. What are you looking at? Want to get hit? Knight Sifei came over and grabbed her hair. Stop causing trouble for me. If you get us beaten again, I will beat you to death. Xinjia was now labeled as having lost her mind. Because of her, they were beaten, and the whole family disliked her. Her husband had died, and she was an outsider. The Daxin family was struggling to take care of itself. The head of the household was Grandma Yi and the second and third brothers of the Yi family. If they got upset, they might hit her or kick her. Xinjia was useless now and had no status in the Yi family. They all treated her as the lowest servant. Let go of me. Knight Sifei, you are not human. You will face retribution. Xinjia cried out in pain and anger, her eyes full of hatred. Humph. Don't cause trouble for us. Be obedient, or I won't spare you. Knight Sifei was ruthless, pulling her into the woods. Xinjia cried in despair, wanting to kill them all. Just wait, Knight Sifei. Yi family, I will kill you someday. Little princess, we should be leaving soon. Is it still useful to set up this kind of camp? Anshin asked. Mu Mianmian said, it's usable. You can rest assured. There was no way to set out on the road. The extent of Lung Yu's injury was unknown, and Uncle Yu's illness was not easy to cure. Even Aunt Shin couldn't decide, so she just continued with her actions. Early the next morning, Lu Tao and the others returned. Keep giving Uncle Yu the medicine, Lu Tao said, his face darkening, with Lung Guang behind him. Lung Yu had seen a doctor in the city and took medicine, so he woke up, but Uncle Yu's illness was beyond the local doctor's ability to treat. The consultation and medicine costs were very high, unlike when Mu Mianmian was a military doctor and picked herbs herself, which cost nothing. On the way back, Lu Tao argued loudly with Lung Guang and almost fought. When they returned, he told Mu Mianmian, "Continue to be my traveling military doctor. This is your salary for the past 2 months." Mu Mianmian looked at the 20 taels of silver, her eyes narrowing slightly. "And Lord Lung, don't mind him. It's not his place to decide," Lu Tao said, glancing at Lung Guang with annoyance. Lung Guang, wearing a mask, couldn't see his expression. "Since she's a military doctor, come here and apply medicine to Ayu." Lu Tao didn't reply, but looked at Mu Mianmian. Mu Mianmian took the silver and said, "I am General Lu's military doctor. I obey General Lu's orders. Whoever pays, she listens to them." Lu Tao smiled happily and mocked Lung Guang. "Lung Yu, a grown man, dares to let a girl apply medicine for him. Don't you have anyone around you?" Unable to argue with him, Lung Guang, being shameless and stubborn, could only get angry and lead his brother back to the camp tent. "When are they leaving?" Mu Mianmian couldn't help asking Lu Tao. Lu Tao smiled. "Don't you want to see him off? He's not a good person." Lu Tao's eyes narrowed slightly in a good mood. "Am I a good person in your heart?" Seeing the man speak to Mu Mianmian with a teasing tone, Yi Siming's face turned pale with anger. He couldn't bear it anymore. "Mianmian, my leg hurts and I feel a bit uncomfortable." He came over and hugged her shoulder as if claiming ownership. Lu Tao's expression darkened. "Lord Yi, isn't your leg already healed?" "No, not that fast. It just regained sensation, but it still needs good rest. Injured muscles and bones take 100 days to recover." They had been exiled for less than 2 months. The fact that he could recover so quickly was thanks to Mu Mianmian. "It's nothing. Let's go and get busy." Mu Mianmian helped the man back into the carriage. "Where does it hurt?" After checking him, she found it strange because they had soaked in the hot spring and taken medicine last night, so he should be almost better. Yeshiming wouldn't admit that he was saying this on purpose to keep her and Lu Tao from getting too close. It doesn't hurt as much now, just in waves. I'll apply some ointment, the ointment she saw him use last night. Maybe tonight? We can soak in the hot spring again tonight." Mu Mianmian packed up her things. "All right, I'll go do some work. Rest for a bit." "I'll go. I want to go up the mountain." Yeshiming snatched the basket from her. "Then I'll go with you." Now that he could walk, he wouldn't let her go alone with those people up the mountain, especially Lu Tao. "But your leg still hurts." Mu Mianmian blinked. He seemed to have become gentler, treating her like family. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Yeshiming blushed slightly under her gaze, feeling a bit shy. A grown man was lying just to keep other men away from her. "Mianmian, let Yi go with you. Yi wants to take care of you." Mama leaned on the carriage, smiling. Mu Mianmian hesitated, then looked at the man. "Really? Mother, how can you eavesdrop?" Yeshiming looked embarrassed and a little guilty, avoiding her eyes. "My mother is just childlike." "Thank you," Mu Mianmian said, handing him the basket. She took Xiao Ajin with her, while Yeshir Yun and Mama stayed to look after Yifu. Yeshiming kept his composure and carried the basket as he went up the mountain with her. Zhong Dingming and the others saw this and also carried baskets, following along. "Princess, I found that there's almost nothing left in the mountains. Even the wild vegetables are all dug up. Could there still be something good to eat?" Wu Lei asked. Mu Mianmian replied, "There will be, because she could send things out from her space." Wang Xiuxiu loved spicy food and wanted to find chili peppers. "If only there were wild mountain chilies. Our chopped chili meat sauce needs more chili, or it doesn't taste right." As she spoke, she saw a large patch of bright red chili peppers ahead.
"Ah,
"They're small chilies," Wang Xiuxiu shouted excitedly. Today, they were walking on a different mountain trail from Mu Mianmian.
wow.
"We are lucky to follow the young princess." Zhong Dingming saw his wife excited like a child and was very happy. "Let's go pick them quickly. Once we pick them all, we can dry them and use them later," Mu Mianmian said. "You pick the peppers and we will go hunting in the mountains," Zhao Feng said, wanting to catch some game. Su Wan said, "Catching game and selling it isn't allowed, and eating too much cured meat isn't good." That's true. If they bring the game back, they still have to share with the soldiers. The soldiers don't care much for peppers. If they want them, it would be for making chili paste, but they already have enough food, so they don't need to hunt every day. In the future, They will try to sell the games secretly. Then we will pick peppers. Yi Siming, standing behind her, said, "Let me do it." He is tall, and he picks the peppers from above. Look at this. Wang Xiuxiu, Su Wan, and Li Ningxia, 3 couples hiding in the back row, quietly watching them. Young Lord Yu really cares about Mian Mian. Of course. Such a good wife. He wouldn't be caring otherwise. I thought he was cold and only fought in wars. I didn't expect him to care about his wife, the 3 women whispered among themselves. Zhao Feng, Zhong Dingming, and Wu Lei focused on picking peppers. Mu Mianmian, now beside him, looked especially small and had to look up at him. You're so tall. The original owner had a tough childhood, was malnourished, and was actually quite short. Her height in her previous life was 1.72 meters. Now, she feels about 1.56 meters. Yi Siming is estimated to be over 1.89 meters tall. You're still young. Eat more and you'll grow taller, Yi Siming said with a gentle laugh. Actually, you are very cute and petite like this, he added. Mu Mianmian's eyes curved, and her cheeks turned red. Little A Jean, feeling bored, wandered nearby. He found something but wasn't sure what he was doing. He was digging in the dirt. Kids are curious about new things, so they let him play without worry. Mu Mianmian gave him a small shovel to play with. After a while, little A Jean hugged something and hurried over, smiling happily. Sister-in-law, look. I dug up a big carrot. He was holding a carrot, with dirt on his face, but his smile was very happy and excited, and his cheeks were flushed. Oh my goodness, Wang Xiuxiu and the others stared wide-eyed in surprise.